a GT2? Well, the entry is bigger, the entry is more competitive, and the race is absolutely wide open. The weather conditions, mixed as they have been for the last few days, are still not settled. The road is getting drier all the time, but it's still looking fairly grey overhead, and that is the daunting Eau Rouge part of the circuit, where the crowds are gathering, ready to see the cars away from the start. Rolling start as ever, of course, in GT racing. That's very daunting climb. These days, with the extra runoff you can see on the left-hand side there, it's not perhaps quite as scary as once it was. If you do make a mistake, you've got the extra room to sort yourself out. But even so, it's one of the real corners on this circuit that shows the disparity between the pro drivers, and we have the Pro Cup with 3 pro drivers per car, and the gentleman racers. There's the gentleman trophy to look after the amateur drivers. And that's rather Porsche, Ferrari and Aston Martin dominated. There are a couple of Dodge Vipers in there, but they haven't really had the same pace over the course of the weekend. So 24 hours of racing, and with the regulations within the Pro-Am Cup that anybody graded bronze has got to do at least 6 hours, there's going to be some fairly interesting strategy employed over this. And another new regulation that's been brought into the Blancpain Endurance Series of late is to try and even out the cars that were initially designed for the European GT3 Championship, the 1-hour races, and those that had the Blancpain Series in mind, because they have better fuel consumption. And so now the regulation says that you can only do a maximum of a 65-minute stint. Come what may, you've then got to come in to refuel. And some people, those teams, for example, that are running the Mercedes, feel that now is going to hurt them, because they could perhaps go for an hour and 20 minutes on a tank of fuel rather than just the 65. It's going to be interesting to see how all that pans out. Inevitably, there are going to be safety cars. And the way the entry works this year, with having for the Blancpain Endurance Series the Pro Cup, where by definition you've got 3 pro drivers, but also the Pro-Am Cup. Now, some of the Pro-Am drivers, those graded as AM, are very quick in their own right. For example, we have the United Autosports Audi, which includes Johnny Herbert and Stephanie Hansen. Well, because of their co-drivers, that runs in the Pro-Am category. That's still going to be a competitive car fighting for a podium finish. Michael Bartels and Andrea Bertolini, the reigning FIA GT1 world champions, to take an example here, run in the Pro-Am Cup because they have got 2 bronze-graded drivers, Nick Homerson and Louis Machiels, with them. Well, depending on how much time is lost by those drivers, because they're not going to be as quick as the other 2, that still could be a car pitching for a podium place. Although I suspect that with that regulation about the bronze drivers needing to do 6 hours, they are going to be a little bit hampered. Vita 4-1, as it now is still looking very strong as a team, because it has the record-breaking Spa 24-hour winner Eric van der Poel in one car with Nico Verdonk, and Jean-Carl Vernet, the Frenchman, coming back to European racing after his successes in American single-seaters. Something new for him, this, but he's going to be very competitive, that's for sure. But also for this weekend, switching away from Scuderia Vittoria, Matteo Bobbi and Giacomo Petrobelli, and they team up with the Navarra race winner Frank Kechler in another of the Vita 4-1 Ferrari 458s. Both of those cars run in the Pro Cup, whereas in Pro-Am is the Bartels, Bertolini, Homerson and Machiels car. But against them, you've got a whole range of Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Audi looking very competitive, and with the Audi Sport Team WRT, the so-called Belgian Audi club, looking strong, and also 2 cars from Team Phoenix for Mark Fassler, Andrea Piccini and Mike Rockenfeller, and another car for Mark Bassin, Christopher Hasse and Frank Stippler. They are going to be in the mix as well. And then there are the sensational-looking McLarens as well, of which we've got 3. Well, this is how the grid is going to line up, with on pole position Maxime Martin in the Mark VDS Racing Team BMW Z4. It was Maxime that did the qualifying time, and with him to start in the Pro Speed Porsche is Mark Goossens on the outside of the front row. The second row, Paolo Roberti in the Monza winning Porsche, and Peter Koch starts in the Lamborghini. Richard Westbrook goes first for Haribo Team Manthey in the Porsche, and then alongside it's going to be Ludovic Sunier. 7th on the grid is where you find Timo Scheider's Audi. Timo, a former winner of the race. 8th on the grid, Matt Griffin goes first in the Ferrari. Next on the grid, it's Mike Parisi for Graf Racing and Marcel Fassler for Audi Sport Team Phoenix. 11th, Fred Makovici, always a man to watch for Hexis AMR and the Aston Martin. And then another man that's won the event in the past, Mike Hezemans for KRK Racing Team Holland, in the Mercedes. He will go first. Mark Basseng will start in number 99 Audi. Then Nicholas Meyer-Melnhof in the Blancpain Reiter Lamborghini. Guillaume Moreau and Marcus Palteler share the next row of the grid. Then it's Fred Bouvier and Olivier Panis, the former Monaco Grand Prix winner for Graf Racing. The next row, Thomas Jaeger lines up alongside the Vita 4-1 Ferrari, which will be started by Frank Kechler. And then behind them, you've got Jan Claret in the Aston Martin. And also another car that's going to be well worth keeping an eye to is the number 1 Ferrari. Nico Verdonk will start in the car that he shares with Eric van der Poel. Patrice Guélard next on the grid. And then you will have Duarte Felix da Costa in the Lamborghini. And out of the Jones twins, it's going to be David that goes first, then Godfrey, and then Mike Jordan who will be third in that car, might having not raced it, but he has tested it here a few weeks ago, and that car very well placed after Mike's efforts at the early part of qualifying on Thursday evening. So the scene is set. There's, by the look of things, having caught a glimpse a moment ago, one of the Vita 4-1 Ferrari is still trapped in the pit lane, but that car should be able to join in, but it will have to make its way up from the rear of the field. And with such a strong entry this year, it's no wonder that it's been a very busy weekend in terms of spectator numbers. Lots of people flocked in on Thursday evening to watch qualifying when admission was free to the public, both on Thursday and on Friday. Lots of support races, including the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which has kept the likes of Peter Cox busy over 3 races of the weekend. But even this morning there was still drama for some of the teams. McLaren having to effect an engine change on Andrew Cicotti's car. It's all to do with the boost that they can run to being limited after the car ran here in British GT. The reduction in the boost level then caused a drama in the engine itself, and it spiked. They had to do an engine change. Because they've had to do an engine change, which in itself was an all-nighter, they've had a 5-minute stop-go penalty applied, which must be served within the first 3 laps of the race, which means straight away that the number 59 McLaren MP412C GT3, entered by McLaren GT, is going to fall way down the order. Andrew Cicotti, as you can imagine, not very impressed about that this morning, because he was saying it's a change in the regulations that has given us this problem, but we've copped for it, and 5 minutes is a big penalty early on for this engine change. But over the course of 24 hours, as long as the car's reliable, it's certainly going to climb up the order, that's for sure. So you're looking down onto the grid, which, as ever, is very busy, and at the rear of the field you've got the GT4 cars and some of the slower GT3 cars from the Gentleman Trophy, including Aston Martins and Porsches. And don't forget the GT4 fight as well, which has got this year Nissan taking on Aston Martin, Lotus and BMW. In fact, the Aston Martin you're looking at is going to be started there by Peter van Oudenhoven, the Belgian driver. And there is a car on which much of the Belgian interest surrounds, really. Eric van der Poel's car. Eric, 5 times winner of this event. And the glorious-looking Ferrari 458 Italia then lined up on the grid. It's on the inside of the 11th row. The grid, in a sense, is going to be irrelevant, given how difficult the conditions were on Thursday evening and how much things are going to change over the course of a 24-hour race. But the Ferrari then is going to be one to make progress, I would have thought, over the early laps. So, with not just racing, but also concerts here as well during the evening. The DJ Bob Sinclair is going to be performing, and the anticipation is building here all the while at Spa, with the grid being very busy.
This year at the total 24 hours of Spa.
It is the best one we had in the last 11 years since the return of GT racing at Spa, and we have everything. We have the quantity, we have the quality, we have the diversity, we have the uncertainty. I think it's got, and we have a big crowd, so I think we're happy.
And all positive for 2012.
Yes, it's looking very good, you know, it's looking very good. I think with a success like this, we're going to have even more cars coming, more manufacturers, the McLarens are there, everybody's here, and looking good.
Thank you.
Haley Coxon on the grid, talking to Stéphane Rattel, who understandably is very buoyant about the way that this year's Spa 24 Hours is looking. And as he strides down the grid to go and drool over cars and speak to his competitors, so Bob Sinclair arrives in anticipation of his concert this evening at Spa. An extra element to the Spa 24 Hours is always a concert on the Saturday evening to keep the crowds occupied. If they can tear themselves away from the track this year, it's going to be pretty hard to, I would have thought, because the race absolutely wide open, and it's going to be a fascinating run, that is for sure. So the grid still busy of the engineers, the VIPs, lots of photographers are down there as well. It's the old start line that's being used, but it'll be the modern day finish line, and you can understand why tradition dictates it's going to be the old start line. So, as I say, Bob Sinclair having arrived at Spa, there at the foot of Eau Rouge, lots of camera crews around him, and he arrived with Koen Wouters, the musician and television presenter and actor, who is part of the band Clouseau, which is very big in this part of the world, and Koen Wouters sharing, in fact, this year another very competitive car, because he's going to be with Anthony Kumpen and Mike Hezemans in the KRK Racing Team Holland Mercedes. Matteo Bobbi's Ferrari there on the grid, number 29, which is another of the Vita 4-1 entries, running in a different livery, of course, but that's going to be quick, certainly in the hands of Matteo, and also when it is being driven by Frank Kekler, who we saw being victorious at Navarra in the second round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, which goes from Spa to Magny-Cours and then to Silverstone, and it has been a huge success this year, this new series. So there, a snapshot of just the front of the grid. Mercedes going to be competitive for sure around here, fuel efficient as well. It's the car that's going to be started, number 35, by Thomas Jäger, sharing with Kenneth Heyer, the son of legendary touring car racer Hans Heyer. And the number 35 Mercedes, one to watch on the 14 opening laps, up from the 10th row of the grid. Tremendous looking car with the gull wing doors, and they've certainly made their mark in the National GT Series this year. I've not seen too many of them in the Blancpain Series, but it's good to have as many as we have on the grid, including this one driven by Olivier Panis, in fact number 54, Olivier Panis for Graf Racing, sharing with, amongst others, Nicolas Lapierre, the former single-seater star, now sports car star. And again, with those two drivers, it's going to be well worth watching. The co-drivers, Grégoire de Moustier and Eric Debar, not as quick, so when they're behind the wheel, inevitably it's going to fall down the order a little bit. But that's one of the fascinations about this race, and it's also, of course, therefore going to be fascinating to see how the different class battles work out. The Pro Cup cars should be able to run at the front all the way. In the Pro Am Cup, of course, depending on who's going to be driving, so it's all going to look rather different. 26 to be started by Fred Bouvy, and it's the Red Bull Corvette. And on the grid, the Lamborghini driver Albert von Turnhout-Taxis, always a loquacious driver, and he is down there with Haley Coxon.
Albert, this is such a fantastic event to be a part of. Are you happy with the pleasure starting on the grid, although it is a 24-hour race?
The thing is, you say it's not important, but then qualifying and everyone's excited and you try to do your best. I'm quite happy with this result, because we're really playing with the big boys here, and I think that we can be happy about where we're standing. If I look around the drivers that are surrounding us, I think I'm quite proud of my qualifying.
And hopes for the finish. Will you make it through?
I hope so. That's our priority. We're dreaming about a top 10 finish, but we hope to get through. That's basically, will be great.
Thank you.
They've certainly got a good chance of being in the top 10, although it has to be said that Albert von Turnhout-Taxis has been, on occasions this year, a little bit wild. Remember, they didn't even start in Monza because he crashed the car at the end of qualifying. So as long as they can keep out of trouble, then it's going to be a car to watch. 41 there you can see, which is the car due to be started by Marcus Palteler, number 41, the Ford GT, and run by the Marc VDS Racing team that's got a BMW, of course, run by the same squad on pole position. But again, Marc VDS, the Belgian team, with a huge amount of home support here, and Marcus Palteler knows his way around the circuit very, very well indeed, because he's been busy here in the past in Belcar. For the Sofrev team is the Ferrari, which will have Guillaume Moreau behind the wheel to go first, and it's another car that I think will be in contention all the way through the race. So drivers now being strapped on board, and there is the Lamborghini that Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof will start, but you just heard from one of its drivers, Albert von Turnhout-Taxis, and Eugenio Amos is the third driver of that car, and we know that he's very rapid, the Lamborghini salesman for Lamborghini Milano. So another car to watch, but there are so many, and this is going to be one of those orders, I think, that just changes constantly for the next 24 hours. It's so difficult to predict a winner, although if you want to put some money in any direction, maybe it needs to go the way of Audi. And Matthias Ekstrom, Greg Franchi, Timo Scheider possibly is a very strong combination. Mark Basseng there, who will start number 99 for Team Phoenix, joined by Christopher Hassel, the former GT3 champion, and Frank Stippler, who a few years ago was very much associated with Porsches, but these days has been brought into the Audi fold, and the grid, that's the back of it, stretching all the way back uphill towards the hairpin at La Source. So you've got the Pro Cup, the Pro Am Cup, the Gentleman Trophy, the Cup class, which is for the older spec Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and then GT4 as well, which means that there's going to be lots to look at over the next 24 hours. And who knows what the weather has in store. It's dry at the moment, but it's not exactly sunny overhead. The locals are saying it's going to get better as the race wears on. Saturday will be grey, but then it's going to be getting hotter and sunnier when we get to Sunday. So, back to the grid. Pole position, Maxime Martin in the BMW, and Maxime is with Haley.
Maxime, with the size of this grid, this is definitely where you want to be starting here today.
Yeah, it's fantastic for everybody. It's fantastic for the team, for us, for to do the pole here in 24 hours by. It's amazing. So, but 24 hours is very long, so we will see for the race.
Thank you.
Well, there is Maxime Martin then, who will go first in the Pole City BMW. And he did the qualifying time as well, runs in the Pro Cup, first time out though in the Z4. And Maxime's father, Jean-Michel Martin, another Spa 24-hour legend, is to be found further back on the grid. In fact, he's sharing one of the many old boys' cars, you might argue, is in the entry, because he shares with Marc Duet. Well, Marc's 59, Jean-Michel is 58, and Eric Bachelard, now an IndyCar team owner, he's 55, and he's the other driver. So it's not just United Autosports that have got a few legends of motorsport past in the entry, but Marc VDS have done likewise. So the fans then are all ready for the start, and the car that is in the pit lane, I'm told, is number 2, the Vita 4.1 Ferrari, which Andrea Bertolini is due to start, and that is a car, if you get a glimpse at the end of the pit lane, you'll find it's still stuck there. So number 2 looks like it's going to have to be a pit lane starter, which is, on the one hand, not what they need, but at least they'll keep out of any potential trouble on the opening lap of the race, because with this size of field, it is going to be very busy indeed. It's been declared a wet race, incidentally, by the race director, which means that it's up to the teams now to work out what tyres they're going to start on. They can't have any help from safety cars, for example, if the conditions do change. Somebody that's going to be well worth watching also, there are so many of them over the first few laps, Richard Westbrook. Let's join him and Haley on the grid.
Richard, it's always a pleasure to see you behind the wheel of a Porsche. How do you feel you're going to do here at the 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 24-hour race, so it's so difficult to predict. You've got to survive it. Very important to survive the night here, and that's when the race really starts in the morning. So you've got to get through it. I mean, it's very fun starting the race the first hour. You can have some good battles, but as I said, you've got to survive the night, and the race really starts in the morning. So you've got to give yourself that chance, stay on the lead lap, and that's our plan.
Thank you.
Richard, something of a specialist in Porsches, but has spread his wings of late. We've seen him driving Nissans in GT1, for GTs in the GT1 World Championship. In Grand Am, he's been busy as well, but a former FIA GT2 class champion. Christian Menzel, one of his co-drivers, who won the Nürburgring 24 hours in the late 1990s, but then you've got 2 amateur racers from the VLN, the long-distance German championship, like Sturzberg and Hans-Guido Riegel, who is the man behind Haribo Sweets, and he's the other driver of that car. 4 drivers running in the Pro-Am Cup. 33 you're looking at, which is the Matthews Ekstrom, Greg Franchi, Timo Scheider driven Audi, and the nominated start driver is Timo Scheider, who when he had his year away from the DTM and drove with Michael Bartels in Maseratis, was a winner of this event going back to 2005, so he's somebody else, Timo Scheider, who knows about winning these sorts of races. And Matthews Ekstrom, although very much a DTM hero, is somebody who has done the Nürburgring 24 hours 6 times in the past. That's the Jack Gerber owned Ferrari, started by Matt Griffin, and it is the car that is normally raced in GT3 Europe by Francesco Castellacci, Ferdinando Leo, because the car that Jack Gerber has, or had, was rather comprehensively damaged at Navarra early on, in fact, in the second round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, so it's a different car for this weekend, as that one's having to be rebuilt. Matt Griffin will start, and as we know, he's very quick, and that car is going to be very competitive indeed, because you've got Nicky Cadai, very rapid Italian, Marco Ciocci, very experienced, as well as being a very rapid Italian, so that's another car to look for, number 50, and there is Richard Westbrook's Porsche, number 888, and that's going to start on the 5th row of the grid. So let's go back down to the grid. Timo Scheider, a former winner, is with Haley.
With the performance that we have seen from the Audi so far, it's looking positive for you out there?
Well, I think P7 there is quite a bit positive. For sure it will be a hard race, 24 hours, surviving. So the target must be definitely to be there tomorrow after 23 hours, and then I think the race will be on.
Thank you.
Timo had a go at Le Mans last year in a Porsche with Richard Westbrook. Marco Holzer, and was very impressive, and is certainly, that, as I say, is a potential winning car, and it's got a good combination of drivers. 2 out of the DTM, and Greg Franchi, Belgian driver, so it'd be good to have a home win for the home crowd, but he's somebody that's gone via single seaters into GT racing and has looked very, very strong indeed this season, matching the pace of more experienced GT co-drivers. But he's had his spell in Aston Martins a few seasons ago, and Greg Franchi, a quick driver these days, 74 there, the Porsche, run by Pro Speed. Ludovic Sugno will start the car, but amongst the other drivers you've got Paul van Splinteren switching away from Vita 4-1 for this event, the American Bryce Miller and Nicolas Lacreme, the Belgian. So again, within the Pro-Am Cup, that's going to be competitive. Paul van Splinteren, the Dutch Porsche dealer, and Richard Westbrook's Haribo Porsche, run by Olaf Mantai's team, lining up on the third row of the grid. There's Paolo Roberti starting in the car that he shares with Gianluca Roder and Raffaele Gianmaria. They were the winners at Monza in this very fuel-efficient Porsche, and run by the Italian Autolando Sport team. I think that's again going to be at the sharp end of the results come this time tomorrow. So 24 hours of Spa about to get underway. We are into the last 10 minutes of the race, and looking down across a busy paddock towards Eau Rouge, there is number 24 Peter Cox to start, with Mark Hayek and Jos Menton as the third driver of that car. Jos Menton, who was the winner of the 24 hours back in 2009, and Peter and Mark had a win in British GT here a year ago, so we know that the car is competitive around here. And Peter Cox, who himself has been a former winner way back in 1995. In fact, Peter Cox was the winner of the Spa 24 hours. He is looking to try and make it another win this year. Mark Hayek is the AM against the pros in that car, but he's a very quick amateur racer. That is the pole position car for Mark VDS Racing. The BMW Z4 has just looked so quick this weekend. It was on the right tyres at the right time on a drying circuit right at the end of qualifying, and with Bas Leinders and Mark Henrici as the other two drivers, you've got a very good mix there in that car within the Pro Cup. So engines now starting to be fired up. Of course, they've got the parade lap, then the pace car will peel off. Working its way down towards the pit path. Drivers trying to get some warmth into the tyres. And another highlight of this category of racing is not just the size of the entry, but the different shapes and sizes and sounds as well. The recognisable noise of different cars, which includes the Corvette, which is good to have in the Blancpain Endurance Series. Delahaye Racing Fred Bouvier driven Corvette. There is the GT4 spec BMW of Wolfgang Haug, which I think has had a drama on its outlap. That car has fallen to the back of the grid effectively now, and Wolfgang Haug, who's been racing here for many years, looks like he's had a drama so early on, even before the race has started. You're riding on board 59, the McLaren Andrew Coccotti at the wheel. Remember, within the first 3 laps it's got to make this 5-minute stop-go penalty. It's going to cost it probably 3 laps, and I suppose Andrew in a sense would rather it were wet, because then that 5 minutes won't be quite as much track time, but in the dry it is going to be a big handicap. They're going to have to work very hard to then drag that car back into contention. But Andrew, Oliver Turvey and Alvaro Perret, all of them good single-seater drivers in their time, now taking the GT route, certainly are going to be formidable. And the McLarens, as you can see them there filing through, all running in the traditional McLaren orange. On board then number 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel. Accelerates, slows, trying to get the warmth into the tyres and into the brakes, which will then permeate through into the tyres. Huge grid stretching right the way back all around Blancpain as the cars come through the bus stop, but the race is about to get underway. Another car that's starting in the pit lane, we're led to believe, is number 92, which is the Jean-Michel Martin Ford Mustang, and possibly there's another car, it might be one of the Hexis Aston Martins that's stuck in the pit lane as well. So the cars now making their way up over the Formula 1 start line. That'll be the finish line tomorrow afternoon, but they've got to get around La Source first of all, and then down towards the ceremonial start line, if you like. But the safety car has slowed right down now, trying to scoop everybody up, because you can see there are still an awful lot of cars to catch up with the Crocodile here. So they've had the very rapid start. Now they need to bunch up, but also this has to be timed to perfection so that the race gets underway on the dot at 4 o'clock. The safety car almost being overtaken, in fact, by Maxime Martin and Mark Goossens, who are rather keen to get on with it. It's almost like a 3-2 grid at the moment, but I think now the safety car is going to assert itself. So it has to crawl around La Source, otherwise we'll be starting a bit early. So we're almost in business then for the Blancpain Endurance Series third round. Points, remember, to be scored at the end of 6 hours, 12 hours and after 24. And the cars then now turning their way out of the hairpin at La Source. The pace car as it is, the safety car will dive into the pit lane, and then we should be in business, ready to go racing. Thankfully dry conditions, and as the cars now make their way downhill, the pace car will peel out of the way. And we are about to go racing as the lights go to green, and away they go. Maxime Martin tries to make the best start, but coming up for the second row of the grid there. A very bold effort by Peter Cox, who almost got squeezed onto the grass then. The car's turning their way uphill for the first time, and it's going to be Mark Goossens then in the Porsche who leads the way. Everybody else safely through so far. Maxime Martin in danger of going backwards here now, because Peter Cox comes up alongside him in the Lamborghini as they head up towards Le Con for the first time. And just look at this tremendous grid. 57 cars took the start, 3 are about to join in from the pit lane, and it's Mark Goossens who leads, with everybody trying to be second, diving up to Le Con for the first time. Lots of drivers over the course of the weekend will say, well, you just got to survive the first few laps. If you can get around the first 10 laps without any dramas at all, then you're okay, because there is so much traffic, so much can happen on this first part of the race. And riding on board then in number 59 with Andrew Cocotti, trying to get himself as high up the order as he can, knowing that he's got to make this 5-minute stop-go penalty. Fighting at the moment with the Mercedes, which looks like the David Jones driven car, the Pressy Spark car run by Team Pyro, and he's going to get through on the inside as Peter Cox takes the race lead, dropping down towards Pouin. So number 24, Peter Cox, goes through, gets himself ahead of Mark Goossens. Maxime Martin runs in third place at the moment, and then Paolo Roberti is fourth. The car's accelerating towards us for the first time, and in fact, I'm telling you a lie, Peter Cox has not backed the lead, has he? He's managed to work his way up into second spot, but the field, as they go through Piff-Paff for the first time, now starting to find that a quick starting Mark Goossens is getting away from everybody else. They're lower down the order at 1, 2, 3 is the Pro-Am Porsche that Armand Fromel starts. And Richard Westbrook, meantime, as ever, totally committed to the task here as he comes out of the Paul Frere corner up towards Blancpain for the first time. Grabs a gear. And Richard Westbrook, whose shoulders carry much of the responsibility for a good result for this car, sees ahead of him. The car's taking to the grass, dodging their way around traffic, and it almost looks like Maxime Martin's BMW is dropping down the order. So, up towards the end of the lap, Goossens it is who leads the way. Second is Cox, in third is Paolo Roberti. They wriggle their way out of the bus stop for the first time, heading up towards the line. Going with them also, looking pretty competitive in fourth place, Ludovic Sunier. That's the trick Porsche that was confusing me a moment ago. Sunier's had a good first lap here as they come across the line in fifth place. There, Maxime Martin. Richard Westbrook is in sixth spot as they come across the timing line, but Richard himself taking with him number 33 Timo Scheider now. Timo going as far as Audi is concerned, the best of their hopes at the moment. But up front, Mark Goossens it is then who leads the way, drops downhill for the second time through a Rouge. Now what can Peter Cox do about it? Peter, having put himself up into second place, chasing on behind. 1.8 seconds back at the end of the opening lap. That gap at this point matter little, except for the fact you can see how hard the pro drivers that run in the Pro-Am Cup have got to go to give the car a decent chance of a result. And this is Timo Scheider out to put a place on Maxime Martin, goes up the inside. That should work for him, and it does on the inside line. So Timo Scheider gains a place here in the Audi R8 LMS, goes through. Next target for him is going to be Richard Westbrook. And there at 99, Mark Basseng also looking competitive at the moment in the other teams' cars. You've got the two squads, and this is the Team Phoenix Brigade. Running a little bit wide though there, with Ludovic Sunier, now Richard Westbrook coming back at him. There are a few people quicker in Porsches these days than Richard, double Porsche Super Cup champion. So if that car is going to fly, it will be when he is behind the wheel. 888 coming towards us with the familiar motif of Haribo Sweets adorning the car. Now what about those pit lane starters? Andrea Bertolini was up into 56th place at the end of the opening lap. Fred Makovici was another pit lane starter. He got himself to 57th, so they are worth keeping an eye to as well. It's going to be a long slog to get themselves up through the field. Now how long also before Andrew Cocotti serves this 5-minute stop-go penalty, because that car is going to have to do it in the first 3 laps of the race. Race leaders then working their way through lap number 2, and with 33, which is Timo Scheider. And there already, I'm afraid, in the pit lane is 26. Now that was the Corvette started by Fred Bouvi, and straight away it's in its garage and with a problem. The cars turning their way then out of the bus stop for the second time, up over the line. Mark Goossens leading the way, but now Peter Cox lapping quicker, and you can see the way the gap is coming down then between the top two. Paolo Roberti running in third place in the Porsche, then it's Ludovic Sunier, then Richard Westwood, then Timo Scheider. And also now Matt Griffin in 7th place, the Irish driver, the young Irishman, Matt Griffin, former single-seater auction, looking very, very competitive at the moment. 26 then straight away into its garage. Does not bode well, does it, this, for the Delahaye Racing team. Fred Bouvi then with the Corvette, the man behind the wheel, but straight away they've got problems. Damien Cohen's, Jean-Luc Blanchimont, Christian Kelders, an experienced combination of drivers, but it's in its garage after just one lap. Good Porsche fight developing though here as the leaders come up towards us. Goossens leading Cox, but side by side for third, and the change I think there, because Ludovic Sunier gets himself ahead of Paolo Roberti, and then it's Westbrook. And what about Matt Griffin round the outside of Timo Scheider? Great effort that by Matt Griffin going through Les Cornes. Can he hang on to the place? Yes, he can. The Ferrari 458 going great guns here. We're on board with Timo Scheider. Drops down towards Bruxelles through the tight right-hander. A bit of correction needed up onto the curb, and then down to the so-called Speaker's Corner, the left-hander that takes you downhill towards Pouin. This leading gaggle of cars still running pretty closely together. Behind Timo Scheider at the moment is Maxime Martin, who's fallen away from his pole position. Then you've got Marc Basseng, and the top 10 being rounded out by Marcel Fassler. And then behind Fassler you've got Mike Parisi in the leading Mercedes. Great charismatic car, the Mercedes SLS AMG, and that is there at the back of that leading train as they work their way through the pit path then. There's 92, which was another car that started from the pit lane, and it's got behind the wheel for his opening stint Jean-Michel Martin, Maxime's father. He's working his way through traffic there, about to put another place on the BMW M3, number 100 of Wolfgang Haug. Wolfgang, somebody who you can trace back many, many years. 1991 he first had a run here, although Jean-Michel Martin has just overtaken him. He was winning this event back in 1979 with his brother Philippe. And the BMW was about to lose out looking GT4, because at the inside now comes Eduardo Piscopo. This is for the class lead, and he tries to go through, but he can't quite do it. Eduardo Piscopo sharing with the two Mansell brothers and the man who funds the team, Gianni Dudici, and there off the road has gone Mark Goossens, the race leader, at the bus stop, and he's heading into the pit lane. And there's been contact by the look of it, because there's another Porsche in trouble, and as it comes across the line, is that Ludovic Sunier? I think it is. So in other words, we've had contact between the two Pro Speed Porsches, and you can see the damage on the side of 74. One runs in the Pro Cup, one in Pro Am, but they've made contact by the look of it as they're about to complete its 5-minute stop go is the McLaren. So Andrew Coccotti, having now lost effectively 3 laps as predicted, is set to rejoin. David Jones in the meantime in the Pressy Spark Mercedes going great guns, looking to try to gain some ground out of this as Coccotti sets off now then down the pit lane. But as far as Ludovic Sunier is concerned, he's going to try and limp this car round to the pit lane. The tyre smoke getting worse and worse as bodywork fouls against the tyre. Mark Goossens has come into the pit lane. Let's get a replay of this. Up the inside comes Sunier, so he tries to pick off Peter Cox, which he does, but he can't slow the car down. Rides the curb and wallop straight across his teammate Rudy Penders, who runs the Pro Speed team. I think he's going to be pretty irate with Ludovic Sunier for that, because he came from a long, long way back and he got through, but there was just no way he was going to get the car slowed down for the corner. Tried to turn out of it by going across the curb, but that just acted as a ramp, and he bounces into Mark Goossens, who straight away realises that he's got a problem, and potentially steering or tracking or suspension or all three damage. He heads to the pit lane, and that contact is already under investigation from the race director, and not surprising. So not, I'm afraid, good news for Pro Speed. 2 competitive cars straight away with dramas, and we get news that it was a brake problem for number 26, which has brought Fred Bouvi straight into the pit lane. Now there, working his way up the order, is the number 2 Ferrari, Andrea Bertolini at the wheel, and another car that's in grief is the Ferrari 430 that has had a spin, and that, I fear, is Michel Petit at the wheel of it. At Speaker's Corner, he gets it back onto the road, spin turn back into the race, but that's going to drop a long, long way down as a consequence of that. And a replay will suggest exactly what happened. So rides onto the curb, which is still probably going to be a little bit wet from the overnight rain. Thankfully everybody managed to miss him, and the car spins out of harm's way. No damage done, but he's going to be able to get back into the race. So we have the cars then turning their way out of the bus stop, over the timing line, and as they do so, with the shenanigans at the bus stop chicane a couple of laps back, we've now got Paolo Roberti in the lead of the race, with Peter Cox second, and now Richard Westbrook up into third. Running in fourth place, Matt Griffin getting stronger and stronger all the time. In fifth place, Timo Scheider, and there now with the punctured tyre, Ludovic Sunier. So he's going to have some explaining to do at the end of this, isn't he? He's really compromised not only that car's hopes, but also those of Mark Goosen as well. He's way down the order now because he's having to limp the car a complete lap all the way back to the pit lane, and I'm afraid to say that things are not looking great here. The McLaren team have got problems with that stop-go penalty. Well, Pro Speed, having had cars first and briefly second, have now got one heading for the pits, one in the pits already, and so early in the race, big problems for that team. Meantime, there's Richard Westbrook then to put himself up past Peter Cox for second place now, goes straight on at Lecombe, tries to thread his way through those curbings, put in to try and prevent people straight lining that chicane, but he's lost another place to Matt Griffin in the process. Matt and the Ferrari 458 goes through, and now Richard tries to fight back. Look on the inside, he's going to be delayed slightly out of all of this, and now Timo Scheider looking like more of a threat as well. Great battle building up here. Race leaders in the meantime work their way down towards Toulon. Andrea Bertolini up into 37th place after his pit lane start. Fred Makovic, in fact, ahead of him. He's in 35th place now. So much shuffling even amongst those cars that had to start themselves from the pit road. But up front, it is Paolo Roberti leading the way. Now, is he going to be able to build much of an advantage out of all of this as the race wears on? He's done 4 laps, and the advantage that he has was over a second at the start of this lap. Westbrook through, there's Timo Scheider behind him, and then 98, which is the Mark Vasseng, the Marcel Fassler, I should say, driven Audi, next in line, looking to try to gain ground if possible, but with so much shuffling earlier on in the race and the incident at the bus stop, only now perhaps we're getting drivers starting, dare one say, to settle down. There's still quite a few in a hurry to try and gain places if they can, Fassler being amongst them. And still going well behind him for Graf Racing, 55, Mike Parisi at the wheel of that car. Mike Parisi running a little bit wide as Matt Griffin there turns his way to the bus stop. Came via Formula Renault into GT racing in the UK back in 2003, won the GT Cup Championship. And yellow flags wave as the safety car is being deployed. We've not seen for why it is needed. There's an off somewhere, one assumes, but the safety car very early in the race is on track then. So what does that give us? 5 laps completed. And as we start lap 6, the safety car is out on circuit, and it's the McLaren, look, 59, and that's Andrew Kirkcody's car that looks like it's crashed in the pit lane, and that therefore will block the pit lane. You link the 2 pit lanes together for this, with the F1 and the endurance pits together, and Andrew, for whatever reason, has had some sort of problem in the pit lane. It doesn't look like he's got it wrong out of La Source and come across the circuit. It looks, dare one say, like it's in the pit lane itself, but there's a lot of damage done to that car. So very curious as to what's happened, and because the pit lane is blocked, so the safety car needed to bunch everybody up, slow the pace down, get that car out of harm's way. But it's, looking at that shot we've just had, seeming to be on the inside of the cones that mark out the pit lane link, and therefore suggesting that it was in the pits itself that something has gone wrong. But it looked like a wheel had been ripped off the car on the front corner. So the safety car deployed for car number 59. Big dramas then for Andrew Kirkcody, and that effectively is going to be the first retirement of the race, I would fear. Alvaro Parente and Oliver Turvey out of the race. The McLaren made its race debut, in fact, here in British GT a month, well, not even a month ago, a few weeks ago, in fact, early July, and won one of the 2 races, but quite clearly it's been a very big impact, that. So intrigued to know how it's all come about. Andrew doesn't often make mistakes, so very strange to see a car in that state at that part of the circuit, looking as though it's been in the pit lane. It may not have happened in the pit lane, it may have come across it. Yellow flags busily waved by the marshals, and when we get a glimpse in a moment, I would think, of the cars going through La Source, we'll have an idea of how much longer this recovery operation is going to take. But very curious incident this for Andrew Kirkcody. No doubt the story will unfold in due course. There, Paolo Roberti then for Autolando Sport leading the way. But it's the amount of damage that's been done to that car which is the biggest surprise. Makes you wonder whether there was another car involved or did something break to cause all of that. But a rather shaken Andrew, I suspect, just being assisted out of the car, and then the car can be retrieved. So the marshal's there telling everybody to go the long way around the outside of the circuit vehicles. And the Paolo Roberti Porsche then, which had built up a lead, of course, that's now completely negated. Everybody closes up under the safety car, and the field threading its way through Eau Rouge. Now, so Paolo Roberti it is who leads currently, for what that lead is worth. It's barely a length now. Former Formula 3 racer, had a spell driving for privateer Alfa Romeo teams in the European Touring Car Championship. He has been busy in GT racing for many, many years now. We've seen him in the FIA GT Championship dating back to Graham Nash Motorsport and Salines, but he's also had a couple of second places in the GT2 class at Le Mans in previous seasons. So an experienced driver, Paolo Roberti, and with Raffaele Giammaria, who is another very quick young Italian, and the experienced Gianluca Roda in that car, it's still got a very good chance of taking victory in the Spa 24 Hours. Number 9 Porsche runs in the Pro Cup. Gianluca Roda, perhaps it's fair to say he's not as quick as his other two co-drivers, but he's quick enough and he's experienced and successful enough. So the man who races not only in this but also in the GT Open Series will be competitive against his co-drivers, that's for certain. Let's have a look at the start of the race once again, because that was when Marc Goossens was able to be very brave heading down the hill towards Eau Rouge, getting himself just ahead of the opposition, and Maxime Martin falling back behind the field as the cars turned their way uphill for the first time. Peter Cox made that very bold start, got himself up into third place, and Ludovic Sunier, man in a hurry as well, trying to get the Porsche into contention. This is how Richard Westbrook saw the start. Very crowded road ahead of him. Find a gap, stick for it, but eventually he lost out. Sunier round the outside, Sunier taken to the curb, but Richard got him back. The Team Manthey Porsche accelerating level as the cars climbed up towards Blancpain for the first time. Timo Scheider's view of the start, a row back in the Audi. Sunier's dive up the inside, very impressive indeed, because he started a couple of rows further back, but he came charging through, curb and extra runoff area and all, and worked his way through into contention. Richard Westbrook getting him back on the run up the straight. Timo Scheider going with him. By the end of the lap, Marc Goossens had built up a good lead. Peter Cox in second place and tried to fend off the challenge. And Paolo Roberti, Ludovic Sunier closing up onto the tail of them. Maxime Martin ran fifth in the BMW, Richard Westbrook, then Timo Scheider, then Matt Griffin. But it was the bus stop, of course, that was the undoing of the Pro Speed team. A lap later, Sunier made this rather ambitious effort to get past the Lamborghini, misjudged his speed completely, bounced over the curb, off the side of Goossens' car. Sunier continued with a puncture, but Marc Goossens straight away knew he was in strife and headed for the pit lane. The replay from another angle, Ludovic Sunier lunges up the inside, but just far too fast into the corner. And poor old Marc Goossens ends up being used as a brake, bounced out of the way, threads his way back onto the circuit, heads for the pit lane, and we're under the safety car still here at Spa. The reason being that we've had this accident for Andrew Cocody coming either out of La Source or out of the pit lane, parallel to the exit of the La Source corner, and with lots of damage to the car. Andrew being attended to. The safety car continues, and the field all bunched up behind. Mercedes there going through the Jones Twins Mike Jordan car. In the Pro Cup at the moment, as the overall leader, number 9 Paolo Roberti is ahead of 33 Timo Scheider, 5th overall, and then 98, which is Marcel Fasser at the wheel. That car currently running in 6th spot, ahead of the Maxime Martin BMW Z4. But another lap under the safety car is going to be needed, and you can see now the weaving is getting ever more extreme as the drivers try to maintain the warmth in the rubber here. So the cars come out of La Source, head downhill, and just quickly to keep track on where those significant pit lane starters have got themselves to, because we had Fred Macavici 35th, Andrea Bertolini 37th, and they weren't able to make any more progress before the safety car, so they have remained in those positions for the moment. And the field now turning their way uphill, so the lights of course still flash on top of the safety car. there is what is left of a McLaren. Andrew Kirkcaldy out of the car, but huge amount of damage having been done to that. It makes you wonder whether any other car was involved or whether that was purely on its own. But what put it there is the fascinating part. As I say, it was in the pit lane. Andrew doesn't make mistakes. It's tempting to say something broke on the car, but very, very strange that. Maybe the story will unfold, but substantial front-end damage, that's for sure. And the marshals working as quickly as they can to get that car now out of the way. So it's Autolando Sport leading at the moment. The Blancpain Reiter Engineering Lamborghini in second place. Peter Cox at the wheel. Peter sharing the car, of course, with the chairman and CEO of Blancpain, Mark Hayek, himself these days a very rapid racer. And Mark came from the Blancpain sponsored Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but he's now a very, very fast racer in his own right in this level of GT racing. That car runs in the Pro-Am Cup, one of the Michelin shod cars. But tyres also something of a factor. The saga about Michelin started a few weeks ago when it announced that it wasn't really going to be able to supply as many teams as wanted its tyres. So a few had to make last-minute plans to go a different route, like onto Avons, for example, which you'll find the Ecuria cars Aston Martin has done, to take one as an example. Other entries had to be withdrawn because they just couldn't get an alternative tyre supplier. But you've got not just Michelin, but Dunlop, Avon, one on Pirelli, one on Yokohama as well in the entry, and they're going to have to start thinking about wets shortly, because you can see the spots of rain on the camera lens, and the fickle Spa weather is becoming even more fickle, and it's getting damp at certain parts of the track. Now, the accident for number 59 is under investigation. More news as soon as we have it, both in terms of Andrew Kirkcaldy's state and in terms of exactly what all caused it. But there you can see the medical vehicle, which will take Andrew to the medical centre, which is common practice these days after any sort of incident, large or small, just to make sure a driver is okay. And it won't be long, I think, before we get the race back underway. There's one of the Mark VDS Ford Mustangs turning through. Porsches are plenty behind. It's good to have the Dodge Vipers in this year's 24 Hours. You caught a glimpse of one of the two Vipers a moment ago. Jean-Marc Merlin starting in 82, and the other car being started by Thierry Delattre du Bosco. Now there is the McLaren. There's rear damage, there's lots of front damaged, and a big, big impact. But what's caused it? Await news, but that very disappointing for the MP412C GT3, an early retirement, lots of damage. So the flatbed is there, the car will be taken away, but that car going no further. Well, the safety car just coming across the start and finish line here at Spa, and the drivers getting the message on the timing screen relayed to them by their team managers that cars behind the safety car must group up. There are gaps opening up, and therefore there's quite a lot of traffic straggling at the moment, so they all need to bunch up, and the rain is starting to get a little bit heavier. Now, the real problem for the teams here is that they're on cold tyres, so what they need is to try and get some warmth into the rubber, because the slower you go, the less temperature you lose out of the tyres, and you can just about carry on a damp road on slicks if you've got the warmth in them, but if the warmth goes, you're in trouble. Now, news that we've been able to elicit is that Andrew Kirkcaldy is fine. That's the best news of all. But to be fair to Andrew, it wasn't anything in the pit lane. It seems there was contact with another car that's fired him across the wall. They don't know, the team doesn't know which car it was that made contact, but the race director is investigating all of this. So you can see the rear damage done, the rear wing has been ripped off, there's damage to the back, lots of damage to the front. But from the reports we're getting, it was an assist there for Andrew, which sort of makes sense, doesn't it? As I say, Andrew doesn't often make mistakes, so the contact to have been the cause of that, then the story starts to piece together. But Andrew is fine, that's the good news. He'll go to the med centre for a checkup, and maybe over the next 24 hours we can encourage him up here to come and tell his side of the story. But great disappointment that one of the quickest cars out there lost so early on in the race. So Porsche leads Lamborghini, leads Ferrari in the 24 Hours of Spa, and plenty of other competitive brands are to be found a little bit further back, like Audi, like Mercedes, like Aston Martin. As one of the Audis, United Autosport's running 3 cars this year, the team of Zach Brown and Richard Dean, including Johnny Herbert and Eddie Cheever and Stephanie Hansen as the ex-Formula 1 drivers. Mark Blundell also, Arie Luyendyk, part of the team this year, who has never raced here, astonishingly, in his long and illustrious career. Never been here until the test a month ago. But Ari Leyendijk learning about Spa as he goes along. Number 3, the Hexis Aston Martin, 20th. You just saw the car go through. Jan Clary at the wheel. And they're back out after its pit stop with its brake problem. Is the Fred Bouvy driven Corvette. The team managers of a number of cars all being summoned to the race director, one of which is car 60, which is the Phil Quaife driven McLaren. 008 Thomas Enger starting the Aston Martin run by GPR AMR, and also 58 which is the Rob Bell McLaren having to go to the race director. And also, for a separate offence I fear, the team manager of Jean-Pierre Van der Vaar's car, the Aston Martin that runs in the Gentleman Trophy, the former motorbike racer Jean-Pierre Van der Vaar. He also, the race director, wants to see the team manager. So whether this is for the cars lagging back and not staying in one long line, that's the most likely suggestion, seeing that they've just been warned about that, and any offenders will get hauled up in front of the beak, I fear. So the crowd having to contend themselves for the moment with drooling over cars. They can't see much racing under the safety car like this, but as soon as that McLaren is out of harm's way, then we should be in business pretty soon. Different classes, of course, have their own interesting fights going on, but for the moment you've got the Auto Lando Sport Porsche leading the Pro Cup, Pro-Am being led by Peter Cox in the Lamborghini, and the Gentleman Trophy, Jean-Pierre Van der Vaar going pretty well actually in that car at the moment, in 39th place overall. And the field turning its way once more over the timing line. Now, are we any closer to the lights on the safety car going out? It will probably take one more run through La Source, and the officials in the safety car can radio back to Eduardo Freitas, the race director, to Roland Brunserada, the clerk of the course, and they will also, of course, have closed-circuit television pictures here so they can see how that recovery operation is going. Still, the McLaren, with its very damaged state, is taking quite a long time to recover. Field works its way towards us. Lots of cameras click as the McLaren, what's left of it, is taken away. So after much optimism, it's been a very, very bleak day. The mechanics having worked all through the night to put a new engine in that car, then to discover that there's a stop-go penalty, and then to have that huge accident, and for the car to be a retirement so early is big, big disappointment. They've still got 2 more cars, McLaren, one of which, the Rob Bell, Chris Goodwin, Tim Mullen car, is on Avons, partly because of the shortage of Michelins causing a switch, and also so they can do some development, because they are here to try and make these cars customer ready for next year when they go on sale. And if they can make them work on Avons as well as on other tyres, then so much the better, because as an example, British GT runs on Avon tyres. Well, there's the field heading downhill. Track is now clear, and this, I would imagine, is going to be the last safety car lap, because now you're starting to see the pace quickened, and so the field this time around, all being well, should be released. Cars 78 and those behind it must catch up with the safety car, says the race director. So now you start to see why the team manager of 78 is being summoned to the race director, so he gets the message across to his driver: hurry up, bring everybody with you. Then there's one long line of cars, just one safety car here, rather than say 2 as you find at Le Mans, for example. It's just the one safety car that is deployed, and the field should be able to go racing pretty soon, with Paolo Roberti leading the way. So when the lights go out on top of the safety car, that's the indication that it will peel off at the end of that lap, and we should be able to go racing once more. So with the field having lost some warmth out of those tyres, they're going to have to be a bit careful on the restart lap, but the pro drivers will know how to get around that problem. Matt Griffin then goes through, 3rd spot in the Ferrari. Well, Oliver Turvey, one of those McLaren drivers who's not going to get a run, sadly. Let's catch up with him in the pit lane, find out more about what caused the incident, maybe, because Oliver is with Haley.
Oliver, that was really disappointing to see. Is Andrew okay?
Yeah, I think he was a little bit sore after the accident, but, so he's gone to the medical centre for some checks, but you know, hopefully he'll be okay. That's obviously the main priority now at the moment.
And an update on the car, what actually caused it to crash into the wall?
I don't know. I didn't see the accident actually on TV. I haven't seen it yet. So obviously the car's quite a lot of damage. So it's a bit very unfortunate at the start of the race. But yeah, we'll see when the car comes back to the garage.
Thank you.
So still investigation needed really as far as the team is concerned. There's the Red Bull Corvette, looks great, but has lost effectively 5 laps early on with that early pit stop because of the brake issue that it had. So the cars continue behind the safety car, and after an intriguing first few laps, now we've got the calm before the storm, haven't we? But hopefully we should be back in business pretty soon as the field threads its way through the bus stop. With Paolo Roberti leading the way then for the Orlando Sport Porsche team. 78, Jean-Pierre Van der Vaart, is the man that's causing a real headache here. He is not catching up with everybody else, and that's why the team manager is being summoned to the race director, because there's almost half a lap now and he's compromising everybody else that is behind him. So he's, I'm afraid, not being very helpful at all here, the Belgian driver in the Aston Martin. So as the field continues, you're riding on board number 98, which is Marcel Fasser at the wheel. But yes, Van der Vaart getting more and more warnings that he must increase his speed to 150 kilometres an hour. Yes, you have to abide by the safety car regulations. Now there's the Ecurie Cos Aston Martin in the pit lane early on. Ollie Bryant was the start driver in that car, and liquid being added. Maybe it's been overheating behind the safety car. This is the car that Ollie shares with Alistair McCaig, with Andrew Smith and with Joe Twyman, and they've all 4 of them gone out and found the money to do this project, to bring Ecurie Cos back into international racing. They've worked incredibly hard. Even on Thursday afternoon, Joe was still doing deals in the paddock with people to try and get a bit more money in. He even did a deal with the Haribo Porsche team to get free sweets for the mechanics for the weekend to try and offset some of the costs. Andrew Ciccotti, I'm told, contact whilst passing another car and hit the wall both left and right at the exit of La Source. He had enough temperature in the tyres, so it wasn't that, but there was certainly contact with another car. As you've just heard Oliver Turvey saying, he's a little bit sore and headed to the medical centre. So that's the latest we have on that situation. As in the meantime, we've got 1 or 2 teams electing to pit under the safety car, because you can lose less time relative to when it's under a proper green flag situation. But just to make the point again that you've almost now got these 2 groups because of Jean-Pierre Van der Vaart going very slowly and not really being awfully helpful about this. There, back into the race goes 124 Porsche. And that's the car that's got Martin Rich, the British driver, the man from Manchester, former Caterham racer, at the wheel. And the other Porsche you saw pitting a moment ago, 57 there, is also about to rejoin Richard Feller at the wheel. But he's got to wait until the crocodile of cars has gone past here. Richard Westbrook also coming in. Remember, you can't do more than 65 minutes on a tank of fuel, so if you can come in now, splash a bit in, it's to the good. Richard Westbrook stops, and what are the team going to do? Richard stays in the car, and he will, I would imagine, do the lion's share, although the bronze graded drivers have to do this minimum stint behind the wheel of 6 hours each. Blast away, bit of fuel added, stays of course on that set of tyres. If you can keep going for as long as you can, double stint a set of tyres, then it's all to the good, because that means that you've got less time spent in the pit lane. And Richard Westbrook then now making his way back out onto the circuit. So Richard Westbrook goes back out, and 124 Martin Rich straight away is under investigation for exiting the pit lane under a red light. So he's only just rejoined the race, but straight away a finger is wagged in his general direction, and so he is under investigation. Fred Bouvy has also had a pit stop in the Corvette, so that car trying to get itself back into contention after its earlier delays. Yellow flags wave as the safety car remains out on track. So the pace quickening now to try and let the drivers get some warmth back into the rubber. And you're on board then now in number 24. This being Peter Cox in the Lamborghini. The Dutch driver, a former winner of the Spa 24 Hours, vastly experienced single-seater racer, touring car racer, GT racer. There back into the race goes the Oliver Bryant-driven Ecurie Cos Aston Martin. talked about Alistair McKay as one of the 4 drivers. It's his dad Hugh who these days operates Securiacos, and it's great to have the famous team back in international racing. And in an ideal world, it'll be a full season in a national GT championship next year, fingers crossed. The car being run by Barwell Motorsport, the Mark Lemmer run team, and all 4 of the drivers, all good mates. They've all raced against and with each other in historic events, of which they've all had great success. But of the 4 of them, it's probably Ollie who's got the most modern GT experience, but the rest are no slouches, that's for sure. So as the field turns its way then now towards Blancpain, waiting to see whether or not we can get the green flags shown this time around and get the race back underway. There rejoining is 103, which is Peter van Oudenhoven with the Aston Martin GT4 that he shares with Sven van Leeuwen, René Marin and Christophe Bijori. And Peter van Oudenhoven from the back of the grid makes his way down the pit lane, wipers on. The rain that we know is in the air has not really amounted to anything. It's just teasing the teams a little bit at the moment. So it's been a long safety car period, this, and I think now what's concerning the race director is the necessity to get everybody bunched up into one long line. Otherwise you're going to have these cars being compromised even more. If they're still miles behind and going at a slow pace when the race restarts, they're going to be in real problems. So we've got then the cars with increasing numbers of them now making their way into the pit lane, and so the pit lane starting to get very, very busy indeed. And for the teams, the frustration of course is that they just can't yet go racing. Well, one driver who will go racing in due course, and it's great to have him in the Spa 24 Hours, is Johnny Herbert, who's decided to come and have a look at what's going on from a different vantage point. It's not much fun under a safety car, this, Johnny, is it?
Not particularly, no, and it's sort of drizzling as well outside, so it's typical Spa weather that's out there. It's not raining, but it's just drizzling, so it's just typical, and it's just his pace car. Obviously, it's just taking a bit of time. We see a lot of pit stops going on now, obviously. So yeah, early days.
Glad to be in the race, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was my first Spa 24-hour, so first time really in a GTR8, which is nice. So from at the end of the day, it's going to be a nice experience. I'm very lucky with the crew I've got with Richard Dean and Zach Brown, and probably unfortunately Stefan Johansson. But it's nice. It's a very nice atmosphere here.
We worked out, of course, all young whippersnappers in that car. The combined age of all 4 of you, 185. Shall I not mention that again?
Well, I haven't totaled it up, strangely enough. So, but thanks for that. Yes.
Now, how's the practice and qualifying gone? Because in many ways, I suppose the answer is frustrating. You've had so little dry running, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've all only had a couple of laps. I think Stefan has probably had the most, actually, because he was on circuit in the latter part of that qualifying when the track was drying out. But at the end of the day, it's something that didn't quite go to plan. We didn't quite have the tyres on at the right time, so we never really got the best out of the car. But 30th position was a bit disappointing, but at the end of the day, it's 24 hours is a long way. We know the car's not bad. We know it's pretty okay in the dry conditions, so hopefully we understand that it's going to stay dry for the rest of it, we believe.
Now, the Audi, of course, is one of those cars that is very, very competitive, and there's a great backup here from Audi as well. So with good driver combination, with good reliability, what's the main aim? I mean, you're looking at a podium, top 10, top 6. What's the main aim for this weekend?
Well, I think the way the car is, like you said, it is competitive here. They obviously had a very good run last year, the United Autosports team, finishing on the podium. So at the end of the day, there's no reason why we can't, even from the position we're in, to get into the top 6. And then obviously it's down to all of us doing a really, really good job to enable us to maybe go a little bit further. So we have got a chance. As we said before, the race is very, very long. There are so many things like this safety car we're under at the moment. There may be some other situations like that later on during the night. We know a lot of the GT4 cars, they've got less experience, so obviously mistakes can happen, which I think is one of our cars leaving the pits.
Makes sense, I suppose, while you've got this chance to bring at least 1 or 2 in on different laps, stagger them, then you've not got them all stacked up. Safety car's going to be in at the end of this lap. Now, I don't know how much you'd seen of the incident that brought the safety car out, but there seems to be a huge amount of damage to Andrew's McLaren.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was as if the front corner was actually off, wasn't it? I haven't actually seen how I don't know if he spun on his own.
It was contact with another car, we're told, but we've not seen which one.
Oh, yeah, I missed it. I was fixing our TV at the time, and I lost everything on the screen. So, but it's back up and running, I can proudly say.
It's not like Andrew to make mistakes. Well, we're about to go racing, so stay with us, Johnny, because this is going to be quite a battle now. You've got Porsche versus Lamborghini versus Ferrari as the cars work their way out of the bus stop then, heading up towards the line. Paolo Roberti ahead of Peter Cox, ahead of Matt Griffin. We go racing once again down towards La Source. Now, of course, under that safety car, any warmth from the tyres will have disappeared.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And as I said, the drizzle is still coming down, I think, as we look out the commentary box. So obviously, yeah, it's a bit harder because obviously the circuit is a little bit cooler, but it won't take so long to get a bit of temperature in the tyres. And this is what this race is racing here in Spa is interesting because of these weather conditions we always have here. But of course, then it's down to driving it sensibly, not making too many errors, especially this early in the race, and they're just getting into a really nice rhythm, and then actually then the race really starts. It's going to start really when we start catching up the GT4 on the slower cars.
Well, I was going to say traffic becomes a big problem, doesn't it? And in a sense it's double-edged because it's as much a problem for you guys lapping as those being lapped. They've still got to make sure they know how to get out of the way and where to get out of the way, not get in the way, not compromise their own race.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see some of these lights on these cars are really, really bright, so they actually the GT4 actually find it quite difficult because the lights are on them all the time, but they're these new type of LED lights that are really bright, and it's very hard to actually judge how close the cars are coming up against you. So it's quite hard for those guys to really see where we are. But at the end of the day, they stick to their line, and normally it's not a big issue.
They've got this great traffic jam here for 13th place, headed by David Jones in the Mercedes, and you're riding now on board number 98, which is Marcel Fassler's Audi. The car now in 5th place, and of course they've all bunched up ahead of him under the safety car like this, so Fassler going very well.
Yeah, well, again, it's going to be this, these cars are probably, some of them anyway, on slightly different tyres, and some different tyres actually warm up quicker than others, so there's going to be some who are going to struggle a little bit at the beginning. We saw a little shot earlier on where they were still warming up their tyres down the main straight, so it's just really going to be down to being very, very careful. They're so close at the moment, but at the end of the day, it's not taking too many risks, which is good. Which I see their number 11, one of our other cars, is doing okay at the moment. So it's just really now. That was a bit
bold, wasn't it?
A little bit bold, yes, exactly. And it's just silly things like that that can sort of make such a a devastating effect on the race. And it's this early. We've got 23 hours to go.
That's right. That was Xavier Marson trying to be a hero, and he just about managed to hang on to it, but he's compromised his own run. He's now coming under pressure as well from Simon Knapp in the similar Z4 tucked up behind him. David Jones, though, here in the Mercedes, former British GT champion, 58 years of age, proper quick amateur racer, doing a very good job here of keeping the two McLarens behind him, and also one of the 911 GT3R Porsches, and their contact, look, because the two BMWs have tripped over themselves coming through the bus stop. Simon Knapp, I think, was the aggressor. They've all sorted themselves out on board with Richard Westbrook, but that just illustrates exactly what you were talking about. Silly things like that, which you don't need to be doing so early.
Well, especially there, that bus stop there, which is the last turn on the Grand Prix circuit anyway, is something, you don't dive up the inside this early. If it's a sprint race or something, yeah, maybe. But just got to think a little bit more sometimes, because the race is so long and you don't want to damage the car. You damage the car, and of course you've got to do another pit stop.
Indeed so, because in the meantime, Paolo Roberti in the Porsche leads the way. Now you've got those delayed BMWs trying to fight their way back through. Cars then feeding back in from their pit stops as well. Tremendous variety on the grid, though. As you see the McLarens now eventually trying to sort out David Jones. Well, one's gone round the outside, and it's 58 there that hasn't quite yet made it. That's the car being driven by Rob Bell in this first stint, so a good effort being put in by number 60, which is the Pro-Am Cup car, Adam Christodoulou at the wheel. David Jones, for an amateur racer here, doing a really good job, isn't he, keeping people behind him?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just driving intelligent. You just do your race, your pace, and then it's down to the other guys to obviously pass you.
The Jones is running on.
See there, and you
Avons.
See there, it's just a silly thing to do, because of that corner. Obviously, that white BMW there was going to turn in, but he was there not allowing it. So very silly, because it could have damaged and taken them out of the race this early.
Which is what happened to the two leading Porsches early on, run by the same team. One drove into the other, they're both in the pit. So, exactly. Yes, silliness can reign early on in the event, as you rightly say.
But it's so surprising that year on year on year, there's always this that happens. You would have thought, historically, they sort of think, I remember seeing this, or I did this, or I did. Never ever happens. It's
never goes in,
really bizarre.
Now, Matt Griffin here is starting to make a bit of an impact, isn't he, as far as second place is concerned, because now Paolo Roberti is getting away in traffic. Peter Cox has been delayed, one of the slower Porsches there, trying to be urged out of the way by Timo Scheider. Matt Griffin up the inside for second place in the A, of course, the Ferrari. Good move, that.
Absolutely clean, sensible, no contact, in front, doing a good job.
Absolutely right. Matt then set to pull away, possibly Peter Cox behind him, then Timo Scheider coming through with right on his tail. Number 98 Marcel Fassler. So the Audis have got themselves together for a good fight, and then behind them it's Mark Basseng, then Mike Parisi, Stefan Ortelli now in 8th place. He's worked his way up the order, and in 9th at the moment in 54 Olivier Panis. Good to have Olivier in the race this year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was good to see his face the other day. I haven't seen him in quite a few years, so it's nice to see Olivier in, and it's nice to see legends in the race as well.
It's present company included in this, yes.
Sadly, it's got to that point, yeah.
It must still be quite nice. I mean, you walk around the paddock and you're always being stopped, not just you, I know, but all the other former Formula 1 races, but people don't forget about you.
No, it's not. And again, it's like Stefan. Stefan was racing sort of in the latter part of my career, same as Eddie Cheever as well. But the guys have still got the bit between the teeth. They're still competitive. And it's nice to have that sort of competitive environment within the team. But then also we had a sort of a very late lunch after the qualifying the other day. We ended up back at the hotel just having a chat about the old days, which was really nice.
You can remember them, maybe.
Well, maybe a bit sad as well, but yes, we some of us can remember more than others. Yeah.
Down memory lane, yeah. Just talk about bits of Spa here, because this section of the circuit coming downhill towards Caen very fast. Not perhaps as daunting, maybe now there's the tarmac on the outside, not grass and gravel, but it's still a very quick section.
Yeah, it's still a quick section. Obviously now this is the entry of it there, and it's that curve there, and then the next curve after, especially when the circuit's in a little bit more wet conditions. And when you go on it, of course, it can cause quite a big slide on the car. But these cars are generally pretty well balanced. It's quite surprising considering it's really based on a normal road car. But they really do handle well, even on these fast corners. And it's quite an interesting car to drive, because it really does give you a thrill. And the edge or the limit of the car is no different than it is either Formula 1 or a sports car. They may be going much slower, but the limit you have to drive to, and that's
sure.
I think that's what racing's all about. It's just getting the maximum out of the car and yourself.
Indeed so. Now the gap between the race leaders is coming down a little bit, because Paolo Roberti is just slightly being impeded in traffic. He's got to find his way past a red, white and blue Audi, I notice.
Absolutely. And again, it's just, this early in the race, you just want to get yourselves and just watch where they're quicker than you, and then you just got to try and get close enough at that point to be able to slip past. He's close at the moment. We know how good it is down the straight, so
the Audi he's got to lap is 23. One of the drivers of which, Johnny, is
Richard Dean,
and
yes,
you.
Yes.
So
I see
it's
in
your
my car.
getting
In
in the
my
way of the
car.
leader.
Sorry, yeah.
That's
what you meant. I thought you meant the other car that passed him. No idea. Yeah. Ooh.
But now I think the message has gone through. Get out of the way of all the traffic. But this is the problem, because while whoever's car it is being lapped and has to just back off a little bit, it's losing time relative to its opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're down there because we pitted sort of under that safety car a little bit early, and of course you lose a lot of positions because of that. There wasn't all that many that actually pit, and because of that we're down in, what is it, 50, and where he was, it wasn't 50. There he is, 50th, there we go. So he's dropped down from, I think we were about 27th to 50th, just because the pit stop strategy. So, but of course we've done our tyre stop and everything else, so obviously it's going to be a bit out of sync now with, say, the guys at the front.
Now that's rather courageous. Look right around the outside there. Tries to go 32. That's Stefan Ortelli, former winner of the 24 Hours, and he's gone right round the outside of Marcel Fassler. It's pretty brave stuff.
Yeah, well, again, when these guys are fighting like that, there are going to be opportunities where maybe they're just going to get themselves in the wrong position, which will then enable the guy behind to actually slip past. And Ortelli himself, wonderful driver, a lot of experience, very clean, didn't really cause any big issues between himself and the car he was passing. And that's, as you can see, they're just so bunched up at the moment, and it's good because it's great racing. It's good to see how close it is. In a 24-hour race, which is wonderful.
Track width is something else here. I mean, we talked about the traffic, but it's not the widest of circuits, Spa, is it?
No, well, it's not too bad, to be perfectly honest. It's not a bad circuit. These types of car, you use quite a bit of the road like you do with anything that you race here, but it's really down to what setup that you've got in the car. I've said before a little bit with the tyres, because certain tyres will be better in certain places on the track. One may be very good on the high speed or the low speed, so then you get those differences that come in. But the biggest thing is, like we're seeing now, is that traffic, because you've got to slot yourself past them. But then you see that Ferrari there, he's not going to quite do it there, but he actually got a run. I think it's an Audi actually, sorry. And he had a good run that Audi in front of him, the black one. So they're having a good little battle, and now the race is starting to happen because of the back markers that are coming into effect.
And Matt Griffin, who is in second place in the black Ferrari, number 50, he's going great guns, as you might expect. Matt, much underrated driver, but he's catching Paolo Roberti, who has made his name in GT cars internationally for a number of years. Then you've got Peter Cox in third place. Peter himself, of course, vastly experienced driver, knows exactly what he's doing. And then you've got the leading Audi of Timo Scheider 4th, Stefan Ortelli now 5th, Marcel Fassler 6th, Mark Basseng is 7th, Mike Parisi 8th in the Mercedes, Olivier Panis is 9th, and Patrice Goillard is in 10th spot. And on the subject of spots, the spots of rain are increasing as now Matt Griffin goes for the lead at Les Combes. Good clean pass that, up the inside, Ferrari takes over the lead.
Absolutely, and this is really a new car, hasn't been out that long, but it's showing real pace. There is always the reliability issue that may come into play, but because it's that new, I think and probably believe that probably will have some sort of mechanical problem at some point. But it's showing such good pace very early on. We've got the McLaren here, which is obviously new and didn't have a very successful qualifying session. So the Ferrari at the moment is looking very, very good. But of course, it's 24 hours and reliability is the key to this race. But it's good to see the pace, yeah.
I mean, we've seen them win 1 hour races, we've seen them win 3 hour races, but can they do 24? Now here, you've got the Avon Shod Mercedes in the hands of David Jones, still hanging on to his place, and the different spec of Porsches behind. Richard Westbrook it is there, look, with the headlights flashing, trying to work his way into contention. But
there we are.
These two have raced against each other in British GT for a few seasons. Richard Westbrook, we know, is a real star in Porsches.
Absolutely, and he's a great driver. I do like his style. He's very aggressive with it, but he's someone who's very. He doesn't get himself into trouble very often. And I think we're going to see here in conditions now that look with the wiper going anyway, that it's going to be quite tricky to pass. Some of the cars again, because of these conditions, because it goes wide, that Mercedes, you think, there's an opportunity, but you go down it, and of course then it closes on you. So you've just got to choose and pick your place where you feel that you have a very good chance to overtake. But Richard, I'm sure, by the look of it anyway, pace-wise, he's going to get by, I think, shortly.
I mean, David Jones stacking them all up, isn't he now? There's nobody in front, but there's this great queue forming behind David, who, as I said earlier, is 58 years of age now. He and his twin brother Godfrey share this car with Mike Jordan. They came out of rallying in the mid-90s to go into Porsche racing. They've been here with Porsches and with Ascaris in the past and raced here in British GT. And now David Jones doing his level best to keep Richard Westbrook at bay. And look, now Richard getting a bit grumpy about this, flashing his headlights, goes for the inside line. He should do it now.
Absolutely. Lovely move, as I said. I didn't think it was going to take him too long to do that. It's lovely company with you. It's like an encyclopedia. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
Only 23 hours to go. The Anorak pockets are full, you know, for this race.
True.
On board then with 76, with Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel, the former German Formula 3 racer, had her big accident at the Monaco Formula 3 race many years ago.
That's right, yep.
And that sort of derailed her career a little bit, but she went GT racing instead, former co-driver to Stefan Ortelli in the early days of BPR GT racing, and Claudia Hürtgen with another of the BMW Z4s that have proved this weekend to be really quick cars.
Yeah, they have. It's a bit like the Porsches. I know it was at I think a GT race in Paul Ricard, and the Porsche generally all year hasn't had a very good season, and then suddenly the speed that appeared, and again we're seeing it here. And the BMW equally so. That hadn't been quite as quick as we thought in Paul Ricard. Of course, they've come here, and once again, we can see a lot of the pole position went to a BMW. So I think she just slipped past there, I think, didn't she?
Just looking at David Jones, because he's not exactly being monstered by everybody else. They're not come flooding by. He's lost a couple of places, admittedly. There's the Corvette also working its way after its lengthy pit stop earlier on. Dominic Bouvi, number 6, the Lamborghini of Duarte Felix da Costa. Glorious sounding car. Martin Rich's Porsche, by the way, that we saw leaving the pit lane a little while ago, has been given a drive-through for violating the pit exit red light, and number 42 has ensconced itself in a gravel trap. That's Michel Petit's Ferrari 430. There it is, and he's already had one spin, and now he's way off in the gravel.
I haven't seen that before. They're actually trying to pull it out.
Yes.
Which is quite interesting. I think that might be quite stuck.
A lot of Weetabix needed, or shredded wheat, to get the marshal strong enough to give that a pull out of the way. Right, now there's the Nissan going well in GT4, run by RJN Motorsport, Bob Neville's team. Car that Alex Buncombe shares with Jordan Tresson and Chris Ward. Jordan that came via the PlayStation Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting concept. You've got guys that play online on a PlayStation, and then they sort of go from that, say, virtual world, and they actually come into the real world to actually then drive a race car and then hopefully sort of have a career. And Jordan's done quite a good job. It's been an interesting sort of couple of years that we've had. We had Lucas Doneth, who raced in LMP2 at Le Mans this year, so he was the first winner of GT Academy, and it's really good. We've got a British guy who won it this year, and hopefully he's going to sort of do a good job as well.
The battles rage on all the way around the circuit. Now, how does United Autosports sort out the rotation between the drivers? When do you get in, and how long a stint are you going to do? What's the plan?
Well, I can't really tell because we're live on air, and all the other guys will be listening in, but I'm fourth.
You're in fourth, right, okay. And it's a 65-minute stint, so each of you presumably will do 65 minutes as a minimum, let the next one in.
We're probably going to do double stints.
Okay,
I think Richard will do a double, then Zach Brown will actually get in the car. And Zach, because there's all this sort of gold, silver, bronze.
Yes.
I think platinum as well, isn't it?
There is.
Yes. So I'm a platinum, I believe. And then Zach is a bronze, so he's our sort of slower driver, young driver that hasn't got that much experience. He's going to do one stint just to see how comfortable he is with the car, because typical Zach, bless his heart, he got in the car, and we've all been trying to put the seat in one position, and he was quite tight with the steering wheel, quite close to his chest, and I saw him when we did some driver chat. I could see him moving his arms as if he was like putting it in front of the steering where his arms should be. I said, "You're not comfortable, are you?" He said, "No, I'm not." And then I said, "We should have said something yesterday." So we actually changed the seat this morning to actually get him comfortable, because we can sort of adapt ourselves around him.
Yeah.
So he's more comfortable. Okay. Mentally, he's actually better off. He'll do that one stint, as I said. If he feels comfortable, his next time he might then start doing doubles like us. We're going to probably do doubles all the way through.
Okay, right. Zach, of course, a bit like Richard, has quite a lot on his mind, because he's got to run the team, look after sponsors, look after guests, as well as be a race driver.
Absolutely. Well, he's got his BlackBerry mounted on the screen, so he'll be back with now. Of course, yeah. But he's so busy. Obviously, he does a lot of stuff in Formula 1 and NASCAR and IndyCar, so he's a busy chap, and obviously he enjoys his racing.
Absolutely, yeah. Having been a career Formula 3 driver a few years ago, now racing for fun. Peter Cox, meantime, coming back at the Porsche of Paolo Roberti. So this is for second place, and it's starting to look a little bit damper out there. So the cars reel their way out of the bus stop. Peter Cox dives to the pit lane, and so also behind him comes Timo Scheider, and also coming in, Marcel Fassler. Pit lane gets busy.
Absolutely. Well, this is where this is that out of sync, where obviously the 23R8 of Richard Dean came in quite early. So this is where it's going to be a little bit busy in the pits, because obviously there's going to be more coming in. So this is where it will sort of go backwards and forwards for quite a few hours now from now on. But it's good to see how well Peter does on that Lamborghini. It's amazing how competitive they still are.
Indeed so. Now, drivers staying in the car, and all it is a case of putting some fuel in. They don't need tyres at this stage. So, as a driver, just sitting there, what do you do? Do you get on the radio and talk to the team, or do you just sit and wait and wait and wait?
No, well, in our car, and probably the same here in this Audi, there's a reset button that you press for the fuel. Mm-hmm. If you change drivers, you've also got different settings you have to do on the in the car that actually gives you the lap time, so the officials know who's actually in the car. Which driver it is. So we actually have to then put it onto our setting, and then, as I said, there's a refueling reset that we have to do as well.
So Peter Cox, they're making his way down the pit lane, and it's the long pit lane here, so he's gone through the F1 bit but has to stay within the cones and now go through the other pit lane. It must seem an aid before you get released back onto the circuit here.
Well, it is, because it's such a long way down this hill and you're only doing 60 kilometres, and it does take quite a while to get down there. So but all you can do is just make sure that you don't go over the speed limit, because obviously then you get a penalty of some sort, which is normally a drive-through or something. So yes, it's just sort of taking your time, and once you get just to the end under that Audi sign there, that is that white line, then you're allowed to speed up. There's a big bump just about there, actually, and it actually does ground out the front of the car, so you have to be a little bit careful on that. And then obviously there's a little tiny bit of a chicane there, and they rejoin the circuit.
You've got to be fairly careful here still, because of course you've got cars in danger of cutting across you, and it's also now getting wetter and wetter. Not wet enough for wet tyres. As long as you've got some warmth in the slicks, you should be okay, but these aren't exactly ideal conditions, are they?
Well, they're not, and the strange thing is, actually, looking out in the direction these cars are going, the rain was actually coming from this side of the circuit, but it's actually the wind is blowing the opposite way. So actually here at the start finishing area is where actually it's raining, but it's moving the other side. So this side may be drier than what we've actually got at this end, but
I mean, that's one of the problems of this circuit. It's not too bad if it's wet. It's wet all the way around. It's wet here, dry there, drizzly somewhere else, and not knowing what to do. That's the real issue.
Well, and again, like those guys who've just come into their for their pit stops. It all depends what tyres they put on. They could probably have put slicks on, and then obviously the rain could get harder, and then they've got to pit again where some of the other cars haven't pitted yet, and then they will come in and just put the wets on, so they won't lose as much time. But that's really down to what the weather does, and it's quite constant at the moment, but it's not absolutely, I wouldn't quite class it as raining as such. It'll be quite tricky because, like you mentioned earlier on, it's the tyre pressures. You need that tyre pressure to get the grip.
Sure. Now the team's being told on the timing screen it is starting to rain all around the track, so they can get the message to the drivers who probably say, yes, I know that.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the far end of the circuit.
Yeah.
You look at the screen or the screen of the car, it doesn't look as if it's too bad on there at the moment. But you can see them all bunching up at the moment, and it's you've got to really be careful now, because obviously this is where it's tricky. Those curbs I mentioned before you don't want to do as well. This is Blancpain coming up, which is a really quick corner. This is Blancpain coming up now, so that's a really nice quick corner, but it's very tricky in these conditions. As you see, one of the Aston Martins running a bit wide. You just got to be so careful. She's gone around the outside. See if you can stick it, no problem.
And the other thing is, the professional drivers can probably cope with these conditions. The drama for them is when they come across an amateur driver who's a bit hesitant and suddenly makes a mistake and compromises their run.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and that's what you've got to, as sort of professional drivers as we are, that's what you've got to try and look at and watch and follow to see exactly what you're seeing happen with a car that's coming up in front. Being that even in some of these top cars, there's obviously, like I've said with Zach Brown, he's the bronze driver, so obviously he's not going to be quite up to speed with the other. So you've got to try and read what the other driver is doing in front and see where actually he is finding things a bit trickier than you are.
It's getting very gloomy out there now. The lights are getting brighter and brighter. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to go out?
Yes.
Because you're going to be
on my
out.
way for it dry there.
You're going to be out in the darkness, aren't you? First
no, I think I get in about 9.
Okay,
I think it works out about 9 o'clock. So I will probably just go into the night, probably around. I think I finish about 11ish.
But to a former Le Mans winner, this is no trouble at all for you, is it?
No, well, again, it's different in Le Mans. There's a lot of the circuit is actually there are some lights that sort of guide you around a little bit more. But here, there's actually a lot less of that, especially out the back of the circuit, especially around this point. So it's quite good.
Now there is Richard Westbrook's Porsche, and Christian Menzel, one of his co-drivers, is in the pit lane. Let's hear from him because he's with Haley.
Christian, Richard is delivering a great performance out there, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, that's right. It was a good beginning for us. We was on the 3rd position. Then we decided in a safety car to make an early pit stop. I think it was a good decision. And and now we have a little bit advantage because it is not clear the weather conditions. Other teams came in for the first stop, and okay, we hope that we have no rain, because in the rain it's very tricky here, and we will see. Yeah.
You are actually the quickest car out there that did choose to pit stop.
Really? I don't know. I worked for the German TV for a few minutes, and I saw too less what happened here in the pits. Yeah. And okay, if it was a quick pit stop, then it's good. It's good for us. Yeah. But it was quick because the refueling, it was very early, and the tank was nearly full, and that is the reason why the pit stop time was not so long.
Thank you.
Okay. Now Jean-Pierre van der Waal, who I was talking about earlier in the context of being slow behind the safety car, has got slower. There he is. He stopped. In fact, so slow is he now. So we've got yellow flags out on the circuit because of this car that's way out of harm's way.
I think that's too off.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Too off, possibly. Yeah.
Too off.
Yeah. There's Richard Westbrook's Porsche getting great guns, with Richard sliding his way out of Les Combes at the moment. But yeah, Jean-Pierre van der Waal's car out of the way. Big traffic jam going on here with Matt Griffin and Paolo Roberti, the top 2 in the race, of course, trying to work their way through the traffic.
Absolutely, and again, there's that yellow. What is that? What is that?
Mustang, yeah.
It's a Mustang. There you go. But again, that's all. Oh, that's
close.
But again, this is where they've got to be so aware, these guys. And again, I'm sure in that Mustang they probably haven't quite as much experience as the others. But of course, you've always got to be aware that some of these guys, sometimes I have to say, the risks that they do take, I'm so surprised they do it in a 24-hour, because they're right on the limit sometimes. And I know when I drove in the Nürburgring 24-hour, I was utterly surprised how much risk was going on. And to be honest, the guys that I saw taking risks were the guys that actually didn't actually win the race. It was the guys that just took a nice sort of leisurely drive is not the right word, but just a nice consistent drive and they ended up winning the race because there was just too much going on and too much risk taking.
I better. Now, can he pull away at all as the cars turn their way up through Paul Frere corner? So, getting a replay here of the United Autosports Audi coming into the bus stop, working its way through on the inside. 23 is the car in question, which, as we were discussing earlier on, is the one that Johnny Herbert shares with Richard Dean, Zach Brown and Stephanie Hansen. So that car, after its early pit stop, out of sequence in a sense, but the safety car period and the pit stops all contributing to this rather jumbled order that we've now got. So they've had that change for third. Stefano Ortelli, as you saw, moving through, but flashing his headlights, Thomas Jaeger, and he needs to get on with this because he is conscious that there's a charging Stefano Ortelli behind him, and that gap is coming down and down and down. Frank Keckler runs in fourth place at the moment. There's Ortelli, there's Keckler behind him, the car run by Vita 4-1 but in a different colour scheme from the traditional turquoise and black that you get used to. And then 98 goes by, which is Marcel Fassler. Mike Hesemans, number 15 in the Mercedes, up into fifth place now. Mike Hesemans, who won here 2 years ago in the Corvette, the last year that we had GT1, the earlier incarnation of GT1 cars in the event. Good to have him back in the race. Mike Hesemans sharing with Angelo Kumpen. The cars power their way out of Eau Rouge. Now, up front, Richard Westbrook it is then who leads the way. And the advantage that the Porsche has at the moment, bearing in mind that Richard and Christian Menzel are the two quicker drivers, is over the Black Falcon Mercedes of 33.5 seconds. There, however, is 15, which is Mike Hesemans, and he's got himself now onto the tail of the Audi, looking for a way past. So the car's accelerating out of Les Combes down towards Bruxelles. Now let's have a look, if we can, at what happened to Andrew Kirkcody's McLaren, because we've been able to elicit a replay. Look in the top left corner of the screen, and suddenly the car spears off into the barrier on the outside of the circuit and then bounces across on the inside. So we'll get another look in a moment, but keep an eye on the top left hand side of the screen. And it was the black BMW M3 look coming into picture, the car of Wolfgang Haug, that was involved in it. So that's the car that got involved. Again, have a look in the top left, full speed replay there, and a big impact as the car bounces from one barrier across the road, and the BMW through Wolfgang Haug having got involved in that. So super slow-mo. Look in the top left, suddenly you see the McLaren just spear off the road, unabated speed there, having been made contact with the BMW, and then it comes across the road and hits the barrier on the other side. So that explains exactly what happened to poor Andrew Kirkcody, contact with the BMW. So good to answer the mystery as to exactly how it all happened. And Wolfgang Haug's BM will, I think, possibly also have suffered some damage, and it may well be that Wolfgang himself has to go and see the race director when he's done his stint, just to put his side of the story. But that answers exactly what happened to Andrew Kirkcody. So Richard Westbrook leads the way at the moment, with in second place then the Mercedes in the hands of Thomas Jaeger, and the gap's coming down in fact between those two. In third place at the moment, number 32, the WRT Audi, in the hands currently of Stefano Ortelli, who, as we've seen in previous rounds, gets faster as his stint wears on. Stefano Ortelli coming into the picture now. In fourth place is number 29, Frank Keckler. In fifth place is 98, Marcel Fassler. And in sixth place is number 15, Mike Hesemans. Look at this great queue coming up towards La Source, in the midst of all of which you've got people trying to gain places, trying to protect places, and the BMW M3 of Wolfgang Haug drawing attention to itself. Doesn't look like it suffered much damage, so goes down now out of La Source towards Eau Rouge. So I think he's got away with that relatively lightly. That car that we thought it had a problem on the green flag lap, if you remember. It was out of sequence then. So Haug climbs out of Eau Rouge. That's one of the GT4 spec cars, never going to be as quick as the ones that are currently lapping it, but a GT4 result is what Haug is after. Meantime, here the fight goes on up towards Les Combes. Mike Hesemans in the Mercedes, working his way into contention here. And also there you've got on the inside number 9, which is the Autolando Sport Porsche. Paolo Roberti having stayed at the wheel and trying to make up ground after losing places on his pit stop. 33, you're riding now with the Audi that Timo Scheider was doing great things with in the first stint of the race, and Timo now currently in 7th place. behind Scheider. Got number 2, Andrea Bertolini, trying to work his way into contention as well, but Scheider, having got through now ahead of Mike Hesemans, means that he's put himself up a further spot now into the top 6. Hesemans keeping Bertolini at bay. Andrea Bertolini sharing with Michael Bartels, and these two having been victorious in the Spa 24 Hours back in 2006, and they were victorious again in 2008. So the black and turquoise colours familiar at Spa in the 24 Hours, and good to see another good result for the team, even if it's not going to be Andrea and Michael. What about number 1? Because that's the car with Eric van der Poel at the wheel, and at the moment car number 1 is way down the order, so it's in the pit lane, in fact, just having made a pit stop now. Nico Verdonk having brought it in, and it's been in the pits. I'll tell you why, it's not just come in, it's been in for a while, looking at the number of laps down. So number 1 has got a problem which needs investigation. So for Beta 4-1, car 1, Nico Verdonk, Eric van der Poel and Jean-Carl Vernet sitting in the pit lane, and it's now therefore tumbled way down to 59th place. Andrea Bertolini here having to uphold team honour, I think, as he comes out of the chicane. He's got one of the Aston Martins look behind, which is Thomas Enger, the ever spectacular Czech driver. But as Bertolini comes across the timing line now, he's going after the Mercedes, Mike Hesemans at the wheel. These two who regularly race against one another, or have in seasons past, in the GT1 and then GT1 World Championship, now doing battle in GT3 spec cars, which makes a change. Downhill they plunge, and you're riding now with number 2, Andrea Bertolini at the wheel. He heads down through Eau Rouge, and he's got the run look coming through Radion now, so he's about to make a move against Mike Hesemans. Is this going to be a change of place? This will be for 7th. Mercedes on the inside, Ferrari on the outside as they come up towards us at Les Combes. So Mike Hesemans hanging onto the inside line here, but Andrea Bertolini goes for the outside. Can he take 7th position away? He tries to, and he does so. Round the outside goes car 2. Andrea Bertolini picks up a place. Not only that, but Thomas Enger is on his toes, looking to try to join in as well. So Mike Hesemans here in danger of losing another spot if he's not careful. Thomas Enger goes for the inside. Behind them, you've got Peter Cox, and then Paolo Roberti, and Enger muscles his way through. Hesemans has to get out of the way there, and now Peter Cox looks for a way by as well. He uses the curve on the inside, couldn't find a way through. So Mike Hesemans rather forced wide. Cox trying to get up the inside and retake the place, and of course on the pit stops, he's moved himself back up ahead of number 9 with Paolo Roberti at the wheel. So the Autolando Sport Porsche that led up to its pit stop now is down in 11th place. The race order will continue to shuffle its way around as we've got people pitting out of sequence, as we've got people with problems being forced into the pit lane. So there's much going on in the Spa 24 Hours, and Richard Westbrook continues to lead the way in the Porsche. But in the meantime now, for 10th place, Cox versus Roberti, and now a drive-through penalty for number 40, and that is for Maxime Martin for disrespecting the track limits at turn 3 being Eau Rouge. So the Belgian driver, who started on pole position and faded away to 13th place over the first hour and a half or so, now being given this drive-through penalty. Peter Cox versus Paolo Roberti then, these two powering their way up towards Blanchimont now. Peter Cox, remember, a former winner of the event. Paolo Roberti, very experienced GT racer these days. And Thomas Enger, up the road in the Aston Martin, is now getting very committed to looking for a way past Andrea Bertolini, as well as the cars come through the bus stop over the timing line. Just looking across to see Bertolini go through, and Thomas Enger behind him on that lap. Thomas not lapping quite as quickly, in fact, so Bertolini's Ferrari has the advantage currently. Behind Enger you've got Hesemans, then it's Cox versus Paolo Roberti. Number 9, the Porsche, heads downhill, looking for a way by as they go past the endurance pits, but he can't really stay close enough onto the tail of the Lamborghini there. Peter Cox, if anything now, is starting to concentrate a little bit more on Mike Hesemans ahead, but on having to defend from the Porsche behind him as the cars climb from Eau Rouge uphill out of Radion. And now Andrea Bertolini about to try and gain another place out of all of this. First of all, he's got to work his way through some traffic, gets past the Michel Petit 430 Ferrari easily. Next target is Timo Scheider, but for the moment Scheider's out, he's lapping quicker, and Hesemans just being able to keep Peter Cox at bay, then Roberti tucked up behind. So as they work their way now 3 wide in the traffic out of Les Combes, round the outside of the back marker goes Peter Cox. Can he get round Hesemans as well as he can? Great move there. Peter Cox goes through, takes away 9th place from Mike Hesemans. Paolo Roberti looks for a way by as well, but to no avail on the outside line, and they're now being caught as well by Guillaume Morrow there, looking the red Ferrari 458, and he's being chased by Marc Basseng's Audi. So another great battle raging on here as they drop downhill. Wide over the curb goes Hazelmans. Now Paolo Roberti, having seen Peter Cox get through, tries to make a way by as well. And Roberti is on the inside as they head down now through Pouan. So that picks up another place for Paolo Roberti. Goes into the top 10 now. Through the pit path go the race leaders. And a bit more pro speed news. Remember, their two Porsches made contact early on in the race. 74, which was the car of Ludovic Sunier, has had some chassis damage, and 75, the Mark Goosen's car, broken radiator and steering alignment all out of kilter on that. So that's the current reason for the delay there. This is the replay, though, of Hazelmans on the inside, the back-marking Ferrari in the middle, and Peter Cox with a great drive out of Les Combes, swoops around the outside and brings himself now up into 9th place, going really well here on board with Peter Cox now. And this is how he did it as they came into Les Combes, level with Mike Hazelmans. Nowhere to go because there's a slower car ahead, but he manages to stand his ground. Mike Hazelmans gets ahead of the Lamborghini, commits to the inside line. Big gap opens up ahead of Peter Cox, who just goes for it. Finds there's a bit more traction almost on the outside line of the corner. Sweeps through, takes away the place. And so now, number 24 Lamborghini up into 9th place. Now there, 56 Thierry Stepek, the experienced historic racer in the Porsche that runs in the Cup class for the earlier spec 911 GT3 Cup cars, and locking up at the bus stop in replay. Skittles up the escape road and gets out of the way of the Andrea Bertolini driven Peter 4-1 Ferrari 458. Peter 4-1 being run, of course, by Michael Bartels, who is one of the drivers of that car. And back onto the circuit comes the Porsche, as now the second and third places. You've got Thomas Jaeger just ahead of Stefan Ortelli. These two cars running nose to tail, coming downhill towards Pouan, and Stefan Ortelli, who won here outright back in 03 in the Freisinger Porsche when he ran in the NGT class. He's right on the tail of the red Mercedes now, so looking for second place. Stefan Ortelli, who is joined in the car by Philippe Albuquerque and Bert Langin, experienced drivers all, looks to try and take second place away. Is 58 pits. This is the Rob Bell driven McLaren, and that car was 22nd when it came into the pit lane, so it's the better place of the two McLarens. Now, it's two-part pit stops, effectively. Part one of a pit stop is the fuel, and then if you want to change tyres, you've got to do that in the second part. You can't change tyres and refuel at the same time, so they've elected to refuel it. They've dropped the car down, and now they want it up. What do they want to do with it? The car was up on the jacks, then it was dropped down, but it's gone nowhere, so it's a lengthy pit stop, this. And it's almost as though they don't know what to do with it, or has it got a problem and now it needs to go into its garage? Let's see. There's some concern around the back of the car. It all looked to be going to plan. They fueled it, dropped it back down, but now the car stranded in the pit lane while they try and get to the bottom of this problem. Meantime, the second place battle comes out of the bus stop. 35 Thomas Jaeger, 32 Stefan Ortelli, the two of them coming over the timing line. And on that lap, although it was a personal best by Thomas Jaeger, he's still being caught by Ortelli. Marcel Fasser is fourth. The second and third place cars now dive their way through the Vassour's hairpin. 58, meantime, Rob Bell looks like he's heading for the garage, so 58 in problems. That's the car that's on the Avon tyres. 59, Andrea Cocotti's now somewhat smashed car was on Michelin's, that one on Avon's, to develop the car for a different customer base. For example, if it's in British GT, will run on Avon tyres next year when they go on general sale for the customers. Second place still Thomas Jaeger, despite the attentions of Stefan Ortelli as they come up the hill. Stefan Ortelli, remember, one of the most experienced drivers in the race, his career going back decades to karting, and his time in Formula 4 and Formula 3. He won Le Mans in 1998 as Rob Bell's McLaren does head for its garage. Stefan, former Porsche Super Cup champion, he's won his class in the FIA GT Championship in the Le Mans Series. He comes down towards the right-hander at Bruxelles, runs a little bit wide, tightens the line, gets back into the apex for the second part of that corner, and he's close enough, I think, to make a move at the end of the drop down towards Pouan now. They've also got the Corvette ahead of Fred Bouvy, many laps down, but they're Jaeger defending as he's entitled to do. He is in second place. Ortelli looking for a way by, can't do it. He's so busy flashing the headlights trying to get the car out of harm's way, or out of his way, but Ortelli comes towards the pit path, still frustrated. He's not lapping on the same sort of pace as Richard Westbrook for the moment, and he can't do for as long as he's stuck there behind the Mercedes. Now Jaeger flashes the headlights to warn the Corvette of his progress. Bouvi now in 56th place after losing many laps earlier on. That car is now 5 laps down after its pit stop early on with its brake problem. So you've got the red Mercedes then. Thomas Jaeger still pounding on. Now he gets the gap on the inside of Blancpain, and also looks Stefan Ortelli wants to come through as well. Flashing the lights, but Fred Bouvi, double winner of this event, is experienced enough to know exactly what the form is. He gets out of the way, lets the quicker cars go by, although I'd suggest that Ortelli has lost a length or two just with the traffic, but he's good on the brakes here. Stefan closing back up again as they come into the bus stop. Turns his way through the right, then left, up over the line. So the battle for second place comes through. And on that lap, Thomas Jaeger not only does a personal best, but he also closes a little bit onto Richard Westbrook. Richard 2 seconds slower on that lap. You can put many of these slow laps that people do down to traffic. All you need is one back marker to get in the way, and your lap time shoots up. Stefan Ortelli having lost a bit of ground to Thomas Jaeger, but now he's going to be able to hunt him down again. Look, as the cars drop once more down through Eau Rouge, climbing up Raidillon. Through they go, and behind them in 4th place Marcel Fassler, 5th is Timo Scheider, and in 6th place Frank Kechler, being caught by teammate Andrea Bertolini. 8th is Thomas Enger, 9th is Peter Cox, 10th is Paolo Roberti, and now Ortelli commits to the inside at Lincoln. It's brave, and there's contact, and the Mercedes comes off worse, and that was a bit ambitious by Stefan. He could have waited for that, and instead he committed, but he wasn't fully alongside, and as Thomas Jaeger turned into the corner, he was tapped into that spin. So Stefan Ortelli had to go across the escape road on the inside. There is Thomas Jaeger back onto the circuit. Hopefully he's not done too much damage to the Mercedes, and because Ortelli had to go across the runoff area and thread his way between the curbs, a consequence of that is that he may have lost some time. Well, there's 33 Timo Scheider. Has Ortelli gained, or has he lost out of all of that? Let's pick him up in a moment. But certainly Jaeger has lost out. He's lost 2 places by being whacked into that rotation. Background there, you can see Andrea Bertolini still pushing on. Bertolini currently in 7th place, and the 2 bronze-graded drivers, Nick Homerson and Louis Machiels, we've seen in the earlier Blancpain races, not slow. They're not going to match the Bertolini or Bartels pace. Now here's a replay. Ortelli eventually goes for the inside line, but as he stands on the brakes and rides the curb, not really fully alongside, is he? And so as they turn through the corner, there is contact, and the Mercedes gets spun around. Stefan Ortelli's car goes through the middle of Les Combes, picks up the places as a result of all of that, but just wonder whether or not that's going to be the next one that the race officials have a look at. So the 35 Mercedes facing the wrong way, Black Falcon car, Dunlop Shod car that runs in the Pro Cup, Kenneth Hart, Thomas Jaeger, and the Belgian journalist Stéphane Lemeret, the 3rd driver in that car, will fall down the order as a consequence of that spin. Richard Westbrook in the meantime has come over the timing line. Another lap in the book for Richard. He's now done 31 laps. Stefan Ortelli is 2nd. Marcel Fassler is up to 3rd. And now, after the fun and games at Les Combes, in 4th place is going to be Thomas Jaeger. 5th is Timo Scheider. And then there's a bit of a gap back before you've got Frank Kechler in 6th position. Then got his drive-through penalty for ignoring the track limits. He's down in 23rd place, so Matt, having done a very good job to get the car into the lead, now with a lot of work to do to bring it back into contention. But his next target is car number 18, which is the De Lorenzi Racing Porsche, just up the road. And that's the next target for the penalised Matt Griffin. Now let's catch up with what's going on in McLaren land, because Haley is there and can bring us news with Rob Bell.
Rob, can you update us number 58?
Sorry, just repeat that.
Can you update us on number 58?
Yeah, I mean, the update is we were doing really well. Obviously mixed weather conditions here at Spa are causing havoc, but the car was actually performing brilliantly. We had a very, very tricky day on Friday, so qualifying didn't go quite as we wanted, but we also expected that to a degree. So we're starting right in the mix, which is fine, and we were going forward. You know, the car's doing well. as far as I'm aware, at the point where we came in, we were one of the quickest cars on track, so everything's going to plan. And then we just had a slight issue with a problem with the feeling of the car. Something's obviously not quite right. So as a precaution, really, we stopped, because the bottom line is we're here to test and bring this car forward. So we need to finish to 24, so we're not taking any risks. We're in, we'll fix it, and we'll go again.
And an update on Andrew's car as well. I understand he's okay. Do you know the cause of the incident?
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't really seen it, or I was out on track when it happened. I've just come in, so you probably know a lot more than I do.
Thank you.
So 58, disappointing in the garage. There will be, of course, a driver change once it goes back out, Rob having done that first stint, but now the car dropping further and further down the order may well make sense, I suppose, for the next stint to put Chris Goodwin into the car. Chris having done much of the development on both road and race car variants. Right, 76 there is the Claudia Hurtgen driven BMW, trying to work its way up the inside, but it's fairly busy. That car started by Claudia, but now in fact being driven by the Swedish driver, Edward Sandström, who we've seen being a race winner in the GT3 European Championship this year. The car being run by Need for Speed Team Schubert. Dirk Werner, the third driver, and there's debris in the middle of the road, which is clipped by the Porsche there and gets destroyed. Now, what's that fallen off? The Porsche in question was 1, 2, 3, you can see there, but just hit that bodywork. The Armand Fumal, Christian Lefort, Carl Rosenblatt, Jérôme Thierry Porsche. Carl Rosenblatt, in fact, in his 20th 24-hour race this weekend, and number 1, 2, 3 Porsche is going now out of the pith path, but is down the order, I'm afraid. Down in 29th place, Armand Fumal being the man at the wheel at the moment. So race order, still Richard Westbrook leads, but now he's being caught by Stefan Ortelli. You're on board here though with Edward Sandström, the 76 BMW, and he's currently in 28th place. Checking his seatbelts, Edward Sandström, former kart racer. He's won the Scandinavian Porsche Cup, he's raced in Formula Fords, he's raced in the Swedish Touring Car Championship, and now one of the front runners within the GT3 European Championship. He makes his way into the braking zone for the bus stop. Back on the power, and again not happy with the seatbelts, being taken over from Claudia Hurtgen, still trying to tighten them in a straight line as he goes now down towards La Source. Through the right-hander, and he's chasing after the number 10 Ferrari just up the road ahead of him, which was being driven by Petrus Squela, now is in the hands of the former single-seater racer Julien Jousse. So Edward Sandström trying to press on, go flat out, and also get himself comfortable in the car all at the same time. Now let's have another look at another way of clearing debris off the circuit here. You let other cars do it for you, and Armand Fumal pulls out of the slipstream, finds that bit of bodywork in his way, runs over it, and it's absolutely destroyed, isn't it? Flies out of harm's way as well, so the circuit now clear. Meantime, this is Sandström, and he's getting closer to Julien Jousse ahead of him. So we've got the cars there now running in 27th to 28th places here, as they work their way through the right-hander. Sandström with the BMW Z4 that has proved to be a very, very rapid car, both here this weekend and also in the GT3 European Championship. Well, at the end of the first hour of the race, it was Matt Griffin that led the way by just 0.6 of a second from Paolo Roberti. It's a rather different look to the order now, with Richard Westbrook heading Stefan Ortelli. Lower down, we've got the Pro Speed Porsches back into the race. But Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari being caught now by Peter Cox. Andrea Bertolini there, look, is in 7th place. Peter Cox is 8th. Paolo Roberti currently running in 9th place for Auto Lando Sport, trying to find his way through traffic. And Mark Goossens it is ahead of him, but Mark Goossens, having led, is now down in 60th place. And he's something like 19 laps behind the race leaders. So that accident between Goossens and Ludovic Sunier, that was not Mark Goossens' fault, I hasten to add, has really caused that car big problems. Right, a drive-through penalty for 32 now being applied, and that's Stefan Ortelli for the contact against Thomas Jaeger. So Ortelli gets a drive-through, thought at the time he was being a bit ambitious. Well, now we know that the race director and the stewards feel the same way for the contact against number 35, Thomas Jaeger. And although Stefano Telli is currently second, he's going to lose quite a lot of ground and places when he serves the drive-through. Now Bertolini in the Ferrari here is being reeled in by Peter Cox at something like a second and a half a lap. They have to come down and down and down, and they're in trouble, I'm afraid. It's 103. Now that's the car that was started by Peter van Oudenhoven, Sven van Leer, René Marin and Christophe Pujori are the other drivers, and that's ground to a halt just coming up to Les Combes by the look of it. So that car parked by the side of the road. Hopefully the marshals are going to be able to give that a shove and get it out of the way, but it is Van Oudenhoven who's stayed at the wheel of it, and the car was 52nd, but not anymore, I'm afraid, as it's at ground to a halt by the side of the road. Bertolini comes through, still being pursued by Peter Cox, and Stefano Telli now serving his drive-through penalty. So there he is, drive-through penalty for Stefano Telli. So down the pit road goes Stefano Telli, and the Aston Martin being pushed out of the way. And the race then currently on lap 35, with Richard Westbrook now leading Marcel Fassler, who inherits second place with this drive-through for Stefano Telli. He also put Timo Schuyler up to third, so the real question is going to be where Ortelli blends back in. Another shuffle to the order in what has been a very, very busy first, hour and a half or so that we've had. And there's a lot more to pan out of this race yet, that is for sure. There's Peter Cox then, who finally has got himself up and past Bertolini. Marshall is there getting the stricken Aston Martin out of the way. So Peter Cox, who has been a front runner since the race began, underlining his pace once more. Not lapping as quickly as the race leader, but he is busy in traffic, both in terms of back markers and also trying to overtake cars of a comparable pace. And Bertolini going a little bit wide there, and that gives 75 Mark Goossens a chance up the inside, but Bertolini repels that and then finds a slower Porsche in his way. He breathes in and he just squeezes by. Paolo Roberti now in a hurry as well. Real frustration this for Pro Speed in the Porsche. You can see that Mark Goossens has got the pace to stay in that leading gaggle, but so many laps lost because of the silly driving by Ludovic Sunier, punting him out of the way. That car is effectively out of contention now, and how the drivers maintain motivation for the next 22 and a half hours, knowing they're 14 laps behind and chance of a good result is pretty slim. It remains something of a mystery. They're just going to try and do their best and push on. 75 Jan Halen and Maxime Soule, the other drivers. Other attractions here at Spa, not just on the track, you know. The village getting very busy behind the old pit straight, and drivers waiting their turn in the pit lane, ready to take over. So pit stops now for one or two more of the teams, including 124 Porsche there, which was Martin Rich, who did the first stint and of course got his penalty for ignoring the pit lane exit light. Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach are the other drivers of that car. In the Pro Cup you go with 3. In the other classes, if you wish, you can go with 4, but it's not essential in Pro Am Cup or in Gentleman Trophy. Some getting away with 3 drivers there, but 4 is the maximum you can have in a car. So Peter Cox then comes through, number 24, the Lamborghini, now up into 5th place, because not only has he got past Bertolini, he's got past Frank Kechler as well, who is behind him, look, in the red and black Ferrari, run by Beta 4-1, but slightly confusing in that it's not the traditional livery for that team. Andrea Bertolini is behind him now. Bertolini's lapping quicker. Kechler's lap times are going up here, and he's about to lose out, I think, to Bertolini. You're riding now with the Italian, the reigning FIA GT1 world champion. Heads up towards Les Combes, and now the Ferrari is being monstered by the recovering Mark Goossens. Look in the Porsche, who goes for the inside. So rather than Bertolini gaining a place away from his teammate, he's losing out to a lapped car. Just illustrating how quick Goossens and that car can be, but so far down the order now after the earlier problems. Richard put into the lead of the race then is He's based in the endurance pits, so he's got to go through the source on the inside and then drop downhill. As in the meantime, then Fassler, Scheider, and then Thomas Jäger will become the top three. We're on board with Richard as he gets himself ready for the pit stop. Does all the necessary adjustments to seat and to intercoms and to everything else, drinks bottles, in case he's going to get out of the car. Should be, I would imagine, a driver change this time, so try to minimise the time lost in the pit lane for doing things like that and get that done out of harm's way early on. Now he just goes past the Kyrgios Aston Martin that we saw Ollie Bryant pit with early on in the race. That's back into the pit road as Richard Westbrook vacates the cabin of the Team Manthey Porsche, and the team goes to work to clean the windscreen. And that, I'm afraid, is the Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof Lamborghini, and that's coming into the pit lane by the look of it. So the Lamborghini has had a big accident and it's damaged the barrier. Look, you see the way the barrier is folded down, but that's coming into the pit lane. We'll get a safety car because of that for sure. And 25, 17th place it was. Nicky Meyer-Melnhof at the wheel of the car jumps clear. The car is very badly damaged indeed. He's okay, which is the good news, but you can see the amount of damage, and Meyer-Melnhof pretty distraught about all of that. So you heard Albert von Thurn and Taxis on the grid talking about their chances, and I said if they keep out of harm's way, keep out of trouble. Well, I'm afraid that they haven't kept out of trouble. The marshal's trying to right the car, because of course that is currently blocking pit in, and under a safety car you're going to get people that want to come in, so they've got to thread their way around it. Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof, despite the fact he's just rolled, is eager to help the marshals try and right the car. Crash. More damage is done, rear wing flies up. The wiper works, that's the good news, I suppose. So what was an immaculate symphonic sounding Lamborghini is now scrap, and Meyer-Melnhof puts his head back in the cabin, but there rejoining the race is the 888 Porsche, now with Christian Menzel at the wheel of it. So we've got the two gun drivers doing the first two stints there, Richard Westbrook and then Christian Menzel, as we have our second safety car period of the race. And this time it's again for a car in the pit lane. We had poor Andrew Kokori's accident at La Source, where the two pit lanes join effectively, and now Meyer-Melnhof having gone off at the bus stop but crashing into the pit lane. So once more safety car, once more we'll get people pitting like this, and 888 did lead when it came into the pits. Christian Menzel, but Marcel Fassler will have moved himself through. So 98 now leads the way from 33 Timo Scheider, and then 35 Thomas Jäger up into third place. When cars have accidents at Spa, they have accidents. You can see yet more damage for teams to worry about. That's another retirement, I'm afraid, and it's going to take a little bit of shifting from there. How it got there remains as yet a mystery, but it's dropped liquid everywhere. The car itself is badly damaged, not just the bodywork but the suspension and everything else. 42 has pitted, Michel Petit out of 46th place, and the safety car has picked up, not the race leader, but has been scrambled and collected the first available car really. And what tends to happen is that the race director will then, once everybody is formed up behind, get the cars in the right order. So Thomas Jäger, 35, pits, comes then now into pit lane. Paolo Roberti comes in by the look of it. Andrea Bertolini comes in. One of the United Autosports Audis is in also. Alex Buncombe has come in. Yeah, 11, the Audi of Matt Bell. You heard from his elder brother Rob, who's on McLaren duty. Matt, on the Ginetta racer, drives for the United Autosports Audi team. Gets out of the car, in fact. Driver change there you can see going on for car 11. And what about Andrea Bertolini? I think he's going to stay. Is he behind the wheel of number 2? Looks like he is. So Andrea Bertolini, having got that car from its pit lane start into contention. How's the other pit starter, Fred Makovici, doing? 19th place he's in at the moment. So Fred Makovici 19th, he'll gain places of course while we've got them serving pit stops now on the safety car like this. So once again everybody slows down, tyres start to lose temperature and pressure, and more from the pit road, including there the BMW Z4 of Xavier Marson. All cars being told to increase their speed to catch up with the safety car. The race director doesn't want any stragglers this time around. Tyre change for Bertolini, the Vita 4-1 Ferrari that runs on Michelin tyres. And Andrea, who was a 19-year-old, who was Ferrari's youngest test driver, former kart racer, started his GT career in Porsches before he switched to Ferrari, and was then seconded to Maserati, where he was a key part of the MC12 development project and race project, and with Maserati Corsa and then with Peter Racing, great success in GTs, both in the FIA GT Championship and then the GT1 World Championship, which he won last year. So that car gets back into the race, loses places of course while we have the pit stop time for the safety car like this. There's 32 in, which Stefano Ortelli has brought down the pit lane just recently for a drive-through. Now makes a driver change, and the car that he tagged earlier on just goes down the pit road as well there, 35. Thomas Jäger's Mercedes. So as we get towards the end of the second hour of the race, our second safety car period, and with drivers only being able to do 65 minutes between pit stops, because that's the regulation, you can do 65 minutes only on a tank of fuel to try and equate the balance really between those cars with the slightly smaller fuel tanks and those with the larger long-range fuel tanks. Now everyone taking the opportunity to top up the fuel. So what this will now give us is 98, the Audi that Marcel Fassler started, and Andrea Piccini now drives in the lead from Timo Scheider, and Peter Cox up in the third place, Thomas Jäger staying behind the wheel of the fourth place Mercedes, and into contention now in fifth Gianluca Roda in number 9, and then Andrea Bertolini is in sixth place, or was in sixth place before his pit stop in number 2 Ferrari, but it'll all shuffle its way around till the end of this next lap. So still quite a few cars to get themselves back out after this most recent pit stop. A couple of cars being told to quicken their pace and they catch up to the safety car. There in the pit road is the 1-2-3 Armand Fumal Porsche that we saw driving over bits of bodywork a little while ago. Armand Fumal sharing the car with Christian Lefort, Carl Rosenblatt and Jérôme Thierry. And now there's the queue at the end of the pit lane as they wait for the crocodile of cars to go by, and then they can join in. Lotus Evora leads GT4 at the moment, car 70, which was started by Eduardo Piscopo, and that therefore has just moved itself ahead of the Nissan. Alex Buncan was the leader of the class, Bob Neville's team, a little while ago. So we've got lots of drivers all waiting to rejoin the race from the end of the pit lane, and in the meantime whilst the debris is moved and the pit lane entry is cleared, so we are behind the safety car like this. Stefano Ortelli's Audi having dropped places after that drive-through penalty now handed over, and 32 now with Bert Langin at the wheel, 21st place. For the VDS team there, the Ford Mustang, great charismatic car that. And it's good to have a couple of Ford Mustangs on the grid, including the car of Marc Douay, Jean-Michel Martin and Eric Bachelard. Good to see Eric, now based in America, having been the owner of the Conquest IndyCar team, racing here. So looking down onto the old pits, and then Eau Rouge, the car's climbing uphill. Peter Cox's Lamborghini goes through. The safety car period, the field having become a little bit strung out around the circuit, so you can see that quite a few cars are going to need a bit of encouragement to catch up to the crocodile of cars before we get the race back underway. Now let's catch up with what's going on at Vita 4-1 Racing because we managed to track down Michael Bartels. He's in the pit lane. So is Haley.
Michael, it would look like that Andrea is losing a little bit of pace. How is the 458 performing?
Okay, we immediately double stint the tires. So in the end of the second stint, he was not so competitive. Now we changed the tires, and he remained in the car. So we will see how it's going now. The cold temperature not really in our favor, let's say.
And what was the reason for car number 1 being in the garage?
There was a problem with the power steering, and they fixed it now. It should be okay. There was no report from Nico, but it was of course a shame, you know, to lose so much ground in the first 2 hours of the race. But we never give up, and we try to bring the car to the end.
Thank you.
That's the proper 24-hour spirit there from the player manager Michael Bartels, who walks back into the garage. So yes, number 1, way down the order, but with its power steering problems hopefully now cured, back into the race. And that car, number 1, let's just double check, is now 61st, and it has done 18 laps, whereas the race leader has done 40 laps. So that shows you how far behind it is, but if others have problems, it will creep back up the order. Won't gain all of those laps back, but as long as it's there at the finish, then it may have a decent result. But I'm afraid Eric van der Poel is not going to score another victory. He's had 5 Spa 24-hour wins, not going to be a 6th this year. Let's catch up on what's been happening so far, though, in the Total 24 Hours of Spa. A very busy 62-car grid here, with, before the race began, the Audi engineers looking at car 99 of Marc Basseng. There was lots of attention, of course, for the Marc BDS team on the grid, with Maxime Martin starting on pole position. As the snappers got ready for the start of the race, with such a big grid, there was always going to be drama early on. And as the cars worked their way up towards Les Combes on the rolling lap, getting warmth into the tyres, they were finally unleashed, and it was Marc Goossens from second on the grid who got the best start and worked his way round Maxime Martin's BMW to take over the race lead. Peter Cox slotted into 3rd place ahead of Paolo Roberti, and then Ludovic Sugnier running 5th in his Porsche. Richard Westbrook was busy, but he lost out on the first corner to a flying Sugnier, who then ran out of road, ran over the curb, and Richard Westbrook had to go back at him on the climb up the Kemmel Straight. Up front though, Sugnier tried to take 2nd place off Cox, got through, missed his braking point completely, bounced over the curb, bounced off his teammate, and cost both cars a chance of a good result. Sugnier had to limp on for another lap with a punctured tyre, but with steering and radiator damage, so Goossens headed straight for the pit lane. The car fell way down the order. Richard Westbrook managed to get himself into contention, had this moment at Les Combes and slipped back down a place. Andrew Piccoli had his monster accident at La Source after he tagged the BMW of Wolfgang Haug. He hit the barrier on the outside and on the inside of the circuit. We had our first safety car period of the race. It was a lengthy extraction process. Andrew complaining of some back pain. He's gone to the hospital in Verviers just as a precautionary measure. The car destroyed, but Andrew is understood to be okay. Paolo Roberti led on the restart with Peter Cox behind him, Matt Griffin 3rd in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Roberti tried to build up an advantage, but behind him, Peter Cox just would not go away. There was fun and games amongst the BMW Z4s coming out of the bus stop. More contact, more paces lost, but thankfully no lasting damage. Simon Knapp, a rather aggressive driver involved in all of that, was able to get himself up 1 place as Richard Westbrook charged his way into contention. He pitted early and eventually got the 888 Porsche into the lead of the race, but before he could do that, he had to work his way not just past Claudia Hürtgen, but also past the rather wide Mercedes of the redoubtable David Jones. That he achieved, as Peter Cox also picked off places going around the outside of Mike Hesemans in traffic. Andrea Bertolini was rather busy gaining ground and trying to keep Thomas Enger at bay as he worked his way past back markers. The traffic got well out of the way, courtesy of missing their braking point. Rob Bell brought the 58 McLaren into the pit lane, complaining it didn't feel quite right. The car was wheeled away as a precaution. But Stefano Ortelli made a move for 2nd place on Thomas Jaeger. The move worked after a fashion. Ortelli got a drive-through penalty for that, fell down the order as a result, and stationary out on the circuit was Peter van Alphenhover's Aston Martin GT4 that expired at Les Combes. And then, just at the end of the 2nd hour of the race, so Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof had this big accident, as yet unexplained, coming through the bus stop, demolished the barrier near the pit entry. He's okay, the car isn't. So out of the race is Mark Malmhoff, and that's why we are behind the safety car. The team manager of 25, that shattered Lamborghini, is now being summoned to the race director. So I think we might start to learn a little bit more about exactly what's gone on for Nicholas Mark Malmhoff. Whether he did it on his own, I find hard to believe. It does rather feel as though there might have been another car involved in that, and if Nicholas was being a little bit ambitious, shall we say, in trying to get past traffic, it may have been contact between him and another car that launched him off the circuit. Well, at the end of the first hour, it was Matt Griffin that led the way. At the end of the second hour, it's Peter Cox who leads the way, having been there or thereabouts all the way through. Peter in the Lamborghini. Now the race order again looks a bit confused under the safety car. It didn't pick up the leader this time, but there is the leading car, 24, the Blancpain sponsored Lamborghini that Peter Cox shares with Jos Bentham, the winner back in 09, and of course with Mark Hayek, the CEO and chairman of Blancpain. And Mark, an increasingly rapid racing driver these days, so it's somebody else that I think is going to be worth looking for when he gets his stint in the car. But you would imagine that Peter and Jos Bentham will do the bulk of the work in that, because they are the quicker two, but Mark Hayek will need to do his minimum time. He's a bronze driver, that means he's got to do 6 hours in that car. 32, which is Bert Longchamp being told to quicken his pace to catch up with the safety car, because at the moment it's causing a bit of a bottleneck. Now here the cars are coming up towards the bus stop. We've still got cars just going over the start and finish line into La Source, not that far up the road, so clearly the field now very strung out around the circuit. Part of the problem, of course, in that is that people make pit stops and then drop out of sequence, but there's quite a few here that need to try and quicken their pace and make one long line of cars. So there's the race leader, that's Peter Cox in the Lamborghini, the Dutch driver, having already taken part in 3 Lamborghini Trofeo races this weekend. It's a clap for punishment, is Peter. The best lap of the race, incidentally, has been done early on by Paolo Roberti. He did a 2:22.6 early on in the race. Peter Cox on the radio to the team, giving some feedback. Rather animated conversation by the look of it. He turns his way through La Source. That car, a long way clear at the moment of number 98, which is running in second spot. 98 at the moment, being driven by Andrea Piccini. And because Piccini is in the second wave of cars, he's being rather badly held up. The lead gap is increasing all the time. So at the moment, Peter Cox turning there out of Eau Rouge. We've yet to have the second place car come across the timing line, and it will do so hopefully shortly. And the lead gap is extending all the time. 54.8 seconds it is, because Andrea Piccini is in that next wave of cars and is being rather badly delayed. Well, we've seen what was a Lamborghini now reduced to its component parts by Nicholas Mark Malmhoff. Let's hear from Hans Reiter, the man behind the team. He's with Haley.
Hans, can you let us know what happened with Nicky and if he is okay?
Yeah. Seems to be was a bit too aggressive on the pit entry and then put the car on the wall and was like the car is on the side. It looks like we can write this car off totally. So it's bad for 24 hours. I do not really know what to say. You know, it's a 24-hour race and we destroy a car in the pit entry. It's a unique thing, I think.
But why did you not stop car number 24?
Why did I not stop? Because it's now pace car and we can extend our running time from 65 minutes to 70 minutes. And we're hoping to have then one pit stop less at 12 hours.
Thank you.
All makes sense. So the strategic brain of Hans Reiter there, working that out to just go a bit further. So if the safety car is out, you can go a bit longer on the fuel under the regs. And that was, once upon a time, an immaculate Lamborghini. And it is a very valid point that is made. How you can be going so quickly is to crash in the pit lane with 22 hours still to go. It does take some doing. Dramas there surrounding the BDS Ford Mustang 85. Jose Close was the start driver in the car that he shares with Benjamin Bailly, Julien Schroyen and Rafael van der Straten. And that's in the fast lane of the pits, isn't it, where they're working on that wheel? And I'm not sure the race director's going to like that. It's at the end of the pit lane, in the fast lane, it's up on its jacks. so that really would be out of the way, I would have thought, and graphically illustrated, but I'm not sure that the race officials are going to take too kindly to this extra pit stop in the fast lane, because if another car comes up behind, it's therefore going to be a chicane. So that's falling down the order. There will be a Porsche look in the background there to be released fairly soon, be able to work its way around that car, but this work should not be being done here, that's for sure. And the problem seems to be either a loose front left, or the wheel didn't seat properly. So, are they done? Are they happy? Comes off the trolley jack. Right, the car should be able to rejoin now. But it's made the team look a bit orderly, I'm afraid, having to do that at the end of the pit lane. So, Peter Cox leading the way, and the Lamborghini then, as we now know, being able to go a little bit longer under the safety car on this fuel. Engine fires up on the Mustang. And we wait for that car to rejoin the race. Rafael van der Straten coming, just taking it over incidentally, and just gets going before the Porsche in question needs to worry about getting past, just released right behind it there. So we're into the third hour of the 63rd running of the Spa 24 Hours, with the fire marshals poised trackside if needed, with the medical teams who did have to look after Andrew Coccoli after that very big impact at La Source. But very, very disappointing situation for McLaren. Their lead car, not just out of the race, but virtually destroyed. Matt Griffin, you just got to look at there, number 50, down in 21st place now, having done its most recent pit stop. And the car now being driven by Jack Gerber. Very imaginative helmet design there, you can see. And it's 24. Ready for a pit stop. So Mark Hayek and Jos Menton, who are the other two drivers of that car, will relieve Peter Cox shortly, but Hans Reiter explaining exactly what the plan is. And 24 then continues to hold sway, with Andrea Piccini on that lead lap and a long way adrift at the moment. Then in third place is 888 Christian Menzel. In fourth place now is 99, which has been taken over by Christoph Hasser. In fifth place is still at the wheel of number 2, Andrea Bertolini. And then in sixth place, number 33 now, Matthias Ekstrom. Seventh is car number 9, which is now Gianluca Roda. In eighth place is 35, which Kenneth Heyer has now taken over from Thomas Jaeger. Ninth is 15, Anthony Kumpen, having taken over from Mike Hezemans. And in 10th spot is number 3, which is Julian Rodriguez, having gone on board the Exis AMR Aston Martin. So again, behind the safety car, teams taking advantage of this to make their pit stops. And 924 due a pit stop imminently. Fans in the grandstand opposite the oval pits, keeping tabs on the race, keeping tabs on what's going on in the pit stops, and if they stand up and look behind them, they can keep tabs on the off-track fun and games. Big trade village behind the stage of the pop concert, and the so-called sexy car wash that goes on as well during the evening here at the Spa 24 Hours. Alternatively, you could just head for your tent, couldn't you? Get a bit of rest. And those tents are for the marshals down at the bus stop. They're not for the fans, but the officials who want to be near to their post throughout can take a few steps away, get a little bit of sleep, and then be back on post as soon as they need to be. So the race continues under the safety car, which will be in at the end of this lap. We are told Peter Cox leading Andrea Piccini, and then Christian Menzel in third place in number 888 Porsche that he's taken over from Richard Westbrook. And the Porsche run by Olaf Manthei's team with Mike Sturzberg, who goes pretty well in the VLN races, and then Hans-Guido Riegel to take over. Well, we're about to go racing once again, and with the safety car not having collected the leader, you've got a handful of cars there running out of sequence. However, the race leader Peter Cox comes in this time. So as the race restarts, I think I'm right in saying that the leader is in. He is at the end of lap 43. And this now gives one or two drivers, of course, a chance to try and get into contention. So there is the Blancpain sponsored Reiter Ran Lamborghini in, and that was 70 minutes done. So 65, unless the safety car comes out, then you're given a little bit longer because the fuel load is not being burnt as quickly. Well, there's Christian Menzel now getting himself into contention, but Andrea Piccini will take over the lead of the race in the 98 Audi. Christian Menzel will go second, and up into third spot should come 99. Christopher Hasse in the second of the Phoenix Run cars. Christopher Hasse, the former German GT racer, the European GT3 champion a couple of years ago. So Peter Cox has done a very good first stint. He gets out of the car. There's Jack Gerber, the South African, having taken over from Matt Griffin. And look how crowded it all becomes once the safety car peels out of the way. In the middle of all of that is the new race leader Andrea Piccini there, having worked his way through the first sector. So 98 Audi leads there. 888, the Porsche, going well in the hands of Christian Menzel. And as the Porsche gone by, he has in the traffic, so Menzel has gone past Piccini as well now. The Audi drops back behind him. He's also going to be careful of the Lotus there. The Piscopo and Mansell driven GT4 Lotus pulls to one side. We've also got the Acuria Cos Aston trying to work its way through there as well. So Christian Menzel it is now then, who is up front. Mark Hayek, having taken over from Peter Cox, goes down the pit lane. And with the race back underway, there in 32 is Bert Langin down in 19th place. That drive-through penalty for Stefan Ortelli didn't really do them any favours. Stefan should have known better, I think, than to try something like that on Thomas Jaeger up at Les Combes. It didn't pay off for him, and so Ortelli, with the drive-through, pulls down the order. It's up to Bert Langin, another experienced driver now, to try to work his way back up the order. And a replay of how Christian Menzel got the advantage came very rapidly through Eau Rouge on this restart lap. Up the Kemmel Straight, Andrea Piccini ahead of him, who was being a little bit careful in the traffic. And Menzel got a run and went straight between Piccini and the Acuria Cos Aston Martin. Very, very bold effort. That put him on the outside line going up towards Les Combes. Braked as late as he dared. Hustled the car into the corner and went through. So Menzel picks up the race lead then. And that puts him now clear, as off the road has gone 3, which was doing a pretty decent job a little while ago in the hands of Julian Rodriguez. It was in the top 10, it's now in the gravel. So Rodriguez is off the road. Menzel goes through La Source, Piccini behind him, and then also you've got Christopher Hasse catching up. We've had a spin at the bus stop as well for number 12, which is the United Autosports Audi. Back onto the circuit it goes. Now that's the car of Harry Lindart, Alain Lee, Richard Mines and Henri Richard. And place is lost as a result of that. Alain Lee at the wheel of it. The Frenchman based in Hong Kong, who had his very first ever race at the British Grand Prix in 1991 in the Thomas Petit Prix, the charity race that was organised by Ron and Lisa Dennis to raise money for the Thomas charity. And Alain won his drive in a competition in Autosport magazine. Since when he's become a very handy GT racer in Ferrari Challenge races and the gear race at Macau. And the incident vehicle sets off to attend to Julian Rodriguez. Right, in all the fun and games, Menzel leads, Piccini leads Hasse, and there, Alistair McKay being monstered by 33 Matthias Ekstrom, the DTM double champion, trying to find a way past the Acuria Cos Aston Martin that's in 34th place at the moment, number 79. Number 70 currently under investigation for not respecting red lights at the end of the pit lane. And car 70 is the Lotus of Piscopo, Leo and Greg Mansell and Gianni Giudici. The car, of course, that is very well placed within GT4. It was leading up to its last pit stop. A replay of the bus stop, and yes, that's the reason Alain Lee spun. He was tagged into that by 35, which is Kenneth Heyer, and the Ferrari All-Star number 42 rather badly delayed in that, which is a car that we've seen in the gravel in the hands of Michel Petit earlier on in the race. But now Eric Cairol, the former French Super Tourisme champion, having to get out of the way, and 11 comes in. So this is the Mark Patterson, Matt Bell, Eddie Cheever, Mark Blundell car for United Autosports. 38th. Mark Patterson brings it down the pit road. Now there's Mark Hayek in 24, having taken over from Peter Cox. He's in 13th, and he's about to become 14th there because Matteo Bobbi goes up the inside and gains a place. Matteo Bobbi having taken over from Frank Kettler goes by. So that now means that Matteo Bobbi goes 13th, and as the cars turn their way uphill, the next target for Matteo is going to be number 41, which is the Mark VDS Racing Team Marcus Paltler driven Ford GT 008 there, the Aston Martin on the inside that Thomas Enger brought into the pit lane. That's been handed over now to Gavin Pickering, the British driver, and it's currently in 22nd place. Again, with the cars all having bunched up under the safety car, it's incredibly busy out there. When you try and overtake a back marker, you lose a place on the road if you're not careful. You lose a real place in the classification if you're not careful as well. It is so crowded. Right, on board for a bit of calm here in the cockpit of Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari. A new set of tyres put on, as Michael Bartels explained, to try and make the car go faster because it was rather struggling on that previous set. But Bertolini is 4th, done a good long stint in that car, been in it from the beginning. There's Metzel, who has lost out again to Andrea Piccini. So Andrea Piccini is back up front, Christian Metzel is 2nd. Christopher Hasser storming on behind them in 3rd place. So it's an Audi 1-3 at the moment, Porsche in the middle, and the Audi top service mechanics for Audi Sport Team Phoenix looking pretty relaxed at the moment with their cars 1st and 3rd, but there's a big battle going on, that's for sure, in the middle of which there is Christian Menzel turning his way down through Pouen. Christian, something of a Porsche specialist these days, having won the German Carrera Cup. He's also raced in the Porsche Super Cup internationally and most recently in the Carrera Cup Asia. Let's ride with him down to the pit path. Now ahead of him, got Andrea Piccini working his way through traffic. So Christian Menzel can't afford to lose too much time there, so he's got to get past the Northern Motorsport Porsche, which he does on the inside. And not only that, but he's also just put the wiper back on, suggesting that there might be the odd spot of rain in the air again. And I would suggest also getting a bit closer to Piccini going up through Blancpain now. Andrea Piccini in the traffic, trying to warn the cars ahead of his progress. And likewise, you've got 32 Bertlangin up into 17th spot, trying to wriggle his way through, but he's in danger of going a lap down if he's not careful here. Bertlangin comes across the timing line. And number 32 is up into 15th at the end of this lap, in fact. But as he comes up towards La Source, look back, because there Andrea Piccini swings out of the traffic, not only trying to work his way past slower cars, but also keep Christian Menzel at bay. Goes through La Source. Christopher Hasser in 3rd place, also trying to join in this mix as well now as they turn their way downhill. So Bertlangin, 15th. His next target is going to be Mark Hayek in the Lamborghini, who's quite a long way up the road now. Car number 3, which we saw in the gravel, Julian Rodriguez, back into the race, but his rejoin means there's lots of gravel all over the road at Les Combes, and that's the part of the circuit to which the leaders are now heading. Andrea Piccini leading the way, straight between the back markers, one on the right, one on the left. He goes to the inside of the traffic. Christian Menzel, you're riding with him, is in 2nd place. Which way does he go? Edward Sandstrom is ahead of him, and he's lost out to Piccini, and also going back ahead of him is 44, which is a car that's a lap down. And now Christopher Hasser goes through as well. So there, hung out to dry, I'm afraid, on the outside line was Christian Menzel. He's fallen back into 3rd place. Up and past him went 44, now with Hubert Voss at the wheel. That was a back marker, but more significantly was Christopher Hasser. Now Hasser is being trapped behind Voss. Hubert Voss, who made his name initially racing Renaults, but goes very well nonetheless in GT3 BMWs. And having worked his way up a place on track, the man that won one of the GT3 European Championship races at Silverstone back in early June is now trying to break away, but he's not succeeding in so doing. The next scrum of cars here look towards the pit path. You've got the number 40 VDS Racing Team BMW Z4 going around the outside. Now that's a car that's now been taken over by Mark Henrici. It started on pole position, don't forget, but a drive-through penalty has cost it, and the car suddenly heads off the road. It's one of the BMWs. Was that Voss? It may well have been. Goes through the gravel back onto the circuit, but that's another one with the wipers on, and it just suggests the road's getting more and more slippery. Yes, it was Hubert Voss then, number 44. That car in 21st place at the moment, but it's done itself no favours by going off through the gravel. Makes the tyres all dirty. Take a corner or two at least to get those all cleaned up again. The car running on Michelin. and that was started by Xavier Marson, who crashed it, in fact, in the damp on slick tyres. He thought he could stay out, didn't get the temperature into them, and went off the road. And yes, we have got some light drizzle falling on this part of the circuit, to which the cars now come through the bus stop. You can see one or two drivers get it wrong, have to go up the escape road. So the race leader, Andrea Piccini, number 98, comes over the timing line now, still being pursued by Christian Menzel in the 888 Porsche, but he in turn is battling with Christopher Hasse. The Porsche through. Christopher Hasse tries to get his nose back in front, which he does. They come into La Source, so there Hasse is second, but he gets forced out wide in the traffic. And on the inside of 43 now goes Menzel. Can he find a way by? Well, he can't get past the Audi, nor can he get past the number 43 BMW out of all of that, which at the moment is being driven by David Hart, the Dutch driver. And David, who is a very, very rapid driver in historics, goes really well in Lola T70s, for example. He's got a late Porsche 962 that he races, but was taken to modern GT racing at Le Mans in the last couple of years. Had a spell in the FIA GT Championship a few years ago, in fact, with Mike Hesemans in the Viper days, but he's going to have to lose that track position now because Christian Menzel goes past him. And David Hart slips back one place on track, but Hart actually running 19th in the classification at the moment, going very well. Simon Knapp started that car, Jeroen Den Boer and David, the other two drivers. So in that, you've got just the three of them. And that's Christian Menzel trying to get himself back up with the two Audis that lead the way. And behind them in fourth place, it's Andrea Bertolini, whose most recent lap in the Ferrari was quicker than the three leaders. But to be fair, the three leaders have all got involved in traffic. Behind them, though, at the moment, the fastest man on the circuit is Matthias Ekström, number 33 Audi, who is in fifth place, and he's lapping, getting on for 3 seconds a lap quicker than the race leaders. So Eki becoming one to watch. The rain in sector 1, and car 24 under investigation for overtaking under the safety car. Yes, that was the Peter Cox, Mark Hayek, Jos Menton Lamborghini, and it was at the restart that Peter brought it in, so therefore it must be Peter that's committed the crime, because he handed it over to Mark Hayek just at the end of the safety car period. So that is a car that is under investigation. This, however, is Julian Rodriguez Aston Martin that was in the gravel, is now in its pit garage, and for the moment is not going terribly far. So the Aston Martin tumbles down the order as a consequence. You've got more people running wide coming out of Blancpain there as the grip levels just starts to be reduced now that we've got this drizzle falling there. Car number 18 Porsche going in 16th place now through the bus stop, and this is the car that Lorenzo Bontempelli, Beniamino Caccia, Alessandro Bonetti and Gianluca De Lorenzi are sharing. Bontempelli at the wheel of it at the moment as they go out of La Source, but that was a car that ran out of road at the bus stop. Cars dropped downhill. Piccini leading the way in 98. Christopher Hasse lapped quicker last time, so he's getting nearer. And the gap between the top two then, as the cars still have to work their way through traffic, and Menzel particularly has to get through traffic now, is just 0.7 of a second. So Christopher Hasse here, I think he's going to make his move for leadership pretty soon. You're riding with Menzel, who's still got to get through back markers. Picks off one. Bontempelli, I think he's the next, isn't it, in the Porsche, going into the braking zone for Les Combes. He's in third spot still, of course, in this car, in 888. In fourth is 33, which is Matthias Ekström, and then in fifth place now is Andrea Bertolini. So we've had that change of place on that last lap, with the charging Audi moving itself up and past the Ferrari 458, which at the moment is looking a bit subdued. They go 3 wide down to Bruxelles here, in the middle of which is the Corvette. And Christian Menzel has just got nowhere to go. Tries to find a way past the number 22 Ferrari of Sport Garage, which I think he has done. Gets past the Corvette as well that Fred Bouvi started, and that car now gets squeezed out wide. It's now got Damien Kearns at the wheel of it, and the Corvette is down in 52nd place. Corvettes always draw attention to themselves, in Red Bull colours particularly, but that after its early lengthy pit stop, quite a long way down the order now. Coming up towards you, you've got Porsche, McLaren, BMW, that's a Vita 4-1 Ferrari that's gone off the road. Which one is that? That's a Pouan, that's Bertolini. Andrea Bertolini then has had a moment. There was some tyre squeal in the background I just heard, but Bertolini has gone off, and David Hart goes off as well now. David Hart spins 43 BMW and he gets back onto the road. That suddenly makes only half the width of the track available, and he's in exactly the wrong place. He thankfully has got the engine running, he gets out of the way. There is number 1 Vita 4-1 Ferrari back into the race, still with Nico Verdonk at the wheel of it. and that car in 60th place, trying to climb back up the order. So David Hart, after his big spin, rejoins. DHG writ large on the front is the David Hart Group. He has many businesses, property, shipping amongst them, and loves his motor racing. Great enthusiast, former historic Alfa Romeo racer, but these days, as I say, with an AC Cobra for gentlemen drivers, pre-66 GT racing, a Lola T70, a Porsche 962. I think there are a few more cars secreted away as well, but in the BMW, he's had a spin. Meantime, we have a new leader because Christopher Haase is ahead of Andrea Piccini. You're riding now with, in 98, Andrea. And as they came across the line, it was just 0.3 of a second. So it's an Audi 1-2, they're from the same team. And the other car that needs keeping an eye to is 33, because Matthias Ekström is lapping quicker than the two race leaders. He's catching Christian Menzel. He's 5.2 seconds behind the Porsche. But 33, Matthias Ekström then, having taken over from Timo Scheider. Still behind the wheel of it, being penalised once more. Now there you can see the damage on the Mercedes. That's a legacy of having hit Alain Lee's Audi at the bus stop a few laps ago that we saw when Alain Lee was biffed into his spin, and 35, which has had a fairly checkered race so far, tagged into a spin where Thomas Jäger was driving it, Kenneth Heyer driving into, and therefore locking into a spin Alain Lee. And the damage on the front left corner of that car is going to need a bit of TLC and some sticky tape at the next pit stop. So Kenneth Heyer comes towards us. So the car through the piff-paff, getting a bit delayed in traffic, and comes now with the Aston Martin just up the road. That's the car that Gavin Pickering has taken over. But that bodywork is getting looser and looser and looser. It may be that sooner or later a meatball flag, the black and orange mechanical warning flag, goes out for that car, and it may have to be brought in for some sticky tape to attend to that, or even a whole new front section. Just to make the point again, it was caused when it hit the back of the Audi coming into the bus stop, having already been tagged into that earlier spin at Les Combes by Stefan Ortelli. So it's had two incidents, different drivers, different parts of the circuit, one at the front, one at the back. And we're only 2 and a bit hours into the race. What else can happen to that car? Meantime, Christopher Haase, last time through, did a personal best lap as he tries to get clear of Andrea Piccini. Half a second now is the margin between them. And these two climbing up towards Les Combes. Now, what's going on behind is that the gap has widened a little bit, in fact, between Christian Menzel and Matthias Ekström. I think possibly Eki is now having to work his way through that whole range of traffic that was rather impeding the two leaders a little while ago, because his lap times have gone up, and so he's now trying to work his way past the slower cars. When he's free of them, he may be able to improve again, but for the moment, Eki is there in 4th place, 5th is Bertolini, 6th is number 9, which has got Gianluca Roder at the wheel. In 7th place is that battered Mercedes we've just been seeing of Kenneth Heyer. 8th now Anthony Kumpen. And then in 9th place at the moment is 54, Nicolas Lapierre. Somebody else that is really good to have in this sort of racing, Nicolas Lapierre, who always used to go very well on daunting circuits in Formula 3 cars like Pearl and Macau. Goes well at Le Mans sports cars. Should go well around here as well, I would have thought, in a GT car. And then in 10th place now is number 4, the Hexis Aston Martin, up from the pit lane, don't forget, now with Henri Moser at the wheel, having taken over from Fred Makovici. Now there, Christian Menzel in 3rd place, not lapping as quickly as the two ahead of him, but lapping quicker than Matthias Ekström behind. So whether he can maintain that rather depends, I suspect, on how Ekström fares when he gets clear of the traffic. Amazingly enough, given how many cars we've seen running together at different points of this, Menzel has got an almost clear road around him for the moment, comes towards Blancpain. His last lap was a 2:25, so very nearly 2 seconds slower than the race-leading Audis. Comes towards the bus stop, sets the car up now, and We'll accelerate in a moment up towards the timing line as in for its drive-through comes number 70, so Eduardo Piscopo, who's rather monopolised that car early on in the race, comes down the pit lane. In the Pro-Am Cup at the moment, Christian Menzel's Porsche leading the way from Andrea Bertolini, and then Nicolas Lapierre third, and fourth in the class is 55, which was started by Mike Parisi, and now has Massimo Vignali at the wheel of the car. Great shot as the field comes past the endurance pit, so called these days. Audi, BMW and Aston Martin. Great to have so many different brands represented within the Blancpain Endurance Series and within the Spa 24 Hours. Number 3 there you catch a look at, which is the second of the Lexus Aston Martins. It was the car that Rodriguez put in the gravel, and it's having been dug out, rejoined the race, which way down the order, a consequence of all of that. So the number 3 Aston Martin is still going as you ride on board now in the number 76 BMW. The car started by Claudia Hertgem, Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of the car at the moment. 76 up into 16th place now. And the number 3 Aston Martin at the back of this little group, down in 47th. Rodriguez has stayed at the wheel of it, but hasn't really given himself a huge amount of brownie points in that team by putting it off the road. And then, of course, you have to get the gravel out of it. You lose laps being retrieved, you lose more laps in the pit lane checking the car over. So, all round, not an impressive stint, I'm afraid, for Julien Rodriguez. And the car that he shares with the rapid Yann Claret and Pierre-Brice Maynard, both two very quick French drivers. Now Matthias Ekstrom, having got himself through the traffic, is starting to up his pace once again, and he's sort of level now in terms of lap times in the 224s with Christian Menzel. So the third place battle still worth monitoring. There's Sandstrom there in 16th spot. His next target is number 40 Mark Canarici, who at the start of this lap was 9 seconds or so up the road. And spinning Porsches coming out of the bus stop, bringing out the yellow flags. That being 36, which was started by Roberto Fecchio, and now has Sergio Negroni at the wheel. That car tries to keep out of harm's way. Sergio Negroni, regular Italian GT racer for many, many years with Ferraris and Porsches, and now has to wait for a gap in the traffic, which is not that easy to find. The number 40 BMW just saw going out of La Source there, which is now being driven by Mark Canarici, a race winner in the past in the FIA GT1 World Championship. He drives for Mark VDS this year in the Ford in the GT1 World Championship, and he climbs uphill. It's slightly, I know it's had that drive through, but it's still odd the way that car lost its pace early on in the race with Maxime Martin, having qualified it so well. Maybe that was just a freak lap time given the quirky conditions we had throughout qualifying, but it's never looked as rapid in the first couple of stints in the race as it did in the end of qualifying, sort of faded away quite early on. But Mark Canarici should be able, I think, to bring the car closer to contention now. The German driver, as you look at the two leading Audis, Christopher Haase staying ahead of Andrea Piccini. And these two at the start of the lap covered by just 0.3 of a second. Very evenly matched drivers, and of course the cars run by the same team. And a replay of Christian Menzel hard at work coming out of Eau Rouge, gets up alongside the 75 Porsche, and busy shaking his fist. That was the car started by Mark Goossens, and it's still Mark at the wheel of it. Many laps behind, of course, after its lengthy pit stop. 57th, if that Mark Goossens is. But a rather frustrated Christian Menzel, feeling he'd been held up there by Goossens. Out of the pit path come the two leading Audis. Very shortly they're going to catch the Mark VDS Ford, aren't they, which was started by Marcus Paltela, but he's now up into 12th place with Antoine Leclerc at the wheel. And there, 35, bits falling off Kenneth Hayer's Mercedes, almost getting caught up with Gavin Pickering. Well, let's hear from another driver of that Mercedes, Stefan Lemray, in the pit lane with Haley.
Stefan, we can see that there's damage to car number 35, but we haven't been able to see what caused it.
Yeah, I didn't see as well. I mean, the car was racing very well, and now we are losing a bit of time, so it seems that this small crash made some problems on the car, but I don't know what happened exactly, and it's a shame because we already had two problems since the start of the race, and we were second, and we were as fast as the best ones. So it's really a shame. Now we are slow and we are losing a lot of positions. So I'm very disappointed because we were more competitive than we expected after the qualifying. So the car was really great, and now we are losing time.
Thank you.
Amongst the many bits of information that one can glean during the course of the race, quotes from the drivers, courtesy of Daily Sports Car, and one of which is from Nicholas Meyer-Melnhoff, saying he's got no idea what happened to him at the pit lane entry. What we can account for is what's just happened to Andrea Piccini, getting caught up trying to go around the outside of a slower Porsche coming into the bus stop, and in turn being whacked into a spin. That was 57, the car that was started by Richard Feller, and bang, right into the side. Andrea Piccini whacked into a spin. We have had some fairly ordinary driving so far by some of the gentlemen racers in this. More contact. Richard Feller comes off fairly badly, so that's a damaged front right corner. Brings the car into the pit lane. In fact, Fabio Spiergi having taken it over, Richard Feller started it, and that looks like broken suspension, doesn't it, on the front right? So that's going to be another lengthy pit stop, and the Andrea Piccini Audi, therefore, having lost time, thankfully being able to get back into the race. I think it was almost as though Spiergi was aiming for the pit lane and just didn't realise the other Audi was there, came across on it, but Piccini tanked into a spin. Hopefully it's not done the Audi too much harm. Big, solid, durable cars, but what it has done is opened up the lead gap, and it's also now brought Christian Menzel much, much closer as he tries to get second place. Has he got second place? I think he has, hasn't he? Coming back into view now, so yep, Menzel second, Piccini delayed down to third, and that also now means that we're going to have Matthias Ekström a little bit nearer to the top three drivers. So Piccini might just need a lap or so to make sure that all is well with that car, but he can do without the traffic bumping into him like that. So is there any damage on the side of the car? Can't spot any just yet, but hopefully it's not going to have done the Audi as much harm as it did for the Porsche. So Spiergi into the pit lane. That car will be way down the order anyhow. It also does now mean, of course, that Christopher Haase will have an increased advantage. Christian Menzel up into second place as they come down towards the bus stop, this being the completion of lap 57 for the race leaders. Heck of a lot's gone on so far, hasn't it? So the field turning its way up over the timing line, and that last lap from Christopher Haase was a 2:24, so running at a good solid pace now. Christian Menzel through in second, there third, number 98 Andrea Piccini. I can't see any damage on the back of the car, so I think he's got away pretty lightly with that, certainly in contrast to the battered Porsche. Menzel busy flashing his lights at the traffic as he works his way downhill. Fabio Spiergi into the pit lane, and that black Porsche that we saw is going to be in there for quite some time, I fear now. On board with Christian Menzel. Now behind, in fourth place, number 33, Matthias Ekström, has just done his best lap of the race. So he's catching everybody ahead of him, again traffic permitting, as Marc Henrici there tries to gain a place. He's busy battling with Bert Langin, and that's for 14th place. He's got the second place car bearing down on him as Henrici goes to the inside there, tries to get past Langin, doesn't quite succeed in so doing. He's going to have another go coming down towards Bruxelles, but look there behind him, Christian Menzel sees the battle going on, needs to be fairly careful about where he makes his move here, but he hasn't been able to judge the gap just right yet. He doesn't want to get caught up in their battle and risk an incident with them, so he needs to be fairly careful about where he seizes the opportunity to make his move. So we've got the cars diving through Pouhon. Bert Langin fending off Marc Henrici, stalwart GT racer Bert Langin in the FIA Championship in Belcar, and coming now down towards the Pif Paf. Marc Henrici is behind him, there's Christian Menzel, but look at Andrea Piccini right back on his tail. This is the fight for second place now. They work their way through some more traffic past Mark Goossens, and you're on board with Piccini. Now, can he make it an Audi 1-2 again? Gap's coming down, and now with the light starting to fade here at Spa, it was never that bright today, but as the light starts to fade a little bit more, the light's getting ever brighter. Piccini hustling on in pursuit of Christian Menzel. On board with the Audi, track map stuck to the steering wheel. As much as anything, it's so if he gets a report of rain at a given corner, or an incident at a given corner, or oil on the track, he knows exactly which corner is being referred to by the turn number. Comes now towards Blanchimont, out of which it's then the run to the bus stop, into the braking area, turn right, turn left, leader clear, Christopher Haase, but the second and third are together, and Matthias Ekström is almost with them now in fourth place. So you've got them coming over the line, the Haribo Porsche. That's Christian Menzel. Behind him, as they get to La Source, there is Piccini. The next car in the queue is Goossens' lap Porsche that led early on. But then Matthias Ekstrom there, look, in the Audi, about to accelerate downhill. Matthias Ekstrom here looking to try to gain not only a place on track off Goossens, in other words track position, but get himself nearer to that battle for second place. Because he's got a car that can lap at the same sort of pace as the leaders, he's now trying to unlap himself from Andrea Piccini, and this is not awfully helpful for them. So this is, I think, what was frustrating Christian Menzel earlier on, because it ends up with Goossens there, look, splitting that battle. So he's moved himself between the second and third place cars, and there's Matthias Ekstrom getting closer and closer to them all the time. Ekstrom is fourth. It won't be long before he's right there on the tail of Andrea Piccini, and Piccini's race rather compromised now, at least this lap, by Goossens unlapping himself. Mark Goossens is 56th, many laps behind, but he's got a car now that it's been straightened out once again that can run at the same sort of pace, so he's the joker in the pack to an extent here. Meantime, Bert Langin, remember him, still fending off Marc Henrici at the head of this queue. They are a lap adrift of the race leader. They're still busy battling for 14th place overall. The best lap of the race has been done early on by Paolo Roberti when traffic was less of an issue, and Audi getting ready for a pit stop, as we'll find out this time which one they're expecting. As meantime, out of the piff path goes Piccini, and now he has got Matthias Ekstrom right up behind him. Langin still fending off Henrici. There's Mark Goossens, but Piccini here in third spot. He's going to lose out soon, as Gavin Pickering, I think that is, has brought the 008 Aston Martin into the pits, and taken the car over from Thomas Enger, and in fact, by the look of it, there's going to be another driver change going on there. So Gavin Pickering, having done the stint, gets out. And we'll confirm who the new driver is just in a moment, as we look at this great battle that's going on still for second, third and fourth places, coming down towards the bus stop. Into the braking zone, there's Christian Menzel, who's already had one fist-shaking moment against Mark Goossens. There could be another one coming up soon, because Goossens now looking a bit toey to unlap himself from the black and yellow Porsche ahead. There's Piccini versus Ekstrom. That's the battle on for third place now as they come over the line. And Christian Menzel flashing his headlights at the car in 15th place, Marc Henrici, as they come down towards La Source. The leader is in, Christopher Hasse there in the pit lane. Going to stay in the car by the look of it. They're going to refuel it. And let's see whether they need to do anything about tyres for number 99, the Michelin Shod Audi. I suspect the answer is going to be no. They'll just want to get that car back into the race if they can. And the car's just about ready. They can't do the tyres anyway while refueling goes on with these two-part pit stops under the regulations. But they are going to change tyres, right. So up it goes on the jacks. And with a limited number of mechanics under the regulations, 2 to change the tyres. It's not a lightning pit stop like Audi mechanics can do in the DTM, but under 4 seconds. Got to do each corner individually. So one takes the new wheel and tries to stop rolling wheel nuts. Now was that saved? I think it was, but they've managed to get a replacement nut on. So old wheel off, new wheel on, get the tyres out of the way, pit stop completed, and back into the race goes Christopher Hasse in number 99. So that pit stop puts back into the lead 888 Christian Menzel, and Gavin Pickering's Aston Martin has come in because of damage. Look, you can see on the front right corner, and that well-known sports car implement, black sticky tape, is being needed to try and hold the bodywork back on. So 008 yet to rejoin. Gavin Pickering, I think we saw getting out of the car, but in the meantime that's tumbling down the order as a consequence. 29th it's now being shown, but it'll lose more places before it can rejoin the race. So Christopher Hasse is going down the pit lane. Got that slower Porsche ahead, which he'll need to blast past once he's been released back onto the circuit. And in the meantime, the race lead will go the way of Christian Menzel, with Andrea Piccini up to second again, and Matthias Ekstrom now third in the car that Timo Scheider did that very good job with in the first stint. So back into the race goes Christopher Hasse, and in the meantime we've got then the race leader currently working lap 59, and at the end of which Christian Menzel pits. So 888 had its brief moment in the lead, now comes in, and that's going to give the lead to 98, Andrea Piccini once more. So the lead baton being passed amongst the leading three. So it'll be Piccini from Ekstrom this time over the line. As down the pit road comes Christian Menzel. Now what do? Do they put Westbrook back in? Do they give Christian another stint? Or are they going to put the two bronze graded drivers into that car and get their first stint out of the way? Mike Sturzberg and Hans-Guido Riegel are the other two. Both with lots of experience of the long distance VLN series in Germany. But Christian Menzel brings the car down the pit lane. Meantime, Piccini there has got Ekstrom right up behind him. This now is the lead battle, remember, because they've yet to make their next pit stop. Andrea Piccini under pressure. It may be that although you can't see damage, the handling, the tracking isn't quite right after that whack he took from the Porsche a few laps ago. Ekstrom was caught up to him. Menzel pits, and it looks like he's going to stay in the car. Westbrook double stinted, didn't he? It makes sense for Menzel to do the same. So the Haribo Porsche comes to a halt in the pit road as meantime Piccini tries to fend off Matthias Ekstrom as the cars drop down towards Pouhon, and once again they've got the traffic to contend with as well, so they're busy battling, but also Piccini has to keep an eye on what's going on ahead of him, because very shortly he's going to encounter slower cars which need to be negotiated. There is number 99 Christopher Hauser then back into the race after that pit stop, and that's going to put him down to 11th. The real question is whether that car is going to be able to keep its place ahead of 888, or whether on the pit stops Menzel can get back out ahead of him. We won't know until he's left the pit lane. He's in the endurance pit, so he doesn't have as far to drive down to pit exit, but it's a longer journey into the pit box. Right, ready to go. Christian Menzel a bit slow away, and there's the Audi. Yes, so Christopher Hauser will stay ahead of Menzel. In other words, he retains track position. Christopher Hauser goes through and stays ahead of the 888 Porsche. There it is, 888 rejoins the race. Makes his way through the pit exit. You can get up to a proper race pace here, but don't cross that white line. And now the car is heading up towards Les Combes. In the meantime, the Ford, Audi, Porsche, Dodge Viper train of cars comes over the line. The Dodge Viper getting out of the way of the quicker ones that comes through. Car in the hands to begin with of Thierry Delatre de Bosco, and it's way down the order as Andrea Piccini and Timo Scheider and Matthias Ekstrom rather in the car started by Timo Scheider work their way through traffic, and you're on board now in car 33. Matthias Ekstrom at the wheel, and he's chasing the similar Audi, albeit run by a different team. It's because 32 and 33 come out of the Belgian Audi Club stable, 98 and 99 out of Audi Sport Team Phoenix, and it's Piccini then ahead of Ekstrom as the cars work their way up towards Les Combes. And the indefatigable Mark Goossens in the middle of all of this, look, trying to gain track position away from cars that he's many laps behind, but just to underline how quick he is and how good that car is, and what a wasted opportunity it's been for Pro Speed working his way through the traffic. Goossens 56th, and he's gaining places because others are having problems really. So the race leader is Andrea Piccini, and as he comes into view ahead of him is Marc Henrici, who is still looking for a way past Bert Longchamp. And the BMW M3 there running wide, trying to get out of the way, which it just about succeeds in doing, that car having become rather notorious for its contact with the McLaren of Andrew Coccoli at the start of the race. Longchamp defending, keeping Henrici at bay as he needs to do. And then behind you've got Piccini versus Ekstrom. The BMW M3 we saw a moment ago, Christophe Legrand now at the wheel of it. So Bert Longchamp holding up Henrici, both of them being caught by the race leaders, and of course Longchamp driving for the same team as does this man, Matthias Ekstrom in 33, looking for a way past the leader, looking for a way through the traffic, suggesting that Bert Longchamp's going to do anything untoward to help his teammate, but an interesting situation developing here. BMW Z4, the pole position car, remember, just about to go a lap down. It means that so far we've got the first 14 cars on the lead lap. Christopher Hauser 9th after his pit stop, and Christian Menzel 10th after his most recent pit stop. And this time around, into the pit lane comes Andrea Piccini then, so Matthias Ekstrom takes over the race lead, and also coming in this time is Bert Longchamp, so that gives Marc Henrici a place, and Matthias Ekstrom now takes over the race lead as the cars work their way down to La Source onto lap 57 now for the onto lap 62 now for the race leader. We've got Matthias Ekstrom having his first chance in the lead of the race, and up into second is going to come Andrea Bertolini now. It's Andrea Bertolini, wheel of number 2, doing this very, very long first stint behind the wheel of that car. So Andrea Piccini will stay in for a little bit longer. Windscreen is cleared, and Bertolini now, having said he's going to come up into second place, heads down the pit lane. So as he breaks the timing beam and comes in, that will put into second place Gianluca Roda in number 9, having taken over from Paolo Roberti. So again, the order's going to jumble this lap. Christian Menzel riding the curve, making his way from the pit path down towards the Paul Frere curve, as also coming in is number 1. Nico Bedonk started and lost so much time early on. So you've got lots of cars, all with Belgian interests, having lost places, lost time, lost ground in the first half an hour of the race, now trying to play catch-up, but having lost so much time, it's going to be very, very hard indeed for them to do so. So Ekstrom leads the way, and Piccini, like Hasse, having a new set of tyres. There, look, with sticky tape adorning the front of it now, is the Mercedes that's come in, 35, which is Kenneth Heyer at the wheel. Now 99 is the Christopher Hasse Audi that's going to go ahead of Piccini here. This longer stop, dropping the car back behind number 99. Longer by dint of putting the tyres on than it would have been just for a refuelling stop, but of course Piccini had lost quite a bit of ground early on when he was knocked into that spin, so Hasse regains track position over his teammate. Matthias Ekstrom in the meantime leads the way. Bert Langin in 32. The car that he took over from Stefano Ortelli. They're going down the pit lane, back into the race. So Matthias Ekstrom leads in his first Spa 24 hours. And the car that he shares with Timo Scheider and Greg Franchi, the Belgian driver. A very, very strong combination of drivers, that. So looking pretty strong at the moment, and at the end of his next lap in the lead, so Ekstrom is in the pits. So Matthias Ekstrom comes into the pit lane. There's Bert Langin turning his way through Les Combes. There's Andrea Piccini rejoining a bit slowly. Now what's all this about? Andrea Piccini coming to pit exit, but not anywhere near race pace, and this is significant because the car that has led, was running second, is trickling its way to pit exit. And what does this do to the car behind, which isn't allowed to overtake it, but it's going to have no option surely? Piccini gets out of the way, the car almost at walking pace. That was the Vita 4-1 Ferrari that had to find a way by of the Machiels, I think, as 33, that's Matthias Ekstrom in the pits, but 98 then Andrea Piccini leaving the pit lane with a problem, and he's stopped at pit exit, look. Now can he get the car going? I think he can, but at what sort of speed? It's going to be a rather slow in-lap here on board with Piccini. He's stuck in the gear, and it's almost like it's gone into limp home mode. He's on the radio to the team, but there's no effort to change up, is there? Tries a gear, but that car is going to limp towards the pit lane. Big, big problems. So Andrea Piccini is going to lose a lap at least. He's going very slowly up towards Les Combes, and there 33 is released back into the race. So Matthias Ekstrom, having done a good stint in that car, brought it in. He will rejoin as we get towards the end of the hour. So more and more fascination. Just when Audi started to look strong, one of the cars hits a problem, and a very random one as it leaves the pit exit. So we'll get to the bottom of what Piccini's problem is. Christian Menzel then comes towards us, working his way back into second place then now. Christopher Hasse will pick up the lead again with all the pit stops that are going on around him. So it's going to be Hasse from Menzel and Anthony Kumpen set for third place at this rate in the Mercedes, depending on where Ekstrom rejoins. Ekstrom's going to be third, his knee's being a bit delayed now by the 430 Ferrari ahead of him, so it's going to be Menzel leading the way. There he is, back up into the lead of the race, and Matthias Ekstrom rejoins. That Langin there, turning his way into Les Combes after his most recent pit stop. 32 having dropped down once more outside the top 20, but he'll gain some of those places back on pit stops. He's classified 22nd at the moment. Matthias Ekström then has rejoined, but Christian Menzel in the number 888 Porsche back up front. And did Ekström stay ahead of Gianluca Roda? Yes, he did. Now, number 16 and number 60 both getting drive-through penalties because drivers have exceeded their driving stint time. It's all very carefully policed this year, this. Number 16 would have been the Pro-Am Cup Mercedes, the Marius Ritschkes at the start of the race, and 60 was started by Phil Quaife, wasn't it? That's the other McLaren. And so those are being given drive-through penalties because they've gone longer than the allotted driving time. Number 2, Andrea Bertolini, finally bailed out, by the way, gave the car to Louis Machiels. So it's a long first stint also by Bertolini, but as I say, Louis Machiels now, the Belgian driver, has taken that car over. But that's the race leader once more, Christian Menzel. Out of Blancpain he comes, and at the end of this next lap, we'll start to get a proper indication of what sort of margin he has got. Comes over the timing line now, so Menzel through. Where is he in relation to Ekström, who's going to be the next car out of the bus stop? Here he comes now, Matthias Ekström, up towards the timing line, and the gap between the pair of them, between Porsche and Audi, will be confirmed shortly. In fact, that's Bert Langevin, isn't it, coming up towards La Source? So now, yes, 18.5 seconds between Menzel and Ekström. Christopher Hasse, though, clear up front, because, of course, he'd already had his pit stop a little bit out of sequence, so it is 99 Christopher Hasse leading the way, and by 18 seconds, so you've pretty much got equal gaps, first to second, second to third, and you know it matters to Audi when Wolfgang Ullrich is on the scene, and there he is in the Audi pit box, keeping tabs on all of the cars, including the now troubled 98 of Andrea Piccini, which as yet has, let's think, made it back to the pit lane, still limping round. Yes, it's still shown as being out on track, having had that very, very slow pit exit. And there's Christopher Hasse turning his way now through Pif-Paf, getting himself past the BMW M3 that Christophe Legrand took over. Manton and Mike Hezemans currently in 4th place and is on the lead lap. There's 82 in the pit lane, which is the Dodge Viper. That's the car of Dominic Nouri, Bernard Salam, Jean-Marc Merlin and Guy Claret. It was Jean-Marc Merlin who started in that car, and it's great to have Vipers in the Spa 24 Hours. Charismatic looking cars, they sound superb. Second generation Viper, making a rather long pit stop, it must be said, at the moment, losing time accordingly in the race. As Christian Menzel then going into Les Combes, still hanging on to 2nd place, but losing time now relative to Christopher Hasse. Not sure it's all down to traffic, maybe now teams, as we start to get into a bit of a rhythm in the race, starting to think more about running to a pace. So the early race heroics maybe are out of the way. Now people being a little bit more conservative. 22 in the pit lane. This was a car that had a class pole position. Lionel Comol, André-Alain Corbal, Thomas Duchesne and Eric Vassier. Lionel Comol, who raises money for the Arthritis Research Fund. He suffers from a variant of arthritis and is raising money for it. Now there, you've got number 116, which is the car leading currently in the Gentleman Trophy. Patrick Chaillet, Thierry Delattre de Bosco, Benoit Gallant and Christophe Geffroy's Dodge Viper, one of the two in the race, and a class leading car at the moment is currently 116. in 32nd place overall, in fact, going well, that car. Vipers tend to be very durable, just keep on going, and arguably, therefore, perfect cars for the gentleman racers. And that, I'm afraid, is the end of Mark Hayek's Lamborghini, isn't it? He's had a big engine blow up. And something like this happened in qualifying at Navarra, didn't it? In the most recent round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and it's happened again, I'm afraid. And there's lots and lots of smoke, and there's no comeback from that, is there? So Mark Hayek, I'm afraid, is another significant retirement from the race. The Blancpain boss is out, and Hans Reiter has lost his 2 cars even before darkness falls. I think darkness has fallen in the garage now. Flames lit the rear of the car, and 1 car with a big engine blow up, 1 car destroyed by the erratic Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof. And that, I'm afraid, is a yellow flag at Eau Rouge. The smoke will clear, but Mark Hayek with a big engine failure. It's a worry that it's happened, but it's a worry perhaps more so because it's happened now within 2 consecutive rounds of the Blancpain Endurance Series. As he put any liquid down on the road, I think Mark Hayek pulled the car out of the way as soon as he could, as soon as he saw a gap after the pit wall. But you can see it's not just frustration, is it? It's anger in the Reiter garage. The mechanics very cross that they've had this problem again. And the back of the car looks fairly oily, doesn't it? But that's going no further. Out of the race then, Mark Hayek. The car was 8th last time it came across the timing line. So it can possibly be retrieved by a recovery vehicle from there, but it's not going to be able to do a lap, is it? The engine has gone. And Mark Hayek has been told on the radio, forget it. Look at that for a blow up. Lots and lots of white smoke being belched out of the back, and to be fair to Mark, he got it as far away from the racing line as he could, but there's nothing he can do really other than just coast downhill, find a parking place, go straight on and stop as soon as you can. Flames lit the rear of the car. So Mark Hayek came into view with all the smoke coming out of the back of it, and that, I am afraid, is the game over. So that's going to promote now up into 8th place, 55, which has got Massimo Vignali at the wheel of the Mercedes. But it's been a very busy first few hours of this race, hasn't it? And as the time here at Spa approaches 7:10, another of the leading cars out of the race. And of course that also one of the leading cars in the Pro-Am Cup. Wasn't leading the class at the time, but was going to be good for the podium finish given the pace of the drivers. And poor Jos Menton never getting in for a stint behind the wheel. So Peter Cox did great stuff early on. Mark Hayek, I'm afraid, has this problem, and that's the end of car 24. Albert Monturnal Taxis there, denied a chance to race his own car. Raises a beer, yes, that's all he can do now. The 12th prince of the Turnal Taxis family, Albert Maria Lamaral Miguel Johannes Gabriel, to give him his full name. And that's Wolfgang Ulrich, who can afford himself a smile. Might be a little bit premature, that, because we know that 98's got problems. Now, that's still circulating, I think, number 98, isn't it? Despite the fact we saw it have that slow lap. But it's 24 being dragged out of the way. Yes, 98 is down in 10th place now, and has done 66 laps against the 67 of Christopher Hasse, who leads the way. 116 that we saw a moment ago leading its class, now into the pit lane with Benoit Gallon, the journalist at the wheel, and this looks a bit hot and bothered under the bonnet, doesn't it? So there's lots of work going on in the engine bay. Down the pit lane comes 888 Christian Menzel. Now that, with the wiper on as well, is, I would have thought, a bit early, but this may now start to become quite heavy rain, and I just wonder whether people are thinking about tyres now. So as the rain starts to fall, down the pit road comes Christian Menzel. Team ready for him. And do we get a driver change, or does Christian stay behind the wheel? I think the intention is certainly to put some fuel in it to begin with, but he'll stay behind the wheel of the car. So that now puts Christopher Hasse ahead of Matthias Ekström in the top 2. Menzel pitting, and assuming Anthony Kumpen stays out, he'll go up into 3rd place. But now what goes on? Passenger door opens, and there is a problem, look, as well. Yes, so into the engine bay. Mechanics have a look, see what they can do. So Christian Menzel's car's got a problem. And Olaf Mantai's team goes to work. Normally Porsche's pretty reliable. Trying to get some light in there as well so they can see what they're doing. So that car now potentially to drop down the order with this recent pit stop. Christopher Hauser here coming up onto the tail of the number 50 Ferrari. Trying to put a lap on that car shortly. 50 now has got Marco Ciocci at the wheel, taken over from Jack Gerber. And the work goes on for 888. Well, it's not to change onto wet tyres, despite the fact it's getting a bit greasy again here. It's something rather more sinister and rather more serious. So yet another quick front-running car with a problem. So what has been a very, very busy first few hours of the race continues to be so. More and more spots of rain on the camera lens at Eau Rouge. Grandstand starting to empty. People perhaps thinking about dinner now, but there's no such luxury for the teams here, particularly down at Blancpain Racing, as this third pace car is in danger of losing more and more places now as it drops down the order. It's in danger of losing a full lap here as well, isn't it now? So Christopher Hauser it is who leads the way. Matthias Ekstrom lapped quicker last time, 32.5 seconds back. There is 99, Christopher Hauser up front. Teams being warned about rain in the pit lane. But it's raining also at La Source now. First corner. Still curious to know what it is that Andrea Piccini's problem was. When he stayed out, didn't see the car come back into the pit lane, so got on the radio, had a conversation with the team, has done something to get around the problem. He's still circulating. Is the gearbox issue, so it's second gear that's gone missing for number 98. So if they can get it to the end of this stint, they might be able to do something on the next pit stop, but second gear is what apparently has been lost out of that car. 99 in the meantime, Christopher Hauser leads the way, and the sister car down in 10th spot now. So Hauser coming up towards the end of lap 69. Still having to wriggle his way as ever through the traffic, and as he does so, he's still got 50 Marco Ciocci ahead of him in the AF Corsa Ferrari. There's another car trying to get itself back into contention after an early drive-through penalty. 20th now, Marco Ciocci, in fact, in the black Ferrari with a look out a moment ago. Now, Jos Menton doesn't get to drive, unfortunately, but Haley has managed to get hold of Jos Menton in the pit lane, and also Nicholas Meyer-Melnhof to catch up on a race of woe for Lamborghini. Haley, it's all yours.
Yes, sadly the race is over for the team. It looked like a blowout on car number 24. Can you explain what happened?
I really don't know. I just saw the pictures on the TV. Mark still has to come in and explain, but I think also that it's a blowout. So it's over.
And Nicky, so glad that you're okay. Can you explain what happened to you out there?
Not really. I'm still don't know what really happened. The stint was really good. The team was working so hard, and the whole stint was going so well. I feel so sorry for the team and for Albert and Eugenio. I was just finishing the stint, coming into the pits, and the last corner, I just don't know what happened. The the acceleration pedal was stuck, or I'm not sure. My mistake, 100%, and I feel very sorry and don't know what to say.
Thank you, Nicky.
The whole team then out of the race, both cars gone within the first 3 hours effectively of the Spa 24. That was Nicholas Meyer-Melnhof's accident, and angry, bemused, says he doesn't know what happened. Well, the incident's under investigation because clearly he hit the barrier, launched himself into that roll, and this is how we lost the other car with the big engine blow up, as Haley was talking to Jos Menton about just then, with the car coming past the start line, over the start line, and the engine letting go out of the race. And a puncture now, 42 Ferrari, so yet more drama, and the Ferrari 430 limping round. Christophe Jouet at the wheel of that car. That's had a fairly busy start to the race as well, hasn't it, because it was spinning early on when Michel Petit was at the wheel of it. Eric Cairol had a stint and got caught up trying to avoid spinning cars, and now it's Christophe Jouet bringing it back with a flat tyre. So that car is going to fall further and further down the pecking order out of this. 42 is in 36th place, but ain't going to stay there, I don't think. So up front, it remains Christopher Haase leading the way, with the gap widening on that last lap over Matthias Ekström. At the back of this gaggle of cars, you can see number 9 Porsche, which is Gianluca Roda, still trying to get onto terms with Anthony Kumpen. Anthony, who we don't see enough of these days in top-level GT racing, but he's still busy in Belcar, out of which he's had many race wins in the past. The 79 Aston Martin, the Acuria Cos car, going for a moment ago, but there's Gianluca Roda. Not that far behind the Mercedes now, so there's a battle developing here for what's now going to be third place, because with 888 having dropped way down the order now, Christian Menzel still in the pit lane, in fact. Now it's going to be for third place between Kumpen and the chasing Porsche in the hands of Gianluca Roda, as there is Jouet limping the Ferrari back, trying to keep out of everybody's way, doing the right thing there, keeping offline, but also, of course, he wants to try and bring the car back without any damage, and very nearly damaged there, as Roda went round the outside of the BMW, just scrabbled around the outside of the Z4 there, so very nearly more contact at the bus stop. It is pretty tight there, and if you're trying to get through the traffic, as we've seen already, when Piccini, of course, was knocked into that spin early on, it can get very close, almost too close for comfort there, but Gianluca Roda goes through. The gap's widened though, Kumpen has pulled away on that lap. It's up to 1.6 seconds now. Still, Menzel is in the pit lane, and this, I'm afraid, is the end of the hopes for this car as well now, because it is losing lap after lap after lap. The leader has now done 70. This car is now 3 laps behind. Very, very hard to come back from that sort of deficit. As down the pit lane comes Christophe Jouet then. Down the pit road, needs a new tyre at the very least, but lots of time lost as he's had to nurse that car back for the best part of half a lap, really. So down the pit road he comes. In the meantime, a very frustrated Christian Menzel sitting in his car, conscious that the hopes are ebbing away. He and Richard Westbrook can only do their very best. They can just do one thing, drive flat out for as long as they are allowed to under the regulations, but how much more time is that car going to lose by being stranded in the pit lane? So with 70 laps now done by the race leader, you can see there the car that's currently running in 4th place, Gianluca Roda in the Porsche. The Audi ahead is about to be lapped. The car he's chasing is the Mercedes. They're just coming down towards us at the pit path. Anthony Kumpen at the wheel, but Gianluca Roda now struggling a little bit to get through the traffic there, because ahead of him is the United Autosports Audi. Makes his move now to the inside line. He should be able to nip by. Nope, not quite. Big frustration this, trying to lap cars that can run at a comparable pace, so the Porsche is still stuck in traffic. And now I think finally he's able to wriggle up alongside, so through he goes as we get here a replay of how there was nearly contact between Roda and 44, the BMW Z4, coming into the bus stop. They missed by a whisker, 44 being the Hubert Voss, Harry Kohler and Archie Hamilton, Xavier Marson BMW. Raffaele Giammaria there, getting all excited as he watches on the TV monitors. The Autolando Sport team that runs that car. Now let's catch up with more Audi news, because Mike Rockenfeller can fill us in on the problems for 98.
Rocky, there seems to be issues with Andrea's car. Can you explain what's going on?
Well, we don't really know. After the pit stop, he tried to leave the pits, and up the hill, he somehow had no drivetrain, or he was not able to pull forward, and then he's stuck in second gear or something. So we are not sure. He thinks maybe second gear is broken, so he's not using it anymore. When I get in the car, I will try something. Maybe it will work, but we are still in the race. We lost some time, but it's still a long race, and we hope that it's not a major issue. So hopefully it was just in between gears, and it will work again when I'm in the car, hopefully.
Thank you.
Well, there is Andrea Piccini, still soldiering on, and the car with the problems for others getting back now up into 7th spot. So as Mike Rockenfeller makes the point, they're not out of the equation completely, but they have lost the best part of a lap now against the leading car. But as over the timing line comes Andrea Piccini. This will put his 71st lap in the book, so he stays on the lead lap, albeit now some 37 seconds away from the car he's chasing, so a lot of time has been lost, but being on the lead lap is all critical in this. But only just on the lead lap. There is the leading car, so Christopher Hasse is almost ready to lap his teammate now. He has just put a lap on number 50, 18th place now, Marco Ciocci, on the black AF Corsa Ferrari. So Christopher Hasse, who, tempting fate to say this I know, has had a relatively trouble-free stint in this car. He's avoided traffic, he's avoided mechanical problems. People have avoided him as well, which is fairly key. He's on to lap 73 now, leading by 35 seconds from Matthias Ekström in the 33. And there it is, Audi R8 turning its way out of La Source. So for the moment, it's looking good this for Audi, with cars first and second. But what can they do about Piccini's gearbox issues? They need the car in, really, to have a look to sort it. It will probably be a longish pit stop while they work out what it is and what can be done. But if it is curable, then the car is going to be back into contention, as we've got a car that's been off the road there, look. And that is at Blancpain, the Porsche recovering. No damage, but just a brief excursion. In the old days, when there was lots of grass there, you'd just be off into the barrier, but these days, with the Formula 1 tarmac, you can recover the car. But this is a car that is certainly not happy and may have a punctured tyre. I think that's possibly why it's failing to go in a straight line. That'll head for the pit lane in a moment. Now third is the Anthony Kumper Mercedes here, climbing uphill. Kumper going well, and that 43, that's David Hart, who's had another spin in the BMW M3. Get to go the Z4, I should say, not the M3. BMW Z4, second spin, car 43 rejoins. David Hart having a fairly busy race here. We had a spin from him at the exit of the Piff Path earlier on. Well, there is 15, which is the Anthony Kumper Mercedes, and he's looking pretty strong at the moment in third spot. Getting a report as well that the Mercedes 38 that Brett Curtis started has been off and hit a tyre barrier, bounced back onto the circuit, so there are more people having problems. As Gianluca Roda's Porsche drops downhill, there is 38, that's the Mercedes in question, which has been off the road and back on again. Looks okay. Soldiers on, but he's lost places as a result of that. 38 now with André Lebed at the wheel, and there you can see the Graf Racing 54 Mercedes, which is currently being driven by Nicolas Lapierre. That was the one that Olivier Panis started. Nicolas Lapierre, former single-seater ace, going well in his first Spa 24 hours, drops downhill now. And Nicolas, who's raced here in single-seaters over the years, now adapting to this GT car very effectively. He and Olivier are the two that are really going to be the stars in that. His co-driver a little bit slower. So there you've got the 98 Andrea Piccini, 7th placed Audi. And Christopher Hasse behind leads the way in what has been an all-action Spa 24 hours so far, as the time now has just gone past 25 past 7, and it has been a race of drama, of changing fortunes, and more importantly perhaps changing leaders as well. Christopher Hasse leads the way at the moment, but it's been a very eventful start to the Total Spa 24 hours. So with a 62 car grid that got underway at 4 o'clock, it was always going to be dramatic. So much variety on the grid, so many different brands, and a great start. Marc Goossens it was who grabbed the race lead going downhill towards Eau Rouge. He moved himself up past Maxime Martin. Peter Cox ran second in the early part of the race, but Ludovic Sunier was the first man to get red mist. He went past the Lamborghini, bounced into his teammate and destroyed the chances of the two Pro Speed Run Porsches in one fell swoop. He limped back to the pit lane. Goossens got in straight away, but both cars lost many laps. We lost the McLaren in a big way. Andrew Cocody went off, having been involved with a slower car at La Source. Andrew taken to hospital for a checkup. He's okay. The McLaren very definitely is not. There was more contact involving BMWs as some of the Z4s got themselves together coming out of the bus stop, but they managed to continue without too much drama. And some great racing went on as Mike Hesselmans went one way in the traffic, and Peter Cox went round the outside of him. That was a battle for second place with Paolo Roberti's Porsche in the mix as well. Andrea Bertolini, who started in the pit lane, worked his way through traffic, which very helpfully got completely out of his way going into the bus stop. 35 Mercedes had a fairly busy time. Stefan Ortelli tried to get past Thomas Jaeger at Les Combes, biffed it into a spin. Ortelli got a drive-through penalty for that. The Mercedes carried on. Nicholas Meyer-Melhoff, though, had a monster accident coming into the pit lane. He doesn't quite understand how or why, but it broke off the car, and that was out, even before 2 hours of the race had been completed. Christian Menzel stormed his way through the traffic, the Porsche driver getting himself up front after a good opening stint by Richard Westbrook in the Blancpain run Porsche. Julian Rodriguez in one of the Hexis Aston Martins ran out of road at Les Combes, went into the gravel, was dragged out, returned to the pits, but fell way down the top 20. There was more fun and games at the bus stop as well, as the Mercedes biffed the Audi of Alain Lee into a spin. That gave the front damage that had been apparent on the car taken over by Kenneth Heyer. He carried on, although the car became increasingly second-hand during its stint. David Hart, the Dutchman, had the first of his 2 spins, the first one coming out of the pit path. The Z4 spun through the gravel. He was able to rejoin from that as Andrea Piccini tried to work his way back onto the tail of Christopher Hauser. He came through the bus stop on the tail of his teammate, then got a whack. The Audi spun, it was able to rejoin despite the aggressive Fabio Spiergi knocking him into a spin. Spiergi was heading for the pit lane. Instead, he ended up clobbering the R8, knocking it into a spin. Spiergi did head for the pit lane, damage done to the front right corner. Piccini later had a gearbox problem and lost chunks of time, but it was looking good for Audi Sport Team Phoenix. Hauser leading Piccini. It was just that one bit of contact that lost Piccini time. And on the next pit stop, of course, he fell a little bit further down the order as he had to try and make up for the lost time. It cost him 11 seconds or so, that spin. Christian Menzel was the next one of note down the pit road. The 888 Porsche now with problems and falling further and further out of contention. Both Menzel and Richard Westbrook had done a good opening stint in that car apiece, but after Peter Cox's efforts for the Lamborghini squad, I'm afraid Mark Hayek, the Blancpain boss, ended up with a big engine failure. Mark parked the car at Eau Rouge, and that means that both of the Reiter Engineering Lamborghinis are out very early on. Hans Reiter can't believe just how bad a race this has turned out to be. The mechanics not frustrated, they're just angry. So Menzel, after his good run in the Haribo-backed Porsche, into the pit lane, but this not a scheduled stop. Mechanical problems have brought that car in, so a lengthy stop as the engineers went to work trying to cure whatever the drama is in the engine bay to get the car back out into the race, but Menzel tumbling further and further down the order. Christopher Hauser then picked up the race lead, looking very strong indeed in Carnival 99 as Audi leads the Spa 24 hours. It's an Audi 1-2 at Spa. We'll be back for more the 24 hours of Spa. Welcome to the total 24 hours of Spa. It has been a very lively start to the race so far, and as night now starts to fall, we have up front Audi 1-2, Mercedes 3, but it has been a very busy first few hours in this race that began with 62 cars. Already we've had a handful of retirements, but the first few laps, very dramatic indeed. With 62 cars on the grid, it was always going to be busy, that was for sure. BMW qualified on pole position, but Maxime Martin, who did the qualifying time, who started the race, was out-dragged on the way down towards Eau Rouge for the first time as Marc Goossens took over the lead. 3 or 4 laps in, Ludovic Sunier, his teammate, running third, trying to get second off Peter Cox, harpooned his teammate and effectively put them both out of contention. Sunier's car limped on but has now been retired. Marc Goossens continued, but he's way down in 55th place. That wasn't the only casualty early on. Andrew Cocconi had a big accident coming out of La Source. Andrew was briefly knocked out. He has been to hospital and back for a checkup. He's okay. The McLaren absolutely smashed. There was more fun and games amongst BMW drivers though, as some of the Z4s got themselves together and eventually tangled themselves up coming through the bus stop. They recovered, albeit one or two losing ground. On track though, there was some great racing. Mike Hesmans in the Mercedes, for example, trying to go one side of the traffic, as around the other side came Peter Cox in the Lamborghini. And Cox managed to get himself into the lead of the race to hand the car over to Mark Hayek. Andrea Bertolini had to start from the pit lane, but worked his way into contention, worked his way through the traffic, which very helpfully got well out of the way at the bus stop. On track, Stefan Ortelli was looking to gain ground. He made this move against the Mercedes of Thomas Jaeger going into Les Combes. Contact was made, the Mercedes spun, Ortelli got a drive-through for that, fell down the order, and the car has since suffered more damage in the hands of Bert Langevin, but not as much damage as Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof suffered. He somehow crashed coming into the pit lane, destroyed the car, didn't do too much good to the barrier, and he was a very early retirement. On track, Christian Menzel had taken over from Richard Westbrook and he was charging his way into contention, working his way past traffic and past the race-leading Audi. As battles raged all the way through the field, the Hexis AMR team was the next in stride for Julien Rodriguez, ran out of room coming through Les Combes, ploughed his way through the gravel. The car was retrieved, it headed for the pit lane, but lost many laps in the process. The bus stop was the scene of much drama, Alain Lee being tagged into this spin by Kenneth Heyer. The Mercedes had already been punted into one drama, and Eric Cairol was also involved as he tried to stop and wriggle round the Audi. That car has since had an ECU change, which has dropped it further down the field. David Hart's had a couple of spins in his BMW Z4, the first of which was coming out of the pit path. Thankfully, everybody negotiated him, and he was able to continue in the race. The next one that came a cropper was Andrea Piccini. Running second, he tried to go around the outside of the back marker and was just tagged into a spin by the Porsche Fabio Spiergi. Spiergi limped into the pit lane with damage. Piccini lost time. He was trying to stay with the race leader Christopher Haase to go around the outside of the Porsche, but the line wasn't on. Indeed, it looked as though the Porsche was heading for the pit lane and the Audi was unsighted. The next big casualty though, Peter Cox and Mark Hayek's Lamborghini. As it had had problems at Navarra, another big engine blow-up here in Belgium. Mark Hayek was at the wheel, the car retired, heading down towards Eau Rouge with a spectacular engine failure that deprived former winner Jos Menton a chance to get behind the wheel of the car. Hans Reiter, the man that runs the team, was clearly a very disappointed man. Mechanics weren't disappointed, they were angry. Christian Menzel in the Porsche shared with Richard Westbrook was working his way into contention, but gradually the car was just starting to lose pace against the Audis, and then came into the pits for a long stop with alternator problems. And the more they worked on the car, the more dramas they found, not just the alternator but electrical gremlins as well. That car, another that's plunged down the field. So that meant that heading up towards the end of the first 3 hours, 99 led the Audi in the hands of Christopher Haase. So welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps. The Total 24 Hours continues with an Audi in the lead, but it's now 33, which has got Greg Franchi, the Belgian driver, at the wheel. David Addison in the commentary box, Haley Coxon in the pit lane here. There's much to catch up on. Haley's going to be busy over the next 3 hours, I think, because there are so many stories to come out. Let's briefly update you on what else has been happening in the last couple of 3 hours. We've lost one of the Ferraris with gearbox failure for AF Corsa, one of the Pro-Am cars of Yannick Malagos, Jean-Marc Bachelier and Howard Blank. That car, I'm afraid, has gone. And there, already, another in trouble is the Nissan 63 that was leading the GT4 class a little earlier. Then it had a rear damper problem, and I just fear that it may have happened again. It's Alex Buncombe at the wheel of that car. Now 63 in GT4, the Nissan 370Z, making its way back towards the pit lane. It was a broken right rear damper earlier on. Now the car's gone low on the left-hand side, so that's another one with a problem. Also, Bert Langevin has been in the pits with quite a bit of front damage on the number 32 Audi. You saw that in the wars with Stefan Ortelli at the wheel earlier on. We've also, I'm afraid, lost the 58 McLaren. Tim Mullen was at the wheel of it, and it caught fire out on the circuit. So that, disappointingly, is another car that's gone from the equation. This is the leader then, 33, Greg Franchi at the wheel. The car has now done 113 laps and leads from number 99. So it's an Audi 1-2. They're being run by different teams. The car you're looking at is operated by the Belgian Audi Club, and 99 is run by Team Phoenix. That's Greg Franchi, who is relatively new into that car, in as much as it was started by Timo Scheider. Then Matthias Ekström did his stint. Now Greg Franchi's having his turn behind the wheel. Leads the way by half a minute from 99, which at the moment has got Frank Stippler behind the wheel. So up to the pit lane comes Greg Franchi. Time for a splash of fuel. The cars need to pit after 65 minutes on the green flag conditions. They can go to 70 if there is a safety car period. And that was why we saw Lamborghini in the hands of Peter Cox running a bit longer earlier on in the race. The reason for this regulation about the maximum time between fuel stops is to try and equate the cars that were designed for this series and have longer range fuel tanks than those that come out of the GT3 European Championship, and therefore have slightly smaller tanks and can't go as far by definition on a tank of fuel. So 33 pits. Greg Franchi, I would imagine, will stay behind the wheel of the car. 2-part pit stop, so you can only do the refuelling first of all. You can't change tyres, for example, or do any other work to the car. So at the end of the refuelling, if they want to change Michelin's, the car will go up on its jacks. If not, they'll wave it back into the race. And Greg Franchi then will now lose the lead, potentially, to 99, Frank Stippler, who comes now out of the bus stop. So 99 will go through, and 98, Mike Rockenfeller, goes over the timing line also. Now Rockenfeller into 98, that car having lost time not only with the spin that Andrea Piccini had, but also a gear related problem. Now Rocky was suggesting to Haley earlier on in the race that they'd try and do something when that car came into the pit lane. That's another one to research what they've done and has it cured the problem. Just fuel then, back into the race now goes Greg Franchi. So that car will fall down the order, but of course things will always get a change like this on the pit stops. So Frank Stippler will take up the lead of the race now. In second spot we're going to get number 9, which is Gianluca Roda and Raffaele Gianmaria in the Porsche that was started by Paolo Roberti. And then in fourth place, number 15. Now this was the Mike Hesmans, Anthony Kumpen shared Mercedes early in the race. Now it's got Koen Wouters behind the wheel, the TV presenter, actor, musician, but very quick national racing driver. Knows his way around Spa after many years of competing here in things like Belcar. So that number 15 Mercedes will be another one to keep an eye to, because I think with that combination of drivers it's going to be there or thereabouts come the end. Right, Greg Franchi then rejoins the race, accelerates out of the pit lane, back on track, and as he does so, that car, when it goes through the next sector, will have a clear idea of where it's going to fall into place, but I would suggest it's going to be fourth at worst after that most recent pit stop. And Franchi, the Belgian driver who came via single-seater racing into sports cars, is another with lots of track knowledge, lots of circuit experience, and he's putting that to good use now. We've just had into the pit lane as well the car that was running in 7th spot, now with Gregoire Muslier at the wheel, which is the Graf Racing Mercedes that Olivier Panis started and was going very well in that first stint. So race orders looking very strong for the moment for Audi, but this number 15, now 4th placed Mercedes, accelerating towards us in the hands of Koen Wouters, and that car running in the top 3. But without it having such a strong race, this must be good news for Wolfgang Ulrich. Time to hear from him. He's in the pits with Haley.
Dr. Ulrich, there's been some fantastic racing delivered by your drivers already, and also many challenges along the way. I understand that 32 did have a delayed pit stop.
Yeah, we had with 2 of our cars already quite some troubles. We had already 3 tire failures with punctures driving over pieces lying on the racetrack. Yeah, we had a suspension problem on one of the cars, but the car number 33 and the car number 99 are running really well, and at present they are in the lead. So yeah, I mean, we're in the early stage of the race. There is so much going to come. It's important to stay out of trouble, as always, if there is a long distance race.
And does 98 still have gearbox issues?
One car is missing the 2nd gear, but okay, as long as they can go lap times, we continue.
Thank you.
So not being terribly committed about which car, but we know that 98 had a gearbox problem earlier on, so missing 2nd gear. So they've got to drive round this problem, and it's Mike Rockenfeller behind the wheel at the moment of the car that runs in 5th place. And there you can see number 9 Porsche, which loses out going through Pouhon. So Gianluca Roda at the moment looking as though he's falling down the order just a little bit here. The Audi hustling on, light to blaze, warning the traffic of its progress, but Mike Rockenfeller then, who is going great guns in that car now, working his way very much into contention, and having lost time earlier on, as well as losing 2nd gear, Andrea Piccini dealt a pretty bad hand with that earlier spin, tagged into it by the Porsche, and Raffaele Gianmaria, who along with Paolo Roberti and Gianluca Roda. He's going to be one to watch in this car for sure, but its pace in the last couple of laps just eddying away ever so slightly, I fear. Number 9 doesn't look to be going as quickly as it ought to. What are its sector times like? It was okay in the first sector of this lap, but that second sector is a good bit slower, so might need to keep an eye on that. 35 is into the pits. Stefan Lemray, the Belgian journalist, having taken over the rather battle-scarred Black Falcon Mercedes. Discs and pads being attended to by the hard-working mechanics there. So we have that car serving a pit stop, and as it does so, it's going to lose a little bit more time, but it was 9th when it pitted, and that car looking as though, barring a disaster, it should be there or thereabouts at the finish. It's one of those cars that runs within the Pro Cup for the pro drivers. So the race leading car, there it is, 99 French Dippler at the wheel, and the former Porsche star currently leading the way, and the lead gap we'll get next time around when 33 comes over the timing line, because Ray Franchi after that pit stop of course has fallen back behind number 99. So that's the 1-2 now as the race unfolds. It's been a fascinating race so far. The editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin, has joined me. An awful lot's been going on, Graham.
Yeah, it's difficult to believe. It feels like we've been at it for 24 hours already, really, doesn't it? But we're what? How many hours in? I can barely count.
4 and a bit, I think, isn't it? Yes.
It's been, I think, dramatic is the word so far. Lots of incidents, not all of it good, but certainly it's been entertaining.
Now, Johnny Herbert was up here during the first hour and a half or so, and he was making the point, and he should know because he's in the race and he's won Le Mans in the past, that he was being surprised how many people were taking risks early on. Even people we then saw, like Stefan Ortelli, who's won this race in the past, who's won Le Mans himself, and there he was putting a pretty bold move against the Black Falcon Mercedes, which was never going to work.
Bold's one word for it. Certainly, there was some risk-taking plenty going on in the first 2 or 3 hours, and that was a bit of a surprise to me. Bearing in mind, this isn't an experiment; it's a new face of the Spa 24 Hours. The GT3 cars look good, they sound good, they're racing closely, but we don't need them racing quite as closely as that, I don't think. But we have had drama almost at every turn. There was, I think, a moment about an hour ago where I noted it was the first time I'd seen there was no notification on the timing screen saying that something wasn't going on track somewhere, someone being warned, or collision, or a steward's inquiry about something. But it's certainly not dull. It's a race that I know we've said before. It's one of those must-see events.
Yeah.
It's still one of those must-see events, even without the GT1 and the GT2 cars.
Yes, I mean last year when it was announced GT2 wouldn't be coming back, people said, "Oh no, that's a bad move." But here we have a more competitive entry and a bigger entry, and so far a fascinating race. I know it's looking quite good for Audi, but there is, as they say, a long way to go. It's been the right move.
It's a very long way to go, and I think it is a very good move at the moment. GT3 is certainly a happening class. The cars are competitive clearly with each other. They're certainly not slow. They're dramatic when they get in close quarters with each other, and once you start getting them in close quarters with each other and other, then it's only going to get interesting, shall we say, and it's certainly been that. Yes, at the moment it looks like it's Audi's race at this kind of stage, but there's an awful lot of other cars and quick cars too that are close enough should any of those leading cars at the moment have just even a minor stumble. Loving it, really. It'd be nice to have a better view from the windows we've got here in the press room, but aside from that, it's a race to savour.
In here, it's all great. Now, here you've got Andrea Bertolini, who is heading the Pro-Am class, and in fact, it's the Andrea Bertolini starting car. Michael Bartels has now taken it over. Louis Machiels did the middle stint. And that car up from the pit lane. Now, why did it start from the pit lane?
We don't know. We don't know. I think it's again one of these things with a grid as large as this, and particularly here at Spa, where the pit lane is, it is very long indeed and on 3 levels. Terrifically difficult when you're getting close to a race start to actually find the right people. Some of them are on the grid, some are in the garage, and some of them are actually with the car at the pit exit. But spectacular progress up through the field for that car.
What it did do, of course, is keep them out of any possible dramas on the first lap. Now, on the subject of dramas, McLaren. They've not really done anything like what I was anticipating. I know Andrew Coccoli had the accident, and that in a sense is a bit of an exception, but the 58 car had its problems, didn't feel right, they put it into the garage, now it's caught fire. McLaren didn't come to make up the numbers. This must be a big disappointment.
I think it probably is a disappointment. The first things first, Andrew's back at the circuit, and that's great. And scan came out clear, understandably, having seen even the short pictures of the impact. He's going to be very sore, my guess would be, for some days to come. But the good news is he's okay. The car clearly isn't. That's the 59 car. The 58 car had a bit of a troubled run. Had a problem with one of the wheels which damaged the air jack, which caused a delay. We then had, I've forgotten completely what the second problem was, but a problem just before that fire. It wouldn't restart. That's what it was after a pit stop, so it wouldn't restart. And that car, clearly we know now after the race, after a fire out on the circuit, but Tim Mullen, okay, we can see Tim as we speak on the screen there, talking to Chris Goodwin in the garage, the back of Rob Bell's head.
That's right, yeah.
So we've got one car running still, the 60 car, the Von Rijn car. No, it's not the race they would have wanted. They, I'm sure, would have wanted the GT3 car to do what its grandfather did in '95 on its 24-hour racing debut and win. It doesn't look like that's on at the moment, but they're doing a good enough job here. It is, I think, in what the corporate parlance will be now, that this is a 24-hour test run for them.
Yes, quite.
And good luck to them with that. It's a spectacular looking car and a spectacular sounding car as well. And it's a very, very new car. And we shouldn't forget that, endurance racing, it's a car breaker.
Absolutely,
no one should expect to turn up in racing conditions, whether it's a GT1, GT2, GT3 car or one of the Le Mans prototypes, and come and win out the box. And I think it's in some ways good news that it's as competitive elsewhere.
I mean, this car that you're looking at is in 29th place, and it's going to go well, I would have thought, as long as reliability permits. Now let's find out a bit more about Tim Mullen, because he is in the pit lane, and let's hear from Tim. He is with Haley.
Tim, it's not really been your race. Can you give us an update on the car?
Yeah, we had a fire there in the end, which why I had to pull over and pull out of the race. So not quite sure what happened there, but up until that point, the car, was going really well. We were doing really good lap times, and we're just starting to work our way back up the field from a few problems early in the race. So it's just a wee bit disappointing. Just really starting to come on song and start to move up, and it was looking okay for a while.
Yeah, big disappointment for Tim Mullen, who remains a much underrated driver, ex-single-seater star, when he came via Formula Vauxhall Junior, won the championship for John Village's eponymous team many, many, many years ago now, but has really established himself as a good dependable GT driver, very quick, but he's also good at developing gentleman racers with him, like Chris Niakos, who's made into a quick driver.
I'm very pleased you mentioned that, because that's becoming some of the career track for very many, young and increasingly experienced drivers as well. There's a skill in actually driving one of these cars fast and consistently. There's a skill too in being able to coach, gentleman drivers to drive the things quickly and reliably too. And Tim's certainly one of those. He's had quite a long career now in GT racing, and a career with some success, with race wins, championship wins too, and he's not losing his enthusiasm for it, and it's great to see he's part of this McLaren setup at the moment.
Yeah, indeed so. I mean, his link with Andrew Coccotti, of course, and also Chris Niakos is involved in that team, goes back many, many years into the days of Ferraris in British GT. So now, as the light fades, and therefore getting towards racing in the dark, that special magic of a 24-hour race starts to come out, doesn't it?
It does. One quick update, by the way, just heard from Piers Maserati back in the UK that the number one car just missed the pit exit time. Piers waiting for the imminent birth of another mini Maserati. And the reason Piers is close to this is the Scuderia Vittoria crew are actually looking after the 29 car, of course. So most un-Vita for one like, that has to be said.
Yes, you do a double take on that livery.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the right sort of style, but it's the wrong colours with the red and black, not the turquoise and black. Now, 99, dare one suggest, is going like clockwork here. It's getting very, very good so far.
Where's the wood in here? Where's
indeed.
The wood?
Frank Schnipper at the wheel, but for the moment, this car going very well, isn't it? And it's now got an advantage that was over half a minute. Greg Franchi chasing on, but you've got Audi's first and second, and Audi here with a big presence. You look around the paddock, they've got their merchandise area, they've got their big hospitality, they're keeping everybody they can out of their pit bunker. They're here taking this very seriously.
They are. Dr. Ulrich is here and in overall charge of the works effort too, and the very works it looks. Frank Stippler not so very long ago setting the fastest lap time of the race so far, under 2:22 for the first time.
As far as the race is going here, interesting, isn't it? How after all that silliness of the first hour or so, now it's gone relatively calm. Which means something's about to happen, something big.
Yeah, it is. I mean, well, I guess one of the things we're wondering is whether or not we're going to see the kind of the rather misty, foggy conditions we've had in the last couple of evenings.
No.
What, in Spa, in the Ardennes?
No, it's going to get better and better. It's going to be glorious sunshine tomorrow. I'm assured of this.
But you know, you really do never know what's going to happen next in any of these endurance races. Don't take your eye off the screens at any point, because something will surely happen, whether it's weather related, whether or not it's actually somebody making a mistake, whether something happens in a pit stop. You know, we've had everything already from cars rolling, close contention out on the circuit, fire in the pit lane, briefly for the Mark VDS team, problems with some of the cars that are well fancied, other cars going well that perhaps we didn't expect to go quite as well. And we were looking at one just there on track for a moment, David, the Mustang, which I think is getting towards the top 20 now for Mark VDS.
Indeed, and another car that we need to keep an eye to, because I'm afraid, as we've been talking, it has fallen down the order, is the Autolando Sport Porsche, that's now fallen back after a pit stop into 20th place. We just caught a shot of it looking a bit slow a little while ago. Well, it has pitted, and I'm afraid to say that now that car has fallen back into 20th spot. All is clearly not well, and so that, as a winning car this season, is down the order and back in the race, but they've got a lot of work to do. In fact, back in the race it may be, but it's still dropping down the times. It is. So it was 20th, it's now going to be back to 21st.
I'm wondering whether that car is actually back on track.
It is, because they've done a driver change. Paolo Roberti is now taken over.
Right, we'll keep an eye on the sector times for that car, but that car has been very reliable indeed, and has been, I think, running in the top 5 or 6 cars throughout, even with pit stops under safety cars. So it's been, you know, one of the paciest cars and the most reliably pacey cars from the start of the race.
That pit stop has costed about 10 minutes at sector times, and yes, it was the very fuel efficient Porsche that won the opening race at Monza. So Roberti now in it in 21st place. Now 32, Ortelli of course had his contact with the Mercedes that we have seen. Also then he had his drive-through penalty, and Bert Langevin had damage as well.
Yeah, I've not got to grips with actually what happened to the 33 car. 32 car, wasn't it, with Bert. But they've had a kind of sort of up and down race, haven't they? It certainly, you mentioned before, David, that was a most un-Ortelli-like, that move. And you could almost see the body language of the car, Stefan realising he'd actually kind of rather muff that kind of overtake very early on, and just not being in a position to actually back out of it. But you know, it's going to be that kind of incident that's going to decide this race, I'm sure.
I think you're right.
It is going to be about who's got the patience as well as the speed. Because one thing you can certainly say about the long distance endurance racing is, yes, being the fastest out on track has got a big part to play, but it's a real team game. It's going to be about team tactics, and we saw on the very early moves of the race, the Team Montar, the Aribo car, genius stroke there, bring the car in. We thought we'd actually get people actually quite early on trying some different kind of tactics. The Triple Eight team threw the dice very early on and came out of that with 30-second lead.
Yeah, it's good, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, they've had alternator problems since then, so that's dropped them back down the order. I think beyond the point where you can expect them to recover on pure pace, certainly, but it's going to be about people who've got the patience to take the opportunities as they arise, rather than trying to grab them where they don't need to.
Yes, and this is also where there's experience necessary, not just on track, but in the pit lane as well. And those teams that have been around the block a few times, and there are some very good brains trust here at Spa this weekend. They're going to come into their own as well.
Yeah, and I think there's the other part of the kind of the equation that people tend to forget is there is an awful lot of brain power being exercised right now into where do we stand, not just in the next hour or the next 65 minutes for these driver stints, but actually to the end of this race. So where can we expect these guys, if the race runs fully green, to actually be taking those pit stops? Where's the best time to actually come and do the brake change? Where's the best time to actually, if you're going to change to a different refueling strategy? It may not be the most visually gripping part of it, but it's the kind of thing that actually wins people races at this level.
Yeah, that's right. Now, of course, with the cars doing 65 minutes under a green flag situation between refueling stops, those cars that were designed for the GT3 European Championship and therefore have a slightly smaller fuel tanks get a better chance, but the Mercedes, we know, is a good fuel efficient car, and we saw some good racing earlier on by David Jones, didn't we, when he was trying to keep this whole traffic jam of cars behind him.
We did. I mean, it's a car that doesn't look or sound fuel efficient, and amazing that it is in this kind of company. I mean, it's a huge car, the AMG, an impressive sounding beast as well, but yeah, I mean, we saw at the Nürburgring 24 hours that those cars They may not have been the fastest thing out there, but they were right there, and they're right there in numbers. So when actually the almost inevitable attrition happened, there were Mercedes there ready to actually pick up the baton and take it forward. And we've had a Mercedes right in the thick of it. I think right from the get-go. Let's have a quick look where she is at the moment. Is 15 car there?
Yeah, third. Which has now got Wouters driving it, the Hesmans, Kumpen, and now Wouters on the rotation. Yeah, it's going very strongly, that car.
Going strongly, and that's what you need to do, is get a lap time, get a strategy together, and keep to it.
Equally, though, for that car, Kumpen needs to get rid of his wild streak. It was here, wasn't it, in 02 that he had his monster accident?
Absolutely huge accident, right in front of the old press room.
That's right.
And vivid memories of that car fully alight, and Anthony Kumpen, decamping through what used to be the roof.
I was going to say they had to get the roof
off.
They did,
and that car ending up a couple of feet shorter than it was actually designed by Dodge and Orica. Very, very, how can we put this, cowed-looking Mr. Kumpen post that. But no, that car is capable, certainly, of bringing home a podium finish or better. Mike Hazelman, certainly in recent years here, has put it to the drives of his life in this race, and that would be a very popular local result.
Lamborghini, finally, very disappointing.
Hugely disappointing. Actually, oddly enough, had just come up to the back up to the press room after being berated by Hans Reiter for not taking American Express on Daily Sports Car. So he's handed over lots of money for a several years subscription. But unfortunately, now he's going to be reading news of the retirement of his second car. That was a dramatic kind of explosion at the back there. And it's the world's first, I gather, racing V9. That car.
Yeah, I mean, that engine that let go, very, very dramatic indeed, as you say. Now, on track, a battle is developing here, look, for 10th place, because 41, which is now Jonathan Hershey, is latching himself onto the tail of 55, which has got Philippe Hersbruck at the wheel of the car. And so this is for the last place in the top 10. Philippe Hersbruck, who I think it's fair to say is not as quick as Jonathan Hershey. He's been around for a long, long time as Philippe Hersbruck, as the cars climb uphill. You can trace his racing right back to 1978 when he began in the British Leyland Challenge of all things. And he's dabbled in things like Talbot Horizons and Renault Fuegos in touring car racing. He then saw sense and went to proper touring cars like BMW 635s and Ford Sierra Cosworths. But Philippe Hersbruck, who last year, still competitive, won the Monoplace Championship, the sort of French Monoposto single-seater equivalent, is about to lose his 10th place if he's not careful. The Ford GT, Jonathan Hershey at the wheel, hunting him down, and he can see the way the gap's coming down. Jonathan Hershey, who gets stronger and stronger each season in a GT car.
Yep, absolutely. Another of these guys, and we've seen a number of them coming up through the ranks in GT racing in the modern era. Fred Makoviecki is another one of those that actually just, your eyes widen every time you see the kind of speed these guys can actually pull out of these cars. Jonathan, a bit of a varied season this year. He's here in the Ford GT. We've seen him in the factory Lotus team in GTE, where oddly enough he was racing against Mr. Hazelbrook at Le Mans this year, because Philippe was out there in the Norma. Philippe, canny old fellow that he is, he's doing what he needs to do, which is to take that car, like we were just saying, round and round and round. Don't rise to the challenge if you can't win it on track at the moment. Just wait for it to come back to you, as it surely will if you stick to that tactic.
We've just had communication from legendary former GT manager Malcolm Swetnam, wanting to know how his former driver Peter Cox is doing. Sad to say, Malcolm, blown engine, out of the race. Now, Eddie Cheever, I'm afraid, has stopped. That's at pit out, isn't it?
It is pit out. That's at the top, just on the outside of Radion, isn't it?
That's sort of what happened to Eddie Cheever. And you sort of wonder if that's gear related.
And it looks to me like, I think I just saw those lights off and on briefly. But it has been, for the Audis in the past, a little bit of a kind of an Achilles heel, the gearbox in these cars. It would be a shame to see that. And it looks like Eddie's in the car, I would guess, going through the systems, rebooting systems and talking to the team. And he is indeed. He's restarting that car, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's switching things off to try switch back on, and let's see if he can reboot it.
It was here last year, wasn't it? Towards the end of the race, he had the power steering fail going through Eau Rouge, and he had his
that was
big wide-eyed
monster moment.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Not a place you don't want that to happen anywhere. You certainly don't want it to happen there at all.
No, you're right.
It's well, he's got power.
Yeah,
but that car at the moment.
What he's also got to try and do, of course, is translate the instructions that come to him in Yorkshire into something he can understand, the American, and then he knows exactly what he's got to do. But this is costing that car heaps of time. they've already had an ECU change, haven't they? That team, not on
Not
that car.
that
12,
car. It's the car lost.
Now that one's in strife.
The 12 car loses some time with resetting the electronics and then a replacement for the ECU.
Yeah.
Should say, loving the way that team go racing. By the way, you know, the kind of level of interest you've got from the kind of team of legends they've actually put together, and actually a great way of marketing.
Yes.
To the kind of the gentleman drivers they've got, who wouldn't want to race alongside, you know, previous Le Mans winners, Indy 500 winners. It's a great way that Zach Brown and Richard Dean have actually put together a kind of completely different way of going 24-hour racing.
Mark Patterson, Matt Bell, Eddie Cheever, Mark Blundell are the 4 drivers. Total combined age 178.
Absolutely fine. And Matt Bell is probably about 12 of those. But,
yes, he's much the youngest, isn't he? But for the moment, I'm afraid that car doesn't look as though it's going anywhere. It had just fallen down the pecking order to be 39th, and it's now down to 40th, and it's still, as far as we know, hasn't got going again.
Well, fingers crossed for the boys, because you know they bring the cars to the track looking absolutely fantastic every single time. Let's hope they can actually get the car moving, because if they do, they will surely get the car round and back out again.
Indeed. Huge amount of effort goes into this. One of the drivers for United Autosports of that car, in fact, Mark Blundell, and he's in the pit lane with Hayley Coxon.
Mark, can you provide an update on the Audi?
To be honest, not really too sure. I understand from the guys in the garage that the engine stopped and he can't restart it. So, just trying to see if there's a procedure we can go through. Eddie's trying to do everything in the cockpit, but not good. We've had a very troublesome race, and I think we're already 10 laps behind the leaders.
Thank you.
So big frustration for Mark Blundell, and there is the car, still sitting by the side of the circuit, still going nowhere. And so as the team try then to do something about it, you can see that 32 has pitted, which is the car now with Philippe Albuquerque at the wheel, winner of last year's Race to Champions. And after its drive-throughs and its delays with the suspension, that's another car that's gone tumbling down the pecking order now. Big disappointment for the Belgian Audi Club team, particularly, of course, at its home race. So 33 is still going nicely. That runs in second spot. But the sister car now rejoining, down in 35th place, and it's done 114 laps, which means it's 12 behind the leaders. Now there, 888, the Westbrook, Menzel and Regal car, the man that's brought it into the pit lane is the man behind Haribo, in fact, and the Porsche that has led the race early on, where Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel were doing good jobs in it, in the hands now of Hans-Guido Riegel. Mike Sturzberg, the other driver of that car, he, like Hans-Guido Riegel, races in the long-distance German VLN series. Well, the good news is the car is still going after its earlier alternator problems. The bad news is, of course, that it's now a long way down, and that's Eddie Cheever, I think I'm right in saying, out of the car, just caught a glimpse of walking away, so it rather looks as though we have lost the United Autosports Audi. Big disappointment. Regal just rejoining in 29th place, I should say, but yes, that is, by the look of it, a retired Audi. And if it can happen to one, it can happen to others, can't it? So more drama. Just a few minutes ago I was saying to Graham, we'll be a daily sports car, but it's all gone quiet, meaning something's about to happen. Well, there's one significant thing, because that's a competitive car from a proper team that, having effectively served its pit stop, expect this to be the easy bit, this drive out back into the race, but even coming out of the pits they can still have a problem. And so the car now stationary, and Eddie Cheever's race looks as though it is run. Big disappointment then for United Autosports. They came with 3, they're down to 2, but already one of those has had a big delay, and unless they can do something, but the driver having walked away, I rather doubt they can do anything to get it back in the race. That will mean that Mark Patterson, Matt Bell, Mark Blundell and Eddie Cheever are going to be out of the race very early on. So car 11 confirmed stopped at the end of the pit lane, and so that means that United Autosports are less one car. Time we've got the Porsches that run in the Cup class, the older spec cars, still circulating strongly. The championship these days worked out so that you've got pro drivers, the pro-am combinations, then the gentleman racers all grouped together, and plenty of pit lane activity going on, of course, through this nighttime stint as the light starts to go, and the crews now face a long night of keeping out of trouble, keeping the cars to a strategy. 22 serving another pit stop then, which is the Lionel Comol, André Alain Corbel, Thomas Duchesne, Eric Bassière Ferrari, and that should shortly be back into the race. Now, with the race leader having gone through, the situation is that Frank Stippler leads the way and has now done 127 laps in the number 99 Audi, run by the Phoenix team, one of the loyal teams with Audi through the DTM, now into sports car racing, helping to develop this R8 LMS project, and there are more of these cars being seen in national championships as much as in the European series as well. And Stippler leading Greg Forsche. Now, when they last went over the timing line, the gap between them after those recent round of pit stops had increased as Mike Rockenfeller brings 98, which was into 4th place. It's getting back into contention, has brought that back into the pit lane. Now remember, this is the car that doesn't have second gear, so you've got to be careful about the gearbox issue here. Now, 2-part pit stop, remember, so the first thing is the fuel. You can see that the tyre team there, poised, ready to leap into action. So as soon as the refuelling is done, then only 2 mechanics allowed to work on the car. They can rush forward and change each wheel in turn, and it's quite a balletic process. You've got to get one wheel off, get the old wheel out of the way, get the new wheel on. So here they go, the car's up on the jack, so they go to work, do one corner, then rush around to the front. And all of this, of course, must be done as rapidly as possible. So you pick up the next 2 wheels, that's for the left-hand side of the car, new one on, then you pick up the old one you've just got, and the new one, put on the new, like you need 2 old tyres, pick those up, you run out of the way, go behind the car, pit stop done, and it's all, as ever in Audi land, done to a plan, to a system, to a routine. It all works perfectly, and without any fuss or drama, the car then rejoins the race. So the number 98 Audi back down the pit lane, and Mike Rockenfeller staying behind the wheel of the car. Mike, of course, after his massive Le Mans accident, just great to have him in the race. He had to skip the next DTM round after Le Mans, but the good news is that he's fit and well and going as rapidly as ever. You're looking at the Hexis AMR team with car 3. Now, this lost quite a bit of ground earlier on when Julian Rodriguez put it into the gravel, and it means now that Jan Claret and Pierre-Brice Maynor are the 2 that have got to do the work to bring it back into contention. But the car currently down in 24th place and set to lose a bit more ground while it's sitting in the pit lane like this. But as you've heard other people talking about already, it's got to get the car to the finish. Interesting the way that their tyre change operates compared to Audi, where you do one side, run around the front of the car rather than around the back of it. But the car now is released, back into the race goes car number 3, Pierre-Brice Maynor then at the wheel, and 99 continues to go strongly up front with, at the wheel, Frank Stippler. So 99 leads the way, and 888 was going so well earlier on, the Porsche. Richard Westbrook was driving it. Well, that car has now dropped down to 30th place. Let's catch up with why and hear from Richard Westbrook.
Richard seemed to have quite a lengthy pit stop there. What was going on?
Yeah, we broke an alternator, which is a real shame because we were fighting for the lead. We were doing great, and it's put us down, but we'll keep fighting. Reliability seems to be an issue here, so if we stay out of trouble, who knows? So we'll just keep fighting on, and but it's a real shame. So we lost 7 laps changing the alternator, and we were in a great position, we really were, but we'll keep going.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
That's all you can do, isn't it? Just keep on pushing, keep on fighting. Richard Westbrook then already changed into civvies, goes either for a bit of rest or a bit of sustenance before his next stint, and the car now, in fact, having been brought into the pit lane recently by Hans-Guido Riegel, has now gone the way of Mike Stursberg, so he takes it over as with the lights in the paddock and in the village starting to take up attention now. You get the great magical feel that racing in the dark has. And number 11 just confirmed on the timing screen here as a retirement. It's in a safe place, but it's no consolation to the team, but it is out. So we've got another car. There is 888, Mike Stursberg at the wheel of it for the Haribo Team Manthey, Olaf Manthey's team, which itself has had huge success at running Porsches initially, if you go back, what, a decade I suppose now, with Olaf Manthey himself being the main driver, but these days running customer cars in the VLN. And Richard Westbrook, until a few years ago, was a Porsche Works driver. Isn't anymore, but he's still very, very fast in these cars, but has proved he's not just a Porsche star, because you've seen him in Nissans and Ford GTs of late. And he's set for the V8 Supercar race on the Gold Coast in October, which is going to be fantastic to see how all of these visiting internationals get on this year. Quite a few with a sports car pedigree. So Richard Westbrook's car down in 30th place. But as long as they can now keep out of trouble and keep on going, they're going to inherit places as other cars start to have problems. So where's the next real fight going to come from? Because the Mercedes in the hands of Koen Wouters is just starting to fall away a little bit from Greg Franchi. But 4th place perhaps should be the next car to keep an eye to, because that's where you've got Michael Bartels in the Vita 4-1 Ferrari. Now he's a lap adrift of a car that he's chasing, but he is catching in real terms, not much, but he's lapping a little bit faster. So Bartels hovering on the cusp of being in the top 3 as the dominant Phoenix Audi continues to lead up front. Frank Schnippler through, but Bartels runs 4th, and he in turn is starting to pull away now from number 76, which is the next car in the sequence, and that's the Need for Speed Team Schubert BMW that Edward Sandstrom is shown as being behind the wheel of. Now, query that just ever so slightly, because he seems to have been in it for quite a long time, and he's also doing a very good job. Not to say that he's not a quick driver, but Werner is due a stint in that car as well, and he should also be well worth watching. But Sandstrom is being shown as behind the wheel of that car. Battle also developing for 9th place, having latched onto Jonathan Hershey, getting himself past Philippe Hasbrook. His next target is Patrice Gouillard, as we've got an errant Porsche there just rejoining, and that's Philippe Broodker and Christophe Courtin, Matthijs Harkemer and Kurt Dujardin's car that has been off at the bus stop, comes now into the pit lane, and the drivers all in the Gentleman Trophy go down the pit road. That car, which was in 32nd place actually, had done a pretty decent job in the opening hours of the race. Well, now for 9th place, Patrice Gouillard in the Ferrari. Very experienced driver is Patrice. He's being caught by Jonathan Hershey, so it's Ferrari versus Ford here. So keep an eye to number 10 Ferrari, because there Gouillard being caught by the Ford GT. Patrice, who has been a class winner within the Le Mans series, lots of experience at the World 24 Hours, the French GT, of the FIA GT Championship, of even the old BPR GT days going back to the mid-1990s. But Jonathan Hershey now hunting him down. Patrice Gouillard out of Les Combes, and as he accelerates down towards Bruxelles, where's Jonathan Hershey behind him? The gap's coming down between the two of them. In the first sector, Jonathan Hershey is quicker by 0.6 of a second. Doesn't seem a lot, I know, around a lap this length, but the gap is coming down. So now with traffic ahead as well, Patrice Gouillard's going to have to be a little bit cautious dropping downhill here. The last thing he needs is to get caught up behind the slower cars and risk going off. But the Ford GT hustling on. Jonathan Hershey, the Swiss Formula Renault champion a few years ago, came via Formula Renault 3.5 and then had his first spell of touring car racing in the Eurocup Megane Trophy, the sort of silhouette style Renault Megane, very similar in style to a DTM car, and then moved across into the GT1 World Championship last year. So Hershey now closing on Patrice Gouillard, and it won't be long before he's going to be able to make a move against him, I think, as the field works its way through traffic. Now you get an indication of how narrow Spa feels at times. Number 1 Ferrari got a look at there, a car that has now got Eric van der Poel behind the wheel, but that was very, very badly delayed early on with a power steering problem. And Eric, who has won this event 5 times, got the record for the most number of wins, was, as ever, tipped as a possible winner, and indeed he should be. Good car, good team, good driver combination, but that big, big delay early on has really cost them any chance of a decent result. Now he's dragged it up to 48th place, but 48, not a great result. More will improve, I'm sure, as the race wears on, but it's nowhere near where he wanted to be. Now this is at the bus stop, and that was number 19 that we saw a little while ago locking up. So the Level Racing Porsche getting back onto the circuit and then rejoining. Meantime, mechanics desperately trying to get a bit of shut-eye here. Some have been a bit busier than others. So that's what's going on in the VT41 pits. Let's go to Mark VDS, however, and catch up with Mark Henrici. He's with Haley Coxon.
Mark, unfortunately, we can see the car is parked up. You are actually ready to go home. What's been going on?
Well, we had a differential broke, something on the transmission, but the team did a superb job. We got the car 3 weeks before, so in the end we had the pole position, we had a good racing speed, we had a good communication with BMW Motorsport. So in the end there are a few positive things to take with us, and it's a 24-hour race. You have to accept that something can happen, and it did, but we go strongly to Manicure and think that we have a good car here now.
And it is good that car number 44 is moving up through the traffic. Car number 41 is moving up through the traffic.
Yeah, they're doing also a really good job with the Ford, and well, keep your fingers crossed for them at least. So maybe we can see more from them tomorrow.
Thank you.
Disappointment there, Mark. Out of La Source. Now there's a car either getting out of his way or being a bit slow behind, eventually picking up pace again. Now, of course, also with some drivers racing in the dark for the first time, you get another factor thrown in, another variable thrown into this, how the gentleman racers are going to cope in the dark. For example, one or two of the United Autosports team have never raced at night before. Arie Luijendijk, who is part of the team, had never raced at Spa. Never been here, in fact, until the test, but it was his first race at the Spa circuit. And Arie Luijendijk, who drives car 12 with Alain Lee, Richard Mines and Henri Richard, who's been here when he was involved in a corporate capacity in Formula 1, but he's never raced around here. So more drivers then taking a step into the unknown. So Frank Stippler leading the way in car 99, turns out of Brussels, ready to drop downhill, and with a minute's advantage, going very strongly at the moment. Frank, who after success in national German racing, moved up to the DTM. He raced in America for a time in the Rolex Sports Series, even in the Swedish Touring Car Championship, but made his name in Porsches, was the man that won both the International Super Cup and the German Carrera Cup, both very competitive championships back in 2003. And car number 9, which is Gianluca Roda, Raffaele Giammaria and Paolo Roberti, is about to be given a drive-through penalty for exceeding the driving stint time. Now, it was Giammaria, wasn't it, who bailed out recently to give way to Paolo Roberti, so it must be him, I think, that has transgressed. And also, you've got Fred McAvicky, Henri Moser, Steph Dusseldorp, Aston Martin being given a drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellow flags, and likewise 41. Now, that's the Jonathan Hershey Ford GT from the Marc VDS Racing Team we've been talking about, the car that he shares with Marcus Paltela and Antoine Leclerc. But that's another one then that has been found overtaking under yellows. And there's a car that's gone way off there. It's one of the Ferraris, I think. Is that 50 conceivably? It's indeed number 50 for AF Corsa. And that's the Jack Gerber, Matt Griffin, Marco Ciocci and Nicky Kadai car, which is in 15th place, and it's Jack Gerber at the wheel of it. And it was Jack that had quite a large accident at Navarra. This is not his regular car, this is another of the many that AF Corsa own, but he just got it wrong coming through the right-hander, drifted off. That's at the Paul Frere corner, I think. Goes way off the road through the gravel, and that was a car that led, in fact, at the end of the first hour when Matt Griffin was behind the wheel. Then the car got a drive-through penalty, and Jean-Carl Vernet there is getting ready to take over in number 1 from Eric van der Poel. Jean-Carl Vernet, or JK Vernet as he's known these days, with his racing in America, former kart racer, very quick in the Formula Renault Campos series. He drove for Team France in A1GP. In the Formula 3 Euro series he was quick, and then went off to the States, won his first race in the Firestone Indy Light series at St Petersburg, went on to win the title last year. And interesting inclusion in the entry here. There's a thought in the press room that maybe this is something to do with Peugeot, just trying to put him into a car, place him somewhere, give him some experience of modern sports car racing. Right, 79, the Ecurie Cost team into the pit lane, but they've had 1 or 2 early dramas, but that car looks to be going fairly strongly now. And let's just see, as the pit stop takes place, Ollie Bryant getting out of the car with his traditional, very patriotic Union flag crash helmet. Ollie, who splits his time between modern racing when he can and historic racing, He's got an AC Cobra that he and his dad share in Gentleman Drivers Pre-66 GT races. He also races very competitively in his father's Morgan Plus 8, a car that's older than Ollie is, like the AC Cobra, but it goes very well in that. And this car that he shares with Joe Twyman, Andrew Smith and Alistair McCaig, all 4 young drivers, and they've all gone out and found the sponsorship for this themselves. And even during the course of race week, they've been doing deals to try and get a bit more money into this. Joe Twyman will come and join us, all being well, before midnight, and tell a bit more about the project. Now there is the Mercedes sitting in the pit lane. Koen Wouters has just come in that car, so it's the car in 3rd spot prior to the pit stop, and it's the full pit stop. This, it's fuel and tyres, and I think they've had a driver change as well looking into the car. So now the fact that a toolkit is brought out as off comes the left front wheel suggests there's a bigger issue there. I wonder whether it's brake pads and discs like we saw on the Black Falcon Mercedes. Yes, attention to the brakes then, so it's going to be a long stop for 15. It'll fall down the order. You've just seen the 79 Ecuria Cos Aston Martin go back into the race. So the team working on pads, Koen Wouters having brought the car in, and as the Mercedes guys are hard at work, let's just, if we can, talk McLaren for a moment, because I've been joined by Chris Goodwin, a rather disappointed Chris Goodwin, I fear, after the dramas that the McLarens have had. And as we look just quickly at number 1, this is John Calverne about to take over from Eric van der Poel. I was rather hoping, Chris, that at this point we could say, oh, the McLaren's going really well, but it's nice to see you, but I know you'd much rather be out still in the race going well.
Well, of course, would do. I had a fantastic time in the car. We did a double stint with our car earlier on, and it was just brilliant. It's such a great car. Inherently, it's a fantastic car. It's going to be a wonderful GT racing car next year when the customers have taken delivery. But you know, that's really the point. That's why we're here. We've got a short space of time to develop this car. We kicked the project off quite late, and we need to learn as much as we can as quickly as possible and do the most thorough job, because we not only want a fast racing car, a reliable one, but we also want the customers to think that they've had the best experience, and we can only really deliver that by having gone through all of the pain first for them.
And you've been involved in the development of this from day one with your role as McLaren's chief test and development driver. I mean, you know, you've gone through the design process, you've done all these miles in it, and you can see the way that it's getting stronger and stronger.
Yep, very much so. Yeah, I mean, I take a real personal ownership of the whole thing. The GT project, it was born from the 12C road car project. 12C road cars were delivered for the first time during the last week. They're in customers' hands, so that's a milestone point with that project, so that's great. Now we're here racing the 12C GT3 car. This project really literally only started in October. Andrew Cacaldi and I were given the opportunity to put this project together by McLaren. We formed a new division of McLaren, McLaren GT. It's a great joint venture with some of the best people from the Formula 1 team, McLaren Automotive. We brought in a lot of new people, some from what was CRS, and we've got a great group that is going to be focused on delivering a bunch of customer GT3 cars for next year. But at the moment we're flat out just trying to make what is a quick and one isn't. Well, I'm grinning now and I shouldn't be. It's just such a great car to drive. But we want to make these cars bulletproof for the customers next year, so that they're also grinning like me.
I know when I came to the launch of it, which was impressive in itself, Martin Whitmarsh was talking about just how important it is to make sure that for the customer, you know, they get the ultimate experience, not just a great car, but the backup and the whole support service, if you like.
Yeah, you know, and that is why we're here, rather publicly testing. We're open, and our customers that we've been discussing with so far appreciate that. You know, that they're part of what we're doing. They understand what we're doing. A lot of the manufacturers would be doing all of this testing behind closed doors. We're learning at a much faster rate as a result of this, but there are a bunch of manufacturers that, you know, took a long time to get to a reliable point. Indeed. And they're bearing the fruits now. We want to do it sooner than the others. We want you know, to do a more thorough job. It's not just about having a nice car, it's about living with it, and we want to support the customer teams as well as or better than anybody else's, and there are some people now that are supporting their customer teams very well, some not so, and we want to learn from the guys that do it well and the guys that don't do it quite so well.
I mean, Audi is another example of a team that does support its customers very well. That's the leading car that's just had another refuelling pit stop. Let me also just mention Mike Hedsman's took over number 15 Mercedes. That's gone back into the race. Let's just go back to the very start of the race if we can for McLaren. Andrew's accident, we've seen bits of vision of him going off at La Source. Contact with another car, do you know?
Just on before we talk about that, I think that Audi's going to be called back in again. He hasn't got any rear lights at the moment, so
okay, we'll come to that in a second. Good spot, Chris. Let's just go back to the start of the race and have a look at some of the highlights of what was going on right at the very start. So with this capacity grid, 62 cars started, had that great start from Mark Goossens to lead the way. Then Ludovic Sunier pulled this remarkable move up the inside, harpooned his teammate and effectively put them both out of contention. Sunier carried on, but they retired the car with damage. He grabbed by the throat when he got out of the car at the end of that stint. And then Andrew Kagodi's big accident at La Source as the car went off the road into the barrier, hit it on both sides, and it was a very badly damaged car indeed. Andrew, thankfully, is okay. He's back at the circuit, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Then the BMW Z4s decided to drive into each other at the bus stop. Their rather low-rent incident sorted out. They all battled on. But on track, those that kept out of trouble had some great racing. Mike Hedsman's Mercedes went one way in the traffic. Peter Cox round the outside. And Cox and the Lamborghini worked its way into contention. From a pit lane start, Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari was working its way through the traffic, but very kindly got well out of the way coming into the chicane. And Stefan Ortelli tried this rather ambitious move against the Mercedes in the hands of Thomas Jaeger. Tapped him into a spin. Ortelli got a drive-through penalty for that. And the Mercedes carried on, but it was in the walls a little bit later. Nicholas Meyer-Melnhof somehow contrived to crash coming into the pit lane. He was somewhat distraught. The team couldn't quite understand what on earth he'd done. As on track, the Porsche that was in the hands of Christian Metzel worked its way into the lead, darting past the traffic on one side and the leading Audi on the other. Menzel took over the advantage. Aston Martin teams, though, were in the wars. Julian Rodriguez for Hexis AMR ran out of road coming out of Les Combes, found the gravel, and then had a long delay as the team had to get the car back to the pit lane, then get the gravel out of it and get it back into the race. At the bus stop, Alain Lee was tagged into a spin by Kenneth Heyer, who'd taken over the Black Falcon Mercedes, and then Eric Cairol was delayed as he tried to work his way round the stationary Audi. He wasn't the only driver in trouble though, because plenty more seemed to have dramas. The Dutchman David Hart was one. He lost it coming out of the pit path, spun off backwards through the gravel onto the circuit, which suddenly halved in width, but thankfully everybody was able to avoid him. Andrea Piccini was busy trying to stay on the tail of his teammate, and as he came through the bus stop was tagged into this spin. There was no damage done to the Audi. The aggressive Porsche limped into the pit lane with broken front right suspension. Piccini's plan was to stay right on the back of his teammate. The Porsche looked to be heading for pit in, suddenly came across an Audi, whacked it into a spin, and the 57 Porsche retired to the pit lane. Andrea Piccini fired the car up and rejoined once more. On circuit, we've had some tremendous racing. We've had a number of drivers yo-yoing up and down the order. And one car was this, the 888 numbered Manthey run Porsche. Richard Westbrook, Christian Menzel having done a good job early on, but then an alternator problem, and electrical gremlins slowed that car, and Peter Cox had this massive engine failure for the second round of the Blancpain Endurance Series in a row. A very smoky Lamborghini had to be parked, and so Peter Cox, who led at the end of the second hour, out of the race. Mark Hayek, the boss of Blancpain, behind the wheel. Jos Menton, a former winner, never got behind the wheel of the car at all, and Hans Reiter, the team principal, distraught as he sees both cars out of the race, one with a blown engine and one destroyed. Menzel back into the pit lane with the Porsche with the alternator problems, that car falling further and further down the order, and now with the two gentlemen racers behind the wheel, a little bit more time being lost. And for the Haribo Manthey team, disappointment all round, because it's going to be very hard to bring that now back into contention until Westbrook gets back behind the wheel. So that meant that number 99 led the way with Christopher Haasser at the wheel. Since then, Frank Schnippler has had a go behind the wheel of it, and now it is Mark Basseng, the man who has taken over the car. A new set of tyres have been put onto it, and Mark Basseng leads the way. But the Audi pit stops, as ever, totally impeccably orchestrated. 99 leads from this car, 33 that Matthew Ekstrom brought into contention after Timo Scheidman started it. Now Greg Franchi is at the wheel. The leading runners now, they've got so much traffic to work through, and with the failing light, one or two drivers taking their own way out of problems, taking the pit exit route. That was Eddie Cheever. Yes, so he hadn't completed a pit stop, he had the problem, bailed out of the lap, parked the car. So Eddie Cheever, sadly in the United Autosports Audi, parked by the side of the road, out of the race. But meantime, car number 99 continues to lead, and 98 now getting itself back into contention. Mike Rockenfeller at the wheel, but not only was Piccini tagged into that spin, they've also lost second gear in that car, so they've got to drive around that problem as best they can. But for 99, all is good. It leads the way by now increased margin. 50, Jack Gerber ran out of room, just bounced off the tyre wall a little while ago, was able to get himself back onto the circuit, but the South African gentleman racer falling down the order. Fans now starting to think about their stomachs rather than about the on-track action. Right, Chris Goodwin, let's go back to McLaren for a moment. We just started to talk about Andrew and his dramas all those many hours ago.
Well, my good buddy Andrew is fine. He had a big shunt there, as you saw in the highlights. It was a big impact on the left side of the racetrack there.
Was he tagged by another car?
Yes. I mean, he was well out of the corner, going up into third gear, unfortunately on full throttle, and got tagged turn left by a car out of his field of vision. And so you saw the outcome. It was a big shunt, but again, testament to the carbon chassis. We're the only carbon tubbed car in the race, and it's what McLaren is good at. All of our road cars, all of our racing cars have a carbon fibre construction, and Andrew has seen the benefit of that today. So big shunt, no harm done. A bit of concussion, I think, just from banging his head on the back of the seat.
I mean, the first shot we had, of course, where the car had come to rest, you think, hang on a minute, has this happened in the pit lane as he's been coming out after his stop-go penalty? But now, of course, the story starts to piece together. You realise that, no, it wasn't Andrew's fault. I did say at the time, it's not like Andrew to make a mistake, and now you've given us the story. It was another car being a bit silly.
Andrew is a very, very good GT racing driver.
Yeah, I agree.
He is also the guy that has really put together this program. He's been largely responsible for the build of this car, pulling the team of guys together, and I know he's gutted not to be in the race right now, but it's a massive testament to him that we're here at all, actually, and we'll be back, and I'm sure he'll be back. You won't get him out of the driving seat. He's terrible for that, you know.
That's true, yes. Now, you started with 3, you're down to 1, the car in the Pro-Am Cup, so it's still going strongly, and you've got drivers here that can bring data back to you, but of course now the main effort is to get that car to the end and learn what you can.
Yeah, so I've had a chat with the guys. There's the car there going through the bus stop. It's very, very important that we get that car to the finish, or as far into the race as we possibly can. Every lap we do is a bonus. Every lap we do gets us more data. The guys we've got in the car are good. They're the type of drivers that we would love to have in our cars, in customer teams' hands. We've got a mixture of young and old, experienced and less so, and they're all really, really enjoying the experience, enjoying the opportunity as well. But they also now know that they've got a bit of responsibility to try to stay out of trouble and get that car through as far into the race as we possibly can.
Yeah, Roger Wills, somebody who's not been doing modern racing for very long, but has really taken to this.
He loves it. Yeah. I mean, the guy is one of the quickest, if not the quickest, historic racer out there. He's got a great collection of cars, 1 or 2 McLarens. He's paired up, and there's a bit of an off in the darkness.
That's
there.
A Mercedes, and that, I think I'm right in saying, is the car that is, or was, in 6th place. Yes, it is. It's gone off, and 54 had at the wheel of it at the time Eric debacle now, possibly, because he's gone off the road and squandered a good chance here. The next topic of conversation after we discuss Roger Wills, who, as you say, is a very, very quick historic racer, was how difficult is it to drive at night? Well, for Eric Debar, he's rather proved the point that it's very difficult, because you reference points all disappear, don't they?
It's an acquired skill. Some acquire it sooner than others.
Yes, quite.
But it really is part and parcel of what endurance racing is all about. That's why some drivers absolutely love it and some don't so much. I think Roger is in the former category. He's really enjoyed it. He's been racing in the Le Mans series alongside his historic racing. This is another notch up. I mean, representing a manufacturer and a fairly high-end one at that. I think he's enjoyed it very much, and he's taken to it like a duck to water.
But he is a McLaren regular, of course. I mean, he's got an M1B, an M1C Can-Am car, so it's just the next in the long line, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, I think this is the fastest of all of them.
You're probably right. Yes. Now 33, making a pit stop. Greg Franchi has brought the car in. We just saw a moment ago the team take one of the rip-off windscreens away, the sort of film, so yes, you can wash the screen, but also you've got these tear-offs, like a rip-off visor. Do you use those on the McLaren?
Yeah, we had about 6 on there, and now's the time you'd probably remove at least one of them. We've had, you can in daylight you can see through a fair bit of grime and muck, and you sort of save your tear-offs for later. But in the night, it's where they start to, come into their own. And also, as the sun is rising, it's terrible. If you've got an oily screen or one that's covered in rubber, they're a great little addition. Quite a nice little bit of technology.
In normal circumstances, assuming that you haven't got the problem, and there you can see, or the limited visibility in the darkness, this is the other pit lane. Just riding with Greg Francher here, going back into the race, but there's not a great deal at all that you can see there, is there?
Well, visibility is a bit better than that in actual fact, but not a lot.
Yeah.
It's just that I think that the way the camera's working, it's picking up a lot of the internal lighting from the dashboard on the left, and the internal lights. You've got a illuminated switch pack there, so that the driver, if he needs to, can actually see the switches. Minor detail, but these are the sort of things that we're developing with our car, making them user friendly for this type of thing. It's a small thing, but if you've got to reach down to reset your fuel meter and you can't see where it is, you might press the fire extinguisher. So
yeah, sure.
It's all the detail that makes a good customer car.
Now, in normal circumstances, if your car were in the race still, what would you do between stints? You go and get some sleep in a 24-hour race, or do you sit in the garage and watch the timing monitors, or what do you do?
Yeah, have a bit of a chat with the team, keep everyone going. But as a driver, the best thing to do is get out of the car, give your feedback, get out of your wet overalls, go and dry off, go and grab some food, a bit of rest. What we were doing, what we were in the middle of doing, was double stinting every time. So 2 stints on per driver, per set of tyres. It saves a fair bit of time, and it gives the drivers a nice little break as well. So we were well on our way to that little plan, but now we've stopped. But the guys in the 60 car will keep that up, and hopefully for as long as possible.
You still got your overalls on?
Well, I've been talking quite a bit since then. I'll go and change now, and I'll go and grab a drink and go and see how the guys are getting on downstairs.
Look, Chris, it's good to see you. Sorry you're not in the race, but thanks for sparing us the time, and good luck with the rest of the project.
Well, we'll be back, and we'll be back all the better for this. That's the idea. We've taken a bit of pain, but it will go back into the development. It will be a busy next couple of weeks, changing the cars so that when you do see them again, when we race them again, which we will do this year, they're better for the experience we've got this weekend.
Excellent, Chris. Thanks very much indeed. And also good to hear that Andrew Picardi is fitting well despite that sizable accident from earlier on. Well, we've seen 54 rejoining Eric Debar after his dramas into the gravel. He's back in the race. 55 now, serving its pit stop for Graf Racing. This is the car that Mike Parisi was doing heroic things with earlier on. And as Aston Martins go back down the pit lane, we can talk from McLaren to Aston Martin, because Joe Twyman, one of the stars of the Ecuria Cost project, has joined me up here, and looking a bit hot and bothered after your last stint, Joe. It's a hard work out there, is it?
No, it's the walk up to the commentary box that's done me, actually.
You're meant to be a fit young racing driver, though.
Yeah, well, it's meant to be.
Oh, okay. Now, this project, Ecuria Cost, you've got 4 young drivers doing this, with a background in historic racing, and it's great to have the name back, but it's not been an easy project, has it? I know you've all had to go out and really work very hard to raise the funding for this.
Yeah, I mean, we've done absolutely everything from from the very beginning. We've been raising money since January, and we've done everything from sort of livery, overalls, teamwear. Everything has been down to us, really. Yeah. So it's been a long old slog.
Is this right that you were still doing deals on Thursday, sort of between practice sessions, even recruiting people to give you free sweets for the team? Is this right?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing things right up to the last minute, including the Haribo team, Richard Westbrook and their guys. We asked them for some sweets for the weekend, and we put a sticker on the car.
I think the best story of all that you were telling me was you were stood in the paddock at Le Mans and your phone rang, and it was somebody wanting to sponsor you, and you thought it was a wind-up.
Yeah, we did this advert in Motorsport magazine, and I thought one of the boys was winding me up. Someone called me and said they had a hotel in the Cayman Islands, and alarm bells ring, and you think, well, who's winding me up here? And it was for real. And having sort of been unable to hear him on the phone, Andrew, who's obviously showing the car, did a bit of research and said, look, this is something we should definitely follow up. So we did, and now we've got cotton tree all over the car.
Fantastic, excellent, and cheap holidays for you all as well.
Well, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah. How's the race been going then? Because you all had a stint behind the wheel now, yes?
Yeah. It's it's good. We're all in a good rhythm. We're all doing similar times. Ollie, I think, is the quickest, and all of us are below the 30, which is what we wanted to do at the beginning of the weekend. We had very little dry running in the practice sessions, and to sort of jump in and build up to that was the idea in my first stint, and I did that. And looking forward to the next one.
Just getting a replay of Romain Brandella spinning his Ferrari. I was saying a little while ago during the course of the race that you tend to forget that because all of you four guys have been around racing for a long, long time, but you've not actually got that much modern racing experience. Ollie's probably the most experienced. The bulk of your activity has been in historics, hasn't it?
Yeah, Ollie's obviously done a lot of GT3 stuff. Alistair did Radicals and then a Carrera Cup race.
Yep.
Andrew's done a lot of Group C stuff and raced with Ollie here in British GT last year. And I haven't done all that much. A bit of historic Formula 1 stuff, a lot of historic stuff, as you say, and then the Spa 24 Hours here last year, which I did with Jota, Sam Hancock, Simon Dolan, and that was a great first experience.
And here is the car. I promise you, it is in the darkness. The livery doesn't quite shine in the dark, does it? But there it is, and it's soldiering on. It's going very well. So, the race so far, pleased?
Yeah, very pleased.
Yeah.
Well, we're still in it, and there's a lot of people that aren't. So that's got to be the objective. The finish is our main objective.
Did see an early pit stop though. What was going on early on? Liquid being added or something?
It was power steering actually.
Okay, right.
Ollie did the first stint, and I think there was an issue with the power steering.
Right.
But there hasn't been anything since then.
So it's just going metronomically. Barwell ran the car, and they do a good job.
Yeah, Chris and Mark Lemmer do a fantastic job, and the whole team, in fact, have done amazing things this weekend. They've been very patient with us. We've been building up to it, and they're obviously a first-class outfit, and it's just great to have the Kyrgios name back.
Absolutely right. Now, just a quick word about tyres, because of course Michelin committed to running lots and lots of customers, then realised it couldn't, and you had to make a bit of a decision late on, didn't you, to go either not to race at all or find plan B?
Well, Barwell ordered the Michelin tyres in February.
Yeah.
And they confirmed that they were able to supply. And then I think with the issues in Japan, there was a supply issue, and we were left sort of 6 weeks ago without a tyre supply. 6 weeks. And so we managed to get the boys at Avon to commit to supplying us with tyres, and they've done a great job. The slick tyre is very, very good. The slick tyre in the damp is very good. Ollie was running second, I think, in first free practice at the beginning. But the wet, we're just hoping it's going to stay dry.
It has just started to rain, I'm told. So with perfect timing, Joe, just as you said that, on talkback I hear it's starting to drizzle somewhere. So fingers crossed for you guys.
Let's hope it stays dry.
Well, indeed, yes. The car around here, I mean, it's an awesome car to watch anyway, but around this section it's brilliant to drive.
It's fantastic. It's got the high aero body kit, which means it's incredibly good through the fast stuff. It's got a great fast speed, high speed balance. In the slower stuff, it's good as well, but we really make up the time in sector 1 and sector 3.
And how long are you doing per stint? Doing single stints or double stinting?
We might double stint in the night.
Right.
The idea was just to get all four of us out in the day, get the confidence up.
Because you've had very little dry running, really.
There was no real dry running. We're possibly going to double stint.
Okay, excellent. Now, out of your legion of sponsors, any more you need to mention? Because I know a huge amount of people have helped you get this car on the grid.
Well, they're all obviously worthy of a mention, but I think it's been a real testament to sort of all four of us really. I'm very proud, and I know the other boys are as well. So,
given how many cars you race at a historic event, it must be a bit strange this only having one car for a week.
It's nice to be able to say, this is the only thing I'm driving this weekend. So.
Well, fingers crossed it's a good finish for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, fingers crossed it's a finish. That's what we're aiming for.
Indeed. And I'm afraid Romain Brandella has had another spin. Proof of how difficult it is to drive at night. I know you've been here, obviously, in the 24 hours. You've done the Spa 6 hours in historics, but it is a whole new discipline, isn't it, driving in the night like this? And it's certainly catching out quite a few drivers here.
Yeah, I mean, everything obviously changes. Spa is very dark at night.
Yeah.
Le Mans is easier, I think, than Spa. We've got a very good light package on the car. We've got the GT1 light package on the car. Right. So we've got very good vision. It's been tried and tested by numerous people before us, obviously.
It's all working well. When are you due in the car next?
I think around midnight.
Okay, so bit of supper?
Had that.
Right, energy drink?
Got it now.
Got it now, right, okay. And then you're ready.
Yeah.
Another car's gone off. That's the 18 Porsche of Alessandro Bonetti. They're running 23rd overall. We better let you go and get ready for your next in. Joe, thanks very much. Good to see you.
Thanks, David.
And good luck to the team for the rest of the race. Good to have Kyriakos back. And we talked about one Aston Martin. Well, there's another one in the pit lane, I'm afraid, in stripe number 3 for the Hexis team. That was the one that Rodriguez put in the gravel a little bit earlier on. So with good luck to Kyriakos. Good luck also to the Hexis AMR squad as they try and get that car back into the race then. So the number 3 Aston, which had fallen outside the top 20 anyway, now 21st, but it's going to lose more places because there are 4 on the same lap, so by the time it's rejoined it'll be further down the order. Matthijs Huckema, former Ginetta GT4 racer, is behind the wheel of his Porsche. That was a car that we'd also seen going off at the bus stop a little while ago and has rejoined. New tyres being put on. Romain Brandella then, having had a couple of spins in quick succession, is now being attended to by the marshals. He's in the gravel, I think, this time, isn't he? He's on the, yes, he's very close to the gravel anyway, and he doesn't want to go forward because he'll be in the gravel. He doesn't want to go backwards because of traffic that's going to collect him potentially. So a bit of a drama this, and yes, it's the same place, isn't it, where the Porsche has gone off as well as Brandella. So incident's taken 2 cars off the circuit there, and yellow flags are at turn 13, but in the darkness like this may just need safety car intervention to pick everything up and let the marshals safely push that car back onto the circuit. So a bit of a dilemma for the race director here. Now, what else has been going on apart from errant Ferraris spinning? Aston Martin's in their garage. Mark Basseng in 99 is leading the way from now Timo Scheider back at the wheel of 33. Mike Rockenfeller is up to third in number 98. Now Mike Hezemans we saw pitting, and he now is in 6th spot. He took the car over, but of course they lost time. Lengthy pit stop with the brake pads being changed, so that car has fallen down to 6th. Edward Sandstrom still being shown as driving 76. The BMW Z4 that's up now into 5th spot, but I still think he's been behind the wheel of that for a long time, and the race officials very keen to make sure that people don't exceed the maximum driving time. 3 hours is the maximum continuous you can drive for. 54 that we saw Eric Labard put off the road a little while ago, before we started talking to Chris Goodwin and to Joe Twyman, is, I'm afraid, now down in 19th place in the pit lane. So that's another car that's falling further and further out of contention, having run well at the start of the race. The 2 guns, Olivier Panis and Nicolas Lapierre, did the job good and proper, but I'm afraid it's the gentleman racers now that have been rather affecting the progress of that car, and so it's now fallen way out of contention, down in 19th spot. So with that car falling further and further down in the Pro-Am category, that's a class now that's being led by Michael Bartels in the Vita 4-1 Ferrari, and we've got Audi mechanics getting ready for the next pit stop. You can see the board there, the reminders to the driver of what they have to do to put it in gear, to reset, and we've got the safety car out because of this incident involving the Ferrari and the Porsche. So really, so that the marshals can quickly and safely get those cars out of harm's way. It's damage, but in the darkness like this, it's very difficult to try and push them back onto the circuit with the amount of traffic to come through. So safety car is out for Romain Brandella's Ferrari, and also for the number 18 Porsche that has gone off the circuit as well. The T23 that's pitted for United Autosports. That was the car that Stefan Johansson was behind the wheel of most recently, and just looking to see who was driving 18 when the Porsche had its moment. That car now is way out of contention, and the car down in 42nd place. Yes, so with any hope of a good finish now out of the window, the car that Alessandro Bonetti was driving is having to be dragged out of the gravel. 43 Simon Knapp in the pit lane, another of these charismatic Z4 BMWs going well in the Pro-Am Cup, and there, oh dear, it gets worse, doesn't it, for UA, because being pushed into its garage, Johnny Herbert, who took over in fact from Stefan Johansson, so he'd done his stint, but Johnny Herbert has got no lights working at the back of the car, so it needs that addressing by the team next time the car comes in. It ran unmarked tyres in qualifying, so it had all its times cancelled and was put to the back of the grid. But the drivers, Michel da Costa, Rick Rennemans, Tom Langenberg, and the Dutch driver Oscar Slingerland are the crew charged with bringing the speed ladder entered 911 GT3 Cup to the finish. The Cup class introduced into the Gentleman Trophy for the older type of Porsche. Porsche, of course, has gone through this series of recent upgrades, and this car is one of the earlier generation 997 shaped cars before the Cup S came along, so it still has a home, and it's good to have as many different cars as you can on the grid. You see 99 going through Pau on them with Marc Basseng at the wheel, so the former German Clio Cup winner, Clio Sport V6 Trophy competitor, kart racer, Porsche racer, and now a very quick Audi racer indeed, working his way out of the piff paff and heading towards the Paul Frere corner. Into the pit lane has come 9 then, which is the Orlando Sport Porsche. Paolo Roberti was the man behind the wheel of that car, and of course this is the car that won the opening round of the series at Monza, but it has fallen way back into 15th place. It was running, of course, in the lead early on in the race, with Paolo having started that car, but now I'm afraid it had the slow lap when Raffaele Giammaria was at the wheel. Also, it was penalised because Raffaele exceeded the maximum driving time permitted, so that's put them on the back foot a little bit. Paolo Roberti is trying to bring them back into contention, so full service this time around, fuel, driver and tyres, and the car can go back into the race very shortly. So the fueling is done, driver strapped in, windscreen cleaned, and the new Michelin's about to go on. The Porsche that was very fuel efficient at Monza. Here though, fuel less of an issue because of this 65-minute maximum that you're allowed to do as a stint. Audi getting ready for another pit stop, which is going to be 98 I think soon, isn't it? It's the one that runs slightly out of sequence after its earlier gearbox problems. 99 still looking strong up front, however. So the Marc Basseng car leading the way. It's just gone through onto lap 168 as number 9 Porsche then goes down the pit lane to rejoin the race. The Audis with the lights ablaze, looking ever so spectacular. Great shape, the R8 and the R8 LMS, having become in the last 2 or 3 seasons one of the cars to beat within GT3 racing. Set now, it would appear, for its biggest task yet, and if it can win this, then it will underline and really prove the worth of all the effort that Audi has put into this race to look after the customers. And they brought, of course, some of their top drivers into the event. Le Mans winner Mike Rockenfeller, for example, DTM stars Timo Scheider, a former winner of this race, and Matthias Ekstrom. It is 98 that's in the pit lane there. Marcel Fassler is in. Windscreen being cleared. Tyres are ready, but do they need them? Fire extinguisher on standby just in case there's any fuel spillage. And the Audi mechanics, well drilled, know exactly what they're doing. I've practiced this 1,000 times. And are they going to change tyres? The answer is yep, up it goes on the jacks. So a new set of Michelins to go on. And as this car is sitting in the pit lane, so it'll put 33 back into second position. But it's also now going to lose its lap again. It's 99, it's about to come over the timing line, so still the 99 Basseng Hasse Stippler car is looking the stronger of the two, because it's always got this advantage over 98 and indeed over the 33 Belgian Audi Club car. Now car number 60 has just been given a drive-through penalty, and car number 60 is the McLaren of Adam Christodoulou, Glyn Geddy, Phil Quaife and Roger Wills. Now it is Article 91 of the regulations of the championship that have been breached. We shall research this, but the surviving McLaren is, as I say, now going to be given this drive-through penalty as you look at the 98 Audi going back down the pit lane. 30. We just handed over number 9 Porsche. He's in the pit lane. Let's hear from him and Haley.
Paolo, we've just seen you giving feedback to the engineers. What's been happening with the Porsche?
Yeah, we have the problem. Gianmaria had the crash with the slow car. We broke the radiator and we lose the 6 lap. More or less, it was the 5th hour. Now we are 6 laps behind. We try to finish the race top 10 to take some points for the championship. Not easy, but we try.
Thank you, Paolo.
Yeah, the radiator being right at the very front of a Porsche, so even gentle contact tends to do a lot of harm to that, so understandable, but it has had the delay, well, they tried to repair that, and so now way down the order, sadly, is number 9. That car now with Gianluca Roda at the wheel. With Mark Basseng leading the way, and now with a minute in hand over the WRT Audi behind. We've got the drivers on lap 169, or the leading cars on lap 169, and in terms of pit stops, there you can see it's 7 stops for number 99 and number 33, but 98, running slightly out of sequence, is a stop ahead at the moment. It's done 8 pit stops. And it's because of the car running slightly out of sequence that it rises and falls up to 2nd and then back down to 3rd, depending on when it pits. But now 7 pit stops is about right. Peak time in the village off track. It's time for food, it's time for beer. You can't come to Spa and not have frites either. And a glass of Jupiler. And everybody enjoyed themselves, which is all part and parcel of the Spa 24-hour weekend. Always a great party atmosphere, lots of enthusiastic Belgians come over and camp, but also there's a big Dutch contingent that comes across for the Spa 24 hours, always has been, and with the party in full swing and the beer flowing, then there's much going on. The Ecurie Cos Aston Martin, incidentally, just going back to the race for a moment, it says being an anorak, was up into 17th place, and that car's going remarkably well. It's just pitted, admittedly. Andrew Smith has brought the car in, but that car really going very strongly now, after its power steering fluid that was needed at the start of the race. So, and Jay Twyman was up here a little while ago talking about the importance of getting it to the finish. Suddenly, they're looking strong now, getting higher and higher up the order. They are 8 laps away from the race leaders, but it's a very good effort, this, by the 4 young drivers who, just to make the point again, have been very busy trying to raise the funding for this project. There goes car number 1, which is the Beta 4-1 Ferrari that Eric van der Poel, Jean-Carl Vernet and the Belgian driver Nico Verdonk share, and that car is now 39th with Vernet at the wheel. In the paddock, meantime, Audi's merchandise team hoping to convince a few more Audi fans to part with their euros for Audi flags or clothing or model cars. And while it's an Audi 1, 2, 3 like this, it's BMW 4, Ferrari 5, 6, 7, Ford 8, BMW 9 and Ferrari 10. And car 60, the McLaren, yet to serve this drive-through penalty. Now, car 60, the McLaren, the surviving McLaren of the 3, of course, now. Is in 25th place, in fact now is in the pit lane, so it's serving the drive-through this time, and as it does so, the driver behind the wheel of that car is Roger Wills, so the Kiwi forced into pit lane. Roger, who has been a very busy historic racer, he entered every race, and was it 25 at Brands Hatch at the end of May, and raced at Le Mans for the first time this year. But ever the enthusiast, also did the historic race and did it in 2 cars. Started one, finished in another, and then went off into the 24-hour race. Arch enthusiast, and he's got a couple of nice McLarens of his own in his stable. He's got an M1B and an M1C Can-Am car, but now racing the MP412C GT3 for the first time. We're looking at United Autosports mechanics hard at work, because that's Johnny Herbert's car that's now in 21st place. This serious electrical cat-out problem. But that now, they hope, sorted. Time for a new set of tyres. And 23 not that it can keep going or pick up places, because inevitably others will have their dramas ahead. And Johnny sharing the car, just to make the point again about the eclectic mix of drivers you've got in the cars, with Stephanie Hansen, another former Formula 1 racer, with Zach Brown, who is the co-owner of the team. Zach, who is American but has done much of his racing in Europe in his early days as an aspiring single-seater racer. These days runs a big marketing and sponsorship agency. And Richard Dean, who's the other co-owner of the team, and Richard's background goes back to the 1980s in karting and Formula 4 1600 and Formula 3000. He was a British GT champion in the days of the Dodge Viper, and had a spell as a managing director of Ginetta. Meantime, in the pit road there is the Ford Mustang that runs for the VDS Racing Adventures team of Benjamin Bailly, Julian Schroem, Jose Clos and Rafael van der Straten. And that was a car that at the end of the pit lane a little while ago had its loose wheel attended to in the fast lane of the pits, and they seem to have got away with that problem, but this is a rather longer stop, I think, now in the pit road. So Ford Mustang losing time all the while now as it's in pit road. And out on the circuit we've got then the race leading Pro-Am class Ferrari, Nick Homerson at the wheel, 5th place overall. And he, along with Louis Macchiels, Andrea Bertolini and Michael Bartels, make a very effective combination of drivers in the class. But I'm intrigued to know from Michael why he's elected to put him and Andrea Bertolini into that class rather than pitching for outright honours, because they're going to be slightly compromised by the pace of the gentleman drivers that are with them. Just going back to McLaren for a moment, Article 91 of the regulations refers to only the team manager being allowed in the pit lane a maximum of 1 lap before the pit stop, no equipment in the working area before the car has stopped, team personnel and equipment has to withdraw as soon as the work is complete, no operation may be carried out by more than 4 mechanics. So it is along those lines that they have transgressed, either with people not withdrawing or equipment being out too early, or more people than is permitted out on the pit apron too soon. So it's all to do with the pit stop procedure that the McLaren has had that drive-through penalty, and Roger Wills is the man behind the wheel ends up being pinged for it. So that car then will lose time as a consequence. But as Chris Goodwin was telling us, they just want to get that car to the finish now. It's important to get some data, to get some more mileage from the test project. That car running on Michelin rubber, whereas the car that Chris himself was driving, the one that caught fire when Tim Mullen was at the wheel, that was on Avons. Partly because of the shortage of Michelin tyres, but also partly because it would run on Avons in British GT, for example. That's the nominated tyre supplier, so it's important to try and gain data as to how the car would be on a different tyre supplier. So some of that was achieved. We've also just gathered news that number 123 Porsche has been retired. That was the Armand Fumal, Christian Lefort, Carl Rosenblatt, Jérôme Thierry car that's been in the pit lane for quite some time, but mechanical issues have forced that out of the race. So gradually the number of retirements is increasing. 62 cars started the race, but quite a few falling by the wayside now. Some teams being able to get the cars back into the race, such as Sports Garage, still trying to work on the Lionel Comol Ferrari. But it's not just finishing, it's finishing within 75% of the winner. That's the real target here. Meantime, you're on board with Nick Homerson. Well, the dashboard is worth looking at, and that set of tail lights ahead is a car that he's chasing, but you get an understanding now of just how difficult it is in the dark. Find a reference point. Where's the next corner? Driving off the brake lights of the car ahead, and which way that goes, you go as well. New admiration for the drivers watching this, don't you? Nick Homerson, quick amateur racer then, hustling on. He's running in 5th place overall, and he's not been racing for that long, just over a decade. Began in 2000 in the Donkervoort Cup, the quirky Dutch-built cars. Had a spell in the Ferrari Challenge, and then raced GT3 Lamborghinis. Had a spell in GT2 with Paul van Splunteren in the Le Mans Series last year, but has really gone very well this year, hasn't he, in the Blancpain Endurance Series. Comes into the bus stop, chasing after the BMW just up the road. Powers his way over the timing line. It's all going strongly. That car in 5th place, lapping in the 2:29s at the moment, whereas the race leader, rather more confident driver Mark Basseng, doing 2:23s. So it goes to show the difference now between the pros and the AMs, certainly at night. But when you get that graphic display of just how difficult it is out there, then who can blame the less experienced racers for being a bit more cautious? Almerson's car, 5th overall, the class opposition now in 9th place. Archie Hamilton having taken over number 44 BMW, running 2nd in class. Archie, whose grandfather Duncan was a Le Mans 24-hour winner. First race here, although he's learnt the circuit on the simulator. He's raced in Porsches in the Carrera Cup GP, had a one-off outing at Brands Hatch last year in British GT that ended, I'm afraid, with a damaged car in qualifying, but has decided that the Spa 24 Hours would be a very good platform to showcase his ability this weekend, and Archie Hamilton running in 9th place in this car that he shares with Hubert Voss, Harry Colin and the very, very quick Xavier Marson. Now, we've talked about the race order, as 76 BMW out of 4th place just comes in now out of Sandstrom's car, but in terms of the time spent in the pit lane, fascinating graphic this, because it goes to show you that 7 stops for the Nick Homerson Ferrari, but 14 minutes and 6 seconds. That means it's been in the pits for the least amount of time relative to everybody else in the top 6. Something like 14.5 minutes is what they're sort of aiming for, but 98, of course, has been in for a bit longer because it's done more stops. But car number 2, 7 pit stops, but has been in there for less time than other cars in the top 6. And the least amount of time you spend in the pit lane, then the better it's going to be. So looking pretty good this in terms of the pit work and the limited number of problems that have been necessary to sort out. 4V to 4-1, then goes 76, then it growls its way back down the pit lane. The Sandstrom Hürtgen Berner driven BMW Z4, run by the Need for Speed team. Car going strongly at the moment, does need to deliver on that now. Team Schubert operating the car. So with just 15 minutes to go before we get to midnight in the Total 24 Hours of Spa, we've got a look there at 35, which is the Thomas Jaeger driven Mercedes. I'm just wondering now whether or not that car, yes, Stefan Larray did drive it, didn't he? He had a short stint earlier on in the race, but it's mainly been Thomas Jaeger as the real star in that has done the lion's share of the work, the former DTM racer, and he's now got it into 11th place. Meantime, at United Autosports, conversation goes on with the Dunlop tyre technicians and getting some feedback on what the tyres are like, how they're standing up to the amount of abuse they're being given. There you've got the 116 Viper back into the pit lane, still going strongly within the Gentleman Trophy, this car of Patrick Chaillet, Thierry Delattre de Bosco, Benoit Galland and Christophe Geffroy. So that car, which has gone fairly reliably so far in this race, completes its pit stop, and it is currently in 48th place, that with Geffroy at the wheel. BMW Z4, we may have lost the pole car, the Mark VDS Racing Team car, but they are still great looking and sounding charismatic cars, great to have on a GT3 grid. Meantime at Audi, calm before the storm here as the Belgian Audi Club WRT team awaits the next pit stop, and so before much longer Timo Scheider will be back in, but that car still chasing vigorously after Mark Basseng, but is effectively now a lap adrift. There's 32, Stefan Ortelli at the wheel, and Stefan, after his earlier drive-through, but then the suspension problem cost him half an hour, down in 27th place. It's going to be hard to come back from there, but let's creep back into the picture. So 2 of the 4 Audis in the Pro Cup with problems. Remember, the United Autosport cars running the Pro-Am category. Right, 116 that I was suggesting was going strongly has not gone strongly. It's gone into its garage. They've had to do some work on the car. Christophe Geffroy will go back out again shortly. Fingers crossed, but this car that runs within the Gentleman Trophy is in danger of losing lots of places now. Going to be down to 4th in class, in fact. Comes back out onto the circuit. Sticker album sponsored Viper set to rejoin, and meantime down the pit lane with the two teams just enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet before the car is next due in. The Viper growls its way back into the race, but again a bit more time lost on that pit stop for Christophe Geoffroy. Meantime, 008, which has not had a very happy race so far, back into the pit lane. Gavin Pickering it was that taken the car back out after Thomas Enger's earlier stint, but 36 the car has fallen to, and yet again in the garage, so it is just not going at all well for the GPR AMR squad. Thomas Enger, there's no doubt about his pace, and he was doing great things earlier on in the race in that car, hauling it into contention, but Eddie Renard, the Belgian Aston Martin enthusiast, and Jan Stovicek, as the other two drivers, along with Gavin Pickering, have not been able to rise to the occasion as yet. Jan Stovicek, who's been on Lamborghini Trofeo duty this weekend, the FIA lawyer during the week, race driver at weekends. Meantime, the Sport Garage squad trying to rebuild a Ferrari here after the rather sizable accident that befell the car a little while ago when Thomas Duchesne was at the wheel, and they want to get this to the finish if they can, remember, to raise money for and awareness for the arthritis charity, but there's still a huge amount of effort required to get that car back into the race. Richard Westbrook, incidentally, that led the race earlier on in the 888 Porsche. Richard is now back into the pit lane, but he brought the car up to 21st place. Perhaps inevitably you put Richard Westbrook into a car and it just flies, but he's not given up, even though his chances of winning are out of the window. This car going incredibly rapidly in Richard's hands, and Christian Menzel also being able to do great lap times when he's behind the wheel of that car. In the meantime, though, 99 it is that leads the way, and Mark Basseng, last time lapping in the 224s. Stefano Ortelli with the WRT Team Audi, still the best lap of the race to his credit, a 221. So now that it's darker and it's a little bit more tricky to work through the traffic, so the lap times are going up, but also in a number of cases you're getting the slower driver in the car. Not saying that Mark Basseng is the slower driver in 99, but in one or two cases you are getting the slower drivers in at this stint, which again just affects the whole complexion of the race. Mark Basseng, though, really hustling that car as a pro driver would, flat out all the way through the bus stop. Comes over the timing line again in the 224s now, so running at a good, consistent, fast pace as we get towards the end of the 8th hour of the race. He turns now through La Source. There's number 60 into the pit lane, which is the McLaren of Roger Wills, the New Zealander. The first chance really we've had a look at this car, and you've got bits of the car to see when Andrew Colley's one was being shown after its accident, but it is a superb looking car. Now you can see it as it should look. However, punctured tyre has it not got, front left corner. So Roger Wills has come in, sort out the puncture, and the car is refueled. So yes, the destroyed Michelin tyre taken off the left front. That's taken away out of sight. The Michelin technicians will have a look at that and try and work out exactly why it's punctured, whether it's run over something, whether it's excessive wear. And now also you've got Mike Sturzberg taking over from Richard Westbrook in 888. So Roger Wills, a relative newcomer to modern racing, drove in last year's Spa 24 with Joe Twyman, and he is going to rejoin very shortly, all being well. But Roger, as I say, newcomer, relative newcomer to modern racing, drove at Le Mans for the first time this year and has been racing with CL Scuderia in the Le Mans series. Now what's happening is this car needing to go to its garage. What are they up to? Now it can go. So Roger Wills wade back down the pit lane, ready to rejoin. So the surviving McLaren, 3 were entered, but we're now down to just 1 surviving. 26th place that car is, but it's important just to get it to the end, as Chris Goodwin was explaining earlier on when he joined us. They just want to get the data, they want to go through the growing pains, iron out the problems, so that when the customers buy a car, they know they're buying a car that's going to serve them well. So it's a rather public test session, this, but it's an imperative one nonetheless. So race leader on lap 177. Mark Basseng it is who leads the way at present. Audi number 99 in second place, currently 33 Audi, Timo Scheider. And then in third place, Marcel Fassler. So for Basseng, Hasse Stippler car leads the way. Scheider, Greg Franchi, Matthias Ekström second. Marcel Fassler, Andrea Piccini and Mike Rockenfeller run third. Now fourth in number 2, Nick Thomason, Louis Machiels, Andrea Bertolini and Michael Bartels. Fifth, Dirk Werner, Edward Sandström and Claudia Hurtgens BMW. And sixth, number 29, Frank Keckler, Matteo Bobbi and Giacomo Petrovelli in the Vita 4-1 Ferrari 458. Seventh is number 10 now, is Julien Jus at the wheel of the Ferrari that he shares with Olivier Pla and Patrice Goyla. Then in 8th place, number 41, the Mark VDS team's Ford GT, currently being driven by Antoine Leclerc, Marcus Paltela and Jonathan Hershey, the co-drivers. 9th currently is number 44, Archie Hamilton, Harry Cole and Hubert Vos and Xavier Mawson's BMW. And in 10th place, Matt Griffin, who led early on in the race. In fact, it was Matt that led the first hour, or at the end of the first hour, not the entirety of the first hour. He shares the car with the South African, the owner Jack Gerber, Nicky Kadai and Marco Giocci, and the AF Corsa Ferrari now rounds out the top 10. So that's how it stands in the overall classification. But as we get towards midnight, Audi's looking strong, as I say, 1, 2, 3, but a lot can happen before we get to 4 PM tomorrow afternoon. A lot's happened so far, that's for sure, but there's a lot more to pan out over the 63rd Total 24 Hours of Spa. Let's have a look at some of the best bits of the race so far, which all kicked off at 4 PM this afternoon. A 62-car grid under, if not sunny conditions, at least in dry weather, ready for the start of the race. And Maxime Martin's pole-sitting BMW out-dragged by Mark Goossens on the way to the first corner. Goossens led until his teammate Ludovic Sunier tried a silly move up the inside, bounced into Goossens' car, put himself out of the race. He limped back to the pit lane. Goossens had a long pit stop and dropped way down the order, but is still circulating now, down in 44th place. Andrew Kokori was another casualty early on. He was tagged off the road at the source, and a lot of damage was done to the McLaren. Andrew himself, thankfully, perfectly okay. Rather less dramatic, the BMW Z4s bumping into each other coming out of the bus stop chicane. Then Stefan Ortelli had his moment of madness and punted the Mercedes out of the way going up towards Les Combes. It was Thomas Jaeger at the wheel of the car. Jaeger spun. Nicholas Meyer-Melhoff destroyed when coming into the pit lane, bizarrely, a Lamborghini Gallardo. He was okay, but confessed he had no idea what had happened. On track, Andrea Piccini led, but a great effort being put in by the Porsche of Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel, put Menzel ahead as Julien Rodriguez ran out of road coming through Les Combes. The Aston Martin ploughed off into the gravel. Back at the bus stop, Alan Lee's United Autosports Audi punted into a spin by Kenneth Hire, who'd taken over from Jaeger in the red Mercedes. Eric Cairol was delayed as he had to come to a standstill to avoid hitting the Audi. He got going again with time lost, and then the Dutch driver David Hart had a spin coming out of the pit path. He went through the gravel, spun himself back towards the tarmac, was able to rejoin after a bit of time lost as he had to fire up the engine once again. And then Andrea Piccini, running second, was whacked into a spin as he came through the bus stop. His aggressor was Fabio Spiergi. The next casualty, Peter Cox, Mark Hayek and Jos Menton's Lamborghini. A big engine failure, putting the Blancpain boss out of the race, and that for Hans Reiter. And both of his cars were done within the first 2 hours of the race. He couldn't believe it, the mechanics were livid, and then the Menzel, Westbrook, Porsche pitted, a long stop with an alternator failure. They sorted that, but also had to worry about 1 or 2 electrical gremlins before the car could rejoin. It has done so, but it's still storming on just outside the top 20. As night fell, the crowd started to turn its attention to the off-track activities, but there was still much going on circuit. Mark Basseng's car, number 99, led the way, being chased by Matthias Ekström, number 33, who brought the WRT team Audi up into second place. But other Audis were having their problems. Andrea Piccini had a gearbox problem and lost second gear, and Eddie Cheever's United Autosports car had its electrical cutout problem. Cheever parked it. He did his best to get the car back into the race, but to no avail. The Anglo-American team started with 3, it's down to 2. Mike Rockenfeller back to racing after his sizable accident at Le Mans, was doing a good job at the wheel of 98, having taken over from Andrea Piccini. In the meantime, Frank Stippler was working wonders in 99, sharing the car with Mark Basseng and Christopher Hauser. Jack Gerber ran out of road at the Paul Frere corner, through the gravel, bounced off the tyres, but the South African was able to bring the car back to the pit lane, and the car still running strongly, in fact now up into the top 10 once more. Romain Brandella went off the road at the Paul Frere corner in his Sport Garage run Ferrari 430, and then as the safety car was deployed to try and sweep up some of the cars parked in dangerous places, the Johnny Herbert Audi was wheeled into its garage so that the team could try and sort out its mysterious cutout problem. Others for the garage included Brandella's Ferrari and also the Jeroen den Boer, Simon Knapp, David Hart BMW Z4. The safety car was deployed, and eventually the circuit was cleared, not only of Ferraris but of Porsches as well, because 18, the Gianluca De Lorenzi car, was in a dangerous place. At the restart, Mike Hesmans had a big crash in his Mercedes down at the Paul Frere corner. The reports are that he just lost it coming through the corner, went off into the barrier, bounced out of harm's way, but then drove the car off the track and got it stuck in the gravel. Another casualty was Thomas Duchesne, who crashed heavily into the wall coming up towards Blanchimont. He limped the car back, but there's a lot of work for Sport Garage to address. The car is still in the garage now, and it's still being repaired. 98, Marcel Fassler took over for third place, and he's now third behind Scheider and Mark Basseng. There's a lot more to come from Spa, but for now, from Haley Coxon in the pits and from me, David Addison, it's good night. Just gone 9 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps. The Spa 24 hours continues. It's still an Audi in the lead, but it's been a night of high drama. Not unexpectedly, a number of retirements, some significant. We've had some rain as well, and the survivors have battled their way through the night, but they have still got a long way to go before the flag comes out at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Welcome then to day 2 of the Spa 24 hours. David Addison and Haley Coxon here as dawn has broken, and still the cars that are capable of circulating, with some good battles raging on up and down the field. Some very weary teams have battled through the night, and as I say, they have still got an awful lot of work yet to do, with a number of cars that were running competitively yesterday having retired during the night. We'll catch up on those in a few moments, but it's been a very busy 24-hour race so far. 62 cars started yesterday. It wasn't long before we started getting the first retirements and some rather curious incidents early on. There are still cars littered the circuit, with a number of retirements from yesterday stranded out on the circuit, including, you saw there, Eddie Cheever's United Autosports Audi. But as the fans come back to see the conclusion of the race, let's catch up on what happened yesterday. Let's look at some of the highlights of the 63rd running of the Spa 24 hours. As I say, 62 cars started. The front row was BMW versus Porsche, and it was Mark Goossens in the Porsche that grabbed the race lead going towards Eau Rouge, but his lead didn't last for long. His teammate Ludovic Sunier tried this silly manoeuvre to get past Peter Cox, smashed into the side of Goossens. Mark headed straight for the pit lane. They had to change the steering rack, although the car's now retired with a clutch problem. Sunier limped on, but that car also retired with accident damage a bit later. Andrew Cocori had a huge accident in the McLaren. He was tagged off the road going through the hairpin at La Source, the first of the 3 McLarens in the entry. Very badly damaged indeed, and the race got no better really for McLaren. The second car retiring with a fire just before 10 p.m. BMW Z4s contrived to drive into each other, but they all survived, whereas Stefano Ortelli tried this move against Thomas Jaeger and tapped the former DTM racer into a big spin going up towards Les Combes, and Ortelli got a drive-through penalty for that, whilst Nicolas Meyer-Melnhof destroyed his Lamborghini while coming into the pit lane. He's quoted as saying he's no idea what happened. Well, the outcome is a destroyed car. On track, there was a great battle between Andrea Piccini and Christian Menzel. Menzel put the Porsche, number 888, into the lead, as briefly we lost the number 3 Aston Martin, Julian Rodriguez, slithering off the road, coming out of Les Combes and ending up beached in the gravel. Alain Lee's Audi was another casualty, not his fault. He was biffed into a spin by Kenneth Heyer coming down towards the bus stop, and Eric Cairol's Ferrari badly delayed as he tried to work a way round the stationary Audi ahead of him. Dutch driver David Hart was also in the wars. He had a couple of spins, this the first of them, coming out of the Piff Path. He lost the Z4, spun his way through the gravel, and that halved the width of the road, but thankfully everybody avoided him. Then it was Andrea Piccini running in second place. It was his turn for some contact coming through the bus stop as he was biffed into a spin by the Porsche of Fabio Spirgi. Then a big engine failure for the Peter Cox, Mark Hayek, Jos Menton Lamborghini. That meant that both the Blancpain Reiter entries were out within really the first couple of hours of the race. A distraught Hans Reiter, very angry mechanics, and it's the second Blancpain Endurance Series round in a row where that particular Lamborghini has had engine failure. It was Hayek at the wheel, an instant retirement. Menzel pitted with an alternator problem, and that left number 99 Audi in a comfortable lead as the darkness descended. Mark Basseng, Christopher Hasse and Frank Schnippler, the drivers. Everything on track was going well. The pit stops went like clockwork, and eventually the car built up a lap's lead over the chasing Audi 33. Matthias Ekstrom sharing with Greg Franchi and the start driver Timo Scheider. Scheider had done a good opening stint. Ekstrom brought it into contention, and Greg Franchi, the local hero, the Belgian driver, being able to consolidate its place. Other Audis, though, weren't having such a good run. It was an engine problem it was traced to in the end for Eddie Cheever's car. That retired, taking to the pit exit lane, coming through Eau Rouge. Cheever got on the radio to the team. They tried to work out what to do, but in the end, the American had to just walk away and leave the car stranded. The number 98 Phoenix Run Audi had a problem when Andrea Piccini was at the wheel. Not just the contact, but also second gear broke. They had to drive around the problem, but Piccini, along with Mike Rockenfeller and Marcel Fassler, were all doing a good job, and that car was getting back into contention. It was second as we approached midnight. Off the road went Jack Gerber in the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari that Matt Griffin, in fact, had led the first hour of the racing. Not the entirety of the hour, but he led at the 1 hour mark. That car then falls down the order as a consequence of Jack Gerber's moment. And another one in problems was the Ferrari of Romain Brandella that spun coming through the Paul Frere curve. There were other cars in dangerous places. That brought out the safety car, and it let United Autosports take Johnny Herbert's Audi into the pit box. The car had a mysterious electrical issue that caused the car to cut out, and they needed to turn off the ignition, restart it, reset everything and get going again. And as Richard Dean quite rightly said, you can't really do that while you're out on the circuit and you're meant to be racing. It's too dangerous. So the car was taken to the pit garage. So also was the David Hart BMW Z4, and that brought out, as I say, the safety car once again. The race director taking the opportunity to clear up a number of cars that were scattered around the circuit, including the 18 Porsche of Gianluca De Lorenzi and Alessandro Benetti. But soon after the safety car withdrew, Mike Hesmans touched the curb coming through the Paul Frere corner, bounced off the barrier, but it broke a steering arm, and that was the end of the Mercedes that had been looking very strong. Another casualty was the 22 Ferrari. Off the road bounced Thomas Duchesne, clobbered the wall, and that meant that not only did he have a punctured tyre, there was lots of suspension and steering damage and bodywork damage. He pitted and tried to resolve that problem, but the team lost a long time while it was down in the pit lane. So as the teams battled through the night, number 99 was the leading Audi, with the car being driven by Mark Basseng, Christopher Hasse and Frank Schnippler. But as now we've gone to just 6 minutes past 9 in the morning, it's a very different story, because during the early hours of the morning, the number 99 Audi crashed out, and it's not the only car that's been in the wars. There you can see number 6, the Lamborghini, parked out by the side of the circuit. It was the surviving Lamborghini of Ricardo Bravo, Lorenzo Berra de Vega, Duarte Felix da Costa, Mika Vaiamaki. That's Andrea Barlesi's Lamborghini that retired last night as well. That was a clutch failure that put that car out, not long after it had a routine pit stop in fact, but Barlesi retirement. Also car 11, Eddie Cheever, he retired yesterday evening in the United Autosports Audi, an engine failure given as the reason for its retirement. We lost the McLaren of Tim Mullen with a very spectacular fire, that looking rather forlorn, sitting behind the barrier. Andrew Kikolic's car we knew had already crashed out, and the surviving McLaren has had many a pit stop as it goes through its development process. And so what this all now means is that this car, 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel, now leads the way. It was a lap adrift from number 99 during the night, but when Christopher Haase crashed very, very seriously, he was okay, but the car certainly out of the race. That took 99 straight out of the equation, and it means that 33, Scheider, Ekstrom and Franchi lead the way. And you've got a Belgian driver in the car. You've also got it run by the Belgian Audi club, so it would be a very popular result if this were to come through as a winner. Matthias Ekstrom, never done the Spa 24 hours before, but he has had, 6 goes at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Timo Scheider, a former winner of this event. In fact, if you go back to 2005, he won with Michael Bartels and Eric van der Poel when they were driving the Maserati MC12. So the Audi through in the lead of the race, and that now puts 381 laps in the book as far as that car is concerned, and it's got 2 laps in hand over the chasing BMW in second spot, run by the Need for Speed Team Schubert operation, with Edward Sandstrom back at the wheel, but in the Audi pit bunker, Wolfgang Ulrich looks on. Been a mixed night really, with effectively now just one car still competitively placed. There's 98, which had a very lengthy pit stop to sort out a big gearbox problem. It had lost second gear yesterday evening, but then had a very long stop to try and sort out the gearbox problems once and for all, and the car has fallen back into 24th place. We've lost number 99. Now, number 32, the sister car to the leading Audi, had a very long stop yesterday with front suspension problems, lost about half an hour in the pits. It has recovered to be in 8th place, but is still 13 laps away from the race leader. Car number 3, having been in the gravel yesterday evening, 11th at the moment, and the car being driven at the moment by Pierre Bryce Mena, who is one of the quicker drivers in the Hexis AMR camp, runner-up in the GT3 European Championship a few seasons ago. So there's 98. As I say, it's now way down the order. The car that was leading early on, 24th the car now is, and at the wheel of it at the moment is Andrea Piccini. But second, looking very strong at the moment, is the Edward Sandstrom, Dirk Werner, Claudia Hürtgen BMW Z4. There it is, coming through the bus stop. And this car was at the end of the first hour of the race, way down the order, keeping out of trouble in 21st place. And there it is now, up into second spot. It is, in fact, 1 lap now behind the race leader as it comes across the timing line. That lap may come back to it if the Audi has a problem. And we're just getting a report of another car that's been off the road just briefly. And it's one of the Pro-Am cars, in fact, it's the McLaren number 60. Which has just had a moment, still going after many pit stops, many places and many laps down now, but you're riding with Edward Sandstrom as he heads through Eau Rouge. And the BMW Z4s have been very competitive this weekend. They missed the first round of the Blancpain Endurance Series at Monza, made a big impact at Navarra, and have also been very competitive, winning races, of course, within the FIA GT3 European Championship this year. The Z4 was on pole position for the Marc VDS Racing Team, Maxime Martin's car, but that retired with diff problems yesterday evening. The team content in a sense that it improved the pace of the car, but frustrated with the retirement. But now the Need for Speed Team Schubert entry going great guns in second place. Edward Sandstrom with Claudia Hürtgen and Dirk Werner, one of the BMW factory drivers. In third place, however, is a car that started from the pit lane. Andrea Bertolini, former winner of the event, Michael Bartels, former winner of the event, Nick Hommerson and Louis Machiels, 2 pros, 2 AMs within this car, and every time it's Bartels or Bertolini behind the wheel of the stunning looking Ferrari 458, it just seems to be a different car. It's going so much quicker. But the wily Bartels and his team have got it up into third spot now. So although it started effectively at the back of the field by dint of being a pit lane starter, it's worked its way through the traffic. And although they had an early pit stop for some new tyres, the original set didn't really seem to be working very well. It went much better on a second set of tyres, and the car has been there or thereabouts, and really now upholding Vita 4-1's honour, because number 1, very much the fancied entry of Eric van der Poel, Nico Verdon and Jean-Carl Vernet, was in all sorts of strife early on with power steering problems, and the car lost teams worth of laps and eventually retired in the night with a gearbox problem. So it's really been now up to Bertolini to try and, with Bartels, Hommerson and Machiels, salvage something out of the race for Vita 4-1. They did also have a third car in the race, which effectively was a Scuderia Vittoria entry, with Giacomo Petrobelli and Matteo Bobbi joining Frank Kettler in number 29. That's currently in 7th place. At the moment it is Giacomo Petrobelli at the wheel of the car, and it is 12 laps down on the race leader. Now Fred Makovici currently runs 4th for Hexis AMR. This another of the pit lane starters, in fact, so he's been running with Bertolini up through the order at the end of the first hour, the car was ahead, in fact, of the Beautiful One Ferrari. That's Brad Makovici, very, very rapid driver in Formula 3 a few years ago, but more recently not just in GT races, but also in the Carrera Cup France. Won last year's Porsche Carrera Cup France Championship. And Makovici working his way into contention all the time. At the moment, he's lapping quicker as well than Andrea Bertolini ahead of him, but he's got to try and find 2 laps from somewhere, and that rather means he needs cars ahead to have a problem in order to gain any further ground out of this. But problems are still possible. This year's race running for GT3 and GT4 cars exclusively for the first time. Last year there was a GT2 class, but with the greater number of GT3 and GT4 cars around these days, it is an enormous entry. 62 cars started, and yes, we've lost a fair few, but it's still a great grid and so many different brands represented. You're looking at Porsche and Aston Martin coming towards us with, in the background there, the Audi number 32 of Bert Longchamp. That's in 8th place at the moment, but now 12 laps down on the race leader, and Bert Longchamp turning his way up through Blanchiment, the car having lost time early on when Stefano Ortelli had a drive-through penalty, but then with suspension damage, possibly a legacy of the contact up at Les Cons, it lost a good half hour or so, and it means the team now having to rely in part on the dramas of others to get back into contention. The car is, though, closing on 29, and this therefore means that for 7th place at least there is a battle developing. There is Bert Longchamp at the wheel of 32, and 29, Giacomo Petrobelli, is the man he's catching, but the battle dilutes because into the pit lane now comes the Belgian driver. So Bert Longchamp pits, comes over the pit-in line and makes his way in the Formula 1 pits down to his team. For a size of entry this large, the 2 pit lanes used, the F1 pits here and the so-called endurance pits, the old pit lane down towards Eau Rouge, and if you add the 2 together, the pit lane itself is actually a kilometre in length. So there you've got the Bert Longchamp Audi in for a pit stop, and 2-part pit stops you have within the Blancpain Endurance Series, of which this, of course, is an important round, with points being scored after 6 and 12 hours as well as 24. So first of all you can do the driver change and the refuelling, but then after that, if you want to change tyres, that's got to be a separate part of the pit stop. So changing tyres clearly makes it a longer stop, but I suspect that they're going to take the opportunity this time with a different driver in the car to also put new tyres on as well. Now, car 103 we've just had a report has stopped at the end of the pit lane. That's the GT4 Aston Martin. Peter Van Aldenhoven, Sven Van Leer, René Marin and Christophe Pijory. That was a car that stopped out on the circuit yesterday, was somehow coaxed back into life, pitted, they got it going competitively, but now it's got another problem and it's stopped out on track. So Bert Longchamp's car here, he shares with Felipe Albuquerque and Stefano Ortelli, falling down the order just a little bit further, falling further away from Petrobelli as it has this pit stop. But it is the full service look with fuel and tyres and driver change. New set of Michelin's goes on. Michelin having really at the 11th hour to announce to a few teams, look, we've got a problem here, we just can't supply you. And the race lost a few entries as a consequence of that. Others had to make alternative arrangements. There is the 103 Aston Martin. René Marin was the man at the wheel of the car, and it all looks a bit smoky that. It has stopped at the end of the pit lane as 32 now rejoins. That car run by Team WRT, effectively the Belgian Audi club, and about to go back into the race then as you look at Pierre-Brice Mena, currently in 11th place but 7th in class, going out of the hairpin at La Source, the scene of Andrew Kikodi's big accident yesterday. Andrew thankfully is okay, and there is a slow Mercedes, 55 that is, Mike Parisi at the wheel, 14th the car was, and slowly limping towards us, and if he can get to the pit lane, there's always a chance they can get the car back into the race, but it's a very, very, very slow lap this. There, in contrast, is a much healthier Mercedes doing a remarkable job, number 90. The Jones brothers, David and Godfrey, and the redoubtable Mike Jordan. Mike at the wheel of the car at the moment, with his distinctive orange crash helmet in the car. Mike, whose racing career goes back many a decade to his days in classic saloons in a Morris Minor, Whisper it, and then pre-74 Formula Ford 1600 racing, but more recently in the British Touring Car Championship, prior to that in British GT with Porsches, with the Lister Storm, in which he had a lot of success. And these days Mike tends to engineer this car in British GT Championship races for the Jones brothers, who've been long-standing customers of Mike with his Porsche specialists hat on. They've since raced an Ascari, indeed winning the British GT Championship a couple of years ago, the Joneses, and switching to this Mercedes this year, and very, very competitive indeed they are. They're, 58 years of age now, the Jones brothers, and Mike's a little younger, and they've just done a very good, consistent job here. The car has, don't want to say metronomically, gone round and round and round without any problems. In contrast to the Graf Racing Mercedes there, you see that has now expired by the side of the road, heading out of the Paul Frere curve. So Mike Jordan, who comes now out of Blanchimont, sorry, out of Paul Frere corner up towards Blanchimont, running in a good 9th place. And his son Andrew, one of the leading lights these days in the British Touring Car Championship, is part of the team as well this weekend as a refueler. And Andrew was saying he'd much rather be behind the wheel, but he's keeping involved as Mike comes up now towards the bus stop chicane up to complete his 372nd lap. Let's go back to the pits though. Wolfgang Ulrich is with Hayley Coxon.
That's Ulrich, we can see through the night Phoenix have had some issues, but WRT are doing great. Can you update us on all 4 cars?
Yeah, the 2 Phoenix car had some issues. Unfortunately, the 98 car was struggling with a gearbox stop problem. The 99 car was running very well and constantly quick, and always most of the time in the lead. And then the car spun out of the racetrack and crashed into the tire wall and could not come back to the pits. Therefore, it was out of the race, which was very difficult for the team. The 98 car is now running again with really good lap times. At WRT, the 33 car is the one that was running until now without troubles and leading the race now. The 32 car was hitting some troubles but is in the race and is going to catch up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, 32 is the Ortelli Longin Albuquerque car, and it's now Felipe Albuquerque, the Race of Champions winner, behind the wheel of it, with 33, Timo Scheider still being the race leader. There he is, going through Pouhon. Timo Scheider, who had a year in the FIA GT Championship when he didn't have a drive in the DTM, and Timo joined another former DTM racer, in fact, Michael Bartels and Eric van der Poel, to win here in 2005 in the Maserati MC12, but then Timo was picked up by Audi, went back into the DTM, initially with a year-old car, then was promoted to the contemporary machinery and a double champion. Very quick single-seater racer many years ago, but having been a real star in the German Formula 3 Championship, a bit unlucky in his early DTM days driving for Opel. You can see there Mike Parisi, the French driver, out of the Mercedes, trying to work out what the problem is, what can be done about it, and whether or not he can bring it back to the pit lane. Let's have a look at how we stand in the different classes. The Pro Cup, first of all, being led by the overall race leader. Second is the BMW, currently with Edward Sandstrom at the wheel. Third in the class is Fred Macavicki's Aston Martin. Fourth is the number 35 Stefan Lemeray driven Mercedes. And then fifth and sixth, you've got the Matteo Bobby Ferrari ahead of now Felipe Albuquerque's Audi R8, and you're riding on board with Timo Scheider. Let's have a look at a lap of the fabulous Spa-Francorchamps circuit as he goes now down towards La Source. Traffic ahead, including the Dodge Viper, but the race leader Timo Scheider now accelerates out of La Source, grabs a gear, sets off downhill. Nudging 206 kilometres an hour as he approaches Eau Rouge, climbs uphill now. Speed building to around about 268 kilometres an hour by the time they get up towards Les Combes here. Dives up the inside of the Viper, puts another lap on the Gentleman Trophy class car, now through Les Combes. Through the final element, back onto the power, another back marker needs negotiating in a moment. And then now down towards the very slow right-hander at Bruxelles, turn 8. And the car ahead is Porsche, which was leading the race, in fact, yesterday evening. Hans-Guido Riegel is at the wheel of the Haribo Team Manthey entry, the car of Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel. And he's looking for a way by is Timo Scheider on the inside coming into point. You can see that he's flashing the light. Oh, getting very frustrated now with the gentleman racer. Come on, he says, get out of my way. The Porsche moves to one side, but Timo's going to have to be pretty bold on the brakes there. Dives up the inside as he heads into the pith path. Goes now down towards the Paul Frere corner. Second element now, speed building all the time on the run up towards Blanchimont. Cars approaching 258 kilometres an hour, going through Blancpain up towards the bus stop. In this meantime, the car that's in third place now in the pit lane, Andrea Bertolini, has brought the number 2 Vita 4-1 Ferrari into the pit road. And the Italian rather looking a bit to stay behind the wheel. The refuelling almost completed. And are they going to change tyres, or can they save time on this pit stop by sending Bertolini back out? They are going to change tyres. Up it goes. So it's going to be a longer stop as a consequence of all of this, but that car, remember, is 2 laps ahead anyway of the pursuing Aston Martin in the hands of Fred Makovicky. In the Pro-Am Cup, this is the class leading car from number 20, which is the Ferrari currently being driven by Guillaume Morrow. And then third in class is number 90, the British team of David and Godfrey Jones and Mike Jordan. Fourth in the class, number 44, now got Hubert Voss at the wheel of the BMW. Fifth in the class, the Ferrari number 50, Marco Ciocci at the moment. And sixth is Hans-Guido Riegel in the 888 Porsche, the car, as I said, that led early on but lost chunks of time with an alternator problem. And this does not look great news, does it, for Vita 4-1? A look into the engine bay. Mechanics peering in, and ubiquitous laptop computer arrives in case they need to do anything electronic or download data. And Bertolini out of the car. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, there's going to be a driver change, so that was a late decision, but they may as well do that because it looks like the car's going to be here for a long time. It may even, in fact, have to head to the pit box here. Now let's just see how long a stop this is going to be. There is Guillaume Morrow running second in the Pro-Am Cup at the moment. Now he is 6 laps down on Vita 4-1. So in other words, to be fair to Mikhail Bartel's team, it can afford to take its time and make sure everything is right on this pit stop. It's not like they're fighting for seconds here. They've got a few laps in hand. So Bertolini helping with the driver change, but still mechanics clambering into the engine bay there to try and get to the root of the problem. Bertolini wanders across to Pratt Perch. Has a word with the team. We'll have a look at the timing screens, but he's also trying to explain what the car feels like. I think we need to send Haley in that general direction because this is significantly class-leading Ferrari with a problem. And Andrea Bertolini, who is a very experienced racer as well as test and development driver, explaining what's wrong with the car. Fred Makovicky there, going out of Les Combes. Now, this, remember, was 2 laps back on the Ferrari for third place. It is now 1 lap back, so it's certainly possible that while the Ferrari is in the pit lane, possibly be able to keep its class lead, but it could lose an overall position here. And now look, we've not just got the Vita 4-1 mechanics in this, but also Ferrari technicians as well. But it's not looking terribly promising, is it? The laptop has been plugged in, and the Ferrari engineers trying to understand first of all what the problem may be, then what they can do about it. In the meantime, it's all gone horribly quiet in the cabin. You can see all the cabling plugged into the computer so they can get the data, so they can have a look at what's really going on in the electronics of the car and then understand what it is and how to cure it. But that's a furrowed brow if ever I saw one. It's not looking all that promising at the moment, this, is it? So Andrea Bertolini, having brought the car in third place, it may well be that when it does rejoin, it's going to be a few more places down. Can it hang on to its class lead? This, of course, the best placed of the Vita 4-1 entries. And you can see the concern there that you can't have too many people across the yellow line, therefore perceived as working on the car. So another of the regulations in this championship means you can't have lots of people in the pit lane, only 2 at a time working on the car. So the Ferrari technicians doing their work at the moment. Vita 4-1 mechanics have got to stand back. So over the timing line now, also to do 381 laps, goes the number 4 Aston Martin, and as it drives past the Ferrari, then that effectively now puts it up into third place. Fred Makovicky then, who like Andrea Bertolini was a pit lane starter, and that car has battled its way up the order. It was 17th at the end of the first hour, and now running just into the top 3. You see all the rubber that's been scattered on the ground going through Eau Rouge for the first element of the race. We've now got just over 6.5 hours to go, but there's been a huge amount of tyre wear. We've had quite a few people with punctures as well as accidents, and so now the circuit very, very dirty indeed. And it's not just rubber that's lying on the ground as well. You've also got gravel in certain places where people have been off the road and brought gravel or dirt back onto the track. Makovicky here working his way through traffic, and number 2 rejoins. So back into the race the car now goes, and as I say, it's lost its third place, but it's kept its class lead significantly. Meantime, Fred Makovici goes through Bruxelles, drops downhill, past the parked McLaren, past there the parked Lamborghini. There are 1 or 2 more cars, I think, still dotted around the lap as well. Ahead of him there you can see the Giacomo Petrobelli driven Ferrari, another of the Vita 4-1 entries, but with Scuderia Vittoria engineers working on the car this weekend. Giacomo Petrobelli, former Spanish GT racer, he's racing Formula Parma Audi there. He is in the red and black Ferrari, as about to rejoin the race is number 2 then. So another frustrating part of this race for Vita 4-1, the team that won at Navarra in the most recent round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and at the end of the race Mikhail Barton said to me, right, we've proved we can do 3 hours, now we just need the reliability for another 21. It's not quite there yet, is it? It is Louis Machiels who has taken over that car, so he's about to rejoin the circuit. He does so now, feeds back in, powers uphill. Louis Machiels began in karting many years ago before he had a spell in the Ferrari Challenge, a former winner in fact of the Zolder 24 hours. So that car is back in the race, still leading its class, as in the meantime there you can see Petrobelli working his way past the 23 Audi, coming into the bus stop, 23 at the moment, in fact with Zach Brown, the co-owner of the team at the wheel of it, the American, and he's about to be negotiated as well by the new 3rd placed car. Over the line there goes Fred Makovici, turns his way through the hairpin at La Source. Makovici now 5 laps down on the car that he's chasing, the Team Schubert BMW Z4. So for the moment, rather in no man's land is Makovici. He's not going to gain much more unless people have problems, but is he going to be caught by Louis Machiels? I wouldn't have thought so, because he's quicker than Machiels. So the number 2 Ferrari looks as though it's going to be content with 4th place at the moment. Now let's find out exactly what's been going on for car number 2. Andrea Bertolini is in the pit lane, and ready to pose the questions to him is Hayley Coxon.
Andrea, unfortunately, some issues there. What was going on?
We have the alarm of fuel, press of the fuel. So we take a decision to check. The car worked well, but it's much better to check if we have a problem, because you know the first target here is finish the race. We are here, me and Michael, to try to help Luis and Nick for the championship of the Pro-Am. So it doesn't matter if we lose 1 position or 2, we need to score point, and at the end of the race we'll see where we are, because the race is not finished.
You have been extremely competitive through the night, dominating Pro-Am, considering you started from the pit lane. What was the reason for that?
Yeah, the problem is we have a plan to scrap the second tire and the second one, and everything was fine, but the problem here is old pit. Everything, all the people was there with the trolley with the tire and blocked me. So, and I arrived there and the light was red. So they say, okay, quiet, we have a lot of to do, we have 24 hours, but we make a amazing stint at the beginning, because if you consider we start from the pit, 65 cars, overtake 61 car was fun.
Thank you, Andrea.
He's absolutely right about that first amazing stint. At the end of hour 1, the car was 30th. At the end of the second hour, it was 5th, and it has then always been there or thereabouts in the top 6. And Andrea Bertolini illustrated the point that they want a class win here to help Machiels and Nick Homerson within the Pro-Am Cup of the Blancpain Endurance Series. This is round 3. It's been already to Monza and to Navarra. And just to make the point about the championship, you score points at the 6-hour mark and at the 12-hour mark, and therefore the points in the Pro Cup went the way at that point of 33 Audi, the Scheider Extra Franchi car. And you're riding here with Louis Machiels, and the wiper has been on. It's on intermittently, granted, but 1 or 2 spots of rain in the air. Is that going to count to anything? It's been a very fickle weekend weather-wise, as perhaps you should expect at Spa. Certainly on Thursday, when they had free practice, pre-qualifying and qualifying, it was very wet indeed. They've had very little dry running, in fact, over the course of the weekend. Most dry running has come during the course of the race. already been in the wars a little bit as far as the stewards are concerned, with people exceeding their allotted maximum driving time early on in the race. 38 the car currently runs. And it was Benjamin Bailly who brought the car in. The car running in the Gentleman Trophy, although Benjamin Bailly is very much a career racing driver, spent last season in the FIA Formula 2 Championship, in fact won a race on home soil at Zolder. There's a certain air of languidity about this pit stop, isn't there? It's not quite as urgent as one or two that we've seen. Mechanic having to do this tire change, everyone's looking disinterested in life now. It's been a long night for this team. But yes, there isn't quite the same haste that you see in other pit stops. The Belgian team with the Ford Mustang. There in the meantime is another significant pit stopper, 124, the Porsche that leads the Gentleman Trophy. Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach in the pit lane. Now this has had drive-through penalties in the past for ignoring pit lane exit red lights, and also it has been another car I think that's gone the wrong side of the maximum driving time allowance, but this looks a bit more serious now. 124 in the garage. Now in terms of its class lead, it's got 5 laps in hand, so again it's a team that can afford to take its time here, but this looks very serious looking at the amount of parts that are on the floor. It was Martin Rich brought the car in, running in 25th place, and Milner Motorsport, an experienced team, waiting to get the car, if they can, back into the race. Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch, the son of the experienced German racer Roland Asch, and Jochen Krumbach, a regular in the GT3 Championship these days. The driving combination, but it's going to be here for a while by the look of it. So with just over 6 hours to go, still there are problems, perhaps an increased level of problems now as the cars have battled their way through the night, and now getting to the point where teams are just concentrating on the finish. Carnarvon 19, which is second in the Gentleman Trophy, coming over the line at the moment. He's got to place Herkenberg at the wheel, and the Level Racing Porsche with the pseudonym Brody, aka Philippe Brodkoren, along with Christophe Cotin and Kurt Dujardin as the drivers. Dujardin, a former winner of the Zolder 24 Hours, and there's no shortage of experience in this car across Belgian and Dutch GT racing, but it's got to make up now 4 laps before it can think about getting into the lead of the Gentleman Trophy class. But you've got them now 25th and 26th, the 2 leading cars in the classification. There's the class leader, but can it remain as the class leader? Martin Rich, who, as I say, brought that car in, experienced years ago in UK racing, Formula Ford 1600s, then Caterhams, then he had a spell in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, raced at Le Mans this year as part of the Jet Alliance Lotus Evora project. There's an awful lot of long distance racing these days. Well, there's the second place BMW with Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of the car, not lapping as quickly as Timo Scheider, but I would imagine that they want a good podium finish out of this, so now if they can run to a rhythm, the 3 drivers, the team working very well together. Just thinking back, not aware, this is tempting fate, but not aware that this car's had any real dramas. It's just gone on and on and on. It's risen up the order. Its lap times are competitive, and Edward Sandstrom in second place, a lap down on the race leader, turning his way through La Source once again. Now what sort of margin has he got in hand over his pursuer? 6 laps, so he's looking very, very solid at the moment in the second spot. Sandstrom goes downhill. Now, one of his co-drivers, the very rapid German driver Dirk Werner, and we've managed to find him in the pit lane. Let's head back to pit road and join Haley.
Dirk, it's quite some pace you guys have picked up through the night.
Yes, it was a really difficult race for us, especially in the beginning. We came from starting position 49, now we are second. So great effort so far from the whole Schubert team. And I mean, in the night it was difficult to stay out of trouble. There was a lot going on, a lot of safety cars, and the weather really gave us a hard time. But the car is quite easy to drive, so for us it was so far a lot of fun. Now it gets quite tough.
Thank you.
Yeah, now it does get tough because they've got to keep out of trouble, but it's at this point where if problems are going to set in, of course, after the rigours of the night, and they're going to rear their head. So team will be having a good look at the car, good look at the data as well, to make sure that there's nothing that's just starting to deteriorate on this. Sandstrom there in a bit of correction, going through Paul, the fast downhill double left-hander. But after its lowly grid position, qualifying was something of a lottery depending on which tyres you were on and when you were out on track and whether you got a clear lap right at the very end, as it started to dry right at the end of my qualifying. The grid counting for very little, but what it did give a fair few people, like this team, was a lot of work to wriggle through the traffic. The same, of course, is true in the end of Bertolini and Machiavicchi starting from the pit lane. You're riding with Sandstrom then as he comes up towards Blancpain. Speed building, grabs a gear through the left. And now up towards the bus stop, hard on the brakes in a moment, down through the gears and up towards the completion of lap 393 for BMW number 76. Up through the gears, over the timing line, and then now down towards the hairpin at La Source. Team looking as though it might be getting ready for a pit stop, so this may be the last lap that Sandstrom does within this stint. We'll keep an eye to whether he does pit at the end of the lap. Climbs up now through Radion, using all of the curve, all of the available room on the road there, and heads now up towards Les Combes. The car, in terms of its last lap time, in fact, the slowest of those within the top 7. But with time in hand and a big gap over the opposition, it's no bad thing. It's run at a good, sensible pace here. The car looking good at the moment in second spot. Car number 10, incidentally, the Ferrari of Olivier Prat, Julien Jousse and Patrice Gouillard, currently in the pit lane, and the team manager of that car just being summoned to the race director, so it may well be a pit infringement that has been committed there. Meantime, riding with Sandstrom still. Plunging through Paul. Contrary to how it has been at much of the race, traffic not an issue at all on this lap. Managed to have a pretty clear run through the pit path. Part of the circuit formerly known as Heffang, and now down towards Campus Corner. Then the Paul Frère, named after the great Belgian journalist and racer. Fantastic noise that BMW makes. Brutal looking car and increasingly competitive in GT3. It was one of these cars run by a different team, the Mark VDS squad, that was on pole position. But Team Schubert doing a very good job, as Dirk Werner was saying, and the car having risen its way up the order. It was at the end of the first hour in 21st place, and now running in a very good, solid second spot. Comes over the line now. Up lap, a 2:27. Timo Scheider still leading the way in Audi number 33. Looking very strong indeed up front at the moment. So there you can see the Porsche at Milner Motorsport, Martin Ritchie's car, 124 that we saw a little while ago. Well, the work is still going on, but of course it's now losing that big advantage. It's Martin Ritchie in spectacles, in fact, standing in the background there looking at the monitors, so he's bailed out of the car. And they've got 2 more laps to get that problem sorted and go back out, otherwise the class lead is going to be lost to car number 19, the Level Racing Porsche, with at the moment the car in the hands of Matthijs Hakema. There's some rather worried faces in the Milner Motorsport camp. Curious Aston Martin there, just going through the shot. The car that went off the road at around about 7 o'clock this morning. Ollie Bryant was at the wheel, lost 4 laps while it was pulled out of the gravel and rejoined, but that car still doing a good solid job. was running up in the top 20 before nightfall, but of course has fallen down the order a little bit as a consequence of being off the road. Just in fact crept back into the top 20, so the team doing a good solid job now. Alistair McCaig is the man currently driving the car, so as I say, it's worked its way not so much into contention, but it's getting back up the order, and a finish is the main aim for the 4 young drivers at the Curiacos. Alistair McCaig, whose father Hugh these days effectively is a Curiacos, Bobby Bryant, Andrew Smith and Joe Twyman, the 4 drivers of the car. And there it is, the Curiacos Aston heading up towards us, 20th place it runs, and in terms of lap times is going quicker than the car ahead. However, it's also got to try and make up 2 laps, so it's not an easy task. There's number 19 Porsche, worth following this car at the moment, and Matthias Harkema, to see whether or not a class lead is going to go its way. You've got to suggest that given the state of the problems for Milner Motorsport, it looks as though a class lead is beckoning for this now. The Level Racing Porsche coming down in the Gentleman Trophy towards the corner at Bruxelles. Matthias Harkema turns through the corner, and as he does so, then this time around he will do the same number of laps, and when he goes over the line will take the class lead in theory. And that Porsche is going nowhere in a hurry, is it? That's still a long way from being completed. Into the pits then comes 76, so Edward Sandstrom stops on his marks, and going to be Dirk Werner to take the car over. Now Sandstrom is not slow, but Dirk Werner really is very, very fast indeed, so he gets into the car, and it's going to be well worth watching in this next stint. So, as I say, it is in second place overall, but now 2 laps down on the race leader. Werner makes himself comfortable, windscreen is cleaned, there'll be fuel and tyres as well, the full works in this pit stop. So Sandstrom brought it in, but you've seen the driver change, and Dirk Werner, the man now behind the wheel of the car, very much a BMW specialist these days, but came via the Ford Puma Cup, in which he was the champion in Germany back in 02 via the Renault Clio V6 category. In fact, I don't think they did put tyres in the car, did they? It just looked like fuel and a driver change, but he's gone back into the race now. He's won the Silverstone in Dubai 24-hour races in the past as well. He's raced successfully in the American Le Mans Series as well as in the Le Mans Series itself, and now the ILMC this year. Right, here over the line then comes the number 19 Porsche, and as it does so, it has also now done 358 laps and effectively takes over the class lead, because it is on its 359th lap. So also is 124, but 124 is going nowhere in its garage, so this is the new class leading Porsche. So Matthias Harkema has brought number 19 into the lead of the Gentleman Trophy now, with 6 hours and 10 minutes of the race remaining. Goes through a rouge, climbs uphill, and still there's a lot of work to do at Milner Motorsport. I just wonder whether they are going to be able to get it back out at all. They're still working on the car, but at some point rather looks as though a decision's going to have to be made about that. So Dirk Werner rejoins back into the race now. There's Fred Makovici, who is currently in 3rd spot. So Makovici 3rd place, and that car going through a routine stop. 124 we understand is gearbox problems, so that's why it's in the garage. It has been for a while, and there you've got the new tyres coming out for the Aston Martin. Now that car, having been gifted 3rd place after the Vita 4-1 Ferrari had its longer pit stop, and is in danger of losing that 3rd place here, of course, because you've just seen Louis Machiels coming up towards Blancpain, and he is on the same lap as the Aston Martin. So as he comes now down to the bus stop, need to keep an eye on the Aston relative to the Ferrari, because this could now be the change for 3rd place. In fact, as the Aston back into the race, Porsche pitting in the endurance pits, where some of the smaller teams are put. Right, over the line then goes now Louis Machiels, and that should put him up into 3rd place, because if you look right you'll see the Aston Martin, I think, going down the pit lane a kilometre. The pit lane is in terms of length here, with the F1 pits and the endurance pits together. Yeah, there's the Aston Martin, so back up into 3rd place now goes number 2 Ferrari, and it's a long, long drive down the pit road, isn't it? So the Hexis AMR entered Aston Martin is about to go across the white line that is pit out, and Fred McAveeky, having stayed behind the wheel of the car, now has got a bit of a charge on, but I think this is going to be a good fight because he's quicker than McHeels and might be able to make up, should be able to make up that deficit. There's the Aston Martin. And just the way the car pounces out of the pit lane, you know that McAveeky means business here. So he's going to be in a hurry as he makes his way up now towards Les Combes. The Viper behind that runs in the Gentleman Trophy, number 116, the car of Patrick Chaillet, Thierry Delattre, de Bosco, Benoit Gallant, Christophe Geffroy. Half the team of which are journalists, but very quick journalist racers. There you've got McAveeky coming down towards Bruxelles. That car now on lap 391. And the sister car also coming into the pit lane, and Pierre-Bryce Maynor at the wheel. It's overshot its pit box, hasn't it? So they need to get the car back to where it should be. And now the work can go on, but it's all a bit chaotic. The fuel hoses arrive now. So I think part of the problem was Pierre-Bryce Maynor had to go round the United Autosports Audi there. There's not much lock on the GT car, so he had to overshoot. The mechanics pushing back. Hopefully that's going to be okay. But if the race director doesn't like, he will soon let the team know. And the refuelling continues. This car with Pierre-Bryce Maynor at the wheel in 10th place, having been in the gravel early on when Julian Rodriguez was at the wheel. There's Michael Bartels in the black cap talking to the team, and they'll be discussing when it's time for him to get back behind the wheel of the car, looking for a class win now in this year's event. Here is the number 2 Ferrari then in 3rd spot, coming up over the line, and Louis Machiels, an experienced Ferrari racer, doing a good job, goes through now only, in fact, on that last lap, a 10th slower than the race leader, Timo Scheider. Problems for the Aston Martin number 3 though there, look, as into its garage goes Pierre-Bryce Maynor's car. Now what's he got in hand over number 44, the pursuing BMW? Nothing is the answer, because he's going to lose 10th place this time. 44, Hubert Vos, Harry Colen, Archie Hamilton and Xavier Marson, and Hubert Vos at the wheel is going to take over 10th place now. So another of the BMW Z4 set to gain a place. There is the cumulative pit stop time. You can see that 35 minutes for the leading Audi, 38 minutes for the second place BMW, 42 minutes, nearly 43 for the third place Ferrari, and you're into the 50s by the time you get to 4th, 5th and 6th. And so, as ever, the least time you spend in the pit lane the better, and it's all looking good for the so far quick and reliable number 33 Audi. So brake issues here need resolving for the Aston Martin. Get the hammer out to try and pads and the discs off. Hammering away. And eventually, off come the old, they can now go to work. There's the sister car, number 4, with Fred Macco at the wheel, now running in 4th place. Now, this time we'll get an idea of a lap time, and a drive-through penalty has just been given to Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari, now with Louis Machiels at the wheel. So the car that's running in 3rd place is about to get a drive-through penalty. So dramas then for Vita 4-1. And I'll see it on the screen. And it is Article 96 that they have violated. And that says during any pit stop, whatever the reason, the driver is obliged to turn off his engine. The car's engine may be restarted when the car is in contact with the ground on its complete wheels and is about to rejoin the race. In other words, if the engine was running while other work was being done, that is the infringement, and so a drive-through penalty is heading the way of this car. So Louis Machiels, who was running rapidly, needs to run even more rapidly now because he's got this drive-through to worry about. The leader is in, incidentally. Timo Scheider, number 33, has just come into the pit road, and as he did so, he completed lap number 400. Does Machiels pit this time? No, going to stay out for another lap, so the message is on the timing screen. The team will see it. They will hopefully now relay the news to Louis Machiels, and next time around he should come through to serve that drive-through penalty. Goes out of La Source, and the gap that he has got over Fred McAveeky is 14 seconds, and McAveeky on his first line lapped over 5 seconds quicker anyway, so the gap's coming down between 3rd and 4th, but it's going to change come what may when we get that drive-through penalty being taken. Machiels climbing uphill and coming into this race. Louis, one of the drivers bidding for honours in the Pro-Am Cup, the class having been led after Navarra by Gianluca De Lorenzi, Alessandro Bonetti and Stefano Borgi, but their Porsche out of the race. So they were 4 points up on Nick Hummerson, Louis Machiels and Paul van Splunteren, a regular other driver in the car, but he's gone back to Pro Speed Porsches for the weekend, and his car an early casualty when Ludovic Sunier was doing silly things early on in the race. So in terms of points, Van Splunteren is going to lose out in this race, with points being scored at 3 opportunities, 6, 12 and 24 hours, and it's all looking very good now for class points for Louis Machiels and for Nick Hummerson, aided and abetted really in this race by Bartels and Bertolini. Effectively, you get half the available points at both 6 and 12 hours, and then the full quota at the 24. So 25 points for a class win, but you get 12 and a half each at 6 and 12 hours. So Louis Machiels in traffic, but he's going to have to pit this time. Timo Scheider's Audi in the pits, and Dirk Werner pressing on in second spot. Right, Vitaphone, or Vita 4.1 as it is these days, it's the Vitaphone colours, but they're getting ready for that car's drive-through. Back onto the pit apron has come number 3, so the car will be dropped down, and the engine has to fire up from the pit apron. You can't fire it up in the garage and drive straight out, so it's away now. Another of the beauties of the Blancpain Endurance Series, not just the number of different cars on the grid and different brands, but the different shapes and sizes and sounds that they all have as well, different engine notes. Aston Martin, another car that makes a superb noise. Right, you're on board with Louis Machiels, and he's going to stay out for another lap. Interesting, that's, since it's been on the timing screen, twice past the pits. I'm surprised that they've not brought him in yet, but for the moment at least Louis Machiels is trying to continue, and he goes through there to put another lap on the 43 at BMW. That was a car that was running quite well early on, but after a couple of spins when David Hart was at the wheel and it had a long pit stop as well, it's fallen down the order. Back into the pit lane has come 888. Hans Guido Riegel has brought the Porsche in. He's the man behind Haribo Sweets, hence all the sponsorship on the side of the car. And this is going to be another brake disc and pad change, I think, you're looking at, as the Team Manthei mechanics go to work. Now that car, 13th when it came in. Both Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel yesterday had turns in the lead in that car. Now for Hexis, they've got one car with problems, number 3. Number 4 is running 4th, and Philippe Dumas, the team principal, is in the pits with Haley.
Philippe, can you give us an update on the brake issue with car number 3?
I know, just on our rebuild, we changed the brake, and we didn't expect to be here with both cars. So I'm happy, and we'll see. Now the goal is to finish.
Was it a routine change?
Yeah, exactly. Only a routine.
And now it looks like that car number 4 is going to go 3rd overall once number 2 has taken his drive-through penalty.
Yeah, we'll see. But now it's only a big bonus. So it's a victory for us. So we'll see.
It's quite an achievement for car number 4 after starting in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, quite funny. Quite interesting.
And what was the reason for that, starting in the pit lane?
Yeah, we did a mistake. Maybe the first time we did a mistake. But for the moment.
Thank you, Philippe.
So Philippe Dumas, who you get the feeling is somewhat nervous about the last 6 hours of the race, desperately wanting his cars to finish. Yes, I suspect that it was a similar problem for the Aston Martin as they fell Vita 4.1 before the race started, trying to get another lap's worth of wear into the tyres and couldn't get back out of the pit lane. Pit lane had closed. So Fred McAfee started in the pits and was 17th at the end of the first hour. Remarkable effort. There is Louis Machiels then, and coming into the bus stop. Is he in this time? No, another lap about to be completed. Now, why are they not bringing him in? What is the team hoping to gain by leaving him out there? Unless they're arguing the case with the race officials and saying, no, we didn't violate anything. But it's on the screen. So these matters normally are referred to the stewards. The team is consulted before the news breaks, but for whatever reason, Vita 4.1 keeping Louis Machiels out on track. There is the car that's chasing him down, and 3 seconds a lap quicker last time through was Fred Makabiki. So the Aston Martin is catching for third place Louis Machiels. Past the endurance pits goes the Aston Martin, and Fred Makabiki, who has, as ever in the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, illustrated his pace, but Hexis, a team that really grew up around 1 hour GT races, have had to learn about long races like 3 hours and now 24. So that's why Philippe Dumas was saying that just to get here is a real victory. Anything now is a bonus because this has been a real test of the team. Hitting both cars, in fact, this far. Both of them still reasonably well placed. One fourth, about to become third, and the other, despite its woes, in 12th position. Fred Makovici has just done the best first sector time of anybody in the race so far. So with just under 6 hours to go, this could in fact end up being the best lap of the race. Fred Makovici absolutely flying now in the first sector alone, then doing the best of anybody in the race to date. There in the pit road is 29, which is the Vita41 Ferrari that's been brought in by Giacomo Petrobelli, the car 6th when it came into the pits. Petrobelli, the amateur racer, quick single-seater racer, these days concentrating more on GT racing, had a spell in the International GT Open, now into the Blancpain Endurance Series, which has been a big hit with the amateur and gentleman racers because they get a lot of track time in a short space of time. They don't have to have many days away from business. Now 32, lower down the order here, the car that lost time with its suspension problems earlier on in the race, starting to work its way back towards contention here, and it is chasing after Giacomo Petrobelli's car. So 7th now is where you find 32, the Portuguese racer Philippe Albuquerque at the wheel, coming through Blanchimont. So the gap will be down, of course, this time between Petrobelli and Albuquerque, who has also got a bit of traffic to worry about coming down towards the bus stop. The traffic, if that's the right phrase, is Fred Makovici's Aston Martin. And what about Makovici's lap time? Well, his middle sector was a bit slower than it had been, in fact quite a bit slower, so the suspicion that it might be the fastest lap of the race has come to nothing, but it started off very impressively. Now waiting on the timing screen to see it go red for Louis Machiels to say that he's been down the pit road, but it's not happened yet. Been through to complete his most recent lap, lap 395. The gap now between Machiels and Makovici is 7.4 seconds. Timo Scheider, meantime, now back on track after his most recent pit stop, has just done a personal best lap in that car, a 2:22.2. So on new tyres, going much faster now. There is Louis Machiels, and look behind, you can see Fred Makovici hunting him down. There's 32, Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel. So now that car in 7th spot. Louis Machiels being brave in the traffic there, squeezing up on the inside of Hubert Voss, number 44, the winner at Silverstone in the GT3 European Championship this year, the former Renault Megane Trophy racer and Dutch Clio Cup front-runner. Had a spell in the Euro Cup Megane Trophy most recently, along with one of his co-drivers, in fact, Harry Colin, and Xavier Marson, who's also driving for the team this weekend. Very much the gun driver in that car, with a good single-seater pedigree before turning his attention to GTs. And you've also got Archie Hamilton, the British racer, grandson of Le Mans winner Duncan Hamilton, driving that car. First race here, but they have all acquitted themselves very well on the car running in the top 10. Smiles all round at Hexis then. So the leading car currently 4th. And there's a car stopped at the entrance of the pit lane. Teams are being told on the timing screen. Can't see which one it is from our vantage point here, but a car, we'll pick it up in a moment no doubt, has expired coming into the pits. You can see there Mike Parisi's Mercedes still stranded out on track, which parked there many laps ago now. And it's the Ecurie Cos Aston Martin, oh no, the car that was running in 20th place and it's ground to a halt. Could it be out of fuel? Well, the car stationary at the entrance of the pit lane. Louis Machiels probably this time told us don't bother coming in because you can't get through. Going to stay out for another lap. The drive-through penalty, though, the board is there for Machiels, so comes down towards the hairpin at La Source. There's the Ecos Aston being dragged out of the way. Now that's based in the endurance pits, so it's got a long way to go yet before it reaches its team. Andrew Smith at the wheel of the car. Now, has it expired because of a serious problem, or is it out of fuel? Let's see when it's returned to the team. Barwell Motorsport running that car. Louis Machiels then still pressing on in car number 2, but the drive-through penalty board was being shown to him last time. So the drive-through penalty board there, and I just wonder, given that it was flashing in the neon lights, whether there might be a radio problem and the message hasn't got through to Mack Heels. Now they're having to do it by the pit board, so it may be that it's not so much the team telling him to stay out, because he doesn't know he's got the penalty. Andrea Bertolini looking a bit concerned, but the next problem for the team is, if they haven't pitted within a given number of laps, is that going to incur a further penalty? So hence the message being vigorously given now to the driver of the car, Louis Mack Heels, still in third place and still being caught by Fred Makovici. Now, we've had a report from the pit lane confirming what I was just thinking, that they can't get hold of him on the radio. There's a communication problem. That's why the pit board is there, so they're having to do it manually. So at the moment, Mack Heels is blissfully unaware of this, and that's why, there you can see it, to drive-through penalty. And there's going to be much arm waving, I think, this time when Louis Mack Heels comes across the line. Andrea Bertolini getting more and more concerned about this, because you can see that his car potentially is going to fall further and further down the order if there's another penalty, and the team now marching towards race control to say, look, we're doing our best, we're having to do this manually, we've got the board, we've got the neon light, but we just can't get hold of him. So Louis Mack Heels, blissfully unaware of all of this, coming up now towards Blanchimont. Well, unless he saw the board last time, he's going to stay out for another lap, isn't he? But let's see what happens. There's the drive-through penalty board being shown to number 2. The Vita 4-1 engineer virtually hanging it over the barriers now, ready to try and attract the attention of his driver. But is Mack Heels going to notice it this time? Let's see. He's not pitting, is he? No. Another lap about to be rattled off here. So up towards the line comes Louis Mack Heels, and much arm waving to say come in, and more vigorous waving than by Andrea Bertolini. So number, drive through, and the arrows pointing to the pit lane. Has the message got through? It also means they've got something else to worry about at the next pit stop, which is to try and sort out the problem with the radio. Is it a connection that's not been plugged in, or has the whole system gone down? If it's that problem, then that's going to be a bigger issue to resolve. If it's a cable that's not been plugged in properly, that's easier to sort out for the next stint. Mack Heels thinking, it's all gone quiet here, what's going on? We're still pressing on to good effect, being able to pull away a bit last time, in fact, from Fred Makovici. Goes through Lecombe, and up front it is still, just to recap, 33, Timo Scheider leading the way, Dirk Werner second, so it's Audi from BMW, Ferrari third. Last year's 24 hours looked like it was going to be a BMW victory, and then in the last 45 minutes the leading car went off the road, had a suspension problem, fell to third, and it gave us a Porsche win. The leading Porsche this year is down in 13th place. It's the Westbrook, Menzel, Riegel and Sturzberg car, run by Team Manthey, so it's not going to be a repeat victory for Porsche, that's for sure. There's Louis Mack Heels, still pressing on. Hopefully, though, he's got the message this time. All the arm waving that was going on from the team and from co-driver Andrea Bertolini. Hopefully that would have been enough to attract his attention. Coming up towards the end of the lap now, that this radio problem is the reason that he doesn't know about the penalty. They've no doubt been shouting at him, but it's one-way traffic. Not being able to get the message for whatever reason. Through Blanchimont he comes, and the team now hoping that he's going to be in this time to serve the drive-through. And the answer is he still hasn't seen the board, so he comes up over the line, and I'm looking down on the Vitaphone pit box, and there are 3 people now leaning over the wall and waving at him. There's a neon light that says drive-through, there's a board that says in, there it is. And the team getting ever more concerned about this, but the race officials are also doing their bit from the gantry coming out of the bus stop with the drive-through penalty board, so the message is there, but goes to show these days how reliant drivers are upon technology. There's the black flag and the drive-through penalty board saying come in, but it goes to show that drivers tend to rely on what's being told to them on the radio, perhaps not looking really at flags or pit boards anymore. So, with the radio having gone down, Louis Mack Heels continues to be blissfully ignorant of all of this, but it may well be, depending on the attitude of the stewards, that there could be another penalty looming for having stayed out so long with that drive-through penalty instruction having been displayed on the timing screens. So it's not the team that are keeping him out, far from it. They want him in, they've wanted him in for many a lap now. Machiel's about to lose out to Fred Makovici. Right. Look at this. Which part of the word in do you not understand? So, in this time. Each lap he gets another in, doesn't he, on the pit board? So, every time he goes by, another in is put there. Maybe they need more boards rather than more ins. Black flag to car 2 for not respecting time limit for drive-through penalty. There you go. So, a black flag now. Black flag exclusion. This is getting very serious. Is it black flag so they can report to the stewards? Is it black flag exclusion? This now is becoming a big problem, and the car that was comfortably leading its class potentially is about to leave the race. Machiels comes out of the pith path. Just wonder whether actually the race director has been made aware that they're doing their best to get him in. Could argue, well, it's not my problem. In fact, the normal regulation says that normally 3 laps is the number you've got to respond to one of the drive-through penalties within, which long since gone past the 3 laps. Now, there's the pit board, and I think they're going to have try. Yes, they've got more than one board now, so there are more and more boards being positioned in different places up and down the pit lane. But it's this black flag that is the concern now. Machiel's coming up towards the bus stop, and he's in. Thank heavens for that. But is it too late? That's the question now, because with that black flag having been issued, both physically and on the timing screen, is that the end? Let's see. Down the pit lane he comes. So this is effectively is Machiel's taking the drive-through penalty. So he's gone past the team, who will need, of course, to find another method of bringing him in at the end of this stint, because he's still got the same problem of communicating with the driver. Yeah, the board says car number 1, so there's an element of confusion potentially from Louis Machiels when he saw that. Car 1, though, retired quite a long time ago, so again, you could argue if Machiels were keeping abreast of things in the team, he'd know that that was being waved at him, not for a car that had been retired, but even so, it was a board for a different numbered car. But as I say, if the radio has gone down, then they need somehow to get the message to him at the end of the stint that he needs to come in, otherwise he's going to run out of fuel out on the circuit, isn't he? It's the next problem they've got to address, so I think we may have some more vigorous board waving toward the end of the 65-minute stint that he's got to do. Back into the race. So Machiels, as a result of that, of course, now will have lost his 3rd place to Fred Makovici. But what else is there in the saga of car number 2? Number 50 you're looking at, Marco Ciocci, 11th. That was a car that led early on in the hands of Matt Griffin. And 2 Machiels is rejoined by the look of it just ahead of 76, Dirk Werner.
Andrea, a tense and frustrating time for you. How will you be interpreting the black flag?
It's horrible, really, because we push like a crazy also all the race, all the team. Now we receive black flag. I would like to speak also with the marshal, because we had a big problem with the radio system, but so we try, we do our drive-through, you know, it's not a sprint race, it's a 24-hour. I hope for something, because it will be really frustrating. We receive a black flag, we drive safe all the race, we drive really perfectly, just because we don't have a problem with the radio. So I hope somebody think about this and we'll see what is the last decision, because I don't know what is possible to do.
Will you keep pushing until you do get to speak to the officials?
Yeah, I would like to speak with the official, because I think everyone understands we had the problem of the radio communication. Everyone want to do the drive-through, because everyone but also the driver is really tired. No, I don't know what we do. I don't know, really.
Thank you.
Very frustrating situation this for the team, and as he comes across the timing line once again. Black flag shown, so if the black flag is still there, the car is needed back in. It's not just, therefore, for the drive-through penalty. It's still being shown the black flag, then they want it in the pit lane, and that does suggest that it's going to be excluded from further participation. But no doubt Vita 4-1, which is a team that understands the rule book very well, will be talking to the officials, trying to do something about keeping the car in the race. For the moment, they may as well just keep out there, and as Haley was suggesting to Andrea Bertolini, keep pushing until a definite answer is given. But there are furrowed brows I can see on the Vita 4-1 Pratt perch, and so that black flag being shown would suggest to me that it's exclusion. So we are having that confirmed now from the race director, so the car is going to be excluded from the race for not responding to the drive-through penalty in time. What was looking about an hour ago was a very promising race with a class win beckoning, now looks rather bleak. So Louis Machiel's out of the car. Let's go down to the pit lane. Louis walks away, not just to the back of the garage. That rather sums up the mood, doesn't it? Nobody daring to look at him. And Andrea Bertolini was away as well. After all that effort, something as simple as a loss of communication between car and driver means, in the end, they're excluded from the race. But Andrea Bertolini made a very valid point. We wanted to do the drive-through. We were doing our very best to bring him in, but there was no response from the driver. So Machiel's be crossed that the radio had its problem. The team crossed that he wasn't responding to the pit boards, wasn't looking at them, therefore. So the net result is that we lose car number 2 from the race. Just to catch up on one or two other things that have been going on of late. Remember, we saw the Graf Racing Mercedes parked out by the side of the circuit. It was damage to the tyre rim that stopped that car, we are told. And the number 10 Ferrari that made a long stop, the Olivier Pla Julien Jus Patrice Cuellar car, that was gear related. The electronic element of the gearbox giving problems, and the gearbox command not responding, so that's why it was a long pit stop for that car to try and sort out the problem. No such dramas though for one of the few bulletproof cars in the race so far, 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel. He's dropping downhill then, currently on lap 411. Working his way through the traffic. And Timo Scheider now is still effectively 2 laps up on Dirk Werner. The BMW Z4, another car that he's trying to keep out of trouble, do everything right. Another car that's creeping up the order again after a busy old race. We've had a couple of incidents. It's 35 Mercedes, which has now got Thomas Jäger at the wheel, and that's about to carry it 4th place. But you're riding for the moment with Timo Scheider, and this is what Spa looks like on board an Audi R8 LMS. Bus stop then comes Timo Scheider over the timing line down towards La Source, starts lap 412, and with this 2-lap cushion now it's looking pretty good so far for the Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club entry. Timo Scheider, the German driver. Swede Matthias Ekström, Belgian Greg Forgy, the driving force of this car. Now running to a good solid rhythm in the 225s. Quickest man on the circuit of late has been Andrea Piccini, number 98, in the Phoenix run Audi, after its long stop for gearbox maladies last night, now up into 19th place. Long drag up towards Les Combes for Timo Scheider. Stands on the brakes, drops it down a gear. Out of Les Combes now. Finds the car into the second clipping point there, going through Bruxelles, now to so-called Speaker's Corner. An easier left-hander these days in terms of a bit more runoff on the outside, when it used to be just grass and the barrier. It used to catch many people out, but now if you do run wide, you've got that extra tarmac runoff to help you. Same is true at Caen, through the double left now. Now from the pit path, the right and the left, and the grass down towards campus, past the educational facility building, and up towards the Cours Paul Frère. Timo Scheider about a second down on the absolute best in the first two sectors, so running at a good conservative rhythm and consolidating this healthy lead that he's got. There's number 20, the Ferrari of Jean-Luc Beaubeli. They've had that very slow exit from the pit lane, if you remember, a few laps ago, but he's now in 8th place and has just taken over, therefore, the Pro-Am Cup class lead, Jean-Luc Beaubeli, with the demise of number 2. He's not yet done as many laps as the number 2 Ferrari, but with that being excluded from the race, so Jean-Luc Beaubeli, Guillaume Moreau, Franck Morel and Ludovic Badet, stalwart Blancpain Endurance Series racers all, are going to find themselves now up into the class lead. Another car that's speeding up and is about to break into the top 10 lower down the order is car 50, Niki Cadet at the wheel of the AF Corsa Ferrari, having just done that car's best lap of the race, running in 11th spot, soon to break into the top 10, of course, with the exclusion of car number 2. Jean-Luc Beaubeli, however, is now lapping in the 231s. Now, he's in danger of losing his class lead to good old Mike Jordan here, because what's happening is Beaubeli is losing 4.5 seconds a lap to the Mercedes. They're on the same lap, it's 22.5 seconds between them. So now, number 90 Mercedes suddenly becomes the car to watch, because it's a candidate for a class win. We're getting a bit excited too soon about this car possibly, but the Jones brothers and Mike Jordan in number 90, 20th at the end of the first hour, are now 9th. They're about to become 8th, of course, with the exclusion of number 2 Ferrari, but they are catching the class leading Ferrari, so eyes open for a Mercedes, because, as I say, Mike Jordan now has got a realistic chance here of getting himself up into the lead of the class. Ludovic Badet is going to take over soon. He's getting ever more edgy. Now, I think Ludovic, it is fair to say, as a former Renault single-seater hot shoe, is going to have a little bit more pace than the Joneses, so the gap may increase again. Now, there's the Mercedes, hidden behind the Ford Mustang, but Mike Jordan comes out of La Source, and that last lap from Beaubeli was a 2:33.2. Mike Jordan 6 seconds a lap quicker. The gap is now down to 16.4 seconds, so they really need to get Beaubeli out of that car and put Ludovic Badet into the Ferrari as soon as possible. So let's see if we can grab a word with Ludovic Badet before he gets in the car. Let's head to the pit lane and Haley.
Ludovic, you're now leading the Pro-Am Cup, but still a long way to go.
Yes, I think it should be a long race again, and for the moment we must stay very cool and no aggressive with the car, because 5 hours again, it's still long.
So he's going to get in soon, and I can understand why Ludovic Badet is a bit nervous. He's trying to focus on his next stint, and it's going to be an important one, as I say, to preserve that car's advantage in class. Also a report of a spin from number 12, which was the Henri Leindijk, Alain Lee, Richard Mines and Henri Richard, United Autosports Audi. It has rejoined. It was Henri Richard driving it. And there is Jean-Luc Beaubeli heading through the piff path. As he's getting on in the sectors on this lap, he's lost very nearly 2 seconds in the first sector alone to Mike Jordan. Though the Pressy Spark sponsored Mercedes, run by Team Pyro, one of the top UK teams that has a good pedigree in one-mate racing and has turned its attention in the last 2 or 3 seasons with the Joneses to GT racing, is now looking very strong within the Pro-Am Cup class. And then behind, also going great guns now, you've got the 44 BMW Hubert Boss. Now, is this the lap on which Jean-Luc Beaubelic brings into the pit lane the Ferrari? Comes towards the bus stop, but the pace is just not there in his hands, is it? He's an experienced driver, Beaubelic, but he's not being able to negotiate 23, which eventually gets out of the way, lets him go. But Zach Brown loses track position. They're on different laps, of course, those cars, but this is Mike Jordan rising to the occasion very definitely here, Mike, pursuing the number 20 Ferrari, coming over the line. That last lap from Beaubelic was a 2:35. Mike Jordan does a 2:27. The gap is 8.4 seconds. So 2 more laps and he should be ahead on this evidence, unless Beaubelic pits. Well, even when he does pit, it's going to put the Mercedes into the lead of the class anyway, isn't it? But it'd be nice to see Mike do it on track. The Jones brothers that came out of rallying into Porsche racing in the 1990s and have been customers of Mike Jordan ever since, really, through Eurotech, Mike's business that specialised in Porsches. And these days, although they run with Team Pyro, Mike has stayed with them, engineering their cars, both the Ascari before and now the Mercedes that they've bought for this year. But making a welcome return to the Spa 24 Hours, this car going great guns. They've actually got 2 here. This is a new car for them. They have a Mercedes that they ran in the British GT Championship. That is here for parts, but they decided that given that the financial outlay for all the spare parts you would need for this event was only about 50,000 euros less than buying a new car, they may as well buy a new car, which they duly did. They ran this at the test. The British Championship car is sitting in a spare garage, ready to be cannibalised for bits if needs be. But the Pressy Spark Mercedes, having gone, find some wood to touch, so solidly so far, and you can see how much closer it is getting to Jean-Luc Beaubelic's Ferrari, which is there ahead of us, coming towards Piff Paff, and Mike Jordan storming on in the Mercedes. Mike, very successful in the early 90s in the Wilhar 24 Hours in the UK, and has done quite a bit of endurance racing in his time, not just the mini enduros of British GT, for example, but he has been a regular at the Spa 24 Hours. He's done the Silverstone 24, so he knows all about long distance racing. Total contrast from racing towards the end of the 1990s, when he had a half season doing stock rod racing at his local circuit in the Midlands. So he has raced in all sorts of weird and wonderful categories over the years as Mike Jordan. He remains very, very quick, and it's been great to hear from Mike when he gets out of the car, because I'm sure he's going to be grinning very, very wildly about this good stint that he's had and bringing the car into contention for a class win effectively now. Does Beaubelic pit this time? Comes into the bus stop, going to go out for another lap. So let's see what the gap is going to be this time through. It was 8.4 seconds last time when Jean-Luc Beaubelic came over the line. And Ludovic Badet, in all due deference to Mike Jordan, should be quicker than the British driver, but that gap is getting less and less. Mike Jordan busily flashing the headlights there at Zach Brown going through La Source. The Mercedes always looks an enormous car, but it breathes in, squeezes through the gap on the inside, and Jordan now accelerates past his pit, as they're based in the endurance pits down towards Eau Rouge, and that gap that was over 8 seconds is down to 3.7. This lap should put the Mercedes into the lead of the class, is the prediction. Going up now towards Les Combes. There is the Ferrari that he's chasing after, and the gap is coming down and down remorselessly now. 161 ahead is the Porsche in the Gentleman Trophy Cup with Pascal Moller, Patrick Jaladet, Didier Grandjean and Dominique Sandona. That's going to go another lap down to Jean-Luc Beaubelic very shortly. There is Beaubelic through the traffic on the inside. Porsche slopped back in behind through Bruxelles. And the 458 then being caught for the class lead, remember this, by the number 90 Pressy Spark Mercedes. The Joneses, both of them, can be fairly forceful drivers on occasions. We saw some very good defensive driving in the first hour of the race from David Jones when he was behind the wheel of the car, but now Mike Jordan is about to be negotiated by Nicky Kadai here in number 50. he can afford to let him go because they're on different laps. The AF Corsa Ferrari goes very, very wide round the outside at Pouan, but will move itself through. Will it? No, it doesn't. So not quite able to get himself unlapped against the Mercedes there, but you can see how much closer Jordan is getting to Bobalik now. Come out of the Piff Paff. The gap coming down and down between number 20 Ferrari. It lost 2.5 seconds in the first sector. So they're almost together now as they come up towards the end of the lap. These cars running on lap 402, so they're quite a long way behind the race leader, but as far as they are concerned, it's the class positions that matter. Gets Ludovic Padet, so now it's going to be effectively for the bulk of the next stint Padet versus David Jones, and Ludovic should be quicker, but it's going to be quite an interesting fight, isn't it, as the pendulum swings back and forth between the Prezi Spark Mercedes and the Sofrev Ferrari 458 Italia. So Ludovic Padet gets in. Padet and Guillaume Moreau, two very quick ex-single-seater racers. Franck Morel, Jean-Luc Bobalik experience, but not as quick, so it's going to be an interesting mix of drivers and therefore pace as well. But there's attention to the back of the car. And is this going to be a longer stop? And I think they're happy. Let's see. Yep, engine fires up. And down the pit lane now goes number 20. So let's have a look back at some of the highlights of this all-action Spa 24 hours. A 62-car start seems a heck of a long time ago now, but cast your mind back, Mark Goossens it was that led the way until his teammate Ludovic Sunier tried this silly manoeuvre coming into the bus stop, bounced over the curb, bounced off his teammate and effectively put both cars out of the race. Andrew Cocotti then had a big accident at La Source when he was tagged by Wolfgang Haub's BMW M3. Andrew rather shaken, went to hospital for a check-up, but he's back at the circuit, he's okay, the car rather less so. Thomas Jaeger, the ex-DTM Mercedes racer, biffed into a spin by Stefan Ortelli. Ortelli got a drive-through penalty and later had some damage on that car, but not as much as Nicolas Marr-Melnhof had as he crashed the Lamborghini inexplicably coming into the pit lane. On track we had Christian Menzel fighting with Andrea Piccini, and the Porsche pounced going up towards Les Combes. Julian Rodriguez for Hexis AMR was in the walls at Les Combes, slithered off into the gravel, and they lost quite a lot of time getting the car back, getting the gravel out of it, and then to rejoin. Alain Lee for United Autosport tapped into a spin by Kenneth Hyatt coming into the bus stop. Eric Cairol delayed as well as he tried to find a way past the parked car. The next man in the wars was David Hart, the Dutchman spinning as he came out of Piff Paff. And the experienced and successful historic racer able to rejoin, then had another spin later in the evening. Andrea Piccini tagged while in second place into a spin by Sviergi's Porsche at the bus stop. 11 seconds lost by the Audi, and the engine was lost by Mark Hayek as the Blancpain boss had a big engine failure going past the endurance pits, and the second of the writer engineering Blancpain entries a retirement really within the first couple of hours of the race. The Porsche of Christian Menzel, which had been leading, then had a long pit stop with an alternator failure that needed changing, and so the 99 Audi had a good healthy advantage with Frank Stippler, Mark Basseng and Christopher Hauser doing the driving, with Scheider, Ekstrom and Franchi running in second place. Scheider had started, Ekstrom brought the car into contention, and that was running very strongly indeed, in contrast to Eddie Cheever's Audi that retired coming through Eau Rouge. He peeled into the pit exit lane to get out of harm's way, and it was sad to say an engine problem that put him out of the race. Into the night, 99 was the leading car. The circuit littered with rubber, chunks off tyres, and also with gravel, not helped by cars like Jack Gerber's Ferrari sliding off into the gravel and bringing the stones back onto the circuit. That was enough to catch out other drivers as well, because the next spinner was Romain Brandella. He had a big lose at the Cours Paul Frère, but he was able to rejoin after quite a lot of time was lost. But with the GDL Racing Porsche off the circuit as well, safety car was deployed. United Autosport took Johnny Herbert's Audi into the pit garage to try and trace a strange electrical cut-out problem that the car had. The consequence of that was that Herbert lost a fair chunk of time. The marshals were busy getting stricken cars out of the way. On the restart, we lost another though. Mike Hesemans hit a curve, hit the barrier, broke a steering arm, and the Mercedes, which had been running strongly within the top 6, was a retirement. And then lots of damage was done also to the 22 Ferrari. Thomas Duchesne spinning and bouncing off the wall, heading towards Blanchimont. As the battle continued through the night, 99 led, but crashed out. There were other retirements as dawn broke, including the Ferrari of Sofrev, including the Lamborghini, and also we had lost the 58 McLaren with a fire. Then Mike Paris's Mercedes was a retirement, and 33 found itself in the lead of the race, with Greg Franchi having given the car over to Timo Scheider, and the Belgian Audi Club entry looking very strong indeed up front with a 2-lap advantage over the 76 BMW. Scheider, a frustrated man in traffic, but there was dramas for Vita 4-1 as well. Louis Machiels was installed in the car, but with a pit infringement, a drive-through penalty was handed to car number 2. The radio had gone down, and so Machiels didn't know about it, stayed out for longer than the regulation 3 laps, the net result of which was exclusion. Second place was the BMW Z4. Edward Sandstrom handed it over to Dirk Werner. Claudia Hurtgen having started the race in that car, but the BMW 2 laps down on the leading Audi. From a pit lane start up into third place, camber number 4, Aston Martin, Fred Makovici, while Vita 4-1 was trying every means possible to bring into the pit lane car number 2, but by this stage the black flag had gone out, the team even using alternative cars pit rules to try and attract Machiels' attention. He eventually did serve the drive-through, but by that stage the black flag had gone out. Black flag means exclusion, and so car number 2, which was comfortably leading its class, out of the race. So very disappointed Andrea Bertolini could only shake his head and think about what might have been. Louis Machiels frustrated that he didn't get the message, the team frustrated that he didn't come in when the pit boards were hung out, and there was no point trying to have a conversation as the class leader walked away. But the class lead changed yet again as Mike Jordan moved his way through in the Mercedes ahead of Jean-Luc Boberly going up towards Les Combes, and that has put the car into not only the class lead but 7th overall. 5.25 hours remain here at Spa in a race that has still got a great deal to offer, and there you can see 22, a car that really has been in the wars during the course of the race. It was the one that Thomas Duchesne crashed in the night. André-Alain Courbel had just brought it into the pit lane, and it was on pole position in its class after qualifying. Leonard Comel did a very good job of putting it onto class pole. Leonard, somebody who suffers from arthritis and is raising money for the charity. Now this is 888, which is being driven by Mike Sturzberg. It was a car that led the race outright, of course, in the early hours, but now the car is in 13th place overall. It's now just done 401 laps, but it's moving up the order within the Pro-Am Cup, and will of course gain another place in class now, because it has just equalled the number of laps done by the excluded Vita 4-1 Ferrari. So another place gained outright, another place gained in class then for the 888 Haribo Blancpain Porsche. And the class leader, incidentally, has just pitted. Mike Jordan has brought the Mercedes into the pit road. So having taken over the lead of the class, the Pressy Spark Mercedes comes into the pit road, that car based in the endurance pits. In the meantime, Mike Sturzberg, a regular in the VLN, the German long distance championship, charging his way through traffic on the way up now towards Les Combes. So you've got Sturzberg at the wheel here, riding the curb, going down towards Bruxelles, and the car now up into 12th place. Next target for an overall position will be the number 3 Hexus Aston Martin, but in class it's going to be the number 50 Ferrari, but that's 2 more laps up the road, so it's not going to be easy to gain much more ground, for a moment or two at least, because you're going to need a few more cars to have problems, but they seem to be rearing their heads now with regularity, don't they, these unforeseen problems. There in the pit lane, look, is the car that Mike Jordan had put into the class lead. So David Jones, we were being told, was going to take it over, and with the tyres changed, new driver on board, refuelling completed, the car shortly, should be able to go back into the race. Mike Sturzberg still pressing on here in the Porsche. Experienced long distance racer, as I say, and he's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Last lap was a 2:26, which is the right sort of pace. The quickest man on the circuit at the moment, Felipe Albuquerque, lapping in the 2:23s, but the pace that Sturzberg is doing puts him within that leading group of cars. There is the Presi Spark Mercedes, which went, stopped, right hand side door open and closed, and down the pit road now goes David Jones. See where he's fallen to in class. Of course, they should give the class lead back to Ludovic Badet's car, number 20 Ferrari. This the best Porsche now in the race, 12th overall, as Mike Sturzberg comes over the timing line. Another lap down in the 2:26s, so still pushing on strongly. Goes out of La Source, plunges downhill, and there, David Jones on track. Cast your minds back to the very first hour of the race. There was a good battle that went on between David and indeed that Haribo Porsche, where Richard Westbrook was at the wheel of it. Richard working his way up through traffic, but David Jones is not an easy man to overtake, as that's been proved in many a British GT race over the years. So there is the Kyriakos Aston Martin back into the race, which is good news. It had that drama a little while ago, ground to a halt coming into the pit lane. Where has it fallen to? 21st, which is still a very good effort from that car. But 888 here, still going very, very effectively now. It is catching number 3 Aston Martin, but a lot of ground to make up. As we look back down to the 22 Ferrari, the team still hard at work with all the damage that they've had to try and sort out overnight. That car has lost a great deal of time, but they want to keep it in the race because the team raising money for arthritis research, and they're looking at getting something like €300,000 if they complete the race. That's how much sponsorship they will raise, so the team desperate to keep going for as long as possible. David Jones in traffic in the number 90 Mercedes, and Mike Jordan has just done this great job of getting the car into the class lead. Not bad for an old chap, that, in Mike Jordan's hands, the Mercedes. Let's hear from Mike Jordan with Haley.
Mike, wow, what an impressive stint.
Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed that. We were just going to run single stints through most of the event, but in the middle of the night it was pretty horrible and greasy, and so David let me do a double one then. Shirai's are used to it and everything, and in that one it just started getting a little bit greasy and he was due to go in. I said, look, do you want me to stay? He said, well, you might as well, because it'll take him a bit longer to get onto the pace. You know, all of our pace is very good, so it was just to get through the night consistently, but no, that was good. And the BMW that was running on the road ahead of us is the one behind us, so he was very keen not to let me get another lap on him, but he really worked his tyres too hard and we got past him in the end, so it's good.
Thank you.
A job well done, and there is number 90, which is now down because of the pit stop, second in class once again, and the margin is 36.8 seconds between Ludovic Badet and David Jones. But as long as that car can keep out of trouble, and it has done so far, then they're looking good for a podium finish. But does a class win beckon? Well, we've got another 5 hours yet, which is very nearly 2 full rounds of the Pro Pan Endurance Series, because they run to a 3-hour maximum, but nearly 2 full rounds still to go. And the Mercedes carving its way up now towards Les Combes. Ahead there on the road you can see number 16, which is another of the class rivals, Rafael Van Floor, Marius Ritschkes, Prince Bernhard van Oranje and Dennis Ratterer. 35 Mercedes pits. Now that car, 4th place, despite its spins earlier on in the race and being involved in contact with other cars. Thomas Jaeger has done a good job, brought it into contention. The car being shared by Kenneth Heyer and Stefan Lemeray, the Belgian journalist, who is another driver that always goes very well at his home event. Lots of experience of this. Just had confirmation via the steward's bulletin that because car number 2, just going back to the V41 Ferrari, didn't respect the drive-through penalty, the stewards decided to exclude car number 2 from the race. So that confirms what we were seeing in the pit lane and what we'd heard from race control, but it's now been published as such. So great disappointment for Peter for 1. Started with 3, they're down to 2, but 29 is still going and is in 5th place. That's the 2nd placed BMW now in the pit road. Dirk Werner, I think, staying behind the wheel of the car. Now 44, Hubert Vos has brought the car in out of 9th place. been refueled, brake dust flies, new tyres go on as Dirk Werner then sets off down the pit lane, ready to rejoin. BMW Z4s, great looking and sounding cars, really have done a good job in the hands of different teams in this race. The pole sitting car from Mark VDS we lost quite early on with a diff problem, but the Need for Speed Team Schubert entry and the faster racing by DB Motorsport cars have all gone very well so far, but we've got over 5 hours still to go. Best lap of the race incidentally now credited to Mike Rockenfeller, whose car is in 18th place, many laps down after its big gearbox issues earlier on, but he's lapping, or has lapped in the 220s, and it's brake attention going on for the 35 Black Falcon Racing Mercedes down in the pit road. Though it'll be a longer stop, but it's factored into the team's calculations that distance and pads have to be sorted out during the course of the race. Thomas Jaeger brought the car in, and that is in 4th place, but it's 2 laps up on Giacomo Petrovelli's Ferrari, so they are able to have that longer pit stop. Lights flash as David Jones tries to work his way through traffic, and does he successfully get by going up through Les Combes? Yes, he does. The KRK Mercedes of the moment, Van Oranje, gets out of the way. The Dutch Prince raced in the GT3 Championship last year, and although that car comes up as being driven by Mike Jordan, what they haven't done is flip the transponder switch to the correct setting, so it's David Jones at the wheel. But the problem now that they face, if that information is not relayed to race control properly, is that if Mike's done a double stint and the information thinks that he's doing this stint as well, then the danger is that incorrectly he'll be perceived as having exceeded the maximum continuous driving time of 3 hours, and they don't want that problem, so they need to try and get that transponder in the right place. Now Claudia Hürtgen has got back behind the wheel of the 76 BMW car that runs in 2nd place. Into the pit road has just come the 3rd place car of Fred Makovici. Claudia Hürtgen here pressing on. Claudia, who many years ago was a rising star in single-seater racing, came through Formula Ford and Formula 3, then had a big accident and broke her arm at the Monaco Formula 3 Grand Prix, and that prompted a career switch across to production saloon car racing in Germany, then into the early days of the BPR and FIA GT Championships for Rogue Racing in Porsches, as co-driver in fact to Stefan Ortelli initially, and Claudia then went back to racing in Germany, but came into the GT3 Championship, 3 years ago now, with the BMW Alpina B6. There's great guns in this Z4, and she goes down now towards the hairpin at La Source, the car in 2nd spot. Currently 3 laps down on the leading Audi, but it's been such a good, solid, consistent run. Do not rule out this car as being 2nd at the end. So far, so good for the Team Schubert operation. I know that the 33 Audi is running strongly, but could this possibly be a car to inherit the lead if it gets a problem? Well, as long as it stays out of trouble, it's conceivable. The last female winner of the Spa 24 Hours was Lillian Brinner, going back to 2004. Former show jumper, turned very rapid GT racer. But Claudia Hürtgen in 2nd place at the moment, doing a very good job as the BMW powers out of Les Combes. A short stint though done by Dirk Werner, which is interesting. Just a single stint in that car, but maybe they're trying to make sure that the right person is in at the end of the race. Pit stop for 23 then, which is for United Autosports, and it was Zach Brown who brought the car in from 17th place. This is the car that he shares with Richard Dean, Johnny Herbert and Stephanie Hansen, and the car with a combined age of its drivers of a mere 185 years of age. Though it's been a bit of a mixed race this after its electrical issues earlier on, the car having lost more time than the team really could afford to have lost, so now bringing it to the finish is the main aim. But it's 3 laps down on the car that it's chasing, the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 38 of André Labed, Brett Curtis, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel. Hex's Aston Martin back on track. Now, how's David Jones getting on? Still pretending to be Mike Jordan as far as his transponder setting is concerned, but he's in traffic. And there is Mike Stursberg, 5th in class now in the Pro-Am Cup. And the class opposition that he's chasing is the 44 BMW. He's got to make up 2 laps yet, so again, it's a situation where you need cars to either have a problem or a lengthy pit stop to reduce that deficit. And then the third, it's now Henri Moser at the wheel of the number 4 Hexis Aston Martin. Right, refuelling is done. The car goes up onto its jacks and is heading for the garage. So this is, I don't think, part of the plan. I know it's got 3 laps in hand. It may be that they want to give the car a bit of a check out, but there's Matthew Sector in the background. Does he get on board? Yes, he does, but is this a scheduled... Yes, it looks like it is scheduled, doesn't it, to sort out brake discs and new brake pads. So electing to refuel it, put it in the garage while they've got this big lead like this. So Matthew Sector will get on board and the team goes to work to give it new brake pads and brake discs. That should then of course take it to the end. We're into the last 5 hours of the race now, as you can see from the clock counting down at the top of the screen. And a car, incidentally, in the hands of Thomas Jaeger that has just done its fastest lap of the race is the 35 Mercedes that's currently running in 4th place, having had a very good solid drive there. So there's 76 Claudia Hurtgen over the line and is now 2 laps effectively behind the leading car because of its longer pit stop. There it is in the garage. So WRT now just being told Matthew Sexton to pump the brake pedal, get the fluid there, so that there's something under his foot when he needs it, when he stands on the brakes for the first time. Make sure everything is right with those brakes before the car is released. So get the brake fluid levels up, pumps the pedal, and when the team is happy, he'll be released. The Belgian team, WRT, overseen by another great Belgian racing driver, Pierre Dieudonné, winner of this race himself back in 1981. In those days, Pierre was racing Mazda RX-7s with the late Tom Walkinshaw. Right, the car drops down, it's brought out of the garage, and because you can't start the engine and drive straight out of the garage, you've got to have the car on the pit apron, then fire it up, then leave. That's exactly what the team does. Brings it off the little jacks, drops the car down, and Eki fires it up. Matthias Ekström, now double DTM champion, blasts back into the race. So what looked initially like a bit of a problem was all part of the plan. Audi knew exactly what it had to do, so the car refueled in the garage, change the brake pads and the brake discs, get the car back into the race, and they built up such a big lead, it's easy to do. No dramas at all, and the BMW offered this little incentive by seeing the car it's chasing go into its garage, but still the gap is a wide one of 2 laps. There is Matthias Ekström then, going back down the pit lane. It'll be great for she's turned next in that car. Timo Scheider, as we've seen, has bailed out, so as the car goes over the timing line at the end of the pit exit, what they haven't done in all of that is put the transponder to the correct setting. So we've seen Ekström get on board the car, but it's still being shown as Timo Scheider behind the wheel. So you're looking at the leading Audi, and just to go back to that pit stop, we saw Timo Scheider bring in the car, and Matthias Ekström was the man that took it over. Now, let's have a look at this. Car stops on the pit apron. Out gets Scheider. Off comes the tear-off windscreen. Then it goes into the garage. And there, with the Red Bull crash helmet, is Matthias Ekström, who gets in. And Timo Scheider is the man helping to strap him in there, you can see. Now, regulations say you can't change drivers in the pit garage. Well, one got out on the pit apron, one got in the garage. The entire driver change did not take place in the garage, but Pierre Dieudonné there, talking to the mechanics, may, as the team manager here, have a bit of a problem to sort out soon, because there's a little bit of a question mark over whether that was done correctly. What they perhaps should have done is do the driver change, then get the car in the garage, but it wasn't done that way. So race control, I understand, are looking at that just to make sure that the regulations have been adhered to. May have become a small grey area that needs tightening up in the future. A loophole may well have been found here. That was some discussion going on between the team. The car still leads the way, but there may be a bit more to this story. Let's find out. So Pierre Dieudonné, hugely experienced racer, as well as team manager. Spent a long time with Orica, with Hughes de Schoenack, before cutting to the WRT squad to run these Audi R8s, not just in the Blancpain series, but also in Belgian GT events. And there is Matthias Ekström then, who leads the way. The 04 and 07 DTM champion, who always had as his ambition in life to be a DTM racer. Went to Hockenheim as a small boy with his dad and sat in the grandstand and said, this is what I want to be. And he realised the ambition to be a DTM driver and a double champion, still one of the top DTM pilots. And in his first Spa 24 hours, currently he's leading the way. Claudia Hurtgen, meanwhile, pressing on. Comes through the bus stop. And the BMW, because of that longer stop for the Audi, is now just one lap behind. So depending on what they need to do on the next pit stop for this car, whether it also needs to have brakes dealt with, it means that the gap is reduced and should continue in that way. All runs to plan. Down towards the endurance pits goes Claudia Hurtgen. Matthias Ekström, meantime, comes through Pouan. Eki getting himself back into a rhythm behind the wheel of this car. Fresh in, of course, straight away flashing the headlights at the GT4 class-leading Nissan that's up the road. Now, let's hear from Timo Scheider, having just bailed out of the race-leading car. He's in the pit lane. Let's go and join Timo with Haley.
Timo, it's been great to see you dominating the last few hours.
Yeah, really. It was a tough night with rain and dry conditions, so in general we had to fight quite a bit during the night session. And I couldn't sleep at all because we planned it different, and I had to do another stint also in the night, so I had no second of sleep right now. So that's one thing, but the other thing is that the car is running perfectly. The guy's doing a great job so far. Just crossing fingers that it's going to be to the end.
So it was routine procedures, you bringing it into the garage?
Yeah, it was no problem. We just changed brake disc and pads just to be safe. That's like it is, and yeah, we have to save another 5 hours.
And surely that driver change wasn't allowed?
Yeah, it was allowed. We did that before as well. I think that in the plan you can do that in the pits, so everything is fine.
Thank you.
So Timo Scheider is happy, and the team don't think there's anything wrong with that, but we've got in replay the way they did it. The first driver, in other words Timo Scheider, gets out while the car is in the pit lane, and there you can see Matthias Ekström getting in while the car is in the pit garage. Just adjusts himself in readiness, the Swede, getting into the car. And Timo Scheider with his drinks bottle there, overseeing all of that, helping to strap in a man that's normally a rival in the DTM, as much as being a fellow Audi racer, but very much a teammate this weekend at Spa. So Matthias Ekström, it is behind the wheel of the race-leading Audi, and making his way down to Bruxelles with this one lap advantage. So because of that longer pit stop, the new brake discs and the brake pads, of course the margin is reduced. Second place remains Claudia Hurtgen's BMW. Third is Henri Moser, who is doing a pretty good job actually in terms of lap times for Hexis. Now he's 6 laps adrift of the car that he's chasing, so third maybe, barring a problem for those ahead, as good as it gets for the Aston, but it's still been a good effort this, up from the pit lane start. Races for Audi in terms of having such a good lineup of drivers and teams, but problems have befallen 3 out of the 4 cars, and it makes you wonder whether there's a sting in the tail for them, or whether, a bit like Le Mans, one will survive untroubled as the others have their dramas. Here through the bus stop then comes Ekstrom. Lower down the order there, 41 in 13th place, Marcus Paltela at the wheel of the Mark VDS Racing Team's Ford GT. And that's been a car that's never really had the outright pace in the event, but has soldiered on, kept out of trouble. Paltela, somebody who knows his way around here, having spent quite a bit of time racing in Belcar, as well as in many of the Spa 24-hour races and FIA GT events that have been here. FIA GT1 World Championship last year, for example, which ran at the event but not within the 24 hours itself. Paltela, then the Finn, former Porsche racer in Germany, former kart racer, had a spell in the European Touring Car Championship, goes through on the inside there of the GT4 Nissan, which is now being driven by Jordan Tresson, 27th overall, the Nissan. The Ford GT, another of those oh so charismatic cars on the grid, makes a great noise. Paltela, the man behind the wheel, let's go on board with him and have a listen to the Ford GT singing its way uphill to Les Combes. Out of Les Combes, and now the V8 rumbles its way down towards Bruxelles. Paltela grabs a gear. On the brakes, down through the box, and now gently back onto the power. Got the tight left coming up at Speaker's Corner, and then on the power, downhill towards Pouhon. This car that you're looking at is 13th. In 5th place is Audi 32, one of the drivers of which is Stefan Ortelli. We've not heard from Stefan yet in the race. It's time we did. He's in the pits with Haley.
Stefan, you're currently sat in P5. That's quite an impressive performance considering the issues you've had.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's just out there, it's crazy. You know, the car is really, really nice. We have a lot of really big moment with this car. It's such nice to drive. And also to come back on the top 5 right now, it was quite challenging, and we want to have more. So we will try to get, why not a podium? But first of all, I keep my finger crossed for the car number 33. It will be really important if we can win. So that's the most important thing. And if we can close, that's going to be even better. But I can't wait to go back in the car. It's also very nice.
Thank you, Stefan.
So the Frenchman lives in Monaco these days. Stefan Ortelli, the man from Caen, ready to do his next stint, and just checking, I think, with the team as to how many more laps Felipe Albuquerque has got to do before it's Stefan's turn behind the wheel of the car. Of course, a man that won outright here in 03 in a second-class car in the days when the FIA GT Championship had GT and NGT. It was an NGT Porsche he drove for Manfred Freisinger's team that came through to win outright. There's number 60 McLaren, which has had a fairly torrid race, but Glyn Geddy, the man that brought it into the pit lane most recently, one of the 4 drivers, doing a good job of keeping it in the race, bringing more and more data back to the team. Von Ryan Racing, the entrant of the car, all to do with Dave Ryan being the man in charge of this operation, and his nickname is Von Ryan. So Dave Ryan putting his name to this part of the team. This car running in the Pro-Am Cup. The 2 Pro Cup cars we lost early on. Andrew Kokotti's big accident early on in the race. In fact, Andrew, just to finish off his saga, had already copped a 5-minute stop-go penalty for changing an engine at the end of Friday into Saturday morning, and therefore the car had lost time anyway. Andrew was carving his way as best he could up the order, and then got tagged by a slower car. So it was a big disappointment all round. Number 60 has had all sorts of woes, but they just want to continue the development of the car. Chris Goodwin joined us last night and was explaining, he's the development and test engineer on the car, that what they want to do is get all the problems ironed out before the cars go on general sale to customers, so that when people spend quite a lot of money on a McLaren next year, they know it's effectively a turnkey race car that's going to win races. It's had a win already, in fact, here in British GT earlier on in the month. But this has been, it's got to be said, a disappointing weekend for McLaren. A lot of potential. I don't think people necessarily thought they were going to be winning cars, but not to have the woes that they have had quite so early in the race for 2 of the cars. 76, Claudia Hurtgen then, working through traffic. Just to catch up on 1 or 2 other incidents in the last hour that are being confirmed. Ferrari number 22, Lionel Camol's car, overheating, that's why that's back in the pits. 92 Ford Mustang steering issues, and the 54 Graf Racing Mercedes, that's the Olivier Panis Nicolas Lapierre car, as the 2-star drivers in it, steering problems will put that out, and the number 2 Vita 4.1 situation is just confirming what we knew, that Louis Machiels didn't get the message because of a radio problem, the car excluded, and there's very little anybody is able to do at the moment to console the team. Very angry all round that not just they had the problem, but the ultimate outcome of being excluded from the race. But the stewards have deliberated, and they rule that the car is out of the race, so it's still classified on the screen as being 18th, but of course it will not be there at the finish of the race, that's for sure. On track, Matthias Ekstrom leading, lapping in the 224s now, with Claudia Hurtgen in the 227, so in other words, although it was a lap between them, the margin is expanding all the time. There is the BMW that runs in 2nd spot. Now you're getting to the point where you start to hear funny noises in the car when the teams start to get ever more nervous. Can they go for just another 4 3/4 hours? They've come so far in the race, but what's in store for them next? Claudia Hurtgen grabs a gear. Although the bulk of the driving seems to have been done really by Werner and Sandstrom in this car, Claudia Hurtgen still very, very quick and able to match them for lap times. Comes out of Caen, up now towards the pit path. And the Z4, a car that is getting increasingly competitive in GT3. And the budget this team operates on, nowhere near what Audi are doing. So it's a very commendable effort indeed. Mike Stursberg, incidentally, who we were looking at a little while ago in the Pro-Am Cup, being warned about respecting the track limits going through a Rouge where he's been a bit curb happy. Claudia Hurtgen up towards the end of that 4.31, comes out of the bus stop, over the line, and that lap is a 2.27, whereas Ekstrom up front doing 2.23, so now once again proving to be the fastest driver within that leading group. Other car that's still capable of doing good lap times is the 98 Phoenix Audi in 16th place, Mike Rockenfeller having done a 2.20 a while ago, but that car now has a rather more relaxed pace of 2.26s. So 2.23 for Ekstrom, putting him as the fastest man on track. There's Mike Stursberg still pushing on, 12th overall now in the 888 Porsche. chances of this car gaining another place. It has got to make up a lap against Hector's Aston Martin for a place overall, but in terms of a class position, he's got 3 laps to make up. So although his lap times are much better than those being offered up by 44 Harry Colin, one of the gentleman racers, as I say, he's got to make up now 3 laps. Doing all he can, which is to press on as fast and as hard as possible, but he needs the BMW to have a problem to really give him those 3 laps back, doesn't he? Goes out of Speaker's corner, grabs a gear, drops down towards Pouin. Sequential blocked on the Porsche. Down a gear into Pouin in the first element. Take the line for the second. Up a gear, car straightens out now using all of the curb down towards Piff Paff. Down 2 gears, and now the car goes through the right and left handers, but short straight down towards Campus. Through Paul Frère comes Mike Stursberg now, heading up towards Blancpain. In the good old days of when this part of the circuit had grass and gravel and barriers, it was even more daunting than it is now, but with the extra run-off tarmac there, if you do get it wrong, you've got a much better chance of surviving the moment, and they're darting through the traffic is Stursberg. Down to second gear as he comes into the bus stop. Up now towards the end of the lap. Car based in the endurance pits, but he goes over the finish line, which is parallel to the Formula 1 pits at the top of the circuit, and as he works his way through traffic, he's also having his attention drawn to the fact that 32 Felipe Albuquerque, who runs 5th, wants to get past him. Right, out of La Source, past the endurance pits now, down towards Eau Rouge, and it's the next corner coming up, Eau Rouge itself, where Stursberg has been warned in the past about going the wrong side of the curb and the white line. As I said again, 2 wheels, at least not 4 there, but trying to straight line that as much as possible, shorten the lap a little bit, get a quicker lap time out of it. Wiper on as he heads up towards Les Combes, down through the gears. So that nice long straight, giving the drivers a chance to do one or two other things, like put the wiper on if needs be, perhaps talk on the radio to the team to just have a moment's relaxation as the car's going in a straight line, because the rest of the lap is so physical. Stursberg goes down towards Bruxelles now. Goes through Speaker's corner and now downhill towards Pouin once again. His last lap was a 2:25, so in terms of lap times, he is now the 3rd fastest man on the circuit. Doing a great job is Mike Stursberg. The trouble is they've lost so much time early on with the alternator problem that he really does need other people to hit problems to give that car another chance. Edward Sandstrom has done a great job though for Team Schubert in 76. Let's hear from him in the pits with Haley.
Edward, do you think you're going to gain on the Audi in front of you?
It's maybe to be a little bit too optimistic at the moment. We have been, one part of the race we were gaining against them due to strategy more, but I think for raw speed we're not really there, but we are trying, of course.
You must feel positive after the great success you had in the Dubai 24 Hours with Claudia, so you know the car can definitely perform for you at 24-hour event.
Yeah, sure. It's last year we had a quite amazing Nürburgring 24-hour, and this year we won in Dubai, and now we are second here at the moment. So it's really, endurance has been great for us so far.
Thank you.
And another good result possible here as well. This car in second place, and after a steady first hour, it's come up and up and up the order. And it's hard to remember the car with any sort of real problem over the course of the race. You're on board again with Claudia Hürtgen now. Stefano-Telli through Les Combe, so that car is down to 6th, remember now. Frank Kessler trying to salvage something for Vita 4-1 out of this race, now up into 5th place. And Felipe Albuquerque out of the car, explaining to the team that he had good fun out there, working his way past lots and lots of cars, picking off places, and has brought the car back towards contention. So 5th is on the cards before the end, because I think it's got the pace to go back ahead of the Vita 4-1 Ferrari, dependent upon who's going to be at the wheel of the Ferrari at a given time. Giacomo Petrobelli not quite as quick as Matteo Bobbi, nor as Frank Kessler, but has Petrobelli done, or has he got another stint to come in that car? That's the next question to get to the bottom of. Ekstrom leads the way then, Claudio Hürtgen second, Henri Moser is third, the red Mercedes, Thomas Jäger is 4th, Frank Kessler 5th, Stefano-Telli 6th, Ludovic Badet 7th. Now that's the next thing just to pick up on, is that number 20 Ferrari, Ludovic Badet, is leading now with, in the Pro-Am Cup, David Jones 2nd, and the margin between those two is quite a big one. They're on the same lap, but it's a big margin between Ferrari and Mercedes. Third in that class is the 44 BMW of Harry Kolen, but that is not matching the pace. 54.9 seconds is Badet to David Jones now, so after Mike Jordan's effort to get the car into the lead of the class, there now, back into the lead has gone the Ferrari, and it needs them to put one of the slower drivers in the car to really give the Mercedes an opportunity of bringing down the gap once again in the Pro-Am Cup, or indeed for the Ferrari to have a problem. More and more cars with the wipers on intermittently now, just to get rid of 1 or 2 spots of rain. So what's the weather got in store? That's something else that the Mercedes team, Pressy Spark, could do without, because the car on Avons, which it runs in the British GT Championship, it's fine in the dry, but they've had their concerns about the cars on the wet tyres around Spa. Talk to people that have run on the 3 main tyre suppliers in this race, and they're all saying that the cars just do not work anywhere near as well on wets as they do on slicks. So they're all desperately hoping for a dry race here. We had some rain during the night to make it greasy and rather difficult for the drivers, but now just a few spots of rain in the air as Ludovic Badet powers his way up towards the bus stop. 7th place this car is, and a lap down on Stefano-Telli. So Ludovic Badet with a good track record in Formula Renault, leading the Pro-Am Cup here, helping Formorel Jean-Luc Boboli, and assistance also from Guillaume Morrow, another very fast single-seater driver converted to sports prototypes and GT cars. 41 through Marcus Paltler ahead. And Paltler 13th, and what are his chances? He's 3 laps down on Richard Westbrook's Porsche. Richard pressing on, 12th overall now, and lapping quickly, having taken over from Mike Sturzberg. Riding on board now with 41 Marcus Paltler as he climbs up through Radion. Trouble for Ecuria Kos by the look of it. 79. Andrew Smith has brought the car in. Andrew, another of the experienced historic racers that drives that car, but also bear in mind, although the guys have all got lots of experience of racing historic cars, they're far from historic themselves, all young drivers. Andrew, Alison McCaig, Ollie Bryant and Joe Twyman doing the driving, and the car, which had been up in the top 20, had a problem, fell to 21st, and has got 3 laps in hand over its pursuer, but a top 20 result, if they could get that for the team, would be good news. It should inherit 20th place, of course, with the demise of number 2. The Vita 4-1 Ferrari still being shown on the timing screen, drops further and further down all the time, but we know it's not going to be joined, it won't be classified, it's disqualified from the race. So in real terms, 20th, but in the pit lane is the number 79 Ecuria Kos Aston Martin, but it's starting to make rather more frequent pit stops now, which is a bit more concerning. Number 19 Porsche you're looking at is the car that took over the lead of the Gentleman Trophy, and coming through now, Kurt Dujardin, the man behind the wheel. It was at the expense of Northern Motorsports 124 Porsche, which had a very long pit stop with gearbox problems. That is back in the race now, being driven by Tim Bergmeister, very fast Porsche driver. single-seater driver in his youth, but he's lost a great deal of time now relative to number 19. That's done 396 laps, which means that it is 8 laps clear of Bergmeister's car. So it's going to be very hard indeed for Tim to do much about bringing down that deficit before the end of the race. Second now in the Gentleman Trophy is 1-2-4. There is Tim Bergmeister, but as I say, 8 laps down. A lot of work has to be done here. Bergmeister, who came from karting through the Formula Koenig category, then to Formula Opel, Formula 3, had his spell in the Carrera Cup and the Porsche Super Cup, and has raced Porsches ever since, both in the American Le Mans Series, in the ADAC German GT Masters and the VLN, so he knows his way around these cars. He's got plenty of Spa experience as well. And the Milner Motorsports 911 GT3R comes over the timing line. That lap, the 2:28, whereas the car he's chasing is doing 2:45. So in terms of pace, you expect the car to be catching up, but so much time was lost while it was in the garage that it's a rather forlorn hope, I fear. Needs number 19 to have some problems. So with now the time having gone past 11:30 here at Spa, we've still got Audi, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi as the top 6. Benoit Galland there, the Belgian journalist, running third in the Gentleman Trophy in the Dodge Viper. Great to have Vipers back on the grid. It's been a long time really in GT3 races or the Blancpain races that we have seen Vipers, but they always look good, they sound superb, and I think there should be a regulation that says every GT race ought to have a Viper. They're just great cars. And the Belgian journalist, the editor of Turbo magazine, a regular in the Spa 24 Hours, and raced in fact here last year at the event in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Lots of Spa experience, but like Stefan Lemeret, the other Belgian journalist in the race, is a quick racing driver in his own right. Benoit Galland went through a rouge, climbing uphill, and he goes past the stricken Audi of Eddie Cheever in the background there, powering his way up towards Les Combes. So just over 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race remain here, the Total 24 Hours of Spa. And the way that the Blancpain Endurance Series works, with having these different classes for the pro drivers, the pro-ams, the gentlemen, the cup class and GT4, means there's been an awful lot to look for over the course of the race. The 116 Viper currently running third in the class and is in 27th place overall. That's the GT4 leader, number 63, the Nissan, which has had damper problems, electrical problems and puncture as well over the course of the race. Jordan Tresson at the wheel in 26th place now. The opposition rather self-destructing. We lost the 103 Aston Martin, we've lost the Lotus of the Mansells and Eduardo Piscopo that had a fire and stopped early this morning, and the only other car that was in the class was the number 100 BMW M3. Well, that is still going in 28th place, the BMW M3 that has Christophe Legrand, Raffaele Sangiolo, Giuseppe De Pasquale and Wolfgang Haug as its drivers. Nissan gets out of the way. Up the inside goes Ludovic Badet in the 7th placed Ferrari, class leading in the Pro-Am Cup, remember. And also trying to find a way through is 38, which is the Mercedes of André Lebed, Brett Curtis, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel. Quick driver, Jeroen, in the Dutch Supercar Challenge and GT4 racing. Probably, I think it's fair to say, the fastest of the 4 in that car. And it's driven by André Lebed at the moment, and it's in 15th place, car number 38. So the circuit a little bit empty now in comparison with what it was like at the start. There's 100, the BMW M3, turning its way now through Bruxelles, and for the moment that car with Giuseppe De Pasquale at the wheel, going downhill towards Pouan. Runs in GT4 spec. BMW M3's race-winning cars within the European GT4 trophy this year, but there's no shortage of experience, in fact, within the car. Christophe Legrand, for example, is the regular driver of the car in the GT4 European trophy. The Zandvoort instructor, Raffaele Sangiolo, has been racing in Porsches in GT racing for many, many years. Giuseppe De Pasquale, likewise in Ferraris. Wolfgang Haug has been racing in this event since the early 1990s. Now, number 92 in its pit garage, Eric Bachelard at the wheel. Eric, who was a Formula 4 champion back in 1984, but having moved to America, now the man that owns the Conquest racing team, in fact the team that won the inaugural Indy Lights Championship when Eric was driving, and the 55-year-old joining 58-year-old Jean-Michel Martin and 59-year-old Marc Douay in another of the old boys' cars really in the race. Eric has never won the race, but Jean-Michel has won it 4 times. Marc Douay has won it 3 times. Audi cleans up at Spa. Look, hoovering was started in the garage now for the Belgian Audi Club team. Mike Rockenfeller still pushing on lower down the order in 17th place, having just done the best first sector of anybody in the race. So he's got the best lap of the race to his credit, and he's still pushing on as hard as he can. Stefan Ortelli also pressing on in 32. Stefan having done the car's best lap of the race last time. Sometimes you wonder with Stefan Ortelli whether these days his real strength is his speed or his experience. Sometimes you think he's perhaps not quite as quick as once he was, but he's a very dependable driver still. Well, he's proving that he has still got the speed by going quicker than his co-drivers in 32. 33, Matthias Ekström, the last time lapped in the 2:23. He's working his way through traffic coming in towards the bus stop. And the double DTM champion comes through now to complete lap 441, goes down towards La Source, and as he does so, the leading Audi with this lap cushion over Claudia Hertmann, still at the wheel of number 76 BMW. So for Audi, 32 lost time early on with wheel damage and suspension damage. He's still going back in 6th place. 98 lost lots of time with gearbox problems, and 99 that yesterday evening was looking very, very strong indeed, crashed out with Christopher Hasse at the wheel during the night. So this really now is the car that carries Audi's hopes. Is there going to be a sting in the tail? WRT team most certainly hopes not, but you never know in a 24-hour race. Remember last year it was within the last 45 minutes effectively that BMW had its problems, and through came Porsche to win for BMS Scuderia Italia when we had the GT2 class last year. But with GT3 and GT4 this year, there's the GT3 McLaren in the pit garage. And you saw Rob Bell a moment ago. This is the car, though, that Adam Christo shares with Ben Geddy, Phil Quaife and Roger Wills. Adam Christodoulou returning to European racing, having been successful in single-seaters in America in Star Mazda for the last couple of years. But this rather public development process continuing. It was Glenn Geddy that brought the car into the pit lane, peering into it, trying to work out and see who's going to take it back into the race. The car's due out again. One car lost with Tim Mullen at the wheel when it had a big fire yesterday evening. Another car lost, Andrew Ducati, with a big accident very, very early on in the race. And car 60 then is set to rejoin. Currently classified 32nd. Roger Wills, look, is the man behind the wheel, the Kiwi, in his distinctive black crash helmet. So Roger, tremendous enthusiast of motor racing, has this tremendous collection of historic cars which he races most available weekends, but this year has concentrated a bit more on modern motorsport, racing in the Le Mans series, in the 24 hours itself, and now his second Spa 24 hours. We saw the Ecurie Cos Amsterdam come into the pit lane, and Chris Needell of Barwell Motorsport hopefully can give us an update on what's happening in pit lane.
Chris, can you give us an update on the Aston Martin?
Yeah, we've been chasing a misfire all night basically, which hasn't been a major problem because we've been able to, the drivers have been feathering the throttle to get around it. But the problem is we've been changing ECUs because they've been overheating. So we've been through about 3 ECUs now, and so we're obviously a bit worried about getting to the finish. So we're trying to find a more permanent solution to the problem, but it's proving a bit difficult at the moment. So
Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, bad news, and especially when you get towards the last 4 hours when you come so close to a finish. And there is the Ecurie Cos Aston Martin, Barwell mechanics hard at work, and this has been a great effort by all 4 drivers to raise the funding to get into this race. And even on Friday, last minute sponsorship deals were still being done for a few euros here and there, but it's been a superb effort to get the car into the race. You're riding now with 41 Ford, which is being driven currently by Marcus Paltela. Quite a long stint in this car. And the Finn turning his way down towards the bus stop. Now ahead of him on track is the Sofra Ferrari. Behind him is Richard Westbrook, having taken over from Mike Stursberg. Grabs a gear coming out of the bus stop. Thanks very much, he says, giving him racing room. And you can see the way that Richard, with his one style of driving, which is flat out, pushing on as hard as he possibly can. Ludovic Badet pits then now, number 20 of the Sofra Ferrari coming into the pit lane, out of the Pro-Am Cup class lead. Marcus Paltela sets off downhill. Now is this going to give David Jones back the lead of the Pro-Am Cup in the Mercedes? It's a seesaw fight we've got for the class honours. 7th and 8th overall those two are. There's number 50 Ferrari. Now Jack Gerber back at the wheel of the car, the South African, who was in the wars a little while ago. Yesterday evening he went off at approaching the Paul Frere corner, went through the gravel, just clipped the tyre barrier, but didn't really suffer any damage, kept going. Drive-through penalty was given earlier on when Matt Griffin was behind the wheel of the car, and number 50 Ferrari given a drive-through for track limits. But it's been a fast car race long, and you can see in the background there Richard Westbrook flashing the lights vigorously at the Audi, trying to get number 12 out of his way. Richard Mines at the wheel of it, the Brit based in Hong Kong these days. He's getting in the way a little bit. Richard trying to get his line for the next corner, but he's not really helping Richard Westbrook's case here. Richard's on the lights again. Now lines up to have a go on the inside. It's going to be under braking mode. He's got to go through on the inside at Cologne. He's gone through now, but time lost there. Richard Mines, shipbroker, somebody else who turned his back on modern motor racing to go historics. Richard started off many moons ago, Richard Mines this is, not Richard Westbrook, in road saloon racing in a VW Golf, then went into the National Saloon Championship with a Ford Focus and a Honda Integra, and then switched to historics. He's got Mini Coopers, McLarens, and last weekend a Williams FW07 was his weapon of choice at the Silverstone Classic. Ludovic Badet then in number 20, having the tear-off windscreen removed, so better visibility for the next stints. New tyres on the car, tank of fuel, out he goes. So David Jones then, now back into the lead of the class in the 79 Mercedes. Powering his way downhill. So there's the battle, not just for the class lead between those two, the Ferrari and the Mercedes, but also for 7th place overall. David Jones making his way up now towards the Piff Paff. Came into racing very much in Porsches, in the Porsche Championship in the UK, then into GT racing in a Porsche, but has really gone great guns this season in the Mercedes here. One or two rather concerned faces in the pit lane. The winner of the best moustache of the event, there you can see. Right, David Jones still pushing on, working his way through traffic, and he's got the Mark VDS Ford Mustang to negotiate here, coming up towards the bus stop. David Jones nips around the outside, drops into the bus stop now, and having worked his way past the Ford Mustang, comes towards the end of the lap. Mercedes growls by, back up into 7th place. And let's see what sort of margin he's going to have at the end of this lap over number 20, which I think stayed with, yes it did, Ludovic Badet at the wheel. And number 50 has got a puncture by the look of it. Jack Gerber, 10th place. It's a real snakes and ladders race for this car. It's up and down the order, and just having broken into the top 10, this punctured tyre means it has to limp through Les Combes, and it's happened at the start of the lap. So poor old Jack Gerber has got to limp it round for a full lap of the circuit here, and a full lap is just under 7 kilometres. So it's going to be a long lap for number 50. Jack Gerber limping the car back down now towards Bruxelles. But this is going to cost it yet more time. Now, being chased by number 3, it's got a lap in hand over the Hexis Aston Martin of Jan Claro, but I think that place is going to be lost, isn't it? Because a slow in lap, plus the pit stop to sort out the punctured tyre, is going to go against them. So Jack Gerber slowly making his way down towards put on that white flag there to warn drivers that there's a very slow moving car up the road ahead. And so now as number 3 goes across the timing line, a place in the top 10 beckons now for Jan Clary at the wheel of the Aston. Turns his way through La Source. The slower Ferrari 430 to negotiate in a moment, but that won't be a big issue. Fingers crossed. It's the 22 car, isn't it, that Thomas Duchesne crashed last night, that'll get out of the way in a moment, or will it? We get to the point of the circuit here where the drivers, the amateur racers, are so concerned about making sure they get through a rouge safely that they concentrate on that and not quicker cars behind. But I think now Clary should be able to go storming past on the run up towards Les Combes. Yes, the Aston Martin booms by, so takes track position, but tyre off rim now. This is becoming a real struggle for Jack Gerber. He's not been racing for that long. The South African raced in the UAE on occasions, went into racing along with his mate Leon Price, who races at a lower level, another South African who races in the GT Trophy in the UK. But Jack Gerber racing, having been in the Ferrari Challenge, moving up this year into the Blancpain Endurance Series with Matt Griffin as his regular co-driver. And a bit frustrated, I think, is Matt, because every time the car looks like it's got some potential, something else happens to it. Jack Gerber, having been off in the night, he's actually going at a fair old pace, despite the fact that the rim is now grinding along the ground. Then he slows a little bit, coming towards the bus stop. He's going to have to come into the pits quite clearly this time, but lots of time lost. We've got David Jones in the pits, by the way, now, in the Mercedes, which has just rumbled underneath me. And from 7th place and leading its class, in has come the Pressy Spark Mercedes. So this cat and mouse battle in the Pro-Am Cup continues. Meantime, Jack Gerber, South African, heads for pit lane from 10th place in the number 50 AF Corsa Ram Ferrari. One of the top Ferrari teams, Amato Ferrari squad, but they lost another of the cars. 51, the Yannick Malagol, Jean-Marc Machelier, Howard Blank car with a gearbox problem during the night. And so here, running 7th in class, but 11th overall, soon to become 10th overall, is Jan Clary. And refueling, first of all, for the AF Corsa Ferrari. When that's done, they can worry about the tyre change. And are we going to get a change of driver as well? Keep an eye to that, as Clary comes then now towards the bus stop. And now the tyre change for Jack Gerber's car. That's completed. And so the engine fires up, does it? Should do. Or is there another problem now with the starter motor just about to the woes? It's not got going yet. Still it's stationary. Time is being wasted here. And Jack Gerber gets going, but yet more time lost. Jack, a bronze graded driver. There's the driver grading system within the Pro-Am Cup. Platinum, gold, silver and bronze, depending on levels of success and experience of racing. Jack Gerber is a bronze, gentleman racer, relatively new to the sport, and that car now will have fallen back behind the Aston Martin of Jan Clary. So we've had that change, therefore, for 10th place, and there is Jan Clary heading up towards Les Combes. Gerber rejoining them. It's going to put him down to 11th now, that pit stop. And the way that Richard Westbrook is going, it may not be long before the Porsche pulls back a lap against that car and demotes Jack Gerber yet further. Then, of course, you put either Matt Griffin, Marco Ciocci or Nicky Cadai behind the wheel, and its pace will improve once more. And it may well be that it's going to be the last 4 hours of the race shared between those 3 drivers to give it a much better chance. But Jack Gerber has to do 6 hours minimum as a bronze driver to score points. Rejoins now, and having had a big accident at Navarra quite early on in the race, did a lot of damage to the car after Matt Griffin did some heroic stuff in qualifying. It's been an important race this for Jack Gerber to get his confidence back, and the car is still running in 11th place. Not a bad effort. He's about to go another lap down though, because the race leader is catching him. There is Matthias Ekstrom. So there's Ekstrom, race leader. He's done 4.46 laps now. He's got a lap in hand over the 76 BMW. And you can see the way that the pace of the Audi means that he's catching up all the time onto the tail of the Jack Gerber Ferrari. So you're looking at the way things are in Pro Cup at the moment, with Matthias Ekstrom leading the way, and in real terms it's a 1 lap advantage he has, because the next time that BMW in second place crosses the timing line, it will be confirmed as a 1-lap margin. In third is the number 4 Aston Martin of Henri Moser. Fourth is 35 Thomas Jaeger. Fifth is the Ferrari 458 Frank Kettler at the wheel, and then sixth Stefano Ortelli in the number 32 Audi, the second of the WRT entries. Ekstrom goes past the tyre that's come off the rim of Jack Gerber's Ferrari. Standing by the side of the road now, but no dramas for Ekstrom at the moment. 4 hours to go, anything could happen. Then second place BMW, Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel. And this car that has had such a good solid run, the Audi, was always there or thereabouts in the opening hour of the race. This is a car that just crept its way up the order, but took over second place in the 11th hour and has remained there, going solidly. Is it going to be good for second place? Can it go even better? Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel of the car at the moment, going up through Les Combes with the right, left, right sequence. And then in third place is the number 4 Aston Martin in the hands of Henri Moser. And this is a car which is 2 laps down, 6 laps down I should say, on the BMW, 2 laps ahead of the pursuing Mercedes in the hands of Thomas Jaeger. So in a good solid third place at the moment is Henri Moser, former GT3 European champion. But it's when you get Fred Makovic or Steph Dusseldorf behind the wheel of the car that its pace quickens. But Moser doing a decent enough job here, coming towards the bus stop for him to complete lap 440. He's going to complete it in the pit lane, in fact, so Henri Moser bails out of this. And down the pit lane he comes. Is he going to do another stint, or is it time for a driver change in that car? Let's find out in a moment as the Aston Martin heads towards the Hexis mechanics. Another pit visit in 44, Harry Kolen in the 9th placed BMW. So the pit lane getting busy. And Fred Makovic is about to take over the car. Well, he started it from the pit lane and was 17th at the end of the first 60 minutes of racing. So the Hexis team, as we were hearing from Philippe Dumas earlier on, delighted, maybe even surprised to have got this far. It's not a team with a great history of long distance racing, having really been brought up on 1 hour GT racing in GT1 World Championship or the GT3 European Championship. 3 hours of Blancpain has been a bit different this year, never mind 24-hour racing. So we've got just over 4 hours to go. Let's have a look though at what else has been happening in the race. 62 cars started a packed grid yesterday just before 4 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it was Marc Goossens from the outside of the front row that just grabbed the lead on the way towards Eau Rouge, but his lead did not last long as Ludovic Sunier, his teammate, careered into him coming into the bus stop and effectively wiped out any chance of a good result for the Pro Speed Porsches. Andrew Piccoli was tagged into an off at La Source, a very big accident for the McLaren driver. Andrew okay, but a bit shaken, a bit sore, but the car well and truly out of the race. Stefano Ortelli made a move against Thomas Jaeger, knocked him into a spin. Ortelli got a drive through, Jaeger thankfully undamaged and not badly delayed. Nicholas but in so doing there was a pit infringement, and the net result of that was a drive-through penalty for the number 2 Ferrari. Louis Machiels took it over, turned in some good lap times, but that was only the start of the story. In second place had come the BMW Z4. Edward Sandstrom had done a good job in that, gave way to Dirk Werner. Claudia Hürtgen, the third driver of that car, and he is still well placed, running in second spot, trying to close the gap to the 33 Audi. Number 4 Aston Martin was up into third place, having started from the pit lane. But its battle with the number 2 Ferrari was soon to come to an end. The drive-through penalty being applied for Louis Machiels for the pit stop infringement, but the radio had gone down. He didn't get the message. Eventually, despite using pit boards from other cars, the car did pit, but it was too late. It had gone past the drive-through penalty board 3 times. That meant a black flag and exclusion. The team felt it was rather hard done by. It was not that they didn't want to do the pit stop, they were all busy trying to get the car in, but with the radio having failed, there was just no other way of communicating with Machiels. It took a long time to get the message across. Andrea Bertolini's face said it all. With its healthy advantage, the Audi team was able to put the car in the garage and do not only a driver change, but also a disc and pad change. It was time to sweep up in the garage. The Jack Gerber, though, more problems. A punctured tyre, the wheel coming off, the tyre coming off the wheel rim, and as the Ferrari limped back, it fell briefly out of the top 10. So 33, Greg Franchi at the wheel, continues to lead the 24 hours of Spa. We're into the final 2 hours of what has been an intriguing race, and still there is more to come. It's Audi, Mercedes and BMW battling within the top three. The Audi number 32 here in 4th place. The car lost time last night when the contact between Stefano Ortelli and Thomas Jäger's Mercedes became ever more serious, and about half an hour was lost, so it fell way down the order. But some good stints today by Ortelli, Felipe Albuquerque and Bert Longchamp has brought the car back up into 4th place. Now it is 11 laps down on the race leader, but even so it is still pushing on, and a podium may come their way, you never know, because now it is on the same lap as the 35 Mercedes, so there's a battle developing now for 3rd and for 4th places. Also in the last couple of hours we've had a stop-go penalty for number 29, the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari. That was for a tyre infringement using non-regulation tyres. So 29, Matteo Bobbi at the wheel, has now dropped into 5th place. And the other great battle that's been raging on all day is 7th overall, but also importantly the lead now of the Pro-Am Cup, helped by the demise of the number 2 Vita 4-1 Ferrari. But effectively it's the number 20 Sofrev Ferrari now in the hands of Guillaume Moreau versus Mike Jordan driving the number 90 Cressy Spark Mercedes. That's the best British crew as well, is Mike Jordan and the Jones twins, David and Godfrey. That's the 2nd place car you're looking at, Claudia Hürtgen at the wheel of the BMW Z4, the same type of car that took pole position in the hands of Maxime Martin, run by Mark PDS Racing. This car, however, run by Need for Speed Team Schubert, and Claudia Hürtgen now running 3 laps down on the leader, Greg Franchi. But it has been an impressive run, that's for sure, and with now under 2 hours to go. Very hard, you go back to the race history to find any real problem for that. Touching wood, can it survive unscathed to the end? All they've done is refuel it, change discs and pads, put new drivers in it, put new tyres on the car, but it's been a very impressive run indeed. Claudia Hürtgen, who's got a GT background going back to the mid-1990s, threading her way now through the traffic. Edward Sandstrom and Dirk Bern are the other 2 drivers in this car, running in the Pro Cup, which, as the name suggests, is purely for the professional drivers. But you also got the Pro-Am competition to look for, the Gentleman Trophy Cup class, for the older spec Porsches and Ferraris within the Gentleman Trophy, and GT4 that's being led by the Jordan Tresson, Alex Bunk and Chris Ward Nissan. The Mansell brothers and Eduardo Piscopo were leading that until around about 9 o'clock this morning, when an oil leak became a fire, became a retirement, and put the Lotus Evora out of the race. Claudia Hürtgen now starting to close a little bit onto the tail of Guillaume Moreau. Now Moreau lapping at the moment, not quite as quickly, having just taken over that car, as the Mercedes and Mike Jordan has taken back the class lead. So the Pro-Am Cup battle seesawing between the two. It's going to go right down to the wire, that, depending on who pits when within the last stint. 65 minutes being the maximum you can go on a tank of fuel these days under the regulations. There's something flapping, I think, on the right hand side of the 2nd place BMW Z4 there, just turning towards La Source. Is it anything serious? Doesn't look to be. This is the car that's running a very impressive 3rd, the Kenneth Heyer driven Mercedes. Kenneth, who's, well, the Hansel, a very successful touring car racer in his own right, 3 times a winner indeed at the Spa 24 Hours, and in 3 different types of car. The 5 and 6 Series BMW, he won it in one of each, and also driving with the late Tom Walkinshaw in the Jaguar XJS in Hans Heyer. And Kenneth, after experience of Bell car racing and the GT3 European Championship, also the long distance VLN races these days, has done a very good job in that car. Stefan Lemray, the Belgian journalist, who always manages to find a drive in the Spa 24 Hours, not surprisingly, and generates lots of coverage for the team he drives for. He's the 3rd driver of that car, but really it's Thomas Jäger, the former DTM racer for Mercedes, who has done the bulk of the driving and indeed has been the quickest of the 3. So the Mercedes then running at the moment in 3rd place, and it has just done 490 laps, and it's being chased by 32, which is now Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel, and that is on the same lap, albeit there's quite a gap now between the 2 cars. Now for the Audi Sport Team Phoenix squad, they started with 2. They had 99 leading the race very comfortably, going just past midnight, and then a big accident. Christopher Haase crashed out. The surviving car, 98, has got Marcel Fassler at the wheel. It's the one ahead, in fact, on track of the Mercedes you're looking at, and that had a big gearbox drama last night and lost a lot of time. Number 4 Hexis car in 12th place, Fred McAvicky at the wheel, and having had a very lengthy pit stop with power steering problems a little while ago, that car has fallen a long way down, as I say, from the top 3 into 12th place, and Steph Dusseldorp can explain more about the team's woes. He is in the pit lane with Haley Coxon.
Steph, can you explain what's going on with the car?
I had a small collision with one of the Audis from United Motorsports. He was blue flagged, but I thought he gave me some space. He made the corner, we hit, not really hard, and nothing special. 40 minutes after, I started having some smoke and some liquid on my windscreen, and problem was power steering gave up, and they fixed it, but now we're back on P12, I think. So, too bad.
Thank you.
It is P12, and it means the car now is 24 laps down on the race leader. So when we heard from the team boss, Philippe Dumas, earlier on in the day, he was saying just to get to the finish now is a real bonus, because they've never done a race of this length. The team, each hour is completed, it's another learning element for them. Stefan Ortelli there, talking to Wolfgang Ulrich. And the car that Stefan Ortelli drives, number 32, with Philippe Albuquerque at the wheel now. As I say, it's on the same lap as the Mercedes we've been looking at. It's within a minute then, and it's lapping quicker, so the gap is coming down and down between third and fourth. Now, there you can see the 32 Audi dropping downhill towards Pouin. Philippe Albuquerque doing a very good job here, and the car, which was way down in 22nd place yesterday evening after the time was lost, has battled back. It can't really make up the lost laps, but it is gaining places. It's 12 laps off the lead car, the sister car, but a podium for both of the Belgian Audi Club entries, TWRT, would be a great result. Bert Langin, I think, has done his stint now, so it's going to be Philippe Albuquerque possibly to even bring the car to the end. Stefan Ortelli may get one more stint out of it, but Bert Langin has been in the media centre for a little while, talking to the Belgian journalists, not looking like a man that's eager to get back into the car. Past one of the many stricken cars around the circuit comes now Philippe Albuquerque, goes past Mike Parussi's Mercedes, and Philippe, who raced in Formula Renault 2 litre and 3.5, Race of Champions winner. He's raced in Superstars, in A1 GP, and first came into GT racing 2 years ago with one of these Audis in the Italian Championship, and goes very well indeed. And he, Stefan Ortelli and Bert Langin make a very good combination of drivers. Now, the last lap the car did was a 2:23.8. Across the line has just gone Thomas Jaeger, and he now is doing 2:23s. This is the Mercedes you're looking at that now leads the Pro-Am Cup. It's Team Pressy Spark, and it's Mike Jordan at the wheel, and the car is now up into 6th place. Now, with the Sofra Ferrari having pitted, it's gone back into the lead of the class. It's Mike Jordan and the Jones twins, David and Godfrey, and this is how Pro-Am Cup looks at the moment. The Joneses and Jordan lead in the Mercedes from the number 20 Ferrari, and then in 3rd spot now is 888 Richard Westbrook, Christian Menzel, Mike Sturzberg and Hans-Guido Riegel in the Olaf Manthey run Porsche, which led outright early on in the race. And then it's Ferrari, BMW and Mercedes to round out the top 6, as into the pit lane comes 33, then Greg Franchi gets out, Timo Scheider gets in, and this should be now Timo Scheider through to the end in that car, I would propose. So the man that started looks like he's going to be the man that finishes, and this car has just gone like clockwork. So for Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club, the 33 Audi pits, and there is the 2nd placed BMW, Claudia Hürtgen, having had quite a long stint in the car since the mid-morning, going very strongly. There was a short stint by Dirk Werner. Claudia Hürtgen took over and has done a long stint behind the wheel of the car now. For 33, it's going to be new tyres. It's the full service here. New driver, fuel and new tyres. And with 2-part pit stops, in other words, you can do the fuel and the drivers as one part, but you can't do any other work. That means that only now can the 2 mechanics, all that's permitted under the regulations, work their way around each of the 4 corners and do the tyre change. Now it's 3 laps between the leading Audi you're looking at and the 2nd placed BMW. That gap will come down a little while we've got the leading car in the pit lane like this, of course, with an hour and 3/4 of the race to go. We've never, in the history of the 24 hours, had an outright win for an Audi. BMW has won many a time. Now what's happening for 33? It goes, and then it's told to stop, and it looks as though they just want to make sure there's nothing caught in the radiator at the front, so the mechanic is happy. Is the team manager happy? Yes, he is. Now he lets the car go. Okay, a few seconds lost, but when you've got a 3-lap lead, neither here nor there, is it? So better to be safe than sorry. The car making its way now back into the race. Timo Scheider at the wheel, Claudia Hürtgen still storming on in the second place BMW. The car that was at the end of the first hour of the race down in 21st place. Now in terms of the cumulative pit stop times, you can see on the caption there, the leading Audi has spent the best part of over a minute less in the pits than the BMW. The third place Mercedes, an hour and 4 minutes, and an hour and 18 for number 32. That's because it spent a lot of time in the pit lane last night as they sorted out the suspension damage. But proof of the old adage of endurance racing that the car that spends the least time in the pit lane is looking good for a race win. It's borne out by the graphic there showing you who has stopped for how long in the race. The Mercedes, in the hands of Mike Jordan, has stopped for just 54 minutes, and that has been another car that has done a remarkably good, solid job. One of the two Mercedes that the Jones twins own. They run one in the British GT Championship, which is here, and is available for parts should they need them. And the Avon Shod Mercedes, the same tyres it runs on in the British Championship, going great guns here, up into the top 6 now. Second in the class is for the Software Autosport Promotion team, this Ferrari. Now Guillaume Morrow at the wheel of the car, and he's second in class. He's on the same lap as Mike Jordan, 19.3 seconds behind, lapping quicker. But when you consider that that car has got two very definite pro drivers and two AMs, whereas the Jones twins and Mike Jordan are all quick amateur racers. I know Mike's been in the British Touring Car Championship and won British GT, but even so, he's not perhaps as much a career driver as the two single-seater hot shoes are in the rival Ferrari. Makes the fact that the Mercedes is doing so well very impressive. New tyres going on 888 here, which Christian Menzel brought into the pit lane, the Blancpain team Porsche. Christian Menzel out of the car, so driver change affected. And that car, having got itself up into 8th place overall, is now 3rd in the Pro-Am Cup, and it could well lose that, in fact. And there, look, flames coming out of the back of the car as it goes down the pit lane. I say it could lose that, not just because of the big blaze that suddenly starts, but also because the pit stop will have cost it time, and it stops at the end of the pit lane, and there's black smoke and there's lots of flame. And it was Richard Westbrook that had just taken over the car. Now it creates a traffic jam at the end of the pit lane. There's no room for anybody to get out now, so this is a big drama. Richard Westbrook gets out of the car, but look, a traffic jam has formed and the BMW behind has got no way through. They've got to do something about getting this car out of the way. The pit lane is now completely blocked. It's at a narrow part of the circuit. They need to get the car out of the way, but now 43 losing chunks of time. It was a long way down the order anyway, but this is a disaster for anybody wanting to come out of the pit lane, and as yet nothing's being done to move the car. So that needs a big shove, just a car's length, that's all it will take. But for now, because of the way that it's stopped at the narrowest point where there's a barrier on either side, nobody can get by. And Richard Westbrook, I think, yes, realises the problem. He's trying to push the car, get it out of the way. 43, as I say, was a long way down. So that car now is being pushed clear. And so it's the end of Richard Westbrook's race within the, last hour and 40 minutes. Pit stop looked to have gone absolutely fine. And then all of a sudden, as he goes down the pit lane, so there's a fire. And that, disappointingly, is the end of Richard's race. Now, we've also talked over the course of the last 23 hours or so about the McLarens and what sort of a checker rate it's had. Let's hear from one of the drivers, because Phil Quaife has joined me. Phil, it's not been the perfect race for McLaren, I know, but it's all part of this development progress that you're having to go through.
Of course, McLaren, well, first of all, hi, how are you?
Good, nice to see you.
Yeah, we've come this weekend. We're still very much in the development stages with the McLaren MP4 12C GT3, and not many manufacturers come to a major race like the Spa 24 Hours to do their development ready for their customers in 2012.
Yeah, it's all very public, isn't it, really? Chris Goodwin was up here last night saying, we are being fairly brave doing this in full view of everybody and people watching every lap as it unfolds.
For sure, and I think, as you can see, the 60 car, which I'm driving myself with Adam Christodoulou, Glyn Geddy and Roger Wills, is still going at a great pace, and we're showing that the car is performing very well and very competitive.
What's it like to drive? I mean, I know you've driven a great variety of GT cars, but this must be the ultimate, surely.
It's fantastic to be part of the programme.
Yeah.
Driving the McLaren is something very, very special, and I've had a very enjoyable weekend and loved every minute of it, and I can say it is a great car to drive. and I don't want to be getting out of it.
When's the next race where you're going to be in that? Have you not worked one out yet?
I haven't worked that out.
But it's on the shortlist, I'm sure. Big disappointment this for Richard Westbrook, isn't it? Just as you walk through the door, we saw the car go up in flames, and poor old Richard, it's been one of those races where he's done everything possible. But what do you reckon caused this? If you had a chance to look at this replay with us, because the pit stop was completed, the car's waved away, and then as it sets off down the pit lane, suddenly...
Well, Richard Westbrook is a good friend of mine, actually, so I'm actually really gutted to see that. He's had some great pace throughout the race, and we had a little battle ourselves with him last night, but we obviously don't want to see this happen.
No. Just listen to the audio down the pit lane. Clatter, 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 comes to a grinding halt, and Richard, I think, knew that it was a big problem. Stopped it as soon as he could, but yes, you can see it sort of jerking, can't you, as it comes to a halt there.
It's very hard to pick up exactly what's happened, but as you say, it's clatter, 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 and obviously the flames from behind, so I can't really tell exactly what's happened there, but it looks like it's game over for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, a big fire, and of course that in turn then blocked the pit lane exit. Now, a quick word about your car, because I know it's been a difficult race. You are still going, as you say, but what sort of dramas have you had to work your way through? We've seen you in the pit lane a fair few times as you've been developing the car and sorting everything out.
Well, as we all know, it's still very much in development, and considering that, I don't think we spent too much time in the pits at all. I think we're learning the car, and everything that we get from this race is going to be noted and put in the books, ready to be put on the car, ready for the next test. And like you say, we're just getting the best for our customers in 2012.
So it's the ideal circuit to test it at, of course. It's got just about everything. You've got the high-speed bits, you've got the fairly daunting bits as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to make out that Roger Wills, my teammate, gentleman driver this weekend, he has done an absolute fantastic job, especially on his last double stint. He just got out of the car, and he was showing pace with the top 10 drivers. And that shows that the McLaren is so easy to drive, very competitive, and a big hats off to McLaren and CRS back at base.
This project that's come about, I mean, it is badged as McLaren, but CRS and Andrew Cocody, of course, has a major part in that, instrumental to the programme, aren't they?
Of course, yeah. I think obviously it's a good partnership. It's been very much involved, CRS and everyone back at MTC. So I think they've really put a fantastic car together. As you can see, it's battling with the Audi R8 at the moment, and hats off. I think it looks fantastic. We've got so much good publicity from it this weekend, and a lot of fans are backing us out there.
It's Adam at the wheel, isn't it, at the moment?
It is Adam at the wheel. Just got an hour and a half to go, and then he'll take the checker flag.
Excellent. Okay. Just
hopefully
talk us around a lap of Spa, because now, of course, you've driven it in anger around here. Come out of the bus stop, straight onto the power.
Yeah, the car's got fantastic traction. We've got running the paddle shift system again, which is absolutely brilliant. Coming down into turn 1, all the way from 5th gear down to 1st. The brakes with ABS are absolutely incredible. And now heading down into Eau Rouge, one of my favourite corners, real driver's corner. Approaching the corner at a lot of speed, and in 5th gear, a little brake, and then back on the throttle all the way down to Camden Straight.
Lionel himself is a sufferer, and they'd worked out that through their fundraising efforts, if the car were to get to the end, 300,000 euros could be raised. Well, with a broken gearbox, it is not going to finish, but they have raised a very commendable 22,300 euros, which is an absolutely superb achievement, and it's disappointing the car is no longer in the race. There you're looking at Adam Christodoulou in the McLaren. You just heard from Phil Quaife, one of the drivers in that car, and Roger Wills is the third driver, Glyn Geddy, who races a Ferrari 458 in the British GT Championship, fourth driver of the car. In fact, Glyn was a class winner in the International GT Open Series at Brands Hatch a week ago, so he's been racking up the miles as well. And Adam Christodoulou back into European racing. We've seen him successfully in single-seaters in America of late in Star Mazda. 12 Audi goes through. This is the Ari Leindijk, Alain Lee, Richard Mines, Henri Richard car that needed an ECU change yesterday. It's Ari Leindijk at the wheel, car 12 at the moment, running in 17th place. Now there's Mike Jordan still charging on. 6th the car is at the moment, and the Audi behind flashing its headlights to say come on, get out of the way. And it's the leading Audi indeed, Timo Scheider, wanting Mike to move out of the way. Now there you've got Guillaume Moreau, who is lapping quicker as you might expect in the Ferrari. 15.6 seconds is the gap now between Mike Jordan and Guillaume Moreau. Now the number 20 Ferrari has done more pit stops. It ran slightly out of sequence against the Mercedes, but if Mike Jordan can keep double stinting, he's the quicker of the 3 drivers in that car. They've still got a chance. A podium is definitely on, as long as it all holds together for them. But I think on pace, this Ferrari is going to catch ultimately and move back ahead of the Mercedes. But it rather depends how many more pit stops that car has got to make relative to how many pit stops the Mercedes makes. When the Ferrari pits, it loses its lead to the Mercedes. So we need to see whether or not it's going to be 1 more stop or 2 more stops for each respective car. There is the class leader there now. The Pro-Am Cup suddenly burst into life this morning with the exclusion of the Vita 4-1 Ferrari after Louis Machiels was black flagged and excluded from the race. Looked long down the list. Then he found this great battle that was going on between, at the time, Jean-Luc Bobelic, who was going rather slowly in the number 20 Ferrari, and Mike Jordan, who was reeling him in. And Mike found a way through, going up towards Les Combes. So the Midlander comes into the bus stop. His son Andrew, one of the leading lights in the British Touring Car Championship these days, and in fact here this weekend, not driving, but as a refueler for the team. So he's earning his corn. Over the line goes the Mercedes, and that lap that's just been done is a 2:28, whereas the Ferrari chasing it is in the high 2:25. So the gap's certainly coming down, but there's no shame in that. As I say, Mike Jordan, a very rapid driver, but he's being pursued by young 20-something Guillaume Moreau, very much a single-seater star in his early days before he switched across to GT racing. There is the Ferrari, and another 2:25, meaning the gap is down to 13.2 seconds now. When the Mercedes pits, the Ferrari will take back the advantage in class, but seesaws between the two dependent upon when the pit stops fall. Up through Radiol now goes the Ferrari. Guillaume Moreau works his way through the traffic, and having raced in Corvettes initially for Luc Alphon's team, these days for the Opel Pescarolo squad of the Le Mans Series 41, though Marcus Paltela, who seems to have done the lion's share of the work in the Ford GT, able to go through. And this isn't a battle for position. Marcus Paltela a few laps behind the Ferrari, but still going rapidly. And 38 now has come into the pit lane. This, the Black Falcon Mercedes. Brett Curtis brought it in. He shares the car with Andre Lebed, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel. And the Hexis Aston Martin with lots of smoke out of the back of it. It's Fred Makovici. It was power steering problems earlier that dropped it down the order. This looks terminal, doesn't it? The car slowly making its way uphill. Now, is it mechanical or is that a puncture? It could be, looking at the car. Tyre smoke. Need to get a better look of it as it comes into view. Ahead of it is the number 3, the sister car, with Pierre-Bryce Maynard at the wheel. That was in the gravel yesterday afternoon, but it's 8th at the moment. And Fred Makovici heading up towards Les Combes. Turns through the corner. No, it's not a puncture, it's mechanical, isn't it? So it's coming from front left, but Makovici doing his best to bring the car back to the pit lane. And as the car runs down towards Bruxelles, more dramas then for Philippe Dumas' team to sort out. They lost a lot of time sorting out the power steering issue on that car. And now, in the last hour and a half of the race, there's another drama to try and get to the bottom of. Makovici bringing the car down through the so-called Speaker's Corner, down towards Pouhon. And so the Aston Martin is in 10th spot. Now 11th is a car that is no more, because it's the Richard Westbrook Porsche. So the next car potentially to gain a place away from the troubled Aston here is the 41 Ford GT that you've just been looking at of Marcus Paltela. That's the next car then that is looking fairly good in terms of its pace and reliability now, should therefore be able to gain ground, and that would put Marcus Paltela up into the top 10. That demise, incidentally, of Richard Westbrook means that the best placed Porsche in the race is going to be in 19th place, and it's the Milner Motorsport car out of the Gentleman Trophy of Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach. Porsche, of course, last year with the GT2 car, winning the race outright. Mike Jordan's last lap was a 2:27.7, whereas Guillaume Moreau behind him did a 2:27.2, so the gap hasn't come down by a huge amount, 12.7 seconds. Right, let's go back to the Pressy Spark garage. David Jones is with Haley.
The gap is closing. What position are you hoping to finish in?
First. It's very tight. We've both got one pit stop left. I should think we're both marginal on brakes, and we're not sure who's got to change tyres. So it'll be tight.
So a tense time for this remaining amount of time for you.
For me, it'll be what it'll be. I've done my bit.
Thank you, best of luck.
Well, David's done his work. It rather sounds like Mike Jordan's going to take the flag in that car. So all the Joneses can do is bite the nails, sit and wait, as there looks like the end of an Aston Martin, doesn't it, with loads of smoke billowing out of the front. The gaffer tape you can see was after contact with the number 23 Audi. Stephanie Hansen was assaulted by this car around about lunchtime today, coming out of the bus stop, and he was hit in the rear, so that was another reason the car had to pit, to have the damage taped up. Then there was the power steering problem, and now there's all of this smoke as well. So Fred Macko brought the car in. Now that the fuelling has been done, they can wheel the car into the garage and start to do some other work, but this could be a rather lengthy pit stop. And now we're getting towards the point of the race where for some teams they're looking up the walking wounded, just trying to get to the end. But from 10th place as it is now, this is another car that is going to drop down the order, and the Hexis AMR mechanics that have worked so hard over the course of the last 22 and a half hours are not done yet. The car goes into its pit box. Engine cover comes off, and now they look into an engine bay, and I'm not sure they're going to like what they see there. There's a driver change being effected, you can see, for when the car is ready, if it's ready, to go back out into the race, but the team have got a bit of work to do yet to get that car back out onto the track. So it has been this rather mixed race for the Hexis team. Now there is 35 Thomas Jaeger, still doing a very good job as he comes up towards the La Source hairpin. This car currently in 3rd spot, and it is 10 laps down on the race leader. So Thomas Jaeger accelerating through towards Eau Rouge now, just looking at whether or not that car's got a chance of gaining a plate, only if others have problems, because it's 8 laps down on the 2nd place at BMW. But for this to get a podium, it would be a great result. Now it has got itself clear for the moment at least of Felipe Albuquerque in number 32 Audi. Through Les Combes comes Thomas Jaeger. This was the scene of his accident yesterday when he was tagged into a spin by Stefan Ortelli. So the two cars yesterday ran together and made contact. We've got them bunching up again now, with the Audi being quicker. Is it rather inevitable therefore that 32's going to catch? Well, not now, because on this lap it's just come into the pit lane, so that takes some of the pressure off the Mercedes team for the moment. Felipe Albuquerque then down the pit road. Is he going to stay in the car, or is that going to be handed back now to Stefan Ortelli? Stefan, we saw a little while ago in the garage, looking as though he's eager to take over. Very wide there goes Thomas Jaeger off the road. It's going to, his tyres are power of no good because he'll pick up all the marbles there, so it's going to take him a lap or so to clean those. Work his way now down through Biff Baff, through the right and the left, with traffic ahead that he's going to have to worry about soon. And there is 32, so the 4th place car, which was catching the Mercedes, now having lost some time, so the car then shortly to rejoin. And as we look at one Audi, we've got to catch up with dramas for others in a moment as well, because United Autosports has had a rather busy race, it's got to be said, and Mark Blundell, one of the drivers of number 11, which disappointingly we saw retire yesterday evening. Mark, nice to see you, but I know you'd much rather be out there than in here, wouldn't you?
It's good to be here, that's for sure. It's been a quiet weekend for me so far.
Did you ever get a stint in the car in the race or not?
No,
nothing at all.
Only got to do 5 laps in the practice and the qualifying,
and we unfortunately didn't get in the car for the race. But that's one of those things. That's motor racing,
Sure.
as they say, the old cliche.
Exactly. Now, was it an engine problem, or was it an electrical gremlin that caused an engine issue?
We actually don't know, because the car is still out on the circuit.
Fair enough.
And unfortunately, Eddie Cheever was at the wheel and decided to leave the car, and the regulations stipulate that once you leave the car, you are out of the race. Of which then you can't recover the car.
Yeah.
So it kind of caught us short. But there you go. It's one of those things.
I know you've enjoyed GT racing. You were here last year for the Spa 24. You've done a bit more as well. There is, in fact, the car. Not a great sight for you, I know, but that's where it is.
No, that's not a good sight for me. I'd rather not look at that, to be perfectly honest. But yeah. But that's one of those situations. It happens. Unfortunately for us, I was very confident that we could have had a good result again this year. We managed to finish on the podium last year. The other two guys in the sister cars with United Autosports are running still very well, very strongly. And there's cars going out, as we just saw very early on with the 888 Porsche there, with Westbrook behind the wheel. Unfortunate for him, but that's one of those things.
Absolutely. Now, of course, with your wealth of experience, you're very much in the pro category, but there has been some rather wayward driving. Some of the AMs look very AM, don't they?
I have to be really honest with you. I think at this stage of the game, and especially with the depth of field that we have for this year, which is very strong, with a number of manufacturers participating, I think there's been some levels of driving out there which are not really where we should be. I think there should be a little bit of a higher standard. And some of it's not actually the pure driving behind the wheel, it's just what they do on the circuit in traffic situations. I know Stefan Johansson, one of my teammates there in the other car, in the 23 car, something happened there with him which was unfortunate, but I think it could have been avoided if there was a little bit more experience and a bit more forward thinking.
And it's one of those events, isn't it, where safety cars breed safety cars. Somebody goes off, everyone gets bunched up, there's more chance of an incident, people go off, they bring things onto the circuit, there's more chance of an incident, and it's all self-perpetuating.
It's the concertina effect.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly that. It's like the M25, isn't it, on a Friday afternoon?
Now, the Pro-Am battle here, Mercedes versus Ferrari, fascinating situation this. You've got the amateurs, the Jones brothers and Mike Jordan, being caught hand over fist by Guillaume Moreau, proper career single-seater racer. But this is one of the beauties of this event, isn't it? I know we talk about the different driving standards, but here, different types of driver having a great battle.
Well, exactly that, and the Pro-Am concept, it does actually work. And I think, to be fair, the standard of driving is there, but I just think in traffic situations, there's a level of judgment that needs to be accounted for. But in terms of these guys behind the wheel, they do a fantastic job. But when you've got a pro driver in a piece of kit like the Ferrari there, and he's coming up behind you, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be wired into their mirrors there, and it won't be long before he makes his move. But again, he's a professional, and he should be making those moves very easily and very cleanly.
And there's the car that runs in second place, Claudia Hurtgen at the wheel, and that BMW, don't know how much chance you've had to look at other cars, but it's just soldiered on without really any drama since the race started.
And a major factor in 24-hour racing.
Exactly.
Durability, reliability, whatever you want to term it. It's things like this, when you don't have a door on the side of your car, it'll be a little bit of an increased drag situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Air conditioning free of charge, but it's one of those situations. If you can't get to the end of 24 hours, it's not worth talking about, really. If you don't come in prepared, that's one way to do it.
You can tell it's near the end of the race, can't you, when it gets this crude? Finish at all costs, just get the car in the race.
Just get it in the race, hammer that door in. There'll be some tank tape comes out in a moment as well. Yeah, there's the old faithful silver tape.
So that's a car, believe it or not, with the way it's being abused, that runs in the Gentleman Trophy. You wouldn't think it looking at that, would you? Not very gentlemanly at all.
It may not be running in the next race without a few more repairs, but we have to bear in mind as well, those mechanics, they've been up for 20 odd hours flat now, and many hours before that. They do a tremendous job, and I think all of the people involved in this kind of racing really do a sterling effort.
Here you are, gaffer tape's arrived, so the door's back on.
We were wrong, actually. It's white, not silver.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. It's late in the race. They've run out of silver. They've used all that. They have to get the spare reel out, I think, here. Mike Jordan's class lead is diminishing all the time. Gets out of the way to let the second place BMW go through, but of course he doesn't want to compromise himself and let the Ferrari by as well. So, difficult situation this, but eventually Mike goes wide. Guillaume Moreau nips up the inside. That's going to give the Ferrari the class lead.
Well, I mean, one of those situations where you get caught in traffic, and I think he probably left the door too open there, and BMW's going to get eaten up quite quickly as well by the speed of that Ferrari. But just reading the traffic again on a fast corner like that, you want to be a little bit cautious. Again, towards the end of the race, you do not want to make a driver error when you're only a couple of hours away from the finish.
Very true. So Guillaume Moreau about to go past the second place car. He's in sixth place, but of course running on a different lap because of earlier dramas in the race. Let's just go back to your car, brief as its inclusion in the race may have been, but it's been probably a great weekend for all you ex-F1 drivers, getting together and having bit of a reminiscing session. Johnny was saying yesterday you were going down memory lane.
Oh, we've had a fantastic time. And myself and Johnny just came from the Nordschleife doing the 24 hours there, where we managed to get to 20 hours and then get packed up. But to be really fair, the enjoyment side of it is a big thing for us. We're doing this kind of racing. It's not going to change our career paths. We've had all of that in years gone by. But what we do is we have some good times, but with some professional racing and with some very competitive cars underneath us.
I was going to say, you are taking it seriously. You're not just playing at this. You're here to do well. You want to do well. You're doing everything to make sure of a good result.
No, 100%. We're here in a professional capacity, and very thankful that we've got good equipment with Audi, United Autosports, and some good partners on board. And again, I'm very thankful that I'm driving with the likes of people like Stephanie Johansson, Johnny Herbert, Eddie Cheever, Zach Brown, Mark Patterson. All these guys are on the amateur side, very high level. But to be back with some of your old sparring partners is great fun.
When's your next race?
My next race actually is in about 2 weeks' time. Grand Am race in Watkins Glen in the States.
And are you going to be persuaded to come back to Brands Hatch this year for the VW Sirocco race like last year? Because that was a good race. It was a good fun. That
VW have asked me.
Excellent. Is that a yes then?
I haven't said yes at this point, and I'm actually waiting to see who the other professional guys are going to be in there. And
right,
I'm trying to get Martin Brundle back in. I'm trying to think that Jonathan Palmer may actually have a go.
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And I think that Johnny Herbert will be back in, and actually me and Johnny have got some things to settle on that track, so we'll see.
Excellent. Oh, good to see you. Sorry you're not in the race anymore, but thanks very much for coming up, and the best of luck to United Autosports for the surviving car up to the end of the race. Well, thanks very much indeed. Now, as you look at Dodge Vipers heading down the pit lane, another car that we saw a little while ago heading into the pit road was the Ecurie Cos Aston Martin, and we heard from Joe Twyman last night. Ollie Bryant has been another of the drivers of that car, and it's fair to say that Ollie is the person with most modern GT experience. But how's the race been? I know you've had these pit stops, and are we looking good to get the car to the finish?
That's the plan. I mean, we're aiming for a finish. That was always our result, our aim, sorry. And we're just outside the top 20 at the moment, but the problems we've had in the race, we're lucky to still be going, really. I mean, about 6 o'clock this morning I was in the car, and it turned itself off completely out the back of the circuit at Stavelot. Marshall's pushed me behind the barrier, and I thought, right, this is it. So fortunately we put a few tools in the car, and I plugged the radio in, went round the passenger side, spoke to the team on the radio, and we had a spare ECU in the car, so I unplugged the existing one, plugged the new one in, and the car fired up and managed to drive back to the pits. I then, they then sort of fixed it in properly back in the pits and sent me on my way. Then had a puncture going into Eau Rouge a couple of laps later, which was interesting. Got all that dealt with, and then had a really good stint, an hour and a half, I think, with a fuel stop in the middle, doing sort of 26s, 27s, which was a good pace, considering we have this sort of temperamental misfire, which we still haven't been able to solve.
Oh, really? In
the whole race. We've tried various different things.
Now, I think the last report we'd had from Chris Needell was that the ECUs were overheating and you kept having to change them, but you were starting to run out. So is that still the problem you've got? Can you get to the end?
Well, we think we found out that the actual turning off of the car, which is obviously more serious than the misfire itself, was because of a throttle body issue.
Oh, right.
So the throttle body was actually shutting itself off and therefore just choking the engine.
Right.
So we've managed to change one of those, and that seems to have stopped it cutting out, but we've still got the misfire, which we've been dealing with since middle of the night, which you've got to sort of drive through. If you load the engine up, the misfire gets worse, so you've just got to sort of feather your way through it. And I just did a stint then for an hour and a bit, and it was fine.
Okay.
Alistair's in there now, and I think he's going to either stay to the end or Andrew will get back in.
Now you've got an hour and 12 minutes to go. Stay with us, Ollie, because we're looking at the third place car, and Thomas Jaeger drives it at the moment. Stefan Lemray is one of the other drivers. He's in the pit lane. Let's join him and Haley Coxon.
Keep Thomas on the wheel, because of course he's the factory driver of Mercedes, so he knows the car better than me, and he is in better conditions to push till the end, because the Audi is coming back. But if we don't have any problem, but okay, maybe we could have a small technical problem, but we will see. If we don't have any technical or crash, then we think it could be okay, because the Audi has to stop once more, because they have to stop 10 minutes before the end for a splash and dash. So I hope it could be okay.
Thank you.
every year for the Spa 24 Hours, Stéphane Lemray managed to find something to race and gives the team lots of coverage. The Belgian journalist, very quick driver in his own right, and Thomas Jaeger, the factory driver, as you heard, makes his way past the endurance pits, which is where Barwell Motorsport is based, the team that operates the Curie-Cos Aston Martin. Ollie Bryant, one of the 4 drivers with me, and as we discovered yesterday talking to Joe Twyman, it's been a major effort from all 4 of you guys to get into the race, because there's no one big sponsor here with an enormous checkbook to help you. You had to go out and try and fund this yourselves.
Yeah, we had the idea spurred off in sort of January, beginning of the year. Joe having done the race last year and won it in the GT4 class, and I'd worked Barwell in the past with the Genesis iTech, so we thought that would be a good package, so we sort of lined all that up, and then it was just a case of finding the money, which in the current climate, as you can appreciate, was difficult to do.
Absolutely.
But all 4 of us just worked away at it, and we got some great deals. Joe managed to negotiate a deal with Motorsport magazine, which then led into some other sponsors, including a hotel in the Cayman Islands,
very nice,
which is one of our major sponsors, is on the bonnet of the car. And yeah, otherwise, just several deals been done by all of us, and including selling space on the way out here and getting stickers made up on Thursday. And the final livery was sort of start of the race. That was the final version. So it was great to get it all together, and really pleased, and great to have the name back. And we just want to get to the finish, and that's a stepping stone to move on to better things, and do some more endurance racing, and then take the name back to Le Mans.
Dare one ask what it's cost to do this race, or do you dare not work it out finally?
Yeah, quite a lot, but
very diplomatic answer that.
Yeah, the team, we wanted to do it properly, so we didn't sort of skimp on parts, and we made sure we had everything in place to do it the best job possible with the car. And unfortunately, these electrical gremlins can happen to anybody, and the team have been on the case trying to fix it.
Sure.
We've also had an Aston Martin engineer with us, because we're a partner team, and just doing everything we can to try and get through the race and solve these various issues.
Looking at a rather battered BMW there, running in the GT4 class. Now, your car's got 68 minutes to go. One more pit stop?
Yeah, I think for fuel anyway, we do need to stop again, and then it's just a case of whether we leave Alistair in there or whether we get Andrew in there to take the flag. Depends how Alistair's feeling.
Is it a fairly physical car to drive around here?
Yeah, it is. It's quite a heavy car, big V12 up the front, so it's certainly watching the onboard of the Audi guys out there. Certainly looks nice and easy for them, but it's a fantastic car, very charismatic. Makes a fantastic noise, and through the high speeds.
Board now with 33, Timo Scheider at the wheel, double DTM champion for Audi, although he started off with Opel in the DTM after he moved away from single-seaters. Never had much luck with Opel, had lots of speed, but Opels weren't the most reliable of cars, and as he turned through the bus stop, you saw the battered BMW, the GT4 spec car, bailing out of the way. The car that Christophe Legrand shares with Raffaele Sangiolo, Giuseppe De Pasquale and Wolfgang Haug, and that was the car that's been involved in the Andrew Coccari accident right at the start of the race. Through La Source then now comes Timo Scheider. Last lap through was a 2:23.2, the best lap of the race a 2:20.2, and there down the pit road now comes the BMW, and the car currently is in 26th place. It's another of the cars that runs in the endurance pits. The 2 pit lanes added together make up a kilometre, so it's quite a long run through the pit lane. And you're on board now with Claudia Hertgen in 2nd place. Claudia 2 laps down on the leading Audi, but still this car looking good for 2nd position now. Now, as we discovered last year, even in the last hour of the race, problems can still hit the leading runners, but this car has just gone so strongly, and more drama for United Autosports now, stranded out on the circuit. Now, is that 23 possibly? Trying to identify, or is it the sister car? It's going nowhere for the moment. And it is 12, in fact. It's Ari Leindijk's car that was lower down the order in 18th place. So, number 12 has ground to a halt. That's coming out of Pithpath, I think I'm right in saying, down towards the campus right-hander where the education centre building is. for the Cours Paul Frere, and it is stranded on the road. Now, what's going to happen? Can the car restart and limp to the pit lane, or is that going to be a safety car to try and drag it out of the way? So yellow flags are out in the middle sector of the lap. United Autosports, that came with high hopes for this year's race, but all sorts of gremlins have got in the way. There's 32. Philippe Albuquerque stayed at the wheel of the car, and we can hear from his co-driver Stefan Ortelli, because he is in the pit lane looking at the moment, a car in 4th place. He's with Haley.
Stefan, it's great to see the Mercedes and the Audi battling it out at the Spa track. We've just spoken to car number 35. He did mention you do still have a splash and dash, which may be an advantage to them.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, for sure, to be now in a position to fight for the podium, it's just great. We're gonna push as much as we can. They have their plans, we have our plans. What I can say is we have Felipe in the car, and he's doing a pretty much good job, and he's so fast right now, so I think we keep them under pressure. We'll see how it will go, but on the other hand, the sister car is P1, and that's the most important thing. I mean, if we can win the race as a team, it will be better than just to be on the podium. So we'll see, we'll push, we'll continue for sure.
Thank you.
Well, certainly Felipe Albuquerque is pushing, because he was quicker than Thomas Jaeger in the first sector, and by 2 seconds he was faster in the second sector. So very definitely he is rising to the occasion. We'll get the gap next time over the line. And is that Leyendyke's Audi that's got going again? Yes, it is. So just wonder whether it's that same rogue electrical problem that's affected other cars of the team over the course of the race, where you have to stop and reset, restart, and then you can get going again. But Leyendyke, having his, believe it or not, first ever race here, is heading for the pit lane. And the Dutchman, who had never been to Spa before he came to the test day, was a successful Formula V racer as far back as 1972, racing Formula Ford 1600, was the European champion in 1975. He's not heading for the pit lane, in fact he's going to carry on. Raced in Formula 3, and it was in the 1980s that he moved to America. Started off in IndyCar in 1985, double Indy 500 winner, and the 57-year-old heading then now down towards the La Source hairpin. But that has really cost him another big chunk of time. The lap is over 9 minutes, what he should be doing sort of 2:27s to 2:30s. Number 3, Pierre-Brice Mena now into the pit lane, 8th this car, which tends to be overshadowed really by the sister car number 4, particularly when it's being raced by Frederic Makovici. But now number 3 is the one that is best placed, and so 8th as it came into the pit lane. However, it's going to lose that place very shortly to the number 50 Ferrari, Marco Giocci at the wheel, because when that comes over the line, which it now does, Marco Giocci will go through and pick up 8th place. In the meantime, we've got the race leader here, Timo Scheider, coming down towards the bus stop. And other than fuel and tyres, and in one of its longer stops, a change of brake discs and pads, there's been just nothing wrong with this car. Other Audis, yes, they've had their problems, be it gearbox or damage or an accident. In the case of number 99 that led into the night, but this car has just gone on and on and on up front. It took over the lead within the 10th hour of the race and continues to dominate the 24 hours of Spa. Through Eau Rouge now goes Scheider, goes past the stricken Audi of Eddie Cheever. Perfect parking place, Eddie, well chosen, under the big Audi R8 banner. And Audi putting a lot of effort into this year's event, not just in terms of the support for the customer teams, but also with a big hospitality structure, lots of Audi guests here, and also intriguingly in the Audi hospitality area, representatives of the burgeoning Bathurst 12 Hours, because Audi had a 2-car attack at this year's event and had a 1-2 finish. Well, let's have a quick look back at what's been going on in the race so far. We're into the last hour of the race, and with a 62-car grid that blasted into life at 4 p.m. yesterday. Mark Goossens, the early race leader, until he was attacked by his teammate Ludovic Sunier at the bus stop. Sunier trying to get past Peter Cox. He did that perfectly. Trouble was, he was never going to make the corner, and Goossens was the innocent victim of Sunier's erratic driving. Andrew Coccodi was clipped into a big moment at the hairpin at La Source. He went off the road and it did a huge amount of damage to the McLaren. Andrew okay. Then Thomas Jaeger was assaulted by Stefan Ortelli, and although the Mercedes was tagged into a spin, the Audi continued. It was the Audi that came off worse. The front damage ultimately brought the car into the pit lane for over half an hour. Nicky Malhoff destroyed his Lamborghini. On track, we had this great battle between Audi and Porsche. Christian Menzel's Porsche took over the lead. Then on its next pit stop it fell back behind the two Phoenix Audis. Andrea Piccini tagged into a spin by a back-marking Porsche, and Mark Hayek in Peter Cox's Lamborghini had a big engine failure, and that put the second of Hans Reiter's cars out of the race. An alternator problem delayed the 888 Porsche. Christian Menzel, having led the race, brought it into the pit lane, and that enabled 33 Matthias Ekström to come up into second spot, chasing after 99. It was an Audi 1-2, but from different teams, whilst United Autosport lost car number 11, Eddie Cheever, parking the car in the pit exit slip road as he came through Eau Rouge. He bailed off the track, pulled off the circuit, walked away from the car. So 99 led the way towards midnight. Mark Basseng, Christopher Hasse and Frank Stifler, the drivers. Jack Gerber had an off, slithered through the gravel bed, bounced off the tyres, although that car able to carry on, and it's still going strongly within the top 10. The safety car period before midnight meant that United Autosports put Johnny Herbert's car into the garage to try and get to the bottom of the strange electrical gremlins that the car had. It's out on track. There were cars to be recovered, including the Porsche of GDL Racing, Gianluca De Lorenzi's car that was parked by the side of the circuit. It wasn't long into the restart, but we had the next drama. Mike Hesselman's Mercedes, running well within the top 10, crashed out against the barrier at the Cours Paul Frère, broke a steering arm. That was the end of that. Then Thomas Duchesne bounced his Ferrari off the wall as well. He limped it back to the pit lane, but eventually, despite a long repair job, gearbox failure has put the car out of the race. Fireworks in the sky, fireworks on the track during the night as the leading Audi crashed out. We lost Lamborghini, we lost McLaren as well, and we lost Mercedes in the early hours of the morning. Mike Parisi parking his SLS AMG by the side of the road. So car 33, Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi, the leading drivers. And for the Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club, all is running to plan. The team overseen by Pierre Dieudonné, himself a former Spa 24-hour winner as a racer, and he was looking at the same pictures as us as Timo Scheider became very frustrated as he was stuck in traffic. But then frustration headed for Vitaphone Racing as Andrea Bertolini pitted, gave the car over to Louis Machiels. It was a long stop. The Ferrari technicians tried to get to the bottom of what the problem was, but there was a pit stop infringement, and in the fullness of time, a drive-through penalty was issued to the Pro-Am Cup leading car. As Machiels rejoined, BMW 76, the Z4 of Team Schubert, was up into second place. Edward Sandstrom let Dirk Werner take over. As 33 Audi continued its majestic progress up front. Into the top three came the Exis number 4 Aston Martin. But then the drive-through penalty was issued to number 2 Louis Machiels, but with a broken radio he didn't get the message. When he did, it was too late. He'd gone past the board 3 times. The car was excluded. He took the drive-through penalty, but the black flag was still being issued. And inevitably, when the car came in, there was only one possible reaction from the race officials. Stop. Car number 2 excluded for not responding to the drive-through penalty in the appropriate time, namely 3 laps, and very frustrated Andrea Bertolini just couldn't believe it. 33 continued to dominate the race. Matthias Ekström replaced Timo Scheider behind the wheel. Discs and pads were changed as Audi looked as though it was going to clean up in the 24 hours of Spa. A punctured tyre for Jack Gerber delayed the 50 Ferrari, the tyre parting company with the wheel as it limped back to the pit lane. So, Audi ahead of BMW, Mercedes and Audi 4th in the 24 hours of Spa, with now just under 54 minutes to go, but the drama wasn't done. Richard Westbrook blasted down the pit lane to rejoin. An engine problem and a big engine fire stopped him at the end of the pit road. The car clunked and clattered, came to a halt, and a fire extinguisher wheeled out to try and put out the blaze. Richard Westbrook's race at an end. And big problems too for the number 4 Aston Martin that very smokily made its way back into the pit lane and is currently in its garage. All of that within the first 23 hours. What's going to happen in the last 53 minutes? There's bound to be a sting in the tail, there always is, as the Acuriacos Aston Martin there you've got to look at coming out of the pit lane, and that is looking to try to gain another pace or two before the end, one at the expense of the now retired 888 Porsche, and the number 4 Hexis Aston Martin has just rejoined as well, now with Steph Dusseldorp at the wheel. There's number 50 Ferrari, which is currently third in its class going down the pit lane. Marco Ciocci at the wheel. Now that car is 2 laps down on the Joneses and Jordan Mercedes that is still on the... still in the battle for class lead, but with its most recent pit stop, it has lost ground against the number 20 Ferrari. There now is the number 90 Mercedes, and there is now a gap of over a lap, in fact, between the top two within the Pro-Am Cup. So you've got the number 20 Ferrari in 6th place. Here is the Team Prezi Spa Mercedes that comes into the bus stop, and as Mike Jordan now accelerates up towards the line, this car currently in 7th place, and as he comes across the timing line now, he is 1 lap down after that most recent pit stop. Gets out of the way at La Source of 29, which is the Giacomo Petrobelli Ferrari in 5th place overall, that car. There's a replay of Richard Westbrook's demise, having been strapped into the car by Christian Menzel, and all seem to have been going well. And the mechanic doing the tyre change, driver being strapped into the car, but it was the big engine fire that put the car out of the race. Pit stop going routinely, fuel in, driver change, new tyres on. Richard Westbrook blasted away, but then he just catches the light, and as he accelerated away, that's when the engine lets go. Flames out of the back, and as he gets to the end of the pit lane, it grinds to a halt, and the audio from on board just underlining how big an engine problem it was as it clunked and clattered to a standstill. Flames grew larger, and with the car stranded at the end of the pit lane, there was a traffic jam for a little while until it was able to be moved out of the way. 85 has had a fairly torrid race as well. The BDS team's Ford Mustang. This is the car of the all-Belgian crew, Bonjour Mumbai, Julian Schroem, Jose Kloos and Rafael van der Straten. And Guillaume Moreau going back down the pit lane, and that means that he will hang on to the lead of the Pro-Am Cup class, and the team looking very pleased with life now. So I think that's the last stop done that they will need to do for that car. It can go to the end, so it looks as though that's going to be on for a class win. But just been a great effort here by the Joneses. Godfrey Jones, in fact, has taken over from Mike Jordan, so that's why it was a longer pit stop, because they had to do more than just put fuel in the car. There was a driver change, tyres I think on the car as well. So number 90, Godfrey Jones at the wheel, accelerating now up towards the completion of the lap. This is the class leading Ferrari, which is currently in 6th place overall, and Guillaume Moreau, the very rapid French driver, former single-seater hot shoe, looks as though he's going to be the man to bring it to the end of the race. He's gone through pit exit, speed building now. The pit lane exit parallel to the race circuit. All of this so the cars build up enough speed so that when they blend back in, they're not being dangerous. They're at a proper race pace. And so in the Pro-Am Cup, Ferrari leads Mercedes, Guillaume Moreau leads Godfrey Jones. We've got 49.5 minutes of the race to go. It was a Porsche win last year, Corvette the year before, Maserati the year before that, but it looks as though this year Audi is going to score its first Spa 24-hour win. It's been successful as a brand here in the past in the 1,000-kilometre prototype races, but never in GT terms. And the Spa 24 Hours that for many, many years was a touring car race. In the halcyon days of Group A touring cars, it used to get enormous entries, including, in fact, Audis that were competitive in their classes. But when the Group A category of touring car racing fell apart and different national championships had different regulations, there was no real common touring car category to run to. And when the race was won for 2 years in a row by a Peugeot 306 GTI, the organisers thought we need to do something about this and build the event back up again. And going to SRO for a GT grid was the absolute ideal. We've had some superb racing and very big grids in the 11 years since it became a GT 24-hour race. And the Audi mechanics at Team WRT ready then for the last pit stop for 33. Timo Scheider, I imagine, will stay behind the wheel, though as he explained to us earlier on, he had to do an extra stint that he wasn't expecting to do in the night, so he's had very, very little sleep. But as long as he's still alert and happy enough behind the wheel, they'll probably leave him in car 33 to take the checkered flag. Timo won this event when he drove with Michael Bartels and Eric van der Poel back in 2005 in the Maserati MC12. That was the first year the MC12 won the event. It's the first full season, in fact, as a GT1 car. But now very much part of the Audi factory. He has driven, of course, in the DTM, double champion, and was loaned out to a Porsche team last year as well. So for this weekend, a GT3 racer, and by the look of what was going on in the pit lane, it's going to be a Belgian driver to bring the car home. Greg Franchi, I think, is getting ready now, suited and booted to take over. Dramas continue though, and that's 56, stranded by the side of the road. Marc Fagianato out of the Cup class for the Gentleman Trophy for the older spec Porsches, and Marc Fagianato has pulled off, heading down towards the right-hander campus, which goes past the educational building, educational centre, and it is ground to a halt. It's off the racing line, but I'm afraid to say that's a car that doesn't look like it's going anywhere for the moment. And 98 has been off the road as well. Andrea Piccini in the surviving car from Audi Sport Team Phoenix, getting it wrong at the bus stop, but Andrea Piccini continues in 12th place. Timo Scheider in the meantime goes up through Les Combes, and as he does so, now being able to run at a conservative pace, knowing that with 3 laps in hand he's not going to be caught. Problems now for 41, which is Jonathan Hershey, not going all that rapidly in the Ford GT. He was slow coming out of the bus stop, didn't pit. The car's improving its pace, look, as it goes down towards Eau Rouge now. Rattles over the curb as Jonathan Hershey, the former Swiss Formula Renault champion. He had a couple of years in the Eurocup Megane Trophy, became a GT racer last year. This car shared with Marcus Palsela and Antoine Leclerc. He currently runs in 11th place, so whatever the problem was coming past the pits, looks like he's managed to get around it, and the car at a proper pace once more, heading now up towards Les Combes. Through the right, left, right, heading now down towards Bruxelles. And there's 33, race leader Timo Scheider. Car 32, the sister car of Felipe Albuquerque, under investigation for overtaking under yellow flags. So the story not yet over for 32, even though they're pushing on to try to catch the Mercedes of Thomas Jaeger. It may be that there's a penalty looming for the Portuguese racer. No such problems for Timo Scheider then, as he comes into Blanchimont now. Into the braking area for the bus stop. This car 3 laps up on the opposition, and in it comes, and I would imagine now that they're going to let, if there is a driver change, yes, Greg Franchi to take over. It would be a very popular finish, I think, that a Belgian team with a Belgian driver behind the wheel to bring the car home into the last 45 minutes, and Greg Franchi, not as well credentialed as his 2 co-drivers, but is an ever-improving young driver and has been an integral part of the Belgian Audi Club attack on the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, as well as racing in the European GT3 Championship. So he understands the cars, he knows the discipline, that's for sure. And Greg Franchi steps forward, and Timo Scheider is not for getting out of the car, is he? Or is he? No, he's happy to continue. Greg Franchi says, do you want me to take over, or are you okay? Timo says, no, I'm good to go, thanks. So I think Greg was on standby more than anything, perhaps then, in case Timo Scheider was feeling particularly weary. He seems to have spent most of the race driving the car. So he says, no, I'm okay. So Greg Franchi denied, therefore, the chance of bringing it home. Interesting decision there. But Timo Scheider was certainly not budging, was he? New tyres being brought out. Timo, the former winner of the event, Matthias Extra, having his first Spa 24 hours, set for a victory. His first in a 24-hour race, despite the fact he's done the Nürburgring 24 hours. I think his best result in that's been a 5th, most recently in fact. But it looks like a win will come at Spa. A circuit he's not raced at since about 2005 when he last raced here in the DTM. And Timo Scheider, in a moment or two, is going to rejoin once the new Michelins have gone on the car and it's been dropped down off the jacks. Been another great weekend at Spa for this year's 24 hours. Over 60,000 spectators have enjoyed the action, and a quick check at the front to make sure that there's no debris in the radiator that's going to make the car overheat. And again, with so much time in hand, they can easily afford to just take a little bit more time to make sure that all is well. And so engine fires up and the car now leaves the pit lane with 43 minutes of the race remaining effectively now for Timo Scheider. Last pit stop done. All they have to do now is sit and wait. So he makes his way down the pit road. There you can see car number 124 with all the sticky tape on the door. That was the Porsche we saw being attacked by a hammer to try and straighten out some damage. They've taped up the door, and this car now in the hands of Sebastian Asch, running in 20th place. It's second in its class as well, and it is a lap down on its class rival, but it is lapping quicker. Lots of time was lost early on with a big gearbox problem, having had a very comfortable class lead, but the good news is Milner Motorsport have got it back into the race, and so Sebastian Asch lapping quicker than the class rival Porsche ahead, number 19, which is currently being driven by Mathias Hakema. Can it catch in 42 minutes of the race? I suspect not now. The gap's probably just too wide. The damage to that car, meaning that the Porsche, when it gets to its next pit stop, is going to have a bit more TLC on the driver's side door. And as we get towards the conclusion of the 24 hours of Spa, a man I'm sure who would much rather be out on the circuit has joined me in the commentary booth, and that is Michael Bartels. And let's give that for Michael. And first of all, commiserate, because a race that had so much potential for you with the new Ferrari 458, but you've had all sorts of problems, I know.
Well, it started already with some problems on Thursday in the qualification runs, and but in the race we found a good rhythm, a strong rhythm. We could move quickly up to the top 5, and then we are running basically consistently in the direction of a possible podium finish, until then the black flag came.
Just go back one stage. Andrea brought the car in, Louis took over, but what was going on that brought the car in? We saw engineers with the computers and looking into the engine. What was that problem?
There was an alarm on the display, showing fuel pressure, and we came in to check it, and then people connected their laptops and data analyzing systems, and there then I think was a mistake to fire up the car when it was up in the air, and this is why we got the stop and go or drive-through penalty. And this was then the job of Louis to come in and
but he could not hear you. He had a radio
There was
problem.
a radio problem. It was working in the beginning. Then for some reason the radio connection was not anymore there to the driver and opposite. And we tried to show him everything. Also, of course, the race director or the people on the start-finish line showed him drive through. And I think he was so concentrated and focused on his stint that he didn't see it.
Sure.
And he didn't see because if you are early in the stint, you are not taking care about so much.
Team, she must be proud.
Yeah, until now it's running good, but there is another more than half an hour to go, and I have really learned that 24 hours not over before the real end. Therefore, we are in two good positions at present. The car number 33 is in the lead, and the car number 32 is at present in 4th place. Tries to catch up for 3rd, which I think is theoretically even very difficult, but you never know what happens. Important that there is no issue coming, that the guys that are in the cars just take it safe and drive it home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wolfgang Ulrich knows all about 24-hour races, be it Le Mans, now Spa, be it the Nürburgring 24. Hugely experienced, and of course the man that has done so much to change the image of Audi through motorsport into a must-have brand these days. And with 33, Timo Scheider leading the way. We're 35 minutes away from the checkered flag. Are we 35 minutes away from an Audi win? Well, tempts fate to say just how well this car has gone, but it has just gone like clockwork. You're on board with 33, Timo Scheider. Let's ride with him. towards Blancpain. Speed building all the time, and as he comes now into the braking zone, watch his feet, watch his hands on the brakes. Down to that paddle shift box, through the right, through the left, through the right, out now of Blancpain, down to Bruxelles. Rides the curve, and when you look from the outside, you think, yes, he's going at a fairly reduced pace now just to get to the end. You go on board and you see still how much commitment is being put in. Schreider goes now through Pont, the corner everybody loves at the Spa circuit. You've got to be brave to do it at the right speed, but it is a very fast corner. And now into the piff path with traffic ahead. Looks like that might be the Ecuria Cars Aston Martin that's going to be negotiated first of all, but in a moment the gap will open up, and yep, the Aston pulls to one side. It's Andrew Smith at the wheel of the car, so that goes a lap down on the race leader. It's in 21st place at the moment, the Cars Aston. And there are one or two rather weary people in the Belgian Audi Club garage. Vincent Vos, the team manager, himself a very successful Belgian racer, but these days concentrating on running cars and running teams. Doesn't do quite as much racing as he used to, but all the mechanics now coming out on parade with their cars first and fourth. And in 12th is the surviving Audi from Team Phoenix, which has got at the moment Andrea Piccini at the wheel. Timo Schreider, it's 531 laps done, and of course this is the car that leads to the Pro Cup. In the Pro-Am Cup now, there is a lap still between the leading Ferrari and the second placed Mercedes, but I still think that the Pressy Spark squad are going to be delighted with second place in class. It'll be a great effort for them, that great achievement. There's the leading car then as it goes through Eau Rouge. Now as far as third and fourth is concerned, it is Thomas Jäger's Mercedes lying third at the moment. Behind is the 32 Audi, Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel, which is lapping faster, and it's on the same lap as well, but it's quite a large gap that needs to be made up here. That's the second place car you're looking at. Edward Sandström took it over on the last pit stop, the Dubai 24-hour winner. Edward Sandström, the Swede, who's also been a winner this year in the GT3 European Championship. You're riding with him, comes up through Radion. And this is another car that has put in such a good, solid run, underlining how you win endurance races, not just by speed alone, but by keeping out of trouble and having a good, solid, reliable package. Out of Blancpain, now down towards Bruxelles goes Edward Sandström. A little bit deep into the corner, fights for the clipping point, coming to the second apex in the centre of that long right. Now through the left-hander at Speaker's Corner, downhill towards Pouin. That left-hander, a corner that used to catch people out with regularity when there was limited runoff area, but now that there's a bit more tarmac runoff, same as at Pouin really, people are able to get away with any incidents they have. It was this corner a little while ago we saw Thomas Jäger running wide off the circuit, picking up some marbles on his tyres but getting away with it, and now through Piff-Paff comes Sandström, the Swedish driver, starting to really make a name for himself after a very successful campaign in GT3 racing. And in the pit lane now, mechanics studying the timing screens, and key to all of this, they're looking at the clock, seeing just how much time there is left, and it's now just over half an hour of the 24 hours of Spa. You get the best vantage points from on high, you know. So, great view of Spa being gained from the DHL hot air balloon that hovers over the circuit, and a superb circuit in the Ardennes forest with this great history of the 24-hour race here. Goes back, not continuously, but it began in 1924 when Henri Sprangel and Henri Becquet were the winners. But it had its long period of being for touring cars, now very definitely ensconced as a GT race, and all the better for it, I think, because the entries that we've had exceptional, and still there are problems, I'm afraid, for Audis. This is again United Autosport. Smoke out of the back of number 12, Ari Lyndike at the wheel of it. We've seen the car not that long ago, in fact, stranded on the circuit. It got going, but now it's looking a bit smoky. 29 minutes to go. Proves the point that still things can bite right at the very end of the race. And how bad is that smoke? Still evident. It's not getting any worse, but it's still there. Is it going to pit this time, or can they limp round to the end? United Autosports this year running 3 cars. 2 survive, but Eddie Cheever's car, as we know, we lost last night. And there, a look at how much smoke was coming out of it as it went past the endurance pits. Yes, lots of smoke there. That's when it was at its worst, going up through Eau Rouge. And the woe continues for Hexis AMR, because a punctured front right is now going to bring Steph Dusseldorp back into the pit lane. And this car that has yo-yoed up and down the order currently is in 15th spot. That investigation of number 32 Audi that I mentioned a while ago for possibly overtaking under yellow flags, no further action. So 32 escaped censure, and Felipe Albuquerque still in 4th place. Now 27.8 seconds away from the 3rd place Mercedes, and catching, he is 4 seconds a lap quicker. So in other words, Albuquerque could yet get 3rd place. It could be an Audi 1-3 here, not just an Audi 1-4. And the leading 5 cars all running in the Pro Cup. There's Bert Langin looking on, his car 4th, but might get 3rd in this last, what have we got, 28 minutes of the race now. Bert Langin, despite his success in GT racing, not yet a Spa 24-hour winner. It won't be this year either, but I can guarantee he'll be back for another crack next season. So Timo Scheider goes out of Radion, past the stranded United Autosports R8, and as he goes towards the first sector, up towards Les Combes, we'll get an indication of what his pace is like on this lap. It's quicker than last time, in fact, so just fractionally faster than a lap ago. Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Ferrari, Aston Martin within the Pro Cup. Shows you that many different brands represented in the Blancpain Endurance Series. Points were scored at the 6-hour mark and at the 12-hour mark. Nothing at 18, but you do get double points, effectively, the normal complement of points, at 24 hours. So half points given at 6 and 12, the full complement at 24. And at the moment, it looks as though the bulk of the points are going to go the way of this 33 Audi. Great news that for Greg Franchi, Stefan Ortelli and Bert Langin and Felipe Albuquerque, who are also regulars in the Blancpain series, going to finish behind. So the bulk of the points will go Greg Franchi's way. Now there is the 3rd place Mercedes. Thomas Jaeger in the first sector was being caught by about a second and a half. He runs a little bit wide onto the curb at Caen. Again, he survives that, but number 12 has expired in the pit lane, so it got as far as pit in, but then Ari Lyndike has stopped, so the car needs to be towed out of the way, and quickly as well. Otherwise, when somebody else arrives on the scene, we're going to have more problems because they can't get past. So you understand what drivers try and do, limp it back, but when the cars stop in a narrow pit entry like that, or in the case of Richard Westbrook, the pit exit, then more problems are created. So the car is now towed out of harm's way, and the team will try and work out what, if anything, they can do to get that car back into the race for the remaining 25 minutes now. Now Thomas Jaeger still charging on in number 35. Is it going to be a podium for the Mercedes? There's also that question mark over a late fuel stop for number 32. Sector 1 on this lap, Audi was quicker. In Sector 2, Audi was much quicker by 3 seconds, so the gap is coming down all the time. Through there goes Jaeger, 25 minutes to go, and in a moment we should get the Audi of Felipe Albuquerque over the timing line. He's continuing to bring the gap down and down and down. Through he goes, and they go by that lap nearly 6 seconds faster, so getting quicker and quicker all the time is Albuquerque now as he goes through the hairpin at La Source. he goes up through Radion. So Thomas Jaeger heads up towards the chicane at Les Combes, but gap down to 15.9 seconds now. So it's on this, isn't it? So Philippe Albuquerque is going to be able to catch, I think, before he needs to worry about a pit stop. But if he does have to refuel, that's going to cost him the time. It'll give the place back again to the Mercedes if that doesn't have to stop. The team manager of car 12 now, having to go and see the race director, I suspect, to be given a ticking off for whether Arie Luyendyk pitted and parked, really, or pitted and expired, which wasn't great news. So the car's out of the way, but I think the United Autosports team are going to be told, tell your driver not to do that again if he's got a car that is that slow. He can't block up the pit entry lane. Wide over the curb coming out of Pouin goes Thomas Jaeger in sector 1. He only lost a 10th, in fact, against Albuquerque, but it's over the cumulative lap. But we need to see how this gap is faring. 15.9 seconds it was. Philippe Albuquerque continuing to hustle on, but if he's only gaining a 10, that's not enough. He needs a lot more than that. Those he comes out of the pith path now. 23.5 minutes of the race to go, and with the WRT Audi leading by 2 laps over the Team Schubert BMW, that looks resolved, but third place still up for grabs. Fifth is the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari that Michael Bartels was talking about. It's deceptive in that it doesn't run in the regular livery. It's black and red, not the turquoise and black. Now, there you've got the Nissan, Alex Buncombe at the wheel of the GT4 leading car, shares with Jordan Tresson, who came out of the PlayStation Academy as a winner and has done very well in GT4 racing. And the Nissan is set for a GT4 win. Jordan Tresson, in fact, in the pit lane at the moment. We can hear from him. He has been joined by Haley Coxon.
Jordan, sorry to pull you away from the timing screen there. There's only a few minutes to go. You've dominated for the past few hours, and it looks like you could take the GT4 Cup.
Yeah, but it's still not finished. It's a very long way to go still. So yeah, we have 20 more minutes to hold on. The car is doing well for the moment. I mean, Alex is taking care of the car. So yeah, just 20 minutes to wait.
Thank you, Jordan.
They've had their problems, dampers, punctures, electrical dramas, but the main opposition, the Lotus of the Mansells and Eduardo Piscopo, had an oil leak that became a big fire and put them out of the race. The gap is down to 11.2 seconds now between third and fourth places. Thomas Jaeger to Philippe Albuquerque as he comes now there, the Portuguese driver up towards Les Combes, and they've moved themselves on track there, as you can see, ahead of the second place BMW. Edward Sandstrom, I think, now is just making sure that gets to the flag. Albuquerque, though, is still pushing on, 3/10 quicker in sector 1. There you can see the surviving Vita 4-1 Ferrari I was talking about, running in the different colour scheme. So red and black, not turquoise and black, which is the normal Vita phone, now Vita 4-1 colour scheme. And Frank Ekela, who is the regular Vita 4-1 driver, being joined by, from Scuderia Vittoria, Matteo Bobbi and Giacomo Petrovelli. They've worked well together as the combination drivers. And although they had a stop-go penalty for using non-regulation tyres, non-marked tyres 2 or 3 hours ago, the car's still going well, running in now 5th place, Giacomo Petrovelli at the wheel. Thomas Jaeger, in the meantime, in the first sector of the lap, was over a second slower than was Philippe Albuquerque. So the gap continues to come down and down. You can see there the Audi chasing on in 4th place at the moment, but 3rd could be on the cards here, depending on whether they are going to need to have another stop for some fuel. It'll only be a splash and dash, but it will cost time, particularly with the pit lane speed limit having to be adhered to, and when it's a long pit lane, over 1 kilometre in length at Spa, with the 2 pits combined, then it's certainly going to go against the number 32 Audi. To the bus stop comes Thomas Jaeger. His last lap was a 2:28. Albuquerque's last lap was a 2:23. So the gap has gone from 15 seconds down to 11. And up over the line now goes Jaeger, another lap in the 2:28s. And Albuquerque a 2:21. So the gap from 11.2 to 4.8 seconds now. Over the line they both go out of La Source. So this is the battle to look for now for the last podium place, and of course not just for an overall podium, but 3rd within the Pro Cup as well. 5th, another of the Pro Cup cars you're looking at, Giacomo Petrovelli's Ferrari. Car climbs up through Radion. Thomas Jaeger flashing the headlights at the Ferrari up the road to say, I need to get past you, I'm in a bit of a hurry here. And the Black Falcon team looking on, hoping that that car's going to be able to hang on to third place. It won't be able to do so on pace, but it might be able to on its fuel efficiency. We heard Stefan Lemray talking about the fact that they thought the Audi would need to make another pit stop. Well, does the Mercedes? Can it go to the end on the fuel? Albuquerque flashing his lights as he comes towards Bruxelles here. The car he's flashing his lights at is the one that he's chasing. So it's going to be a genuine battle for third place this when they get themselves together, and it won't be long before the two cars are together. Just 19 more minutes of the race to go. Down towards Pouan they come now. In the first sector of this lap, the gap was down again by 1.6 seconds, so Felipe Albuquerque pushing on remorselessly now, getting closer and closer and closer to Thomas Jaeger, who, you get the feeling, doesn't want to up his pace because he wants to run at this rhythm and try and avoid a last fuel stop with the car, if possible. So it may be that he's content to let the Audi go in the knowledge that it's going to have to make another stop, but it's a bit of a gamble if that is the plan. The two cars are together. It was 4.8 seconds at the start of the lap. It's probably going to be a different order at the end of this lap that they are on, because Albuquerque goes to the inside, but the door is closed by Thomas Jaeger. No way through there. The fight for third, nose to tail. More flashing of the lights from Felipe Albuquerque, but this isn't about market. This is a car he's got to fight a way past, and it's not going to be easy. Through Blancpain they go. You can see all the rubber by the side of the road, all the marbles there, ready to catch you out if you do run wide. Jaeger runs over the curb, and he's having to put up a really spirited defence now. Felipe Albuquerque looking for a way by. Jaeger defends. Albuquerque still busy flashing his headlights, but he's going to have to work for this. Can't expect the car to get out of the way, and he does indeed pit, so that is going to widen the gap. And with 18 minutes to go, does that take the pressure off Black Falcon Racing? They think it does. They reckon that's the place given to them. Towards La Source comes the Mercedes. So we'll see what the gap is going to be next lap through, because it will include the pit stop. That'll be the starting point to see if it's at all possible for Albuquerque to do anything at all about bringing down the gap. I don't think it will be. He might be able to reduce it, but not enough to challenge for position, unless the Mercedes has to make another pit stop. And now you understand why Jaeger is seemingly content to run at this slower pace. So the gamble has paid off. Albuquerque pits. Fuel put into the car. And Felipe Albuquerque now blasts away back into the race. And as he does so, he's got the long drive, remember, down the second part of the pit lane. As out on track, Thomas Jaeger heads out of Les Combes. So the Mercedes, run by the Black Falcon Racing team, Dunlop shod car, into Michelin Audi ahead of the Dunlop shod BMW, the Dunlop Mercedes, the Michelin Audi in the top four. And there is Albuquerque heading down the endurance pits. That gives you an idea, given his speed, of course, still very limited before he gets to the right end of the pit lane. There's just no chance now that he's going to be able to catch the Mercedes, unless a pit stop is due or a problem befalls the car, but I don't think it will, given the reaction of the team. So back on track goes Felipe Albuquerque, and Black Falcon Racing team with the best placed of the Mercedes SLS AMGs that we've got in the race. The second is run by a different team. In seventh place, run by Team Pyro, the British squad, for the Joneses and Mike Jordan. That's heading for second place within the Pro-Am Cup. 32, Felipe Albuquerque then back into the race, but effectively a minute has been lost by having to have that pit stop for a top-up of fuel. The Mercedes, and indeed the BMW Z4 that's ahead in second place, have rather been sleepers. They may not have had the outright pace, but they have been steadily working their way up the order early on, consolidating places within the top three for the last few hours, and now both this car you're looking at and the Z4 in second overall, looking for podium finishes. Excellent efforts put in by both teams. The Mercedes growls over the line, and as it does so, having just lapped the Ferrari, Rio Moro is trying to unlap himself again. A bit of a battle here, but it's irrelevant in a sense because they're on different laps. The Mercedes is third, the Ferrari you're looking at is sixth, but Moro wants to get past, and Jaeger, I think, is not prepared to take any chances about letting cars by. He wants to hang on to the place that he's got, doesn't want to risk anything getting past that may be the wrong car to go by. It's all very well letting traffic go through, but if you let what you think is a marker go past, it turns out to be a car that you should have been battling against. You look a bit red-faced. So Jaeger trying to hang on to the spot here as he comes up towards Les Combes. Comes to the braking area, turns his way now through the right, the left, the right, and 14 and a half minutes remain in this year's Spa 24. Downhill goes Thomas Jaeger, and third place is his for the taking now, along with Kenneth Heyer and Stéphane Lamoureux. But Jaeger really has done the bulk of the driving in that car. But this, the race leader, 14 minutes on the clock for Timo Scheider, and we saw Greg Franchi try to get into the car at that last pit stop, but Timo Scheider saying no, I'm happy. So very straightforward last pit stop for Timo Scheider in what seems to have been a very straightforward race. Other Audis, as we have seen rather graphically, have had their problems, but Audi flags still wave in readiness of a win. 13 and a half minutes away. Vincent Voss there in the WRT headset talking to Wolfgang Ulrich in the pit lane. Vincent is about to celebrate a win for his team, I would suggest, because Timo Scheider, along with Matthias Ekström, brought into the team at the behest of Audi management. Certainly done a very good job working with Greg Franchi, but Timo, with his experience of long distance racing from his time in the FIA GT Championship as well as Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races, is going to bring the car home, and he accelerates now down towards Eau Rouge once again. 13 more minutes of the race to go, and at the moment he's lapping in the 2:26s. Thumbs up from Greg Franchi, getting closer and closer all the time to, for him, a first win. For Timo Scheider, a second. For Matthias Ekström, a first win within the Spa 24 hours. So 33 turns its way through Les Combes, and with lots of Audi support all the way around the circuit here, as you can see. Timo Scheider now just having to make sure that he doesn't do anything wrong. He's got this 2-lap buffer over the opposition. Just needs to bring the car to the flag. So a different type of Audi, victorious at Le Mans this year, and it looks as though it's going to be another 24-hour victory with the Audi name next to it. Over the last few years we've had Porsche, Chevrolet through the Corvette, Maserati, Chrysler, Peugeot, BMW, Nissan, Ford, Jaguar victorious, but Audi is going to add its name to the list of Spa 24 winners. BMW set for second place. There's the Z4 of Team Schubert, Edward Sandstrom bringing the car home.
Matthias is less than 20 minutes.
Perhaps needed to against the might of Audi, but given that 3 of the 4 Audis have had problems, it's perhaps the bad fortune of the BMW team that the 4th one hasn't gone the same way. The one car that's had a very solid run, irritatingly, is the one that's ahead of them, and then in third place, another car that seems to have run faultlessly, if not with the ultimate pace. This Mercedes had a bit of damage earlier on in the race when it hit Alain Lee's Audi at the bus stop. There's red sticky tape holding the front of the car down, but other than that, it's another one that's gone so solidly through the race. And now with just 8 more minutes to go, Thomas Jaeger comes over the line looking good here for third place, along with Kenneth Heyer and Stéphane Lamoureux. Out of La Source, downhill goes the Black Falcon run Mercedes. In 4th place, Felipe Albuquerque, after his recent pit stop for fuel, doing his best to try and narrow that gap once again, but it's just not happening for him at the moment. He's also got himself caught up in some traffic, as well as having a big deficit to make up. Up towards Les Combes, then comes the Mercedes. 62 cars started, and the number of retirements growing all the time. Some out through accident damage. Quite a lot have gone through gearbox and clutch related problems. A few engine failures thrown into the mix as well, but as you heard Mark Blundell saying, in some cases the driving standards have been rather disparate, and so the pros have been very pro, some of the AMs have been very amateurish. Although Ludovic Sunier is an example of somebody who should have known better, causing that accident that effectively eliminated both competitive cars of the Pro Speed team right at the start of the race. remarkably odd manoeuvre coming into the bus stop. There was no way he was going to make the corner, as you saw in the highlights package, and so that took his car out of the race and badly compromised the sister car that was leading the race until it was attacked. And Sunier is somebody with a lot of experience, so should have known better. That's the car that leads the Pro-Am Cup, 6th overall, Guillaume Moreau, with the Joneses and Mike Jordan behind them in the Mercedes, and 3rd in the class is number 50, which is the Matt Griffin, Nicky Kadai, Marco Giocci, Jack Gerber Ferrari. Good solid run by that car as well, having had punctures, having been in the gravel, having had a drive-through penalty, but the never say die attitude of the drivers involved, just get in the car, go as fast as you can, do the best in the stint, try and bring it up the order. He's going to pay dividends. They'll be on the podium seemingly in the Pro-Am Cup. So Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari within Pro-Am. The Gentleman Trophy, which is 18th and 19th, the top two cars. Porsche 1-2 there, and the gap between them is still a lap as the Villeneuve Motorsport car tries to catch level racing. Now that is Godfrey Jones at the wheel of the 7th placed Mercedes, but crucially 2nd within the Pro-Am Cup, and he has led the class after Mike Jordan's great stint earlier on in the day, but ultimately the pace of the Ferrari just a little bit too fleet. But I think a podium, 2nd in class, will be a great achievement, and this another car that has run so well over the last 23 hours and now 55 minutes. Not the same car that they run in the British GT Championship, the Joneses. That's here in the garage, but this car they bought for this event, and running on Avon tyres because they got all the data for that. They ran Avons in the British GT Championship, and they weren't terribly keen on running in the wet, but they've had a good run in the dry conditions that we've had for the bulk of this year's Spa 24 Hours. Not been exclusively dry, but mainly dry, and so they're going to come through seemingly the 2nd in class ahead of the Ferrari. There it is, number 50 Ferrari, and Nicky Kadai, a very very quick Italian youngster, is going to bring it home. Matt Griffin led at the end of the first hour, in fact, in that car. They got his drive-through, fell down the order, and Jack Gerber has been off the road a couple of times. They've had punctures, but the 4 drivers have all done a great job in that car, kept it in contention, kept it in the top 10, and it's heading there now for a podium and for 9th place overall. Into the last 4 minutes for Timo Scheider, and he's going to get 2 more laps out of this, I would suspect, as he comes now with, look, 32 Felipe Albuquerque running with him. There's 50 Nicky Kadai, 9th place Ferrari, accelerating now up towards the timing line, and the leaders go through with 33 and 32 getting themselves together for the photo finish here. So 3.5 minutes on the clock with this lap and 1 more. That is the car that is 18th overall, currently leading the Gentleman Trophy. And Mathias Harkemer at the wheel of the level racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup S. That's the car that's chasing it, 124, which now has Sebastian Asch at the wheel, son of Roland Asch, another touring car legend in Germany of years past. And the sticky tape that's doing its best to keep the door on the side of the car is almost giving up the unequal struggle. GT4 being led here by the Nissan, Tresson, Alex Buncombe and Chris Ward, the 3 drivers. And although GT4 has lost a couple of cars of note, the Lotus of the Mansells and the Aston Martin also of the Speed Lover team, it's been an interesting race as ever within the GT4 category. It looks like it's going to be a Nissan win. The opposition now is in the BMW that's just ahead there. You can see the car with its flapping bodywork. It's been like that for quite a long time now. Not much has been done about it, but it's still going. With Giuseppe De Pasquale at the wheel of the car, but Timo Scheider has negotiated him without any dramas. Comes downhill, and with 2 more minutes on the clock, he'll get to the end of this lap and be able to squeeze 1 more out. Though the flag goes out the first time the leader crosses the line once the 24 hours are elapsed. And as now Scheider goes through the pith bath, excellent performance turned in by him, by Matthias Ekstrom and by Greg Franchi, and of course by the guys in the pit lane at the Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi club. Pierre Goudonnet, the sporting director, having overseen all of this, along with the team manager Vincent Voss, who himself, of course, has been a very successful racer on Belgian soil. And overseeing everything Audi here is Wolfgang Ulrich, who may be disappointed with the results of some of the cars, but a first and a fourth is not bad at all for the first concerted attack in GT3 terms on the Spa 24 Hours. They ran a car a couple of years ago in development form, but now looking after customers and with a much greater Audi presence, you know that this is an event that matters to Audi. And on to the last lap now with just over a minute to go. Goes Timo Scheider, Felipe Albuquerque running behind him in fourth place, and now the Audi mechanics make their way, as you see so many years running at Le Mans, flags in hand to the pit wall, because next time the cars come across the line they can celebrate a win. I suspect for marketing reasons here, 98 and Andrea Piccini may find it a useful thing to back off and just slot into the formation. Andrea Piccini is ahead of Timo Scheider on track. He's running in 14th place. He's not going to catch the car ahead because he's 2 laps behind, so to get all the Audis together for photographs would be quite a good thing, I reckon, now. And Andrea Piccini gets out of the way, lets the WRT cars go by, well, lets one go by anyway, lets Timo Scheider through. Felipe Albuquerque moves through as well, and so we're going to get the photo they want, the 3 surviving Audis together as they come up towards the line. So down towards Pouhon for the last time. Audi has come, seen and conquered at Spa. 1 car eliminated after a big accident. The 3rd you're looking at lost time with a gearbox problem. That car you're looking at lost time with suspension damage after contact yesterday afternoon. But they're 33. The race leading Audi R8 has had a faultless run. And it's going to be in half a lap's time a checkered flag to be waved, along with lots of Audi flags waved as the 3 cars come across the line. All the teams now getting themselves ready on the pit wall. Some have had a rather harder night than others. United Autosports guys, I can see, getting ready to cheer their car home. Hexis hanging off the debris fencing, ready to, at the end of what's been quite a marathon race for the French team, cheer both cars home, one for 8th, one for 15th. We'll go through the classification once they've come across the line, but with only a couple of 3 corners to go now, we have Audi's 1st, 4th and 14th. And Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi set for victory in the Spa 24 Hours. Up towards the bus stop they come. The United Autosports car there is going to get 1 more lap out of the race, I think, but for Matthias Ekstrom, Greg Franchi and Timo Scheider, the man behind the wheel, it's going to be a win for Audi in the Spa 24 Hours. The car comes towards the checkered flag and Audi scores victory here at Spa-Francorchamps. The 24 Hours of Spa is won by Timo Scheider, by Matthias Ekstrom and by Greg Franchi. 2nd will be BMW, 3rd will be Mercedes, but home for 4th is the sister Team WRT Audi of Felipe Albuquerque, Bert Langin and Stefan Ortelli. And to take 4th place, having been way down the order, having lost half an hour in the pits yesterday afternoon, is a very good achievement indeed. And there's Matthias Ekstrom clambering down from the debris fencing to celebrate a victory, and Timo Scheider, who has done the bulk of the driving in that car, a very happy man. His 2nd win in the Spa 24 Hours, 1 for Maserati and now 1 win for Audi. Timo delighted with that, understandably, and everybody on the pit wall and the endurance pits joining in the atmosphere, cheering the cars home. It's a great tradition in 24-hour races, and with the grandstands opposite both pits as well. Good reaction from all the fans that are here. This is the car for 2nd place then. Edward Sandstrom, Claudia Hertgum and Dirk Werner in the Team Schubert BMW Z for tremendous achievement. The car in the end 2 laps behind, but for a much smaller budget operation to take 2nd place, tremendous effort, and 3rd should go the way of Black Falcon Racing. Now, just looking at that United Autosports Audi that has fallen in behind the winning cars, I'm not convinced that that wasn't ahead when they came over the line, and therefore probably needs to do another lap to take the checkered flag here. But it's not essential to take the flag as long as you've done 75% of the distance covered by the race winner. But UA may have just slightly slipped up on that. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, we've got the Hexis Aston Martin lights flashing coming over the line, and that's the number 3 Aston Martin, 8th after its trip in the gravel. And home comes then the 2nd in the Pro-Am Cup, the Godfrey Jones driven Mercedes there over the line. He's number 16, Marius Richkes, who's going to be in 16th place. And the GT4 winning Nissan in the background comes now to take the checkered flag as well in the hands of Alex Buncombe at the end of the race. We'll get the drivers towards the podium shortly, but the 24 hours of Spa, as ever, giving plenty of drama, plenty of excitement, plenty of talking points as well, and the flags of nations being waved, the flags of the marshals being waved as well as they come through Les Combes. Different shapes of BMW there, look, the M3 and the Z4 behind, and Ecurie-Ecosse comes home in the end in 20th place as across the line comes Andrew Smith. The Scotsman brings the Aston Martin home after a really busy race, and the good news is for the team that the plan has worked. They've got the car to the flag, that's essential, and that'll be a very popular result, very well deserved result for another low budget operation. Deals being done, scrimping and saving to get the car into the race, and the Avon shod Aston Martin finishing then in 20th place. Bet Longchamp there celebrating 4th place. So a very, very good recovery indeed that. So, celebrations up and down the pit lane here at Spa. And the winning drivers shortly will make their way up onto the podium. We'll be able to hear from some of them, no doubt. And just caught a glimpse in the pit lane of Stefan Rattel, the brains behind GT racing internationally. It is an event these days, the Spa 24 Hours, promoted by SRO with the RACB here. I think Stefan will be well pleased with the crowd attendance, as well as another tremendous race. And last year, when it was announced there'd be no more GT2, people wrinkled their noses and said, oh no, it won't be as good without the GT2 cars. Well, it's been a bigger entry, it's been a great race, and it was a wide open race going into it. Nobody really could predict a winner. I suppose with the resource of Audi, it was always expected that Audi probably would be favourite, but which car? That was a real unknown. And in the end, only one of the 4 in the Pro Cup got through without any problems. So, Audi Sport, Team WRT, Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi win the Spa 24 Hours. Second in the Team Schubert Need for Speed BMW Z4, Edward Sandstrom, Dirk Werner and Claudia Hürtgen. Third, the Black Falcon Mercedes of Kenneth Hyatt, Thomas Jäger and Stefan Lemre. And fourth for Audi Sport Team WRT, Filippi Albuquerque, Bet Longchamp and Stefano Ortelli. Fifth for Vita 4-1, Matteo Bobbi, Frank Kekela and Giacomo Petrovelli. And then in 6th place to win the Pro-Am Cup, Ludovic Badet, Franck Morel, Guillaume Moreau and Jean-Luc Bobelic, ahead of a tremendous effort by the Jones brothers, David and Godfrey, and Mike Jordan in the Prezi Spark Mercedes. 8th goes the way of Jan Clary, Julien Rodriguez and Pierre-Bryce Maynard for Hexis in the Aston Martin. 9th in the end to Jack Gerber, Matt Griffin, Nicky Kadai, Marco Ciocci in the Ferrari for AF Corsa, and 10th to the number 43 BMW that crept back into contention in the late hours, Jeroen Den Boer, Simon Knapp and David Hart. 11th, Jonathan Hershey, Marcus Palteler, Antoine Leclerc's Ford GT. And 12th, Andre Leved, Brett Curtis, Peter van der Kolk and Jeroen van den Heuvel. In 13th place for United Autosports, car number 23. It's had its problems, but Richard Dean, Zach Brown, Johnny Herbert and Stefan Johansson come home 13th. 14th, Marcel Fassler, Andrea Piccini and Mike Rockenfeller. And 15th, the troubled Aston of Fred Makovici, Henri Moser and Steph Dusseldorf. 16th for Raf van Thor, Marit Rischkes, Prince Bernhard van Oranje and Dennis Retterup, ahead of Philippe Broekkoren, with Cotin, Herkomer and Dujardin joining him in the Porsche, ahead of Martin Rich, Tim Bergmeister, Sebastian Asch and Jochen Krumbach in 18th place. 19th, the United Autosports Audi, Leyendyk, Lee, Mines and Richard. And 20th, Ecurie-Ecosse, Ollie Bryant, Alistair McCaig, Andrew Smith and Joe Twyman. 21st on distance, but never getting to the flag, Richard Westbrook, Christian Menzel, Mike Sturzberg and Hans-Guido Riegel. The GT4 winners, 22nd, Alex Buncombe, Jordan Tresson and Chris Ward. 23rd goes the way of the Dodge Viper of Sigma Motorsport. And 24th, the Porsche run by RMS of Marc Fagianato, Thierry Steffet, Thierry Pignot and Franck Racinet. 25th, the number 60 McLaren. 3 started, 1 finished. Adam Christodoulou, Glyn Geddy, Phil Quaife and the New Zealander Roger Wills, ahead of the Viper of Dominic Nuri, Ben Salam, Jean-Marc Merlin and Guy Claret. And then the BMW M3 of Christophe Legrand, Raffaele Sangiolo, Giuseppe De Pasquale and Wolfgang Haug in 27th, the GT4 spec BMW. 28th, the old boys from Belgium, Marc Douay, Jean-Michel Martin and Eric Bachelard. Timo Scheider in the pit lane, a very happy man indeed. and it's going to be the so-called endurance podium that is used here. In other words, the drivers don't use the Formula 1 podium, they use the traditional podium over the endurance pits, and you can see just how pleased Timo Scheider is. Superb effort, and gives the car a big whack on the roof to say, well done, you've not let us down. And Timo will be up on the podium shortly, along with Matthias Ekström, and of course with Greg Franchi. There'll be a great reception, no doubt, for Greg as a Belgian driver, winning for a Belgian team in Belgium's key 24-hour race. Zolder has a 24-hour race as well for Belcar, but it's not on the same level, certainly in terms of prestige, as the Spa 24 hours. And the German driver Timo Scheider delighted with that, making his way slowly to the podium, because he's got all these photographs to take, will be taken of him first of all, grinning from ear to ear. And despite the offer of being relieved for that last stint by Greg Franchi, he stayed in the car. Thomas Jäger there, the former Mercedes DTM racer, congratulates him. Thomas Jäger having finished in third position. So the officials will round up all of the drivers, get them up onto the podium. It's not the work of a moment, this, with 3 and in some cases 4 drivers to a car. Into contention and finished, as I say, in second place, and a Mercedes for third as well, brought across the line by Thomas Jäger.
Thomas, you definitely had a fight all the way to the end there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are very happy with the SLS AMG GT3 finishing here on the podium. We had lots of difficulties during the race, and that's why we are absolutely, it's incredible, just simply. So thank you to the team. Great car, very reliable, and was a great result for us.
Thank you.
That's another car that just got stronger and stronger as the race wore on. 28th it was at the end of the first hour, third at the end of 24 hours of the race. So Thomas Jäger finishing in third spot, and we should be able to have the top 3 teams very shortly on the podium. Top 3, of course, overall and in the Pro Cup. Fans gathering underneath the podium, ready for the celebrations here. And the winning drivers being rounded up. Co-drivers brought from the top pits, the F1 pits, down to the podium through the paddock, and they'll be in business pretty soon. So the Belgian fans being well revved up, you can hear in the background, to celebrate the efforts of Greg Franchi. So the Audi flags fly, and the drivers will be up on the podium very shortly then at the end of the 2011 Spa 24 hours. Even the Michelin man is there, Mr. Bibendum, looking pretty happy with his tyres having helped Audi to score victory. And the Blancpain Endurance Series, which heads next to Magny-Cours for an evening race and then finishes at Silverstone, is ever more intriguing now with the way the points have been distributed over the last 24 hours, with points at 6 and at 12-hour marks, plus, of course, at the very end of the race itself. So with Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi victorious for Audi, BMW finishing second and Mercedes third. 3 German brands locking out the podium here in first 3 places overall and in the Pro Cup. See in the midst of all of that, in his Tyrolean hat, Hans Heyer, ready to cheer his son when Kenneth gets onto the podium. But Timo Scheider, a delighted man when he came across the line, understandably so, taking Audi to a maiden win within the Spa 24 hours. Out of the car, punches the air with delight, and Timo Scheider, now very much a star of DTM, having his second Spa 24-hour victory. So the fans are ready, but we just need the last co-drivers, I think, brought to the podium. And then we're going to be in business as the Audi team look makes its way down the pit road. And the Other class winners will be there from Pro-Am Cup, from the Gentleman Trophy, from the Cup class, and for GT4 as well. But here comes Audi, marching down the pit lane, ready to join the celebrations. There's Andrew Smith from the Acuria Cos team. Well chuffed he's brought the car to the end. So we have the drivers then for third place onto the podium. And Stefan Lameret, the Belgian journalist, along with Thomas Jaeger, Kenneth Heyer are there. And with the Belgian driver in that team, understandably, a great reception for Stefan Lameret. Then out for second place will come from the number 76 Need for Speed Team Schubert BMW, Claudia Hertgen, Edward Sandstrom and Dirk Werner, led by Claudia Hertgen, on to the second step of the podium. But the roof about to be raised, I think, when out will come Matthias Ekstrom, Timo Scheider and the Belgian driver Greg Franchi as the winners of the Spa 24 Hours for 2011. I said it was going to be noisy. There's the evidence as the winning drivers stand on the podium at Spa-Francorchamps. Now for the Belgian team, the Belgian national anthem.
Et on l'a retrouvé.
So for Greg Franchi, Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and the team that runs the car, Audi Sport Team WRT, the Belgian Audi Club, the Belgian national anthem is played and celebrations all round on the podium. Timo Scheider doing a superb job, doing the lion's share of the driving, and along with Greg Franchi and Matthias Ekstrom, victory goes to Audi at Spa. Stefan Rattel steps forward to hand over the trophies to the third place drivers of Stefan Lameret, Thomas Jaeger and Kenneth Heyer. And the Mercedes, run by Black Falcon, has done an excellent job in that race to keep out of trouble, to run consistently and to come home in third place after a couple of incidents, but a great result indeed. And there is Stefan Lameret receiving his trophies. Very, very happy indeed with a podium finish here. And then for second place, the trophy is about to be presented to Claudia Hertgen by Patrice Bress, the CEO of Total Belgium. And Claudia receives her Blancpain Endurance Series trophy and Spa 24-hour trophy. And then the trophies will be presented, of course, to Edward Sandstrom and to Dirk Werner, who has been an integral part of the success of that BMW Z4. Dirk, with great pedigree of racing all manner of BMWs, very, very quickly indeed. I mean, raced many, many years ago in the Ford Puma Cup, in which he was a champion in Germany, then Renault Clio V6s, and a former Porsche champion as well in his home country, but these days very much a BMW specialist. And now François Cornelis, the president of the RACB, steps forward to give the trophies to the race winners, starting with Timo Scheider. And then below it's to Matthias Ekstrom and to Greg Franchi, winners by 2 laps of this year's Spa 24, and the gap between second and third, 8 laps in the end between the Need for Speed Team Schubert BMW and the Black Falcon Mercedes. Greg Franchi delighted with his win, understandably so. Belgian driver having the biggest win of his career, that's for sure. And Matthias Ekstrom receiving his trophies as well, the third member of that winning team. And everybody, I think, is just about ready for the Champagne once the team awards have been handed over to the Audi Sport Team WRT, the team that supports the GT3 European Championship as well as the Blancpain Endurance Series. And at the driver's feet is the Champagne. The celebrations well underway at Spa then at the end of the 24 hours. A win for the Audi team. 62 cars started, just about half of that number classified as finishers. But through it all, without missing a beat, has come the number 33 Audi R8 LMS. Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi, the winners of this 63rd running of the Spa 24 hours. And there you can see drivers attacking one another with the Champagne on the podium. And Mr. Bendham getting in the camera shots as well in the background. So the top 3 drivers overall and within the Pro Cup class celebrate. They'll make their way from the podium shortly, ready for the Pro-Am Cup. Top 3 teams to make their way out onto the podium itself. So let's confirm how Pro Cup looked at the end of 24 hours. You've seen the top 3 because it's the top 3 is overall, with a win for the Audi R8 of Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekström and Greg Franchi. Second, the Need for Speed BMW in the hands of Sandström, Werner and Hürtgen. Third, Iker, Heyer and Lemre. Albuquerque, Lonja and Ortelli fourth, ahead of Matteo Bobbi, Frank Kekler, Giacomo Petrobelli. Sixth, Jan Claire, Julian Rodriguez and Pierre-Bryce Maynard. With 7th, Jonathan Hershey, Marcus Paltela and Antoine Leclerc. 8th went to Marcel Fassler, Andrea Piccini and Mike Rockenfellers. Audi 9th, Fred Makovici, Henri Moser and Steph Dusseldorp. With 10th, Olivier Pla, Julien Jus and Patrice Guélard in the Ferrari. With the Goossens Porsche and the Van der Poel Ferrari withdrawn many hours ago with their problems early on in the race. And there you can see the other retirements out of the Pro Cup. And at the foot of the screen, the Blancpain Lamborghini being towed back to the paddock, having been abandoned out on the circuit. One of the early casualties when its engine blew. Of course, the 2 McLarens out of the Pro Cup retirements early on. But through it all, Audi victorious ahead of BMW and then Mercedes. And this was how the cars came over the old start and finish line, with the Audis having got themselves together. The dream photograph for Audi's promotional purposes at the end of the Spa 24 hours. So the other class podiums will be getting underway shortly here, as some of the fans start to head for their campsite, head to the bar or head for home. Another huge crowd here at Spa for the 24 hours. Over 60,000 people have been to watch the ultimate GT race as they're making their way out onto the podium. Come the AF Corsa drivers, third in the Pro-Am Cup. But what a race it has been for the Audi team, Audi Sport Team WRT, taking the race win. But although the car ran faultlessly, they could never really relax, because all it would take was one drama. Suddenly the lead would diminish completely. So from a grid of 62 cars that got underway at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a race full of drama that of course had early on Mark Goossens leading the way in the Porsche, and that was a car that barely did a handful of laps before it was knocked out of the way by its teammate. Let's look back on the best bits of the Spa 24 hours. An awful lot has happened. That huge grid on the rolling start. But when the pack was unleashed, it was the Porsche that qualified second that grabbed the race lead, until Goossens' teammate Ludovic Sunier tried this silly move up the inside and effectively took both cars out of the race. Andrew Piccoli was the first significant retirement though, a big accident at the hairpin at La Source, the car bouncing off the barriers on both sides of the circuit. Andrew okay, sore and shaken, the car very badly damaged, and the Mercedes that ultimately would finish in third place whacked into this spin at Les Combes by the Audi that would finish in fourth place in the end. Then a retirement. Nicholas Marmelhoff destroyed his Lamborghini coming into the pit lane. And the Porsche of Richard Westbrook and Christian Menzel battling with Andrea Piccini's Audi out on track. Piccini was knocked into a spin by Fabio Spergi's Porsche coming out of the bus stop. That delayed the car to the tune of 11 seconds, but an early retirement was the Blancpain sponsored Lamborghini of Mark Hayek. Peter Cox having led the race in that car, and Hans Reiter distraught. Both of his cars out so early in the race. The Manthey run Porsche had been looking strong. It had led the race in the hands of Westbrook and Menzel, but an alternator change dropped that way down the order. Matthias Ekstrom brought 33 into contention, having taken it over from Timo Scheider. But an Audi with less fortune was Eddie Cheever, who parked the car at pit exit, having bailed out of a lap when he suddenly realised he had an engine issue. 99 was the leading car going into the night. Mark Basseng, Christopher Hasse and Frank Stippler. But it was a car that didn't make it to dawn, crashing out in the night. Off the road also in the darkness went Jack Gerber, but his Ferrari was able to rejoin as the 23 Audi headed for its garage. The car ultimately finished in 13th place, but when Johnny Herbert was at the wheel, it needed to go into its garage and have an electrical gremlin sorted out. The safety car was deployed in the darkness to retrieve the GDL Racing Porsche that was stopped by the side of the road. A big accident took the 22 Ferrari into the pit lane with damage when Thomas Duchesne was at the wheel, and the fans started to become more interested in the concerts and the fireworks than in the battles out on track. Lamborghinis and McLarens parked by the side of the road, joined by Mercedes, that having crashed out in the night was the number 99 Audi that had led, and that gave the advantage to 33. The car, the same type of Audi, but run by the sister team of Team WRT, and Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom and Greg Franchi never headed, having got into the lead within the 10th hour of the Spa 24 Hours. Timo Scheider held up in traffic, much to his frustration, but they always had a healthy advantage. For Vita 4-1, problems when an alarm light came on, fuel pressure problems, but the engine was fired up when the car was still up on its jacks. That therefore was a pit lane regulation broken, and a penalty would soon follow. Louis Machiels had taken over the car, but his problems became ever greater as the radio packed up on him. Dirk Werner, Edward Sandstrom and Claudia Hertgen had worked well during the night to bring the Z4 BMW up into second place, and Dirk Werner took the car over to maintain its good run. Louis Machiels was given a drive-through penalty for the pit lane infringement, but with a broken radio, he didn't get the message. They even resorted to using the pit board of the redundant number 1. That car having retired, Machiels eventually did serve the drive-through, but it was too late. It was 7 laps after the penalty was issued, and for having ignored the drive-through penalty instruction, the car was black flagged, and then it was disqualified. Andrea Bertolini, who'd worked it into contention in 4th place in the class lead, couldn't believe his luck. Somebody else who couldn't believe their bad luck, Richard Westbrook, who blasted out of the pit lane after a routine stop, only to find the engine broke behind him and caused quite a conflagration. The fire was put out, but the car was a retirement as smokily back to the pit lane limp number 4, the Hexis Aston Martin, that got back into the race and ultimately finished in 15th place. But one car, one constant, just never missed a beat. It was the Timo Scheider driven Audi, and despite an offer from Greg Franchi for him to do the final stint, it was a case of thanks but no thanks from Timo Scheider, so the Belgian driver would watch from the sidelines as Timo Scheider brought the car through to the finish of the 24 Hours of Spa, with the sister car in 4th place brought over the line by Felipe Albuquerque. The first Spa 24-hour victory for Audi. You get the feeling it's not going to be the last, and the WRT team celebrate a victory. The cars finishing 1st and 4th. A superb effort done by Timo Scheider, Matthias Ekstrom, his first 24-hour race win, and Greg Franchi, the biggest win of his career. The drivers on the podium, and 3 elated drivers as they celebrate their win at the Spa 24 Hours. From Haley Coxon and from me, David Addison, though, for now, from Spa, it's goodbye.